Chapter 1 How Am I a Scumbag? Shaman University. Near the East Gate. Yi Tian lay at the door of the rental house after getting drunk. Bah! You scumbag! How dare you take advantage of me? The landlord slapped Yi Tian hard in the face and spat in his face as the price for his drunken behavior. After being slapped so hard by his landlord, Yi Tian Kai suddenly woke up. Yi Tian turned his head and saw clearly that the person who was beating him was the fat landlady. She asked aggrievedly, "Landlord's sister, why did you hit me?" Although the landlord is already an old lady, she likes people to call her sister. Humph! What do you think? How dare you ask? The landlady stretched her head out with a look of being disadvantaged, and showed her big face as big as a wash basin to Yi Tian. I don't. Yi Tian hugged himself and shrank back in panic. Yi Tian thought that she wanted to pay off the debt with her body, so how could he bring himself to do that? Every time the landlady comes, it's not good news. She either asks for rent or raises the rent. There was only 500 yuan left in his card, so she would have to pay off the debt herself. Although he is poor, he has dignity. You still dare to say no? You little bastard, you took advantage of me while I was drunk and wanted to take advantage of me. Look, my saliva is still there. The landlady pointed angrily at her face, which was covered with fine wrinkles. Damn, auntie, why don't you look in the mirror and take a good look at yourself? Am I so hungry that I won't eat anything? Even if I was drunk, I wouldn't do such a shameful thing. Yi Tian complained in his heart. Looking at the landlady's face and the look of being disadvantaged, he almost wanted to vomit. I've been arresting you for a few days now. Pay the rent quickly, or get out of here. If you don't have money, don't try to find a girlfriend and rent a house like others. Seeing him standing there in a daze, the landlady continued to yell and curse. If he wasn't good looking, I wouldn't have forgiven him for a few days. But this guy always owed rent and refused to commit himself to her. She doesn't run an orphanage. If she takes in all the handsome guys, can she handle that? Snort! Yi Tian was injured internally by her words. Does not having money mean you don't deserve love? Even though the landlord's insults were extremely hurtful, he didn't dare to retort and had to swallow them. I will pay the rent as soon as possible, landlord's sister, please give me 3 more days. Yi Tian stretched out 3 fingers and promised humbly. 3 days? Bah! 3 days and 3 days. Do you think I'm a vegetarian? I'm so easy to fool. If you don't pay me today, get out of here. The landlady put one hand on her waist, pointed at Yi Tian with the other, and started cursing with her mouth wide open. I really don't have any money. Roll. There was no room for negotiation. The landlady no longer had the patience to listen to him repeating his excuses over and over again, and she kicked Yi Tian in the calf. Awah! Yi Tian cried out in pain. This fat woman really kicked him hard. In a blink of an eye, the landlady stuffed his few clothes and toiletries into a torn snakeskin bag and threw them out like garbage, then locked the door completely. Wipe. This is going to drive him to a dead end. When people are unlucky, even drinking water will get stuck in their teeth. How can they be unlucky for 2 consecutive days? The reason why Yi Tian got drunk and even flirted with the landlady was because his girlfriend of 2 years broke up with him. Just yesterday afternoon, Yi Tian happily bought her the latest model of Apple phone. As her birthday present, he bought this by saving money from working for more than half a year, wanting to give her a surprise on her birthday. Unexpectedly, she looked down upon his fruit machine and broke up with him heartlessly. Instead, she gave herself a surprise. Why? Yi Tian questioned, finding it hard to accept the fact that he was dumped. It was like a bolt from the blue. He treated her like a princess with delicious food and drink every day. He even worked several jobs to buy her the latest iPhone, famous brand bags, and high-end cosmetics. He went shopping with her and bought her breakfast. He always responds to requests. He even sold his blood for her several times and almost sold his body. What else is she not satisfied with? Why would I break up with him at this time? There's no reason. The passion fades after being together for a long time. I don't like you anymore, it's that simple. So you should have the dignity that a man should have and stop being so persistent. Let's live in peace. After saying that, Wu Tong turned around heartlessly without saying that she left him for money. Watching her leave without any reluctance, Yi Tian was heartbroken. No matter how he tried to persuade her to stay, she refused to look back. He just couldn't understand. What had he done wrong? Why do you treat him like this? Very unwilling. But there was no way to make her change her mind. So, Yi Tiancheng got drunk out of despair, trying to numb his broken heart. When I woke up today, the scene of flirting with the landlady just happened. Yi Tian packed up the torn snakeskin bag dejectedly and had to return to the school dormitory. When I returned to the school gate, I happened to bump into a Lamborghini that suddenly braked. The owner of that Lamborghini was none other than Lin Tongsheng, a rich second generation from the same family. Really? Who's the idiot? If you want to die, go jump into the river. Don't try to cause trouble in front of me. Lin Tongsheng walked out grappling with his teeth. Wu Tong also followed out. When she saw that it was Yi Tian, she didn't feel any guilt at all. She saw him almost get hit and just watched coldly without any sympathy. Tell me. What on earth is going on? Seeing this, Yi Tian pointed at Lin Tongsheng angrily, but looked at Wu Tong and questioned him. In fact, he knew it very well in his heart, but he was unwilling to ask her again and wanted to hear a different answer. We've already broken up, there's no need to explain anything to you. Wu Tong said with disdain. So you're saying you broke up with me just to be with him for money? Wu Tong didn't say anything, which was tantamount to agreement. Isn't it obvious? You poor bastard. You have no money, so you have no right to talk about love. You are even less qualified to take her virginity, and you are not qualified to try all kinds of positions. Ha ha. Lin Tongsheng knew about their past relationship, so he stepped forward and put his arm around Wu Tong's slender waist to declare his victory. He glanced at Yi Tian's shabby face with contempt and said proudly, "A girl like Wu Tong who is a little bit pretty shouldn't be ruined by a poor guy like Yi Tian." Ah! When Yi Tian saw the pig's feet on Wu Tong's waist, he was instantly so angry that his blood boiled. After hearing his explicit words, he felt insulted to the extreme. So he jumped up in panic and punched Lin Tongsheng in the face. Lin Tongsheng is not a pushover either. He is a martial artist and reacted quickly to avoid Yi Tian's punch. Yi Tian missed and was punched back by Lin Tongsheng. He fell to the ground and injured his left hand. Ah! Deeply shocked, Yi Tian lay on the ground in frustration, crying silently as he watched the Lamborghini drive away. After a long time, Yi Tiankai picked up the torn snakeskin bag and walked back to the campus in embarrassment. Ding! High-quality host detected to be attacked, automatic binding to the rich sign in system successful. As he was walking, these words appeared in Yi Tian's mind, but he didn't care. He had just suffered several blows and his mind was in a mess, so how could he pay attention to these things? Yi Tian suddenly stopped sadly, and happened to meet Zhang Zifeng, who was passing by in a hurry. "Classmate, help me." Zhang Zifeng, who had sprained his ankle, looked at Yi Tian with pitiful eyes. Yi Tian pointed at himself belatedly, then looked at his injured left hand, looking extremely embarrassed. How could he help her when he looked so hurt? But the girl in front of me is so beautiful. You will be attracted by her beauty at first sight. Bright eyes, white teeth, skin as white as snow. Brown curly hair with an oval face. The full scenery is highlighted by the t-shirt. Judging from the visual, it is the standard measurement, the 36 drop type. The long legs wrapped in the miniskirt are so tender and sexy that people dare not look directly at them. Yi Tian blushed immediately and looked away in panic. Zhang Zifeng noticed his shy behavior and felt very satisfied. It would be too cruel to reject such a beautiful girl. Yi Tian thought. Zhang Zifeng noticed that Yi Tian's face was a little red and swollen, his left hand was injured, and he had a torn snakeskin bag in his right hand. Seeing his embarrassment, Zhang Zifeng chuckled, "You can carry me." Since the beauty has taken the initiative to ask him for help again, he can't be unkind to her, right? Yi Tian did not hesitate this time. He stood there stiffly and said and agreed to carry her. Chapter 2, Carrying the School Beauty on My Back is So Happy. Seeing Yi Tian standing straight like a log, Zhang Zifeng wanted to laugh. Then he gestured for him to bend down. At this time, Yi Tiankai bent down and waited for Zhang Zifeng to come up. "Your hand is injured, I'll just hold you." Zhang Zifeng crawled behind Yi Tian and hugged Yi Tian's neck with both hands. "Okay. Let's go." This hug was incredible. Yi Tian shuddered suddenly, feeling something strange on his back, and a warm current spread throughout his body, especially where the two parts were in close contact. Soft, intoxicating feeling. Wipe. You can figure out what's going on with your toes. This happiness comes too suddenly. It would be embarrassing if you lose control and react inappropriately. Fortunately, he is a gentleman. Self-control is also very strong. What are you standing there for? Let's go. Zhang Zifeng reminded him. At this time, Yi Tiankai suddenly came to his senses and walked away with the school beauty Zhang Zifeng on his back. Classmate, your foot is injured. Let me carry you to the infirmary first. Yi Tian said. Well, let's go to the infirmary first. Zhang Zifeng nodded and said that her foot needed urgent attention, and so did his hand. At this time, ding! Detected that the host is carrying the school beauty. Carrying her to the infirmary will sign in successfully. Reward, 10 billion for a 9-star hotel. Deposit in 3 seconds. Yi Tiankai remembered the automatic binding of the system just now. He was too sad to pay attention and thought he was hallucinating. He didn't expect it to be true. Such a good thing finally happened to me. Yi Tian usually comes across some sign-in systems for the super rich in novels, which usually reward people with luxury houses, cars, etc. after obtaining the system. I didn't expect that it would be my turn today. Moreover, you can also sign in by carrying a school beauty on your back. Isn't this too cool? Hearing the news, he immediately perked up and felt full of energy. In order to verify the reward as soon as possible, I hurried to the school clinic. Slow down. Yi Tian suddenly quickened his pace. Zhang Zifeng couldn't adapt for a while and subconsciously hugged him again. The whole person was completely glued to Yi Tian. This operation is very cool. Those who understand will understand. A warm current spread throughout my body. Yi Tian felt even happier, a soft and comfortable feeling. Anyone who has carried a girl on their back will understand. When they arrived at the infirmary, Yi Tian carefully put Zhang Zifeng down and asked the school doctor to treat her wounds. Ding! The host has successfully carried the school beauty to the infirmary. The reward has been successfully credited. In addition, the host will receive 1 billion pocket money, which can be withdrawn in 3 seconds. Yi Tian secretly took out his broken phone, opened it, and was dumbfounded. Tens, hundreds, millions, fathers, ancestors, so many digits. To prevent himself from making mistakes, he counted carefully 3 times. Accurate. This is actually true. 10 billion in pocket money. A huge amount of pocket money. It feels so good. This system is amazing. Yeah. Yi Tian was so happy that he almost suffocated. A 9-star hotel worth 10 billion. It was just 1 kilometer away from the school, and he had to go there to verify it in person. It was a young lady who treated Zhang Zifeng's foot injury. After quickly treating the wound, Zhang Zifeng said to the young lady, please treat him. His hand is injured. Classmate, come here. Zhang Zifeng turned to Yi Tian, who was grinning foolishly, and said, Oh. Yi Tiankai restrained his silly ecstasy and walked over to the young lady. The young lady looked at Yi Tian's arm and said with a smile, You two are really a perfect match. One of you injured your foot and the other injured your hand. Yi Tian and Zhang Zifeng glanced at each other and immediately denied it embarrassedly. We are not what you think. Oh, how did this young lady know that they were a perfect match? Does this mean that one has an injured foot and the other has an injured hand, so they are a perfect match? But the young lady didn't listen to his explanation and still smiled. I understand. I understand. The young lady knew that Zhang Zifeng was not injured and did not expose her. Looking at this pair of people who are so good-looking, how could she bear to break them up? What's wrong with little girls creating opportunities for boys to carry them on their backs? What does the young lady know? Yi Tian was a little confused. Such a beautiful school beauty, of course he also wants to have something with her. But, he is a gentleman, he can't just claim to be my boyfriend the first time we meet, right? But from now on he was different. He finally became a billionaire and was no longer a pauper. With money as his backing, he can pursue the girl he likes. However, he had just been cheated on by his ex and still had psychological trauma, so he couldn't rush into having a girlfriend. He had to understand the nature of girls in order to make a careful decision. Otherwise, if another Wu Tong appeared, he would be completely hurt. Besides, his net worth is different now, so he should enjoy his wonderful life first. This matter needs to be taken slowly. Snort! Why was Lin Tongsheng, who called him a poor bastard, so arrogant? I heard that the Lin family's net worth was only 100 million. Now that he has this sign-in system, if he signs in every day, his wealth will continue to increase. How dare Lin Tongxing disrespect me again in the future? He also lived a life of great wealth. It feels so good. After treating the injury, Yi Tian prepared to leave with Zhang Zifeng on his back. Classmate, my name is Zhang Zifeng, a sophomore in the dance department. I don't know your name yet. Zhang Zifeng actually took the initiative to introduce himself, wanting to get to know this kind-hearted Yi Tian. My name is Yi Tian, a sophomore in the biology department. Nice to meet you. Zhang Zifeng looked at Yi Tian with a smile, his eyes full of affection for him. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to shake hands with him. Me too, it's an honor to meet you. Especially a beauty like you. Yi Tian smiled and stretched out his big hand to hold her small hand. Very slippery. Very soft. Very warm. Don't be so happy. In just 3 seconds, Yi Tian gentlemanly let go of Zhang Zifeng's small and tender hand. Oh, it's so happy to hold a beautiful woman's hand. No wonder those big bosses with strong shoulders and sturdy build love to hold the hands of beautiful stars and hug their slender waists and refuse to let go. Seeing Yi Tian so shy that his ears turned red, Zhang Zifeng thought he was very cute. He is indeed the man she has chosen. Should I ask your roommate to pick you up or continue carrying you back to the dorm? Yi Tian asked. I guess they are still shopping in the mall outside. Please carry me back. Zhang Zifeng said a little embarrassedly. In fact, she told a white lie. Good. In this way, Yi Tian continued to carry Zhang Zifeng back to her dormitory. Along the way, the two gradually became familiar with each other and temporarily forgot the pain of being abandoned by his girlfriend. Yi Tian was doing a good deed, so the dormitory manager gave him a green channel and carried him directly to the dormitory door. As soon as Yi Tian put Zhang Zifeng down, the dormitory door opened. Zhang Zifeng blushed, so you're all back? The three beauties seemed to understand something. Seeing Zhang Zifeng like this, they asked nervously, Zifeng, what's wrong with you? Zhang Zifeng smiled and said, I'm fine, just a minor injury. Then they noticed Yi Tian next to them. Who is this handsome guy? This is Yi Tian. I accidentally sprained my ankle just now. It was this classmate Yi Tian who took me to the infirmary and then carried me back to the dormitory. Zhang Zifeng blushed and explained a little embarrassedly. Ah, there's a story. Several beauties whispered happily in Zhang Zifeng's ear, but their voices were loud enough for Yi Tian to hear clearly. Then they said to Yi Tian, classmate Yi Tian, thank you for carrying our Zifeng back. You're welcome. This is what I should do. I've already brought Zifeng back safely. Please take good care of her. I'm leaving now. He had just heard them gossiping about his relationship with Zhang Zifeng. He felt a little embarrassed. If he stayed here any longer, would people really think something was going on? Chapter 3 Goodbye is embarrassing. Chapter 3 Goodbye is embarrassing. Yi Tian hurried back to his dormitory, threw his luggage bag casually, and was about to check his phone again to savor the happiness just now. Boss, why are you back in the dorm? Weren't you out making out with your girlfriend? The third brother Li Feng, who was watching a movie, turned around and asked Yi Tian. This kid is really talking about things that are not related to the topic. Don't mention it, we broke up. Although he was unhappy, Yi Tian answered lightly. Oh, boss, just be open-minded. If we're breaking up, then so be it. There's always someone better out there. The third brother comforted her, saying that they had never been optimistic about this woman before, and now they didn't feel it was a pity to break up with her. Yi Tian said and said nothing more. He opened his broken phone and looked at the 1 billion that had arrived in his account again. He was ecstatic and confirmed that it was correct. Yeah. I'm finally rich. 1 billion. And a 9-star hotel. This is a huge comfort. What is a broken heart? It doesn't exist anymore. A broken heart is nothing. Boss, what happened that makes you so happy? Did you win 5 million? Why are you so happy after breaking up? Crazy? The third brother turned around and looked at Yi Tian, who looked a little abnormal, and asked. Is he suffering from the aftereffects of a broken heart? Yes. I won the lottery. No, it's not really a win, but I'm 100 times happier than winning 5 million. Yi Tian was so happy that he didn't know how to organize his words to tell him, because this matter couldn't be known to them. Even if I told him, the third child wouldn't he understand. I don't believe it either. What does that mean? Did you win the lottery or not? The confused third brother didn't understand what Yi Tian was saying. Is your speech abnormal after a breakup? Oh, I don't know what to say. Anyway, I'll be rich in the future. Let's go. You haven't eaten yet, right? Call the second and fourth brothers and the others, let's go eat, it's my treat. Really? Boss, you're so generous. I'll call them and tell them to come back quickly. Hearing that Yi Tian was going to treat everyone was quite normal. He was also happy and didn't ask why. Anyway, as long as there was something to eat, it was fine. Soon the third brother called the second brother and asked him to inform the fourth brother to wait for them downstairs in the dormitory. It was only then that the third brother noticed that Yi Tian was a little different. Boss, what happened to your face? Yi Tian touched his face in the direction he pointed, and said calmly, it's okay, I just accidentally fell and scratched my skin a little. He didn't want to talk about being cheated on today, especially the fact that Lin Tongxing injured his hand. He only talked about the fact that he broke up with his girlfriend. Yi Tian was usually very honest and would never lie, so the third brother believed him. Although Yi Tian still felt a dull pain in his heart when he mentioned this matter, he still appeared to be very calm. After all, his situation is different now, and I believe that kind of pain will be healed soon. Time and money can make people forget the pain. Then Yi Tian went to the sink to wash his face and combed his short hair with clean water. He looked in the mirror and felt even more handsome when he thought about the 9-star hotel and the 10 billion in pocket money. He can't wait to inspect his 9-star hotel. Yi Tian quickly went downstairs with the third brother to meet up with the second and fourth brothers. Holy crap! Where did the boss get rich? He actually thought of inviting us out to have some fun. Old Sijifeng touched Yi Tian's arm jokingly. Yi Tian was not in a position to tell them about the binding system, so he just made up a reason. Damn it, boss has been pretty lucky lately, he's actually made a fortune. Let's go. Without further ado, the boss said we should go to 9 stars for a meal. Wow, 9 stars. Boss, you're so generous. The prices there are really high. I heard a meal there costs at least 6 figures. Boss, are you really treating us and not just splitting the bill? The fourth brother still wanted to confirm it, because he couldn't afford it if he went AA. Don't worry, I'll treat you. I won't let you spend a penny. Yi Tian patted his chest and said generously. Okay, let's go. Pearl Hotel. Yi Tian and others drove to the front of the Mingzhu Hotel and stopped. Just seeing the hotel's building reaching into the clouds, the second, third and fourth brothers were amazed. This is the most luxurious 9-star hotel in the country. The facade alone looks magnificent, and the interior must be extremely luxurious and high-end beyond words. Look, we must be dreaming. We didn't expect that our dream of eating at the Pearl Hotel would come true so soon. The fourth brother said in a somewhat pathetic manner. Look at you. You're so happy just because the boss treated us to a meal. Don't embarrass us later. The second brother Chu Hong rolled his eyes at the fourth brother. Well, I definitely wouldn't be that bad. Although I've never eaten in such a high-end hotel, I'm familiar with all the major hotels in the country. I won't embarrass myself. The fourth brother restrained his surprised expression and looked serious. When you walk into a big hotel, you will find that the waiters here are all top-notch beauties. They all receive very professional training before taking up their posts. Hello. Welcome. Hello. Welcome. Hello. Welcome. Hello. Welcome. A row of beauties have charming professional smiles and sweet voices. To be honest, even Yi Tian was so happy seeing so many beauties providing professional and enthusiastic service that he couldn't tell east from west. The grown men were like mountain guys coming to the city, and they were a little out of control when they saw these beauties. Ahem, mind your image. Yi Tian stood straight and reminded in a low voice. Yi Tian thought that he was already the owner of this hotel. He couldn't be as ignorant as them, and he couldn't lose his composure like them. The buddies immediately straightened their backs and walked in seriously. Boss, the prices here are quite high. Brothers are loyal to their friends. If you're treating us today, why don't we go to the buffet restaurant? It's both cheap and cost-effective there. The third brother spoke up, and the second and fourth brothers echoed, yeah, let's have the buffet. As he said that, he walked towards the buffet restaurant. Yi Tian smiled and said, it's okay. I won't be stingy when I treat you today. If I say I'm going to treat you, I'll treat you to a good meal. Don't eat a buffet. The others were stunned for a moment, thinking that Yi Tian was just being polite, and still insisted on having the buffet. Yi Tian couldn't argue with them, so he had to give in to them. Come to the buffet area. It's crowded here. As expected, high-end restaurants are very popular. Because there are so many people who love to show off. Many people just want to come to this kind of top-notch hotel to have the cheapest meal, and then post it on their circle of friends to show off. Or form a group and take pictures of the table next to you. Especially the favorite practice of some celebrities. There is a wide range of buffet options here. There are more than 200 kinds of desserts alone, which are dazzling and full of appetite. Wow, I've heard that Mingzhu Hotel is a top-notch hotel, but I didn't expect that even the buffet is so exquisite. The second, third, and fourth sons kept sighing. Yi Tian was also shocked. To be honest, it was his first time to eat such a luxurious buffet. This experience is really great. Just as they started to pick food, they happened to meet two familiar figures. Hey, who did I think it was? This is a 9-star hotel, not just any random person can come in. Seeing that Yi Tian and the others were having fun, Lin Tongxing deliberately walked closer to them, his eyes full of contempt and his words sarcastic. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian looked at Lin Tongxing and found that he was walking behind him with his ex-girlfriend. Chapter 4 Lost in 8 Shoes on the live broadcast. Wu Tong dressed more sexily and charmingly than before. The fair skin on her chest attracted the attention of many men. Is this what she calls capital? But this is no longer important to Yi Tian. Yi Tian stayed with her for a few seconds. The woman he once held in his hands had now turned to the arms of another man. It was inevitable that he would feel an indescribable feeling in his heart when he saw her again. Wu Tong didn't dare look Yi Tian in the eye, perhaps because she felt guilty. It was obvious that Lin Tong had dragged her here to show off. Lin Tongxing saw that Yi Tian's eyes were only on Wu Tong and he had no intention of paying attention to him. He felt very uncomfortable about being ignored. So, Lin Tongxing said sarcastically, a little angrily, I'm afraid some random people will want to come in and eat and drink for free, which would be disrespectful to everyone. I don't mind giving you some of the leftovers. The more Lin Tongxing spoke, the more outrageous he became, and the more proud he became. Wow, I was wondering why there were flies in such a fancy restaurant. Turns out there were rotten eggs nearby. The second brother and the others, who had seen the truth, walked to Yi Tian and headed towards Lin Tongxing and Wu Tong, covering their noses to dispel the smell. Obviously, they are talking about this scumbag couple. Lin Tongxing is a fly and Wu Tong is a rotten egg. Who are you talking about? Brat! Lin Tongxing glared at the second brother with gritted teeth. In such a high-level occasion, he is a man who cares about his reputation and will not act rashly. I didn't say anything about anyone. I just said something that only flies could understand. Of course, I said it to flies. The second brother laughed. The third and fourth brothers also laughed. Lin Tongxing's face instantly twisted and he was about to explode. Wu Tong, who was standing beside her, was also furious. She, who prided herself on her beauty, was being compared to a rotten egg, which naturally made her chest blaze with anger. Yi Tian, don't go too far. Yi Tian ignored Wu Tong's words, looked at the arrogant Lin Tongxing, and turned to Lao Er and the others. It's useless to say these angry words. Let's just order the most expensive dishes today to avoid some random people making noises. The way to deal with the enemy is to ignore it, making it anxious and helpless. This is so satisfying. Ah. The second brother and the others thought Yi Tian was just saying this out of anger, as the food here is extremely expensive. However, after seeing his firm stance, they all nodded and said, okay. That kid is too arrogant. Even if they spend all the money in their bank cards, they still have to eat. Oh, poor bastards always like to pretend to be rich. Seeing that his attempt to ridicule them failed, Lin Tongxing sneered at them in a sarcastic tone. Lin Tongxing knew Yi Tian's financial situation. If he wasn't a pauper, Wu Tong wouldn't have been taken advantage of by him in just 3 days. Now you still want to eat the most expensive dishes in a 9-star hotel? Does he deserve it? Don't overestimate your abilities. Soon someone will be taken away by the tea uncle because he cannot pay the bill. However, he is now looking forward to this happening. No matter where he is, Yi Tian is always his defeated opponent. Just thinking about it makes him feel good. Okay, I'd like to see how you die soon. If you beg me nicely then, I might even do you a favor and give you some of my leftover rice. Lin Tongsheng said proudly while hugging Wu Tong's slender waist. That's not necessary. I can afford any expensive dish here. As for you, if you can't afford the most expensive dish, I wouldn't mind letting you come along and experience the expensive dishes here. At this time, Yi Tian also fought back in the same way that Lin Tongsheng had just used. After hearing this, Lin Tong was so angry that his face turned black. You poor bastard, what's the point of just talking so hard? You talk as if you can really afford it. Do you dare to make a bet with me? Lin Tongsheng was certain that Yi Tian was speaking so arrogantly just to put him under pressure verbally. The most expensive package here costs at least millions or tens of millions. How could this poor bastard afford it? Since he doesn't know his place, I'll give him a good beating. What's more, there are so many rich second generations watching here, and some even started live broadcasts. If they take this opportunity to bet with Yi Tian, he will definitely lose face. Seeing the two people competing against each other, more and more people came to watch the fun, which further aroused Lin Tongsheng's competitive spirit in the bet. Yi Tian glanced at the people gathered around him, saw through Lin Tongsheng's little trick, and happily agreed to the bet. Boss. Impulse is the devil. The second brother and the others wanted to stop Yi Tian. Just now, he said in a fit of anger that he wanted to eat the most expensive dishes, which could make them bankrupt in a minute. If they made another bet now, wouldn't they be in debt and have to see the tea, uncle? Don't worry, I know what's going on. Yi Tian knew their concerns, but he confidently told them not to worry. How do you do it? Yi Tian asked. It's simple. If you can't afford the most expensive set meal here, you have to kowtow to me 3 times and call me dad 3 times. Lin Tongsheng's eyes were full of contempt, as if Yi Tian was bound to lose, and he was waiting to call him dad with a smug look on his face. Wu Tong knew Yi Tian's situation very well and was certain that he had lost to Lin Tongsheng. They had just embarrassed her in front of everyone and were no longer showing any mercy. They were also waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Everyone around him, except Yi Tian himself, thought that a poor boy with ordinary clothes like him would definitely lose. They were also joining in the fun. Looking at this situation, young Master Lin will undoubtedly win. That's not necessarily true. Don't underestimate any man. After all, there are very few voices supporting Yi Tian. Yi Tian didn't care about the various voices of others, but just smiled calmly. What if you lose? Yi Tian asked back. Will Lin Tongsheng lose to this poor boy? What kind of joke is this? He burst out laughing and said proudly, that's impossible. But if I lose, I'll eat a shoe live, kowtow to you 3 times, and call you daddy. How's that? Are you satisfied? Lin Tongsheng looked at Yi Tian very proudly and said. In his mind, this was something that would never happen, and he was just waiting to see Yi Tian's show. Satisfied, very satisfied. Yi Tian nodded. Seeing such a lively scene, many diners around have taken out their mobile phones to shoot videos and start live broadcasts. Waiter, serve us the most expensive set meal here. Yi Tian snapped his fingers and said to the beautiful waitress. Sir, are you sure you want to eat here? Our most expensive set menu comes with the most elegant and comfortable private room. Before the waitress could finish, Yi Tian raised his hand to signal her to stop. That's fine. Just serve us the most expensive set meal here, and serve the most expensive set meal to all the guests in this area, except for their table. Yi Tian instructed the beautiful waitress and pointed at Lin Tongsheng and Wu Tong next to him. Upon hearing the news, the hundreds of diners present were overjoyed. Lin Tongsheng and Wu Tong looked constipated. Although they knew that Yi Tian was not that capable, they were very unhappy that he embarrassed them in public. Who are we looking down on? We eat what they eat. Lin Tongsheng said proudly that he must not lose to this kid. Wow, did we hear that right? This is a massive deal. Judging by the number of people in this area, there are around 500. The most expensive package for several hundred people would cost at least 100 million yuan. I didn't expect it to be the king. You really can't judge a person by his appearance. Originally, the waitress here would not look at people with tinted glasses, but Yi Tian's behavior just now really made her unbelievable, so the waitress confirmed Yi Tian's words again. Yi Tian waved his hand to stop her from asking any more questions. Do as I say. Chapter 5 Lin Tongsheng begs for mercy. When Wu Tong heard Yi Tian acting so pretentiously, there was a hint of contempt in his eyes. She knew exactly how many hairs Yi Tian had on his body. Weren't we just breaking up? Was there any need to act so rich in front of her? Do you think that she will come back to him? Dream. Yi Tian, why are you pretending? Get out of here right now. Don't show up in my sight and make me sick. Wu Tong drove Yi Tian away angrily. I originally wanted to see him make a fool of himself, but he was overestimating his own abilities. There are more and more people watching now, and she doesn't want others to know too much about her and Yi Tian. Don't be angry, little darling. I'll make him crawl away from here in a moment. Lin Tongsheng, who was standing next to her, hugged Wu Tong's slender waist tightly and coaxed her. Hate it, I suddenly don't want to see him now. Wu Tong said coquettishly in his arms. Don't be impatient, just bear with it. Lin Tongsheng coaxed Wu Tong. So disgusting. This pair of dogs. Do you really think I'm a sick cat? Yi Tian smiled evilly. Oh, you guys really like to steal my lines. Everyone here will witness who will be the one rolling and crawling in a while. Alright, Yi Tian, stop talking nonsense. Let's get started. Lin Tongsheng was a little impatient talking to Yi Tian, and urged him in an instigating manner. Yeah, let's get started. The people around who were watching the show also started to shout. They were very interested in this scene. Waiter, serve the food. Yi Tian raised the corner of his mouth slightly and spoke in a domineering tone. He didn't even look at the menu and asked the waiter to bring the main course. Suddenly, the atmosphere here became more lively, and even the number of people watching the live broadcast gradually increased. The waiter, who was as beautiful as a flight attendant, served the first high-end dish. Stir-fried cucumber strips. Everyone. Yi Tian was also slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the first main dish of this famous 9-star hotel would be this. The second brother and the others were even more stunned and speechless. Lin Tongsheng snorted coldly, that's it? The very sharp-eyed Lin Tongsheng immediately determined that this dish was just a must-order dish for the middle-class consumers here. There was nothing special about it. Only this poor boy thought it was a high-end consumption for him. Lin Tongsheng was immediately delighted and said, "Beautiful lady, serve me this dish too." At this time, the waiter introduced it to Yi Tian and the others, and they realized that this was a famous appetizer, the first cold dish of the state banquet. It was sour, spicy, sweet and crisp, with a superior taste, and was worth 9,999 yuan. Oh my god! A vegetarian dish is worth nearly 10,000 yuan. Legal high-level robbery. It really blinded the second brother and his titanium eyes. The third child felt like crying but had no tears. This was the punishment for his impulsiveness. In order to pretend to be fat, the brothers had to grit their teeth and tighten their belts. If they ordered this cucumber, they could make a truckload of 9,999 cucumbers if they made them themselves. The fourth brother's heart was bleeding. What a great value! Yi Tian picked up a piece of cucumber that was delicious in color, aroma, and taste. It was sweet and sour, full of the smell of money, and he felt refreshed. The second brother and the others also started to taste it. The food in the big hotel was indeed different. You could taste the taste of money and enjoy the beauty and service of the beauties. It was such a small plate of cucumbers that each person could eat one and it was gone without feeling hungry. There was a beautiful woman to admire and the beauty to feast on. It really worked. The ancients never deceived us. Lin Tongsheng glanced over from the side, wanting to see how embarrassed Yi Tian and the others were as they were trying to pretend to be rich. Eating such an expensive cucumber must have hurt their heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. They looked like they wanted to cry but had no tears, and had no desire to live. However, Yi Tian looked like he was enjoying it. Humph, you little brat, are you still pretending? It's only the first dish. I'll make you bankrupt and eat dirt in no time. Lin Tongsheng snorted in his heart and then ordered the most expensive bottle of Romane Conti. This is a fine wine that millionaires can own but only billionaires can taste. Then, Lin Tongsheng looked at Yi Tian very proudly. This bottle of Romane Conti is worth 1 million yuan. With so many people here, it would cost about 100 million yuan if we order all of it. How dare you order one bottle per table? Oh my god, this guy did it on purpose. Ordering such expensive wine is clearly an attempt to make our boss suffer. What should we do? The fourth brother suddenly felt that the cucumber in his mouth was no longer fragrant. The second and third brothers also stopped eating. The second brother looked at Yi Tian with a painful expression. Boss, how can you still eat? Otherwise, we won't compete with him. This will cause big trouble. Let's cut the loss quickly. Yi Tian finished the melon in his mouth gracefully. Just make sure you eat it well, I know what's going on. Afterwards, Yi Tian also asked the waiter to serve the most expensive Romane Conti, and to serve another 100 bottles to distribute to the guests in this area. Wow! This guy is absolutely super rich. I can't believe how lucky we are to have the chance to taste the most expensive wine in the world. This is the wine I've been coveting for years. Wow, this boy is so handsome. YYDS. Love it. All the girls in the audience cheered, and even the girls who had boyfriends expressed their love for Yi Tian without any hesitation. Next, Lin Tong was so angry that his face turned as black as ink. Wu Tong next to him was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She looked at Yi Tian in disbelief and instantly felt that he was very handsome. Why didn't she notice it before? Is Yi Tian crazy? Even Lin Tongsheng, the rich second generation whom she had finally hooked up with, didn't dare to squander like this. Could it be that he is an invisible rich second generation who has been pretending to be poor in front of me? Lin Tongsheng was very dissatisfied with his woman staring at her ex with shining eyes, and coughed heavily. Wu Tongkai reluctantly turned around and drank the same Romani Conti that Lin Tongsheng ordered, but it didn't taste good at all. Next, the waiter brought out extremely high-end dishes. The ingredients are all the same, but after being transformed by the ingenuity of the senior chefs of the 9-star hotel, they become 100 times more valuable. This is how society is. Different platforms often lead to different self-worth. Orange-flavored coconut water chestnuts. 199,999 yuan. Delicious black garlic sweet and sour pork tenderloin. 399,999 yuan. Flowering sea intestine crisp bucket. 166,666 yuan. Delicious octopus in gravy. 199,999 yuan. Baizi Mapo tofu. 399,999 yuan. Top quality black truffle foie gras sauce and fried king oyster mushrooms. 1,999,999 yuan. Premium caviar and pine meat. 299,999 yuan. Bobo chicken, perfect for eating whole. 199,999 yuan. Lobster and coconut rice. 688,888 yuan. 10 dishes were served one after another, and everyone was shocked, except Yi Tian. These are extremely expensive dishes. The second brother and his friends were secretly worried while tasting them. The others were also very happy. It felt so great to get a free meal. Especially such high-end dishes, they usually hardly dare to order such expensive dishes. More and more netizens are watching the live broadcast, and it's getting more and more exciting. Such eye-opening high-end dishes are so delicious even through the screen. Among the live broadcast rooms here, there are several with a viewing volume of up to 100 million people. Just now, Lin Tongsheng boasted that he wanted to order the same dishes as Yi Tian, but now he regrets it very much. After only 3 dishes were served, he felt pain in his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Under pressure from everyone, he endured the pain and waited until the 10th dish. After a rough calculation of the price, I found that he has spent about 5 million. My dad will definitely break his legs. He really can't bear it anymore and has to stop the loss in time. Yi Tian wanted to continue ordering dishes, but Lin Tongsheng burst into tears and knelt down in front of Yi Tian, begging for mercy. "Brother Tian, please spare me. I am blind. Please don't order anymore." When everyone saw Lin Tongsheng kneeling, they all started to make a fuss. "Hey, young Master Lin lost, cow down now, call Brother Tian daddy, and eat shoes live. Eating shoes live. Eating shoes live." For a moment, everyone at the scene started to cheer and watch the excitement. Such an exciting scene was really interesting. Chapter 6 Sign in Reward Helicopter. Yi Tian glanced at Lin Tongsheng who was kneeling on the ground. "What? Admit defeat? Are you going to honor the bet?" Instead, he ate the delicious food calmly. The others were cheering, "Keep the bet. Eat shoes live. Eat shoes live." Second brother Chu Hong and the others were not calm. "Boss, we can't just let them go. He was so arrogant just now, deliberately making things difficult for us. We must give him a taste of his own medicine. How can we miss such a satisfying counterattack? He who does not seek revenge is not a gentleman. He wants to avenge his boss." The third brother, Li Feng, said, "I was wondering who was looking down on others just now. You really are such a forgetful person. What? You lost and you still want to deny it? Why don't you kowtow quickly? Lin Tongxing's mouth twitched slightly. Thinking of his arrogant words just now, he wanted to bite off his tongue. How could he know that Yi Tian could afford it? Now he is really shooting himself in the foot. Lin Tongxing still held onto a glimmer of hope, and turned to Yi Tian with a flattering smile and said, "Brother Tian, it's my fault for not knowing how to handle things. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. You can ask our boss to forgive you, but you should at least show some appreciation, right? You can't miss out on fulfilling the bet you promised." Old Sijafeng said firmly. Snap. 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 Lin Tongxing immediately slapped himself 3 times. The palm marks on half of his face were immediately visible. Eating shoes live on air is so embarrassing and disgusting. He wanted to get away with it. I deserve to die. I talked nonsense. Brother Tian, please forgive me, brothers. Lin Tongxing kept begging. Hey, you think our boss is going to forgive you just like that? That's not what you said when we made the bet. What do you think we should do? Old Sijafeng seized the opportunity and didn't want to let this arrogant guy go. Yeah, we can't just mess around with the bet. Eating shoes live. Others were unhappy and just wanted to watch the show. What's more, many people are broadcasting live, and the popularity of this live broadcast room is rising rapidly. How can we miss such a good opportunity? At this time, the people around were becoming more and more excited. The second generation of rich people loved to watch the fun. Yi Tian stopped slowly and said to Lin Tongxing, "If you act like this, won't it make me look like a traitor?" No one will agree with that. Yes. I disagree. The second brother and the others said this. Since you refuse to honor the bet, then get up. I won't force you. Yi Tian said. How could Lin Tongxing dare to get up? If Yi Tian doesn't let him go and continues to pay high prices, his father will definitely break his legs and he will have no money to spend on picking up girls in the future. I'm still waiting for the installment payment for the Lamborghini I rented. And the people around Yi Tian will not let him go. Brother Tian, please forgive me. I will definitely follow your lead from now on. Lin Tongxing looked pious and made the promise in a servile manner, but he was actually very angry and refused to fulfill the bet no matter what. I don't ask for much. Just fulfill the bet you made. Look, everyone is waiting for you. Yi Tian said, looking around at the people around him. Seeing that something interesting was about to happen, everyone got excited again and shouted in unison, "That's right, kowtow to him and call him daddy, and then eat shoes live." The shouting continued, and Lin Tongxing felt a chill on his back, and he looked like he was constipated. If he called Yi Tian dad, he would be inferior to Yi Tian from now on, and he would be too embarrassed to show it. This incident was being broadcast live. If he returned to Xiamen University, Lin Tongxing would be ashamed. However, if his father knew that he had spent millions, it would completely cut off his source of income. What is the difference between that and being a pauper? It would be better to endure the humiliation and bow to Yi Tian first, and then find an opportunity to take revenge later. The Lamborghini he drives now was purchased on installments just to give his father some face. Under the pressure of everyone and after repeated considerations, Lin Tongxing had no choice but to kowtow 3 times to Yi Tian and call Yi Tian dad 3 times. The onlookers became more and more excited as they watched, and even felt that it was very satisfying to hear Lin Tongxing calling Yi Tian dad. Good son, daddy forgives you, get up quickly. Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction. Ding, it's detected that the host has been called daddy. The host will be rewarded with a helicopter and an additional Hongqi S9 supercar. Good job. What a generous reward. Yi Tian was so excited when he heard the system's voice. This system is really powerful. However, Yi Tian remained quite low-key and didn't say anything. Seeing his satisfied smile, everyone thought he was so happy to be called dad. So they didn't take it too seriously. Afterwards, Lin Tong sat on the ground with a hopeless look on his face, preparing to take off his shoes. How to eat this shoe? He wanted to vomit just thinking about the smell of those stinky socks. Seeing Lin Tongxing kowtow and call him dad, Yi Tian felt so happy. The matter of his girlfriend being robbed was no longer important. While the people around him were in high spirits, he had to appear calm. Everything is under control. Seeing Lin Tongxing pick up the shoes, the second brother and the others applauded. Hurry up and keep going, you're eating shoes on the livestream. Everyone was very anxious to see such a scene. Such a scene is a rare opportunity, and the voices of netizens in the live broadcast room are getting louder and louder, waiting to see him eat shoes. Lin Tongsheng felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. Could he pretend to be confused? What he said just now about eating shoes on the live broadcast was nonsense. He really didn't know that this bastard Yi Tian was so capable that he could afford to eat the most expensive dishes. Lin Tongsheng secretly cast a look at Wu Tong for help. After all, this woman was Yi Tian's ex. Yi Tian had always obeyed her, so maybe she could say a few nice words to make Yi Tian let him go. Wu Tong understood Lin Tongsheng's meaning, but things were different now. Yi Tian became so rich in just one day, he must not be underestimated. She couldn't offend Yi Tian casually. It was she who had chosen to break up with him because she was blind and picked up this useless Lin Tongsheng. She regrets it so much now. This is like throwing away the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. After weighing the pros and cons, Wu Tongjiao pretended to be ignorant and said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Yi Tian is really amazing, Tongsheng. You just have to perform well and don't let Brother Yi Tian down." Puff. Lin Tongsheng felt a mouthful of blood stuck in his chest. This damn woman. He actually turned against us at this time. Yeah, your woman said so, why don't you hurry up? The others urged. Hurry up, admit defeat. If you're a man, stop wasting time. Netizens are waiting. Lin Tongsheng was so sad that he wanted to cry but had no tears. He started to eat his shoes with a dead heart. Wait. Put these shoes down. Lin Tongsheng suddenly showed a hint of joy, thinking that Yi Tian was going to let him go. Waiter. Yi Tian called the waiter and whispered something to her. Soon after she left, a special dish was served. All eyes are focused on this mysterious dish. If you eat these shoes, I can pretend nothing happened, and I can also help you pay for your purchase. This is a great deal. Yi Tian uncovered the mysterious dish and found it was a pair of slippers. This is a dish made with ordinary ingredients and cooked by a senior chef to look like a pair of slippers. Although it is edible food and not real shoes, the shoes are made to such a realistic level that it would be really disgusting if people really ate them. Chapter 7. The picture is too wonderful. Now letting Lin Tong eat it raw is considered as a punishment for him to fulfill his bet of eating shoes on live broadcast. Lin Tongsheng looked at the strange pair of slippers. Although he knew it was fake, it looked no different from the real ones. It was very uncomfortable for him to eat it. Lin Tongsheng couldn't help but make a vomiting gesture again. Quick! Livestream eating shoes. Everyone was in high spirits. Yi Tian and the others were staring at him closely. Even his girlfriend Wu Tong urged him to eat it quickly. Netizens in the live broadcast room also expressed. These shoes are so realistic. This kind of live broadcast of eating shoes is really eye-opening and interesting. Lin Tongsheng had no choice but to pick up the shoes, his facial features wrinkled with discomfort. He kept mentally preparing himself before reluctantly putting the shoes to his mouth. As soon as he opened his mouth, Lin Tongsheng saw the lifelike shoes and it was as if he smelled a foot odor. Suddenly, someone helped him and pushed the shoes into his mouth quickly. Lin Tongsheng vomited again and almost vomited all over the floor. Thinking that Yi Tian would let him go and help him clear several million, Lin Tongsheng gritted his teeth and went all out to get the pair of shoes. Lin Tongsheng devoured the pair of shoes in just a few bites, and everyone clapped their hands in joy. After eating, I felt like vomiting and my stomach started to churn, so I quickly ran to the sink and vomited a pool of dirty stuff. The netizens in the live broadcast room were so excited that the screen was full of comments. It was hard to tell what comments were being sent. The cumulative number of viewers exceeded 100 million. Brother Tian, are you satisfied with this? Lin Tongsheng came back as if he had escaped death, and tried hard to please Yi Tian with a playful smile. I'll pay for you guys, you can go now. Yi Tian said lightly, his eyes not staying on Lin Tongsheng for even half a second. I feel sick when I see this couple. Yes. 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 I'll take my leave immediately. As long as you're happy, Brother Tian. When Lin Tongsheng heard that Yi Tian would clear several million in high-priced expenses, he half bowed to please him and dragged Wu Tong away. However, Wu Tong was very reluctant to leave here with Lin Tongsheng, as she still wanted to take advantage of Yi Tian. However, Lin Tongsheng's strength was too great, and Wu Tong had to leave while looking back every few steps. Everyone dispersed. After Lin Tongsheng left, many people gathered together and live broadcasted all of Yi Tian's actions. Yi Tian waved his hand to signal everyone to disperse. He had been the center of attention today. If he hadn't wanted to punish that couple, he wouldn't have been so high profile. But there are still many people who are live streaming Etion. He had to use his system advantage to add another pot of hard dish to each table before they stopped the live broadcast. Ding! We've detected that the host is generous in treating us. We'll reward the host with a luxury watch. Please sign in to claim it. Faced with such a situation, Etion signed in silently without thinking. Suddenly, Etion felt a vibration in his pocket. He subconsciously reached into his pocket and found something that looked like a watch inside. He thought that this should be the so-called famous watch rewarded by the system. This system is great, there are rewards for being generous. Indeed. People should be more generous. It brings joy to help others. If you have the ability to help others, of course you should help more. Boss, that's awesome. Let's continue eating and drinking. The second brother Chu Hong said to Etion excitedly. Yeah, I've been annoyed with that guy for a long time. Now I feel so relieved. The third and fourth brothers also said in unison. But they have never enjoyed such pleasure that money brings them. After Etion and his friends had eaten and drunk their fill, Etion wanted to pay the bill. At this time, a beautiful woman with special temperament came over. Hello. I am Mu Dan, the general manager of this hotel. May I ask if you are Mr. Etion? The beautiful Mu Dan asked Etion with a smile. Hello. I am Etion. Etion turned his head and looked at the beauty. Ah, so you are Mr. Etion himself. Hello, boss, welcome back. Today, she had just received a notice to meet the mysterious owner of the hotel. At first, she had thought he was an old man in his 50s or 60s. Just now, while watching the excitement, she heard this young man call himself Etion and immediately verified his identity. She had no idea that he was the owner. Mu Dan, who has excellent professional qualities, couldn't help but get excited when she saw such a young and handsome Etion. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked and began to talk among themselves. I never expected this. Etion, who looks like a poor loser in ordinary clothes, is actually the boss here. Oh my god, this is too fantastic, isn't it? No way, did I hear it right? It turns out to be the invisible rich man. I was wondering, you're the boss here. No wonder you're so generous and treat us to $1 million bottle of wine. Ordinary rich kids wouldn't dare do that. Damn. I thought only those who dressed brightly and beautifully were the rich, but it turns out those who dress simply are the kings. Now that you put it that way, he's certainly not simple. Look at the kingly aura he exudes. Every gesture he makes reveals the noble and elegant aura of a king. Yes, yes, yes. The temperament is perfectly captured. It's an honor to meet the boss. Newton smiled sweetly. Thank you, Newton, you're great. You've worked so hard to run the hotel so well. Etion praised the mother pill generously. Thank you for the compliment, boss. This is what I should do. Mu Dan replied calmly, then retreated behind Etion. Fuck. Boss, what kind of shit luck did you have? Becoming a 9-star boss? Yeah, boss, when did you become the boss here? How come I didn't know? No wonder he said he won the lottery, it turns out he's the boss here. Wow, you're hiding it quite well. I've known you for such a long time, and you never told me. The second brother and the others asked in surprise and confusion. You didn't ask me, so I didn't tell you. Etion smiled slightly, as if this was a very common thing and not worth mentioning. You know, Etion is a famously honest child. They would naturally believe what he said. Boss, I'm so envious. I can live a life of luxury by following you. The second brother said enviously. Come on, boss, let's go. A few people raised their glasses and drank, and after about 2 hours, they were full and satisfied. The rich second generation around all thanked Etion for his generosity and invited them to taste such expensive Romane Conti. In the end, the total consumption was less than 200 million yuan. With such a rich system, this huge sum of money came too easily. He spent it without any regrets. Instead, I feel very refreshed. The so-called second-generation rich people spend money like water, and this is probably the feeling they get. The second brother and the others were very happy to be able to enjoy such a luxurious meal for free. After leaving the hotel, Etion wanted to take his brothers to see his Honchi supercar. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, I'll take you to see my new car. Fuck. Boss, I'm really excited. Today feels like a dream, but it's 1,000 times better than a dream. We brothers are really blessed by you. Come and take us to see it. According to the information, the Hongqi Supercar S9 rewarded by the system is in the parking garage of the Pearl Hotel. Hongqi S9. Holy crap. I heard this Hongqi Supercar is super expensive. It's even more impressive than those foreign luxury cars, and it's not inferior at all. As soon as old Sijifeng saw the red flag that Yi Tian was pointing at, his eyes lit up. Chapter 8: The School Beauty Must Marry Me. Ding. Detected that the host is inspecting the Hongqi S9, rewarding the host's driving skills. Yi Tian heard the system reward at this time, and he immediately received the driving skills. This system is so user-friendly, it delivers the skills he needs just in time. Wow, boss, isn't this the Hongqi S9 national supercar I saw online? It's said to be priced around 20 million yuan and can sprint from 0 to 100 meters in 1.9 seconds. Old Sijifeng couldn't wait to walk forward and touched the perfect car body with great care. Yes, it's the Hongqi S9. They say it's impossible to buy even with money. Only people of high status can own one. It's a limited edition of 99 units worldwide. The third brother also added. Wow! This is the supercar of my dreams. Driving a Hongqi S9, I'll be with you forever, and the more I drive, the more friends I'll make. The second child sat in the driver's seat and praised it. Just a bunch of idiots, huh? Ha ha. The third brother was joking. Bah, what are these bad friends? Aren't you just insulting ourselves? We are true friends. The fourth brother said quickly. Isn't it? True friends. The second brother echoed. Yi Tian was very happy seeing them joking around. Boss, come on, take us for a ride and let us enjoy the pleasure of riding in a luxury car. Second brother, you are stupid. When will the eldest brother learn to drive? Let me do it. The fourth brother reminded the second brother. I forgot. The second brother suddenly came to his senses and slapped his forehead. You're wrong. Your boss, happened to learn how to drive during the summer vacation after the college entrance exam. Yi Tian lied. White lies. No matter how many white lies you tell. Yeah, what rich second generation can't drive? That's perfect. Come on, get in. The second brother said impatiently. The others also sat on it immediately. The feeling was so refreshing that it was beyond words. After Yi Tian received his driver's license, all the driving skills immediately emerged in his mind, and he was able to drive the Hongqi very skillfully naturally. Wow, that's awesome. Driving a luxury car is definitely different. Wow. Oh, by the way, please don't tell anyone that I'm rich. I'm just like that. Well, don't worry, boss. We will help you keep the secret. Just take us out for a good meal. The second brother said happily. The third and fourth brothers would naturally keep the secret, although they didn't understand why the eldest brother was so low-key when he was so rich. But he has his reasons for doing this now. In the hotel, he had instructed Mu Dan to tell others to keep it confidential. Yi Tian took them for a walk outside, and when they returned to the school gate, they met Zhang Zifeng at the school gate. Hey, isn't this the school beauty Zhang Zifeng's sister? The second child sitting in the passenger seat said, and then the third and fourth children also looked over. It really is the school beauty Zhang Zifeng's sister. Yi Tian recognized Zhang Zifeng at a glance. He immediately stopped the car and said to Lao Si, please park the car for me. I have something to do, you two can go first. Okay, boss, we're leaving first. Seize the opportunity. He. The fourth brother said excitedly, and finally teased Yi Tian in an interesting way and gave him a very meaningful smile. Zhang Zifeng, why are you here? Are you waiting for me? Approaching Zhang Zifeng, Yi Tian said half-jokingly. Yes, I've been waiting for you. Zhang Zifeng followed up with a smile. Oh, is there something you're waiting for me for? Yi Tian asked in confusion. If nothing happens, then I can't look for you, right? Zhang Zifeng said coquettishly with a little annoyance. No, that's not what I meant. I feel honored to have a beautiful lady like you waiting for me. Yi Tian was naturally very happy to see her. You helped me, and I haven't thanked you formally yet. Let me treat you to dinner today. Zhang Zifeng looked at Yi Tian expectantly. It's just a small favor, no need to mention it. And didn't you already say thank you? Yi Tian had just had a meal at the Pearl Hotel and was still taking a drive without fully digesting the food. It's just a piece of cake for you, but it's a huge help to me. I must treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Zhang Zifeng insisted on treating him to a meal. Ding! Detecting the host has an invitation. If you accept, you will be rewarded with full artistic talent. If you refuse, the host will be punished with nightmares every day. At this moment, the system sounded like this. Damn it! This system is too deceptive, isn't it? What kind of multiple choice question is this? Out of desperation, Yi Tian had to agree to the beauty's request. He can't have nightmares every day. He is so rich now, but he still has nightmares every day. How can he live? Well, since you insist so much, you don't have to treat me to a meal. Let's go get some coffee. Eating is not a difficult thing. Moreover, with a beauty like her, many people can't ask for it. Yi Tian weighed the pros and cons and said. Ding! Detected that the host has accepted the invitation of the beautiful lady. Reward is a luxurious villa in Repulse Bay. Damn! This system's rewards are so many and awesome. A villa in Repulse Bay, that's a prime location, only the richest of the rich can afford it. According to this year's housing prices, it's already 200,000 yuan per square meter. Yi Tian thought to himself, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's such a pleasure to receive such an award. Then let's go. Looking at Yi Tian with a smile on his face, Zhang Zifeng thought he was very happy, so he happily took his hand and walked out. Yi Tian came back to his senses and found Zhang Zifeng holding his hand. A warmth filled every cell in his body. This feels so good. Warm and soft. It's so happy to be held hand by a beautiful woman. Come to the cafe and sit down. Zhang Zifeng drank coffee and chatted with Yi Tian. The two were chatting happily when Zhang Zifeng suddenly said to Yi Tian, can you do me another small favor? Of course, I will help you as long as I can. Yi Tian said without thinking. He has always been very gentlemanly and is always willing to help, no matter if it is a boy or a girl, especially a beautiful girl like Zhang Zifeng. It's a deal then, you will help me and you are not allowed to go back on your word, okay? Zhang Zifeng said happily. When Yi Tian heard her say this, he began to feel a little regretful. Her tone seemed to be setting a trap for him. Was it too late to regret now? But he was a man of his word, so he had to agree reluctantly. I will never regret it. As long as it's not against the law, I will definitely help you if I can. Yi Tian didn't expect that she would propose anything outrageous. As long as it was not harmful, he would be willing to help, even if it was just a small favor, even if it was 100 favors. Great! That's straightforward indeed. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. Well, you say. Yi Tian said as he looked at the beautiful girl in front of him who was smiling like a flower. Let's get married. Zhang Zifeng said this unexpectedly. Puff cough cough cough. When Yi Tian heard the word marriage, he spat out all the coffee he had just drunk. He had guessed from her words just now that she was going to set him up, so he was mentally prepared, but he never expected that what she wanted to help her with was getting married. This is a big deal in life. It's so sudden. Are you okay? Are you surprised? Are you delighted? Zhang Zifeng smiled and took out a tissue and asked him to wipe the stain. The school beauty proposed to him. This isn't a surprise, it's a shock. He just broke up and hasn't gotten over it yet. No. Yi Tian wiped the coffee from his mouth and immediately said in a firm tone. Don't refuse yet, just listen to me, okay? Zhang Zifeng was not surprised to hear Yi Tian's answer, but she was confident that she could convince Yi Tian to agree to her. No. No. Yi Tian quickly refused again. When he heard about this, he didn't need to listen to her explanation at all. Then you have to listen to me. Okay? Zhang Zifeng begged. Okay, go ahead. Although Yi Tian refused in his heart, he also gave her the right to finish speaking. I mean, we're having a fake marriage. It's a fake marriage to appease my parents. Otherwise, they'd want me to marry a 50-year-old man. No way. Can you really bear to see me, a beautiful young lady, marry an ugly, short, fat, old man? Please be a good person and help me, just do me a small favor. Zhang Zifeng pleaded bitterly, his delicate little face full of despair and pain. As he was talking, Zhang Zifeng secretly pinched his thigh, and instantly, he looked pitiful. Sad tears kept flowing down. Chapter 9: Being tricked into meeting the parents. How could this be considered a small favor? Putting his entire life's happiness at stake, and that's still considered a small favor? If this is just a small favor, then there is probably no big favor that Zhang Zifeng would mention. Even fake marriages are not allowed. Yi Tian firmly disagreed and remained indifferent no matter how pitiful she looked. Getting married is the most important decision in your life, how can you take it lightly? Wow, are you so cruel as to leave someone in need without helping? That old man is incredibly ugly and ferocious, and he might even be prone to domestic violence. 555, my life is so miserable. Zhang Zifeng was crying so hard that her eyes were filled with pity. Any normal man would agree to her request, no matter what it is. But he is not a normal man, no, not an ordinary normal man. Yi Tian really couldn't accept the fact that he was asked to marry her on the first day they met. Even if it's just a fake marriage. We must never agree to such a ridiculous request of hers. Seeing that Yi Tian refused to accept it, Zhang Zifeng cried even harder. Those who were not aware of the situation looked over, thinking that he was the one bullying the girl. No matter how he tried to persuade her, she continued to cry. Faced with all kinds of strange and puzzled looks from passers-by A, B, C, and D, Yi Tian felt a little embarrassed and at a loss. Under pressure from the people around him and seeing how sad she was, he finally softened his heart. He tried to say, "You could find another young man to marry you, why me?" "Silly boy, because I like you, because we are destined for each other." Miss Zhang said in her heart. "Do you think I don't want to? Marriage is a serious matter. It must pass my parents' approval. No one else meets my parents' requirements. Right now, you are the only one who best meets their requirements, so this favor must belong to you." Seeing that he had changed, Zhang Zifeng stopped crying and lied to Yi Tian seriously. "Then why did your parents choose to find an old, ugly man?" Yi Tian asked in confusion. "That guy took advantage of his few bucks to do evil and threaten my family." "Then if you just find a random man to marry, aren't you afraid of his revenge?" Yi Tian asked. "I'm not afraid of him now that I'm married. Because I have you to protect me. Besides, I didn't just find someone randomly. I thought it through carefully," Zhang Zifeng said very seriously. At this time Yi Tian fell silent. Why does Zhang Zifeng say it's a fake marriage but it's a real marriage? Hey, Yi Tian, just agree to it. Just consider it as a favor for me, okay? Zhang Zifeng continued to look at him coquettishly. This. Yi Tian was in a dilemma for a moment, let me think about it. Idiot. What else are you thinking? If it were another man, I would have wanted to get the marriage certificate right away. Ding. Detected that the school beauty requested the host's help. Agree to her and you'll be rewarded with combat skills. Refuse and you'll be punished by turning into a Mediterranean Sea within a month. Damn, this system is really good at cheating. Doesn't it know that the school beauty's request is for marriage? It's not like treating him to a meal, shopping, or buying him a bag. This is a disguised way of forcing him to agree. Yi Tian kept complaining in his heart. Faced with such a deceptive system, he really didn't dare to refuse. He is still so young. If he becomes Mediterranean within a month, he really doesn't want to live anymore. He is a handsome young man, but if he loses his hair, he will instantly look more than 10 years older, and his appearance will drop drastically from 100 to 1. The Mediterranean is the nemesis of handsome guys. Okay, I can promise you. But I have one condition, and you have to agree to it too. Yi Tian said seriously. Okay, I promise. Go ahead. Ding. The host's fighting skills have been integrated into the body. When the system's voice sounded, Yi Tian suddenly felt full of strength. Seeing that he finally agreed to his request, Zhang Zifeng immediately burst into tears and looked at him expectantly. I will cooperate with you in acting in front of your parents, but I won't do anything that's too much. What do you mean by excessive demands? Kissing or sex? Zhang Zifeng asked him deliberately with a sly smile. He didn't expect that he was a little embarrassed to say what the excessive request was, but this beautiful woman said everything he wanted to say. Those vicious words are really hard to say. He felt a little embarrassed and his face instantly turned red. Ha, look how blushing you are. Of course this is okay. Don't worry, we're just in a fake marriage. There won't be any excessive demands. Zhang Zifeng assured him. Yeah, sure. Yi Tian didn't dare to look directly at Miss Zhang. Seeing his blushing face, Zhang Zifeng thought he was cute and funny. We are all adults, and highly educated adults at that. I just said a few adult words, and you blushed like this. If you experienced it yourself, wouldn't you be afraid to face others? Ha ha. Not decent. Yi Tian quickly picked up the coffee and started drinking, trying to hide his inner embarrassment. Well, you are serious. I like your seriousness. Zhang Zifeng looked at Yi Tian cutely as he lowered his head to drink coffee. He admitted that he lost, and was not as calm as Zhang Zifeng, who said such vicious words. Then it's a deal. You have to accompany me home to meet my parents tonight. Zhang Zifeng struck while the iron was hot, fearing that Yi Tian would escape at the last minute. Puff. Tonight? Yi Tian didn't expect this moment to come so soon. Don't be so excited, okay? You promised me, don't go back on your word. If you do, you'll be a puppy. Zhang Zifeng took advantage of the situation to block all of Yi Tian's retreat routes. Is this beautiful woman going to use him on the battlefield just before the battle? I'm meeting the parents tonight. He was totally unprepared. Okay, give me the specific time and place, and I'll pick you up. Yi Tian nodded and said reluctantly. Don't bother. Let's go to the mall, buy some clothes, and then go home directly. Zhang Zifeng looked at his watch and said. After saying that, he called the waiter, paid the bill, and pulled Yi Tian to the nearest shopping mall. Although he had had several skin contacts with Miss Zhang, he now agreed to a fake marriage with her. When she held his hand, he always had the illusion that they were a real couple. Yi Tian looked at her delicate hand holding his big palm, and it was as if there were waves of electric current flowing through his limbs and bones, making his whole body feel numb and comfortable. This moment is so happy. Zhang Zifeng took him to the mall, changed him into a well-fitting black suit, and then rushed home. Zhang Zifeng's home. Daddy and Mommy, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend Yi Tian. This is my daddy and mommy. Zhang Zifeng took Yi Tian's hand and came to his parents to introduce them. Uncle and aunt, hello. Yi Tian is now starting to get into the mood, and as Zhang Zifeng's boyfriend, he politely greets her parents. Zhang Zifeng's parents were quite surprised by their daughter's new boyfriend, and a look of difficulty flashed in Zhang's father's eyes. But they were also very satisfied with this future son-in-law. Yi Tian didn't expect that Miss Zhang brought him to meet her parents, not just to meet them, but to attend his father's birthday party. Before coming, he wanted to buy a gift as a meeting gift for his parents. But Miss Zhang said that her parents were very casual, and since time was so tight, there was no need to buy gifts. Yi Tian really listened to Zhang Zifeng's advice, so he came here empty-handed. Now that I know it's his father's birthday party, I can't go empty-handed. That would be too rude. Chapter 10 Difficulties. After knowing Yi Tian's concerns, Zhang Zifeng smiled and said, It's really okay. My parents are very casual. Your presence is the greatest gift. That's different, after all, this is the first time we meet. The Zhang family was also a well-known family in the local area. Therefore, the people attending her father's birthday party tonight were all well-known figures from all walks of life. He attended the event as a future son-in-law, but brought no gifts. Although his parents didn't say anything, it was really unacceptable both morally and logically. Yi Tian then made a phone call quietly. The banquet was halfway through when suddenly an ugly man with a hunchback and a broad back walked in with a group of men in black, walking in arrogantly and ostentatiously. Everyone suddenly quieted down, all eyes focused on the newcomer. It seems that the person came with bad intentions and is here to cause trouble. Uncle Zhang, I'm here to congratulate you. I wish you a happy birthday and prosperous business. Ha ha ha. It's just a small token of my respect. The visitor was a fat and ugly middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He was about the same age as Zhang Zifeng's father, and he even had the audacity to call Zhang's father uncle. It seems that this is the man Zhang Zifeng mentioned, and Yi Tian became secretly alert. Out of consideration for his feelings and the pressure from the middle-aged man, Zhang's father had to accept his gift. Hey, Sister Zifeng, you are so beautiful today. The ugly man quickly set his eyes on Zhang Zifeng, who was standing beside Yi Tian. What's disgusting is that in front of everyone, she said some decent words, but her obscene eyes kept lingering on Zhang Zifeng, especially the sensitive part of his chest. Feeling very uncomfortable being looked at with such obscene eyes, Zhang Zifeng subconsciously moved closer to Yi Tian and held Yi Tian's hand tightly. Yi Tian immediately took off his coat and put it on Zhang Zifeng as if he was protecting his lover. He held her hand tightly to calm her down, and then looked at the wretched and smelly man with a sharp gaze. When the stinky man looked up at Yi Tian's sharp gaze, he felt a chill on his back and shuddered in an instant. He quickly retracted his obscene gaze and took a step back in fear. For decades, there has been no one in this area that scared him, but now, he was frightened back by the gaze of a young boy. The ugly man realized belatedly that Yi Tian was just a young boy, and he resumed his usual arrogance and domineering attitude. Then he asked his subordinates and found out that this young man who was Zhang Zifeng's boyfriend was just a college student at the same school as her. After learning about Yi Tian's identity and background, this stinky man became even more unscrupulous in his desire for Zhang Zifeng. So the beauty has been refusing to eat with me all this time just because of this boy? The stinky man walked up to Zhang Zifeng with a smiling face full of fat and asked sarcastically. His eyes were always on Zhang Zifeng's face, and he didn't take Yi Tian standing next to her seriously at all. The stinky man thinks that he is not competitive at all as a college student. Mr. Lin, I already have a boyfriend, please respect yourself. Zhang Zifeng didn't want to waste time talking to him and stated his position directly. Just a boyfriend. As long as you two are still married, I can still make him leave you. It's just a matter of a check. The stinky man said this and wanted to reach out and lift Zhang Zifeng's delicate chin. You're looking for death. I'm warning you, she's my woman, you'd better stay away from her. If you dare to touch her, I'll chop off your hand. Yi Tian quickly grabbed the man's wrist and warned him harshly. With a little force, his wrist bones cracked. It turns out that the fighting skills given by the system are so powerful that they make him feel full of strength and he feels like he can fight against more than a dozen people alone. The stinky man was caught off guard by Yi Tian's attack, and the unbearable pain made his face distorted. Almost at the same time, the stinky man's men immediately surrounded him. Yi Tian, however, warned calmly, I advise you not to act rashly, otherwise his hand will be crippled. It is not appropriate to fight in such an occasion. Those people were immediately frightened by Yi Tian's words. They looked at each other and then at the stinky man. No one is allowed to move. Everyone, step back. The stinky man kept begging for mercy. It hurts, young man, use your words instead of your fists. I was just joking. What kind of joke is this that requires violence? Besides, you have no right to joke with my woman. Yi Tian increased the strength in his hand. His tone was calm, but the words were full of warnings. It hurts. Please spare me. Please spare me. This is Uncle Zhang's party, please give me some face and forgive me. I won't dare to joke around again, never again. The man instantly felt that his wrist was about to break, and immediately screamed in pain like a pig, begging for mercy. The other guests all gathered here, and they actually felt very satisfied and relieved when they saw the ugly appearance of the stinky man. After all, this was Uncle Zhang's birthday party, and Yi Tian didn't want to make a big deal out of it. In the end, he gave him a warning and let go. Father Zhang knew the character of the ugly man, so he naturally would not blame Yi Tian. On the contrary, he looked upon him with favor because he stood up to protect his daughter at this moment. However, the man's power here should not be underestimated, and he was most afraid that Yi Tian would be retaliated against. So, Zhang's father came over to save the situation. Yi Tian, don't be rude. Boss Lin, just give me some face and don't bother with this kid. Uncle Zhang, what are you talking about? Since you have spoken, I certainly won't bother with him, The stinky man Lin Sin touched his painful wrist and promised in a heroic manner. But Lin Sin is a notoriously two-faced villain. Although I say this to give him face, it is hard to say what he will do behind his back. Indeed, he only agreed on the surface. He had already kept this account in mind. After the banquet, he would naturally have someone teach Yi Tian a lesson. But, Uncle Zhang, since this young man is your daughter's boyfriend, it's really unacceptable for him to come to your birthday party empty-handed. Is this also a reason for Uncle Zhang to reject me and let this poor boy marry your daughter? Although he couldn't take advantage of Yi Tian in the fight, he had no advantage over Yi Tian in terms of money. He wanted to take this opportunity to step on Yi Tian hard. After being retorted by Lin Sen, the situation became awkward. Yi Tian did come to the banquet empty-handed, and his clothes were very ordinary. He really looked like a poor boy. Father Zhang was a little speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. I was suddenly in an awkward situation. The guests also murmured, with a hint of sarcasm. Our love for each other is enough. I don't care about material things, and my dad and mom won't care about them either. Zhang Zifeng said proudly while clasping hands with Yi Tian. Ha, Sister Zifeng is young after all. What this society lacks the least is the feelings of young people. No matter how much you pledge your love, it can't compare to a piece of bread in reality. Lin Sun smiled with disdain. That word sister is disgusting. Is it appropriate to call her that at her age? To him, feelings mean nothing compared to money. Chapter 11. The strength is there. Yi Tian smiled indifferently after hearing the words of the stinky man in front of him. Love and bread, I can give both, but you can't. Ha, young man, you're already drunk before you even start drinking? Lin Sun looked down on the ordinary dressed boy in front of him and didn't believe his words. He just thought he was talking nonsense. Can this shabby outfit give Zhang Zifeng a happy life? Funny. After saying that, he couldn't help but chuckle. What's going on between the two of us? We don't need you to interfere. Zhang Zifeng said angrily. My dear, I have such good conditions, but you didn't choose me, but chose a poor boy like this? Don't make a choice that will make you regret for the rest of your life because of a momentary impulse. Lin Sun said in confusion. Humph, you don't need to worry about our affairs. Yi Tian put his arm around Zhang Zifeng's shoulders and snorted coldly. Just because you come here empty-handed, you have no right to say such things. Lin Sun said contemptuously. At this time, Yi Tiankai remembered that the system had rewarded him with a watch, and he now planned to take it out to shut up this stinky man. When the system rewarded him with this famous watch, there was not even any packaging. The watch just appeared in his pocket. If he took it out now, many people would doubt its authenticity. But it didn't matter, he believed that the watch the system gave him was a genuine one. Uncle Zhang, I'm sorry I came here in a hurry and didn't prepare any gifts. I've only been wearing this famous watch for a while, and now I'm giving it to you as a birthday present. I hope you don't mind. Yi Tian respectfully handed the watch in his hand to Uncle Zhang. Soon, a sharp-eyed customer discovered that it was a Piaget watch. Wow, this is a famous watch from Piaget, and it's a limited edition cushion-shaped moon phase watch. Someone screamed. When Lin Sun heard this voice, his first reaction was that it couldn't be true. This poor boy must have pretended to be selling something cheap and trying to pass it off as a brand name. Ha, are you kidding me? How can a poor boy like you afford such an expensive brand name watch? It must be a fake product bought from a street stall to make it look good? Aren't you ashamed? Lin Sun glanced at the watch in his hand nonchalantly. It's a fake without any hesitation. Ah? It's a fake? I thought it was the real thing. Oh, my joy was in vain. It looks just like the real thing. Person A said in disbelief. People these days are so good at imitating things that it's hard to tell the real thing from the fake. Just look at the way he's dressed, and you'll know it's definitely fake. Lin Sun struck again. Seeing this, the guests around also came to join in the fun. They smelled gossip and quickly gathered together to eat the melon. Although many people claim to have status and position, they are not good at identifying things like luxury watches and cannot tell whether they are real or fake. So a small number of people, like Lin Sun, questioned whether it was a fake. Judging from the way Yi Tian is dressed, he really can't afford such an expensive watch. Oh, if it's a fake, don't show it to others and embarrass yourself. It's really rude. That's right. If you don't have money to give a gift, the worst that can happen is that people will laugh at you. But if you insist on buying a fake product to pass it off as a brand, that's unacceptable. People should always have some dignity. Doing something like this in this kind of situation makes us lose face. I'm really embarrassed to go out like this. There are more and more voices of doubt. Uncle Zhang stood there awkwardly. Even though he was a seasoned man, he didn't know how to resolve the doubts he heard from everyone. To be honest, he couldn't tell whether this watch was real or fake. Standing there, I couldn't accept or reject this watch, which really put me in a dilemma. At this time, Zhang Zifeng also felt that Yi Tian definitely could not afford such a famous watch, but when he heard everyone slandering and mocking him like this, he really couldn't stand it anymore. So he took a step forward. Daddy, just accept it. It doesn't matter if it's street vendor merchandise or counter merchandise. As long as Yi Tian's intentions are there, it's fine. Okay. As long as the intention is there, that's all. Only then did Uncle Zheng take the famous watch. To be honest, Uncle Zheng didn't think it was a big deal if Yi Tian didn't give him a gift. But now he was being questioned about using street vendor goods to pass off as brand name goods, which really made him embarrassed. He actually felt resentful towards Yi Tian. "Boss Zhang, do you mind letting me take a look?" At this time, a man about 50 years old walked out of the crowd. Yes, of course. Since a customer wanted to see it, he couldn't refuse. Street vendor merchandise was street vendor merchandise. Since everyone knew about it, there was no harm in letting him see it. "No, this is not a street stall product, this is a genuine Piaget watch," the man exclaimed. "Sir, do you understand? If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense." Some people disagree. He thought that Boss Lin's analysis just now was correct, that a poor boy definitely couldn't afford brand name goods. "Hi, isn't this Mr. Chen?" Mr. Chen is a well-known watch appraiser. "Hello, Mr. Chen." Guest B was excited when he recognized the man's identity. Teacher Chen nodded and continued. "I can tell you responsibly that this is the real Earl." "Impossible," Linson said loudly, acting a little extreme. "Don't get excited, just listen to me first," Teacher Chen said slowly and calmly. "This Piaget cushion-shaped moon phase watch with a brown crocodile leather strap is very rare among moon phase watches. Please look, #A #MPAMP#. Teacher Chen explained every detail very carefully and clearly, and everyone believed it was true. "So it's true." Everyone applauded and exclaimed. "Yes, Teacher Chen is absolutely right." Another supporter came out and said, "This watch has a cushion-shaped dial and a common round case. It is made of 18K rose gold with a champagne gold color, which is calm and charming. The blue dial is like a deep and charming starry sky. The 12mm diameter moon phase display at 6 o'clock is the most eye-catching feature of the dial. Its display area mimics the surface of the moon, which is also its unique charm. The current market price is more than $3 million. This watch looks very noble and stylish when worn. Wow, so expensive. A luxury item like one of the top 10 famous watches is truly extraordinary." After sighing, a woman couldn't help but secretly look at Yi Tian like a fangirl. It turns out that this poor boy is the kind of person you can't judge by appearance. This guy is so handsome. This is a symbol of a man's status. Wearing it makes me feel very proud. I wish I could own such a famous watch. A young man complained, expressing his envy and jealousy. Boss Zhang, you are so lucky. Your future son-in-law is also a hidden rich second generation, right?" Boss Li flattered Zhang's father. Regardless of whether this poor boy in front of him was truly wealthy, the fact that he owned a multi-million-dollar watch proved he was from a prominent background or had powerful backers. It wouldn't be a bad idea to try to curry favor with them first. "Ha, that's not really important. The most important thing is that they love each other." Zhang's father smiled and said, Ming knew he was flattering, but this flattery was really useful. Chapter 12, once again in the spotlight. A watch is a man's second face. "Put it on, Boss Zhang, and let us see your style." Wow, Boss Zhang looks even younger and more charming. This Piaget watch perfectly suits your temperament. "Ha ha ha, thank you, thank you." Mr. Zhang was also very happy to be praised by others. This was the first time he had ever worn such an expensive watch. If it hadn't been given to him by Yi Tian, he would have been thinking about it for a long time but couldn't bear to buy it. "Boss Zhang, you are so lucky to have such a young, handsome, and wealthy future son-in-law. Please take good care of me in the future." "Ah, Boss Lu, you're too polite. Let us take care of each other in the future." Suddenly, more and more people came to curry favor with Zhang's father. This Mr. Yi rarely appears in the circle. "I wonder what Mr. Yi's father's name is. My father is Yi Haitao." Facing the guests' enthusiastic courtesy and inquiries, Yi Tian understood that the purpose of these people's enthusiasm was nothing more than their interest in his family background. He wanted to please them and facilitate business dealings. The most important thing for people in the business world is connections. They will never miss the opportunity to make friends with any wealthy person. Mr. Wan was slightly stunned. This name was very unfamiliar to him. He had never heard of it in the circle. But in order to curry favor with Yi Tian, the great Buddha, he deliberately laughed and said, "Ha, it turns out to be Mr. Yi Haitao. I have long heard of your father's great name. Your father is a god-like existence. I must ask Mr. Yi to take care of me in the future. Please say a few good words in front of your father if it is convenient." Yi Tian. This flatterer is so damn pretentious. His father is a farmer, and he didn't even tell me what his father does. How dare Mr. Wang say that he has heard a lot about you? However, Yi Tian had no intention of exposing this hypocritical guy. You're welcome. My father is used to the rural life now and has been retired for many years. Oh, I see. As the saying goes, a disciple surpasses his master. Mr. Yi is really young and promising. I hope he will take good care of our small business in the future. Mr. Wang still did not give up the opportunity to curry favor. Although they still didn't know Yi Tian's true background, they began to target him and curry favor with him just because he could give away a Piaget watch worth several million US dollars without blinking an eye. The other guests were no exception. After all, the main purpose of attending such a banquet is to make friends with elites from all walks of life, and only secondarily to celebrate birthdays. Society is so realistic, whoever has money will be the one to curry favor with. He was full of sarcasm the moment before, but the next moment he immediately became flattering, fawning, and ingratiating like a fence-sitter. It's really social. Now a well-known appraiser has guaranteed that Yi Tian's watch is a genuine Earl watch. His identity must be extraordinary. All the guests surrounded Yi Tian, Zhang's father, and a few others. At this moment, Mu Dan personally delivered Yi Tian's gift. Oh, it turns out that Miss Muden failed to welcome us from afar. She failed to welcome us from afar. When Zhang's father saw that Mu Dan, the general manager of the Pearl Hotel, came in person to deliver the gift, he was flattered and walked forward to greet her with a smile. He had originally planned to give this banquet a try, so he handed the invitation to Mu Dan. Everyone in the circle knows that Mu Dan is a workaholic and doesn't like to socialize. She wouldn't normally attend private banquets, so coming this time was a real honor for him. His status in this circle would definitely improve significantly. Hello, Boss Zhang. This is a gift that Mr. Yi Tian entrusted me to bring you. This is a small token of my personal appreciation for you. I wish you a happy birthday. Good health and a prosperous career. Mu Dan said with a smile, pointing to the two high-end exquisite gift boxes carried by the waiter. Thank you, thank you. Miss Muden, are you referring to this Mr. Yi Tian? Father Zhang looked at Yi Tian in confusion and asked. Exactly. Mu Dan turned around and answered after seeing Yi Tian nod respectfully. Mr. Yi Tian. Mu Dan approached Yi Tian again and nodded respectfully. He looked very respectful, like a subordinate greeting his boss. Mu Dan's action also made everyone confused. The general manager of a dignified 9-star hotel, with outstanding abilities and a good family background, was the object of flattery by many people in the circle. How could he be so humble and polite to Yi Tian, the invisible rich second generation? Why? Yi Tian also smiled and nodded to Mu Dan. This was the birthday gift he had just called Mu Dan to inform her about. He also told her not to make too much of his identity at the banquet. But this respectful attitude had a greater impact than revealing his identity. People will have endless imagination and speculation about his true identity. It will definitely make him a hot topic. It turns out that Yi Tian also knows Miss Muden. After Zhang's father accepted the gift, Mu Dan asked after leaving the banquet. We met by chance. Yi Tian answered very normally. At this time, the guests became more excited and wanted to know what gift the beautiful Muden sent. Zhang's father opened it and saw that the gift from Miss Muden was a fine jade ring. Worth about 5 million. Miss Muden is also very generous. Many guests have already sighed. Let us look at another gift box. Yi Tian had just given a Piaget watch worth millions of US dollars, and now there is another gift, which must be a generous one as well. Therefore, naturally, when this gift is opened, it will attract everyone's attention. Oh my god! A famille rose bowl with a pattern of longevity and good fortune, from the Yongjing period of the Qing dynasty. Immediately, an antique collector exclaimed. The whole audience was in an uproar. Oh my goodness! I heard so many wealthy aristocrats fought tooth and nail to buy it at the Hong Kong auction. I still remember watching the auction live on TV. Wow, it was truly breathtaking. I never thought that now, all these years later, I would be able to witness it in person. Yes, yes, yes. The auction estimate was 40 million Hong Kong dollars, 60 million, but the final transaction price was 99,800,000. Someone even asked Baidu specifically and then said it excitedly. The auction process was tense and exciting. Even the audience watching the live broadcast were nervous. Several more antique collectors spoke excitedly. Everyone envied Boss Zhang for receiving this valuable gift, and at the same time, they all looked at the young Mr. Yi Tian with admiration. It is rare in the world that someone is so generous as to give away such a valuable antique so easily. Father Zhang proudly placed the antique on a high platform, allowing all the guests to admire its beauty one by one. After watching it, everyone was full of praise. Some people even went crazy, as if they couldn't help but reach out and touch it, like seeing Zhuesher and Bao. Fortunately, Zhang Zifeng politely stopped him. But Yi Tian behaved very normally and low-key. This was bought with the system's reward. He was generous and unconcerned. Although he knew a thing or two about antiques, he was still a layman and had no interest in them. Just like some people have no interest in money. Chapter 13 let her misunderstand. For a moment, Yi Tian stole the limelight. However, Lin Sun was so angry that his face looked a little hideous. He practically roared, "Impossible. This is unscientific. You're just an ordinary college student." Despite his current status in the business world, he had never heard of his father, Yi Haitao. He also didn't know if this person really existed. Why pretend to be a rich second generation? What other famous watches and antiques can I give as gifts? If it's not street vendor merchandise, you must have rented it just to make it look good. Yes. Rented. Suddenly thinking of this possibility, Lin Sun still didn't want to let him go and seized the last opportunity to ridicule him. "Boss Lin, you can't just say that. Are you saying that Miss Muden, the general manager of the Pearl Hotel, wants to rent a high-priced gift for Mr. Yi Tian and send it here to make a scene? Are you slapping Mr. Yi or Miss Muden in the face? Even if you don't give Mr. Yi Tian face, you should at least give Miss Mudan face, right?" The guests began to protect the younger one. To many wealthy people, Mudan is the general manager of a 9-star hotel. Who doesn't know her status in the wealthy and business circles? How can we allow him to slander us like this? Don't you take Miss Muden seriously? No wonder Miss Muden ignored people like you just now. The guest added, recalling how Lin Sun had just walked up to Mudan and tried to get close to her, but Mudan had ignored him and walked right past Lin Sun to Yi Tian. When it comes to Miss Muden, Lin Sun is so eager to curry favor with her that how dare he not give her face? Many times, Lin Sun had tried his best to have the opportunity to talk to a beauty like Mudan who had status and position, but it was just not his chance. No. That's not what I meant. I'm not talking about Miss Muden, I'm talking about this kid. Don't be fooled by his sweet words. Lin Sun quickly waved his hands to deny it, fearing that others would misunderstand him, and tried to explain. Humph, isn't that nonsense? Miss Muden sent this gift to Mr. Yi Tian. Don't you think Mr. Yi Tian is indirectly talking about Miss Muden? The guest snorted in dissatisfaction. This is a boss with financial strength, so he is not afraid of Lin Sun's suppression. He directly retorted to him and made him speechless, and other guests also followed suit. Seeing this, Lin Sun didn't want to embarrass himself anymore, so he had to shut up. Now that Yi Tian had slapped him in the face, Lin Sun's face turned as black as pig liver. The fat on his face was shaking with anger. Humph! They are all snobs. Lin Sun cursed in his heart. Now all the guests are surrounding them like stars surrounding the moon, so it is really unnecessary for him, who was against Yi Tian, to stay here. He also didn't want to be looked down upon by them. So Lin Sun said a few sarcastic words to the guests, then turned to Zhang's father and said with a forced face, "Uncle Zhang, I have something else to do. I'll take my leave now." "Okay, take care, Boss Lin." Afterwards, Zhang's father couldn't wait to ask his assistant to send this stinky man away. To be honest, Zhang's father had been eager to send this stinky man away. If he hadn't threatened him, he wouldn't have been so polite to him. After Lin Sun left, the atmosphere at the banquet became much brighter. Zhang Zifeng took Yi Tian's hand and asked him softly, "Yi Tian, tell me the truth, are your Piaget watch and antiques real?" "It's true. Didn't they give a very thorough analysis just now?" Yi Tian answered seriously. "It's actually true?" Seeing that Yi Tian looked serious and didn't seem to be lying, Zhang Zifeng chose to believe him. But then she thought about it. She knew Yi Tian's conditions. He was just an ordinary family and had no money to afford such famous watches and antiques. Since this watch is real and the antique is real, it must be what Lin Sun said, that he rented it to make his dad happy. Thinking this way, she understood Yi Tian's intentions. It must cost a lot to rent such a valuable gift, right? Be sure to ask Dad to return these gifts after the party. Although they are now pretending to be a couple, she still feels bad for him spending money. Wait here for a moment, I'll go answer the phone. Yi Tian said to Zhang Zifeng, then walked out into the corridor with the phone. At this time, Zhang Zifeng walked to her father's side. Then she took her father to a quiet place and whispered to him, "Dad, send all these gifts back after the banquet." "What? Why is this? Isn't this a birthday present for me?" Father Zhang looked at his daughter's embarrassed face and instantly understood. No, that kid is reluctant to leave, right? He's just pretending in front of everyone, right? Yes, how could such a valuable thing be given away casually? Oh, Daddy, you misunderstood him. He's not such a stingy person. Zhang Zifeng said coquettishly. Could it be fake? Didn't Teacher Chen and the others just say it was all true? If he wasn't so stingy, why was he asked to return the gift now? It must be fake. Zhang's father thought of this possibility. No. This is true. It's just rented. How could he afford it? Zhang Zifeng said frankly. Is this rented? Oh, I was so disappointed. Okay. I'll have someone return it to you shortly. Her father was obviously disappointed, but he didn't want to rent something that was beyond Yi Tian's financial ability. After answering the phone, Yi Tian wanted to find Zhang Zifeng and happened to hear their conversation. It turned out that this was the problem she was worried about. Alas, everything he wore was only worth 100 yuan, and the suit she had just given him was only 500 yuan. No wonder she misunderstood him and didn't believe he had money. After all, the system reward money came so suddenly that he still felt a bit surreal. He hadn't had time to buy a few decent sets of clothes yet. Uncle Zhang, you don't have to return it. I really bought this as a gift for you. Yi Tian walked over and explained. Yi Tian, you don't have to hide it from me. I know everything. It doesn't matter whether you send a gift or not. Don't feel any psychological burden. Zhang Zifeng comforted him very considerately. No. I already said, it's me. Before Yi Tian finished speaking, Zhang Zifeng interrupted him again. Yi Tian, I've already said that I don't care about these material things. It's enough that your intention is there. Zhang Zifeng continued to comfort him. After all, she valued him as a person. No, I really am. Yi Tian wanted to express that he really had money and didn't need to pay it back. But Zhang Zifeng really misunderstood him and thought his explanation was a cover-up. Oh. Yi Tian, don't explain. I understand everything I know. Zhang's father also said. Who doesn't want to pretend to be nice and feel proud in front of the person they like when they are young? Yi Tian. Seeing that the father and daughter didn't listen to his explanation at all, he had to stop struggling. Well, okay, I admit it, I rented it. Chapter 14 Pre-Attack. That's more like it. You really don't have to hide it from me. Only then did Zhang Zifeng feel that these lies were the truth. Why did she not believe me when I told her the truth? Yes. You go back first. I want to talk to Uncle Zhang alone. Yi Tian decided to send Zhang Zifeng away, and he explained the matter to Zhang's father alone. Okay, I'll wait for you over there. Zhang Zifeng agreed obediently and then exchanged glances with his father. Is it about renting gifts? Yi Tian, don't feel embarrassed. I don't blame you for this. Don't feel any psychological burden. Seeing Fenger so happy, I feel relieved. This is the first time I've seen her so happy. It seems you two love each other very much. As long as you treat her well in the future, she won't have too high expectations of you in terms of material things. I will also do everything I can to help you. Father Zhang said frankly with relief. To be honest, he was quite satisfied with Yi Tian. If it weren't for the bad guy Lin Sun getting in the way, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed in the first place. He will try his best to find a way to negotiate terms with Lin Sun to help his daughter and Yi Tian be together. Well, Uncle Zhang, I will treat Zifeng well, please rest assured. But you really don't have to return these gifts. They are just a small token of my appreciation for you. You're here again, kid. Why are you going back? I'll be mad if you do this again. Father Zhang really admires him. Uncle Zhang, please listen to me first. To be honest with you, these two gifts were not rented, but were given to me by a distant relative of mine. Such priceless items wouldn't be safe with me. It's better to let them go rather than have me worry about keeping them. I'm giving them to you now as a token of my appreciation to you as your future son-in-law. Please accept them. It was obvious that Uncle Zhang loved these two gifts very much. I had to give them to him. Yi Tian thought of a way to make Zhang's father accept it with peace of mind, and made up a white lie on the spot. I see. Fine then, I'll take it. But as promised, I'll keep it for you temporarily. Yi Tian told this lie perfectly, and Zhang's father believed it. Seeing that Yi Tian was quite honest, Zhang's father thought about it seriously before agreeing. Okay. This is a secret between us. Please don't tell Zifeng. When Zhang Zifeng found out, she would say this and that. He thought it was too much trouble, so it would be better not to let her know. Okay, I won't tell her. Father Zhang nodded and said in a good mood. This son-in-law was both generous and considerate. Zhang's father had a higher opinion of him. After the banquet, Yi Tian took Zhang Zifeng away from here, and after they walked for a distance, they were suddenly surrounded by a group of hooligans. Frightened, Zhang Zifeng reflexively moved closer to Yi Tian. Yi Tian immediately hugged her and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Who are you? What do you want to do? Only when Zhang Zifeng was hugged by Yi Tian did he have the confidence to question those gangsters. But the slightly trembling voice revealed her fear. Look, there's no one around here, it's a dark and windy night, what else can we do? Ha ha ha. One of the thugs sneered. His evil eyes locked onto Zhang Zifeng, whose beauty, even wrapped in a suit, couldn't be concealed. It looked like he had evil intentions towards her. Zhang Zifeng shuddered and quickly tightened his suit. He moved closer to Yi Tian. Go away and stop talking nonsense. Business is important. The gang leader scolded. Judging from their attitude, they are definitely not good people. You want money, right? I'll give you all the money I have, but please don't hurt us. Zhang Zifeng immediately thought that they were just after money. Now I will take the initiative to give them the money I have. It is better to lose money to avoid disaster, as long as the people are safe. As he said that, Zhang Zifeng quickly took out all the money he had on him and was about to throw it to the gangsters but was stopped by Yi Tian. Bah! You think we're beggars? I'm also a man of integrity. Let me tell you something, this has nothing to do with you, little girl. Get out of here. The gangster waved his hand at Zhang Zifeng, then pointed at Yi Tian and said arrogantly, as for you, I'll let you die with a clear mind. We accepted money from others to help them get rid of disasters. I'll teach you a lesson. I'll make you more sensible in the future. Yi Tian had already understood their purpose. Now, after hearing what they said, he was even more certain about who sent them. When they appeared just now, he acted very calmly, as if nothing had happened. However, his behavior made the gangsters feel very unhappy. His words had no deterrent effect on this kid at all? They had been around for many years and were a well-known gang. This was the first time they had encountered someone who wasn't afraid of them. Seeing Yi Tian acting so calm, they felt embarrassed and very angry. Hey, you're such a good kid. You're pretending to be fine even when you're about to die. You're really not giving me face. Yi Tian still didn't move. You're such a fool. Come on, brothers. The completely enraged little gangster roared. At the command, the little one swarmed forward. The fighting skills rewarded by the system are very powerful. At this time, every cell in Yi Tian's body is full of strength. Even if they doubled their numbers now, he could easily defeat them. What is more, there are only a dozen people. Don't be afraid, just stand here. Yi Tian gently soothed Zhang Zifeng's emotions. Zhang Zifeng also trusted him very much, nodded, and followed him anxiously. Facing the dozen or so thugs swarming over him, Yi Tian turned flexibly and easily avoided the fists that were swung at him. Then he quickly punched each of them on the cheek. The speed was so fast that they couldn't even feel when he made the move. The force was so great that just one punch knocked them to pieces. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen people were beaten like pig heads, falling to the ground with their teeth bared and groaning in pain. His teeth must have been crooked from being hit. Seeing this, the leading gangster cursed waste and took action himself. Although he was better than those dozen brothers, he was still no match for Yi Tian. After only 3 moves, Yi Tian knocked him to the ground with a bruised face and bleeding from the corner of his mouth. How's it going? My move is called 18 punches to beat the dog. Isn't it cool to hit a drowning dog? Looking at the miserable scene of the gangster who was knocked to the ground and crying for his parents, Yi Tian curled the corners of his mouth slightly and was in a particularly good mood at this moment. Wow, so handsome. Zhang Zifeng jumped up excitedly and clapped his hands. Get out of here now. Go back and tell the people who ordered you to stop wasting your energy, and stop even thinking about taking over the Zhang family. Yi Tian just wanted to teach them a lesson and didn't really want to cripple them. The hooligans finally breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that Yi Tian would not pursue the responsibility. After personally experiencing his strength, they did not even dare to breathe, let alone stay here. The thugs rolled out of Yi Tian's sight with his warning. Wow, what a great boyfriend! Zhang Zifeng's heart is full of admiration and affection for Yi Tian. Chapter 15. Yi Tian is very innocent. After the gangsters rolled out of Yi Tian's sight without stopping, an exciting sound came from the system. Ding! Detected that the host was generous with his gifts at the banquet. Rewarding the host with 1 billion pocket money. The amount will be credited to the account in 3 seconds. Hearing such a voice, Yi Tian happily hugged Zhang Zifeng and lifted him up high, spinning around on the spot a few times. That's great! I'm so happy! Yi Tian screamed loudly. Ha! Yi Tian, you are awesome! I am so happy too. Zhang Zifeng was so happy because he thought he had beaten those thugs away. Now that she was being hugged and lifted up enthusiastically by Yi Tian, she was even more attracted to him and more determined to marry him. After a long time, Yi Tiankai stopped and explained to Zhang Zifeng with a blushing face, but Zhang Zifeng smiled happily. You fool, I don't blame you. Being hugged and lifted high is a blessing for everyone. Yi Tian was afraid that Zhang Zifeng would misunderstand him. After hearing her words, he realized that his concerns were unnecessary. This system is too unique. There was no reward when I gave gifts at the banquet just now, but the reward is only given now. Isn't it a bit slow to respond? Etc. This system seems to trigger a reward task every time he gives a gift or is helpful. Is this a feature of it? Then try it out when you get a chance and you'll find out. Little fangirl Zhang Zifeng said excitedly, Yi Tian, I didn't expect you to be so handsome. I was really worried about you just now, but it's getting more and more exciting to see you fighting. The punches and kicks are all real kung fu, which is really exciting. Zhang Zifeng's praise was really helpful to Yi Tian. For every man, the praise of a beautiful woman will make him feel very accomplished and even generate some vanity. Oh, it's nothing. Yi Tian said modestly, but he felt very happy. Every man wants to show his most heroic side, and he undoubtedly showed it very well just now. Zhang Zifeng saw that he already looked very admiring. But don't take such risks in the future. After all, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. You will always suffer a loss if they outnumber you. Zhang Zifeng was worried about him after all. Yi Tian also understood that Zhang Zifeng said this because he cared about him. However, with the fighting ability given to him by the system, he was confident and not afraid of these dozen or so thugs. But seeing how much she cared about him, he was indeed a little touched. Don't worry, I will be careful in the future. I won't do anything without confidence and I will definitely protect myself. Yi Tian said. By the way, I just heard those hooligans talking about you. Who have you offended recently? Zhang Zifeng asked in confusion and worry. It's okay. Those hooligans are probably looking for trouble over the court. Last weekend, my brothers and I went out to play basketball. We had a little friction with some people on the court. Now they're looking for these hooligans to take revenge on me. But don't worry, we knocked them down in just a few moves. They won't do anything after they go back. Yi Tian did not tell Zhang Zifeng about Lin Sen's revenge on him, so as not to worry him. He just made up this reason. Oh, I see. Looks like I was just having a false alarm. Zhang Zifeng finally put his mind at ease after listening to Yi Tian's explanation. Okay, it's getting late now. I'll take you back to the dormitory first. Yi Tian sent her back to the school dormitory before returning to his own dormitory. When he got back to the apartment, it was just closing time. If he hadn't been familiar with the dorm manager, he wouldn't have been able to get in. Fuck, boss, you had a great day today, didn't you? You were out fooling around and you're still here. The second brother Chu Hong started teasing Yi Tian as soon as he saw him in a good mood as he walked in. Yi Tian didn't answer him, but walked straight to his seat. He couldn't wait to take out his phone and looked at the screen again and again. He also laughed out loud like a pig. Fuck, boss, do you have to be so happy? Is the marshmallow delicious? The fourth brother looked at Yi Tian with a somewhat obscene smile and raised his eyebrows. Damn it! What the hell are these guys asking? Yes, boss, tell me, if you have something good to share. The third sister also joined in seriously, with a woman's gossipy heart. Go away, what are you thinking about? Yi Tian rolled his eyes at them. These guys were always thinking about some indecent things. Hey, don't be shy, boss. What's there to hide about dating? The second brother Chu Hong immediately stood up and walked over and put one hand on Yi Tian's shoulder. That's right. We're all adults, so why should we hide anything? Share it with us singles too. Old Sijafeng followed and surrounded Yi Tian. That's right. Boss, don't be so stingy. Just tell me if the marshmallows are delicious. The second brother Chu Hong surrounded Yi Tian relentlessly. Yi Tian didn't blush or feel nervous, showing the pure and innocent behavior of a virgin. Boss, you can't be so naive? You don't even know what marshmallow means? Old Sijafeng stared at Yi Tian in confusion. Then she explained with a pout, it's that kiss. Isn't that cherry like little mouth sweet and soft? Even better than cotton candy? Oh my god, what are you guys thinking about? Zhang Zifeng and I are just attending a party. It's not a date. Even if it was a date, I wouldn't eat someone else's marshmallows on the first try. Yi Tian patted each of them and said seriously. Don't be embarrassed, we are all men, we understand. He. Old Sijafeng laughed obscenely. Go, if you keep making wild guesses, I won't treat you to a good meal in the future. Yi Tian threatened. No, it's our fault. We shouldn't have led the innocent boss astray. We can't have these vulgar thoughts in the future. Old Sijafeng quickly admitted his mistake. When it came to food, he had tasted the sweetness of the meal at the 9-star hotel and couldn't let Yi Tian, the local tycoon, go. Under the coercion and inducement of Yi Tian's financial power, they no longer talked about their date. A few people joked around, but it wasn't too much. Turn off the lights and go to bed. I'll take you to see my villa in Repulse Bay tomorrow. Yi Tian announced before going to bed. Damn, the boss's villa is in the most prosperous area. I'm so jealous. I don't know if I can ever buy such a luxurious villa in my lifetime. Lao Sijafeng sighed and wondered why the gap between people was so big. This is the reality. Some people are born in Rome, but ordinary people like us may not be able to reach Rome on our own no matter how much effort we put in and how many hardships we go through. Wow, that's great. Even if I can't afford it, I'm lucky enough to have seen it. I don't have to feel too bad. I'm really looking forward to the boss's luxurious villa. It must be luxurious and tasteful. The second son, Chu Hong, couldn't contain his excitement and poked his head out from under the quilt. Boss, your money is poisonous. Telling us this explosive news right before going to bed has made us sleepless all night. We can't wait to see your luxurious villa right now. The third brother Li Feng joked. Ha, that's right. Chapter 16, A Forest as a Reward. Everyone woke up early this morning yawning and with dark circles under their eyes like a national treasure. But when they thought about going to Repulse Bay, everyone became energetic. The second brother and his friends were all dressed up very handsomely. As for Yi Tian, he was dressed in ordinary clothes, and his entire body cost only more than 100 yuan. Boss, we're here to see your luxurious villa today, so why are you dressed like a peasant? Is it really okay to be so unkempt? Old Sijafeng couldn't help but complain when he saw Yi Tian, who was only wearing a white t-shirt and dark blue jeans with a small hole on each knee. Oh, if I didn't already know the boss's worth, I really don't know what you'd have the confidence to go to Repulse Bay like this. The second brother, Chu Hong, compared himself and felt really inferior. Money is the real confidence of life. No wonder Malaysians often wear a pair of old Beijing cloth shoes, they look so plain without makeup. Even with such good looks, he is still surrounded by various elites. Look. And your golden section line isn't very clear. Come, let me use some hairspray to fix your hair. The third brother Lia Feng came over to help. After the hair was styled, Yi Tian's 3-inch hair was combed into a shiny finish. Every strand of hair was energetic and more handsome. You'd look super cool with a pair of sunglasses. The third brother picked up the sunglasses and handed them to him. This was bought by the 4 of us in the dorm on Singles Day during our freshman year to commemorate our years as singles. Ever since the eldest brother started dating, they have never worn it on the same stage together. Now that the boss is free again, we should go out and rock the streets together. Then everyone had their hair styled with gel. Especially the fourth brother's hair, which was straight up and pointed towards the sky. It was hard and erect, harder than a hedgehog. Ha, your hedgehog hair looks pretty good. The third brother Lia Feng laughed wildly. After getting dressed, Yi Tian and his friends were about to go out when they received a strange phone call asking them to go to the old football field of the school to take a helicopter. Yes, the system has rewarded him with a helicopter. Yi Tian hadn't gone to check it out yet. This system had too many rewards, and he was so busy with his appointments that he almost forgot about it. It's just right that I can take a helicopter to his villa now. Come to the football field. Ding! We've detected that the host is inspecting a helicopter. As a reward, we'll give the host an 800-acre forest, primarily made of Hainan Wanwali wood. We'll also give the host helicopter piloting skills and various other knowledge. Sign in to receive the reward. After Yi Tian silently received the reward, relevant information emerged in his mind, and he also integrated the driving skills into himself. Good job! He had just lost a tree in love, and now he was actually rewarded with a forest. And it's sea yellow. This is a very valuable forest. According to the current price of Haiwan, it has reached 12 million per ton, which is 6,000 per caddy. Doesn't that mean he has earned a lot of money? I'm thinking beautifully. A handsome man about 25 years old immediately came over to greet him. You are Mr. Yi Tian, right? The handsome guy asked respectfully. Yes, this is our boss, Yi Tian. Seeing such a handsome guy coming over and asking respectfully, the second brother couldn't wait to answer him. A helicopter was parked not far away. They also guessed that this was the pilot who came to greet the boss. Hello, Mr. Yi Tian. My name is Diwu Chang. I am your butler and personal pilot. This is my ID card, and this is my certificate. As he said this, he respectfully handed the prepared documents to Yi Tian with both hands. Yi Tian took his ID and several people gathered together to take a look. He was indeed a very good pilot. His name was Diwu Chang. Diwu Chang, welcome. Yi Tian smiled and shook hands with Diwu Chang. It's my honor. Diwu Chang replied respectfully. So it's you, big brother D. I'm so sorry. The third pilot, Lia Feng, also came forward to say hello. After seeing his ID, he thought the pilot's last name was D. My last name is Diwu. Diwu Chang explained that this was not the first time he had been misunderstood since he took this surname. Oh, sorry. This surname is a rare one, right? This is the first time I've heard of it. Fifth brother. The third brother Lia Feng said embarrassedly. Yes, this is my mother's surname. Because it is a rare surname, my family unanimously agreed that it is best to follow my mother's surname and continue this rare surname. The fifth Chung continued to explain. This surname is really special. If there is someone with this surname in my family, I would also want to pass it on. The fourth child also likes this surname. Yes, it's not so easy to have the same name as someone else if you name it this way. It's unique and makes people remember it right away. Yi Tian said. So there's someone with the surname number 5. Doesn't that mean there are people with the surnames number 1, number 2, and number 3? The second oldest, Chu Hong, said with great interest. That's not the case. As far as I know, there is only one with the surname Diwu, and no one with the surnames first, second, or third. Diwu Chang also laughed. My roommate just loves to joke around, don't mind it. Yi Tian slapped the back of Lao Er's head. I told you not to talk nonsense. You guys are so funny. Shall we start boarding now? Diwu Chang suggested. Let's go. We'll talk while we go. Yi Tian said, and then he and Diwu Chang walked towards the helicopter. Holy crap, this plane is so awesome, right? Even though I don't know much about it, just based on its appearance, this fuselage is definitely awesome. Right, fifth stage? The third brother Li Yifeng saw such a handsome helicopter and shouted without caring about his image. Yes, it's truly remarkable. This is the world's #1 helicopter, a twin-engine, medium-sized business helicopter developed by the American company Sikorsky, the Sikorsky S-92 VIP. It's a favorite of presidents and VIPs from around the world. The fifth step explained. Oh my god, wouldn't that mean we're treated like presidents? The second son Chu Hong exclaimed. He looked like a country boy who had never seen the world. Yes. It's definitely presidential-level treatment. Diwu Chang said with a smile. I estimate that this helicopter is about 10 meters long? Said old Sijifeng. Its fuselage is 17 meters long. The rotor diameter is 17.17 meters. The empty weight reaches 7.03 tons. The 19.4 cubic meters of cabin space is enough to accommodate 3 crew members and 10 passengers. Yi Tian added. Wow, boss, you know all this. That's awesome. The textbook-like explanation made Lao Sijifeng give Yi Tian a thumbs up. It turns out that the boss is not only rich but also so cultured. Of course. Otherwise, do you think all those books I read are in vain? Yi Tian was full of pride. Of course it was all brought by the system. After they boarded the plane, the second, third and fourth brothers were all dumbfounded. This space is so spacious and the facilities are so good, right? Oh my god, it turns out there is a kitchen, a dining table and a bathroom here. It's definitely a house flying in the air. The third brother Li Yifeng exclaimed again. It's amazing, so perfect. Old Sijifeng said excitedly. Because it is equipped with 2 General Electric engines with a power output of 2,500 horsepower, it can reach a maximum speed of 300 kilometers per hour. Its service ceiling is 4,300 meters and its cruising range can reach 999 kilometers. Yi Tian continued. He was very familiar with these data. Chapter 17, Dog Eyes Look Down on People. It's so awesome and luxurious, it must be very expensive, right? Asked the third brother Li Yifeng as he observed. The selling price is about $30 million. The fifth step replied. Fuck. What a stuff. I think no one in the country would dare to buy it casually. Only the boss is willing to buy it, right? Said the third brother Li Yifeng. Ha, it's true. At present, only Mr. Yi Tian owns it. The fifth Cheng said proudly. I feel so lucky, thanks to the boss. Fly quickly, fifth brother, I'm so looking forward to it. Said the third brother Li Yifeng. They were already ready for takeoff. Look how impatient you are. Let's get started. Yi Tian looked at the third brother and smiled before saying. Okay, let's start flying. Diwu Chang put on his safety helmet, checked his wrist and knee pads, and then started the operation smoothly. Wow! That sound is so exciting. But the moment of takeoff feels full of risks. Is it difficult to operate? Is it more difficult than flying? The third brother Li Yifeng asked. Actually, it's harder to control when it's stationary than when it's taking off, explained the fifth Chang. Wow, it feels so good to be flying in the air. Looking down at the city, I feel it is both beautiful and shocking. From the cabin, old Sijifeng looked down at the rapidly receding city. It was completely different from what he normally saw from the ground. From the air, he felt even more astonished. Wow, brother Chang, you are so handsome. Flying a helicopter is as easy as driving a car. Very smooth. The second brother Chu Hong praised the fifth Chang without reservation. Boss, I love you so much. I must have saved the galaxy in my previous life, so I can be your brother in this life and benefit from your influence. The third brother Li Yifeng shouted. Go away, I don't need your love. I'll be thankful if you can just clean up your leftovers properly and don't stink them up. Yi Tian looked at him with disgust and ruthlessly exposed his dirty and messy housekeeping style in the dormitory. Ha 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 ha. Several other people laughed at the same time. Boss, can you give me some face in front of brother Chang? The third brother Li Yifeng complained with a look of grievance. Why do you still want face? Besides, there are no outsiders here. Brother Chang is our brother. Ha ha. The second brother Chu Hong added another knife. The plane was filled with laughter. We arrived at Repulse Bay in less than 20 minutes. After Diwu Chang parked the helicopter at the Repulse Bay parking lot, several people walked to the property management office. Ever since the boss's identity was exposed, what's happened around him has completely overturned my perception of rich second generations. These villas are top-notch. Putting aside their luxurious and upscale qualities, I've fallen deeply in love with them simply for their beautiful surroundings. No wonder so many wealthy people flock here. Old Sijifeng sighed with emotion. That's right. Boss, your ability to spend money is unmatched by ordinary people. Boss, your villa here is worth over 1 billion, right? The second son, Chu Hong, didn't know the exact value of the villa here. According to information from Baidu, the housing prices in Repulse Bay start at 200,000 yuan per square meter. A little over 1.2 billion. Yi Tian replied indifferently. Before coming, he glanced at the string of numbers on the villa's market value. Oh my! It really costs more than 10 billion. Boss, you actually said it so lightly. It's really inhumane. Old Sijifeng was envious and jealous. What else? Should I act like I'm in pain? It's already good enough that I'm not as arrogant as Wang Xikong to confront you. Yi Tian answered calmly. Oh my god, is this human language? I feel that the eldest brother is more arrogant than Wang Xikong. The second brother Chu Hong shouted. If we calculate based on the weight of a 100 yuan note, which is 1.15 grams, then 100 million yuan would weigh about 1,150,000 grams. If we were to use a 5 or 6 ton truck to carry it, we would need 2 trucks. Lao Sijifeng immediately took out his cell phone to check. Wow, a villa built from 2 truckloads of $100 bills. Really, every brick and tile, even the road beneath your feet, reeks of money. The third brother Li Feng said as he stepped hard on this expensive road, and instantly felt that this road was really fragrant. Soon, they arrived in front of the villa. Hey! Who are you? Get away! Don't come near here. This is a luxury villa complex. Not just anyone can come in. And no secretly filming videos. A security guard in his 50s scolded Yi Tian and the others impatiently, his eyes full of contempt. He saw Yi Tian and the others wearing ordinary street vendor clothes. They were gesticulating and pointing at the villa complex, sometimes jumping up and down, sometimes laughing. They didn't look like rich people at all. It was obvious that they were poor people who came here to see the villas. With the popularity of short videos on self-media in recent years, hundreds of people come here every day to check in or shoot short videos. Especially short video platforms such as TikTok. Those bloggers come here specifically to shoot short videos in order to attract traffic. Later, the owners were fed up with the annoyance and after repeated complaints, they took a series of eviction measures. But there are still many stubborn people who sneak in and even take the risk of climbing up the big trees to take pictures. After a period of severe crackdown, the situation has improved. But now there are still at least dozens of people secretly filming videos here every day. There is no doubt that the people in front of me are from the same series. Through his first-level power vision, this security guard has automatically classified Yi Tian and the others as that category of people. Hey, old man, why are you talking so rudely? The second brother Chu Hong couldn't stand his arrogant attitude. He also used his hey to argue with him. TSK, do you need to be polite to a bunch of poor people like you? I'm already giving you face by talking to you. The security guard glanced at Lao Er from the corner of his eye. As he spoke, he crossed his legs on the desk, shaking them rhythmically and humming something, looking very comfortable. You! Who are you calling poor? Our boss owns this place. Hurry up and open the door to let us in, or you'll be in trouble. Old Sijifeng was so angry that his face turned red. Quickly reveal the boss's identity so that he can shut up. But the security guard didn't buy his story. After hearing his words, she sneered. Ha! You call yourself the boss? I think you look like thugs. You comb your hair like a hedgehog. You little bastard. Maybe you're trying to sneak in and steal some valuables. At this time, another young man in the security room advised the uncle, Uncle Zhou, don't get angry, I'll just let them go. Why attack them personally? Go away, what do you know, you little brat? Look at that awful look on his face. He's here to film a short video. We can't be lenient with them. Being lenient with them is being cruel to us. If the owners find out and disrupt their lives, we will be the ones to suffer. After being scolded by the man for a few words, the young man finally shook his head helplessly. standing aside, looking helpless. They actually treated them as thugs? Thieves? Angered by the security guard's arrogant words, Lao Si and the others were immediately furious. You old bastard! You can't spit out ivory. Who are you calling a punk and a jerk? I think you are just an old turtle bastard. Old Sijafeng was so angry that his mouth was twisted. After failing to argue with the old man, he turned to Yi Tian and said, Boss, he cursed so harshly and looked down on others. You are not angry at all, are you not anxious? Why don't you take out your ID and blind his eyes? Chapter 18 Wang Sikong wants to help Yi Tian. Oh my, you little bastard. Who are you scolding? You are the bastard, you little bastard. The security guard was so anxious that he quickly pulled his legs back from the table, jumped up from the stool and started cursing at Lao Er and the others. He is allowed to scold others, but not allowed to let others scold him. You are so arrogant and snobbish, what else can you be but a bastard? Old Sijafeng was not to be outdone and was about to have a big fight with him, but was stopped by the second brother. Forget it, old four, don't bother with him. After all, we are knowledgeable and cultured people. We won't bother with such a mean person. Boss, quickly reveal your identity, said the second in command, Shu Hung. At this time, everyone's eyes were on Yi Tian. After hearing the security guard's snobbish words, Yi Tian was not angry. He stood there quietly and watched the clown. At this moment, the security guard turned around and took a look at the so-called boss in front of him. He looked decent, but he was wearing cheap clothes. How could he be related to the owner of this place? He is a veteran who has worked in the wealthy area for decades and has a very sharp eye. What big shot has he not seen? For example, Dama, Xiaoma, Lao Wang, Lao Su, Lao Chao, Wang Sikong. Just mention these big guys, which one has he not seen? Which one of them is not wearing custom-made branded clothes and looks very noble? And after his snobbish eyes examined this brat in sunglasses and non-mainstream ripped jeans, how could he not recognize that he had the temperament to be a homeowner? Mock up. That's it? Do you dare to say that you are the owner of this place? Are you kidding? The security guard snorted coldly, You poor bastard, I'm giving you a piece of advice. If you still have any shame, don't embarrass yourself here. Otherwise, if you piss me off, I'll make you look bad. Oh? I'm really looking forward to how you, an old man, will make us look bad. Yi Tian raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said with interest. Hey, you're such a tough talker, you little brat. What's the point of just talking tough these days? Only real strength is useful. For you idle brats like you, why do you have to learn something else but imitate others and pretend to be rich? I'll punish you guys. You're really not crying until you see the coffin. The security guard said angrily. Xiao Xiao, immediately get Xiao Wu and the others to come over and chase these hooligans away. There are weirdos every year, but this year there are especially many. Here, the old man has the final say, and the other young security guards have to obey his orders. After Xiao Xiao called the other young security guards over, he walked over to Yi Tian and the others helplessly and said, Please leave quickly, otherwise it will be difficult for us to do our job. Please don't make things difficult for us. This is so outrageous. I'm the owner of this place, why are you kicking us out? I'm not leaving, so what? Yi Tian was completely furious now, and he would be furious if he was given any respect. Don't think that he is a sick cat just because he doesn't say anything, doesn't argue, and doesn't resist? Yi Tian showed the documents proving that he was the owner. At this moment, the young security guards panicked after seeing his ID. You are really the owner? Sorry, Mr. Yi Tian, we were blind and offended you. Xiao Zhao and the others carefully checked several times. Their legs trembled with fear. It was like they had experienced a chaotic war. After the panic, they immediately bowed and respectfully apologized to Yi Tian and begged for forgiveness. You bastards! Do you have a brain? How can they be the owners if they are all scammers? I told you to kick them out. Didn't you hear me? Several young security guards did not listen to his instructions. Instead, they nodded and apologized to the gangsters in fear. This outrageous behavior caused the security guard to roar in anger. Uncle Zhou, he really is the owner of this place. If you don't believe me, just look. Xiao Zhao turned around in a panic and pointed at Yi Tian's ID to the security guard. Stop talking nonsense. You believe them just because they look like this. Don't you know that people who forge certificates are everywhere these days? Are you ignoring my words? The security guard came over angrily and was about to grab Yi Tian's ID and tear it up. He didn't believe that Yi Tian, a loser like him, could afford to buy a villa here. It's impossible in 10 lifetimes. He has never been wrong. Young Xiao Zhao and others did not dare to act rashly. They stood there stupidly, watching the old security guard rush over, snatch Yi Tian's ID, throw it to the ground, and then kick him hard. The red certificate was crushed and left ugly footprints. I didn't expect this old security guard to be so ugly, speak so harshly, and do things so ruthlessly. Yi Tian and the others stared at the stepped-on document with great heartache. You turtle bastard, you actually trampled on my boss's property deed? The second oldest, Chu Hong, was the first to shout, his face filled with hatred and teeth gnashing as he cursed. If you don't seek death, you won't die. You asked for it. The second brother opened his mouth and cursed, and rushed in front of the old security guard at lightning speed, bang. With one punch, he was knocked to the ground, leaving him lying face down on the ground. In an instant, 2 of the security guard's front teeth were knocked out. He groaned in pain and tried to get up, but his whole body felt like it was falling apart and he couldn't get up. He wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand, and it was covered in blood. Ah! My teeth! Are you all blind? What are you standing there for? Why don't you come and help me up? The old security guard howled and cursed. As a veteran with experience, he was beaten like this by a kid so easily. How can he maintain his authority in the future? This was a huge embarrassment, so he took it out on the young security guards. Xiao Zhao and the others were awakened by his nightmarish voice, and after they came to their senses, they immediately ran over to help him up. At this moment, what happened? Diwu Chang and Wang Xikong came over and asked. When the security guard saw Wang Xikong coming over, he was overjoyed and grinned at him as if he had seen a savior. Master Song, what brings you here? I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Brother Chang, you are finally here. Lao Er and the others exclaimed. Seeing Diwu Chang coming back with Wang Xikong was like having a trump card to prove his identity. What's going on? Wang Xikong asked the security guard with a swollen face. Master Song, you've come just in time. Help me teach these brats a lesson. They actually dared to pretend to be the owners here and cause trouble. Damn it! Are you blind? This is the owner, Master Yi. Wang Xikong knew that the security guard was in trouble before he could finish explaining. Unable to suppress his anger, he kicked him in the chest. The security guard was just helped up when he flew 2 meters away in an instant, fell to the ground with a bang, and spat out a mouthful of blood. I think you're the one causing trouble here. Crawl over here and kowtow to Master Yi and apologize. Wang Xikong roared. Boom! What? Owner? Mr. Yi? The old security guard was kicked so hard that his mind was in a mess and he thought he was hallucinating. But when he rubbed his eyes hard and saw Wang Xikong glaring at him ferociously, he knew that he was in big trouble. It's over. The old security guard looked as pale as death. Chapter 19. The villa even Wang Xikong envied. After the old security guard realized what was happening, he howled and begged to Wang Xikong, No, Master Song, I didn't do anything, really. It was him. He was pretending here on purpose, trying to take pictures here. Oh no. The security guard realized that he had said the wrong thing and immediately changed his words. I was dazzled and saw it wrongly. Then he rushed to Wang Xikong and said, I didn't mean to make things difficult for them. Please forgive me. I really didn't mean it. What's the point of you begging me? You should kowtow to Master Yi and admit your mistake. Wang Xikong shouted loudly. The security guard was frightened by Wang Xikong's harsh voice. He crawled to Yi Tian, knelt on the ground and kowtowed to him to apologize. Yi, Master Yi. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. It's my fault for not recognizing a great man. Please be magnanimous and spare a small person like me. Now that Master Song has spoken, please stand up. Besides, you are older than me, and I can't stand your courtesy. Yi Tian curled his lips slightly, he was not such a stingy person. Thank you, Master Yi. Thank you, Master Song. After receiving Yi Tian's forgiveness, he cried with joy and quickly kowtowed to apologize. Boss, are you just going to let him go like this? He was just giving us all kinds of trouble and even spoke so harshly. The second brother, Chu Hong, was furious. He let him go so easily. All the humiliation he had just endured was in vain. That's right, boss, don't let him go. The third brother Li Yifeng also spoke. The security guard's mean face just now was really disgusting. That's right, boss, you are kind to him, but who is kind to us? Old Sijifeng also didn't understand why the boss was so tolerant of him? This kind of social garbage should be cleaned up. Otherwise it will harm more people. Alright, let's be merciful. Give him a chance to mend his ways. Although Yi Tian couldn't stand this man's face, he was a kind person and didn't want to be polluted by the filth of society. Seeing that the second brother and the others were all talking about attacking him, the old security guard suddenly panicked. Thinking about how inhumane he was just now, and how he recklessly and madly trampled on the dignity of Yi Tian and the others, he was in trouble now, and he really regretted it. He was really afraid that Yi Tian would settle accounts with him. If that happened, he would not only lose his job, but would also find it difficult to stay in this industry in the future. If he lost his job, how would he show off in front of his snobbish relatives? How would he cover the family expenses? So he clung to Yi Tian and kowed out in front of him, crying and howling like a ghost, begging for mercy. He had no image at all, no dignity as a man at all. For him, face and money are mutually exclusive, and he can abandon worthless face for money. In the end, Yi Tian chose not to pursue the matter and forgave him. Ding! The host is detected to be kind. Returning kindness with kindness will be rewarded to the host with 10 sets of classical furniture. At this time, the familiar system voice sounded again. Yi Tian was secretly happy to hear such a reward. It was exactly what he expected. The system will reward him when he is helpful or generous. However, he chose to magnanimously forgive the security guard just now, not to get the system's reward, but out of the kindness in his heart. It is also possible that it is precisely because of his kindness, generosity, and tolerance that the system favors him more and gives him more rewards. Well, that must be the case. Since Yi Tian decided to do this, the second brother and the others finally stopped objecting. Go away, don't be an eyesore here, Wang Xikong said unhappily. Then he walked to Yi Tian and said to him with a smile as if in the spring breeze, Hello, Yi Tian. My name is Wang Xikong. Nice to meet you. I live next door, and we will be neighbors from now on. Oh, hello, Xiao Wang next door. Nice to meet you too. We will be good neighbors from now on. Yi Tian shook his hand and said with surprise. Lao Wang and Xiao Wang are well-known figures in the circle. How could he not know them? Yes, good neighbors. Diwu Chang and I are good friends. You could also say that Mr. Yi Tian and I are good friends too. Ha ha. Wang Xikong spoke incessantly and was very familiar. It turns out it's so easy for him to make friends. He once said that he never cared about his friends' status, whether they were rich or poor. He didn't care about any of that. And it was true. Yi Tian has moved into a new house. It just so happens that it is convenient for me to visit young Master Ye's villa? Wang Xikong asked. You're most welcome. Of course, Yi Tian warmly invited Wang Xikong to visit his luxurious villa. Although he is currently worth tens of billions, and with the added bonuses from the system, his worth will continue to increase, it is still necessary to make friends with rich second generations like Wang Xikong. Wang Xikong is a walking mine of connections and resources. Anyone who can make friends with him is equivalent to making friends with half of the entertainment industry. Yi Tian also plans to invest in the entertainment industry in the future, so establishing a good relationship with him is also a visionary investment and is definitely worth it. As Yi Tian's exclusive butler, Diwu Chang had already arrived at the villa in advance to arrange everything. When Yi Tian and the others walked into the villa, they were dazzled. This is a 3-story European-style single-family villa with a total area of 600 square meters. Wow! It looks like an off-white palace from the front. Old Sijifeng is a mountain man who came to the city and has never seen the world. This villa is incredibly luxurious. If the boss posts photos of it on social media platforms like TikTok, I'm afraid all the beautiful influencers on the internet will be scrambling to get into your bed. Ha ha. The third brother Li Yifeng said jokingly. Even being able to go on a date with him once or twice was a lifetime of bragging rights. Old Sijifeng added with a smile. It's a pity that the boss is not a playboy. Unlike Principal Wang, he changes women as diligently as he changes clothes. The third brother Li Yifeng glanced at Wang Xikong when he said this. It's true that Yi Tian's villa is really luxurious. It's even more luxurious than mine. If I were a woman, I would think so too. Wang Sikong has always had a very high level of aesthetic taste. Even he praised this villa, which shows that this villa is indeed very good. That's right, great minds think alike, said the third brother Lia Feng. By the way, who is this Principal Wang you're talking about? Why don't I have any impression of him? He's just a principal named Wang. He's an outsider, so it's not surprising that you don't know him. Old Sijifeng explained with a smile. Oh, so he's from outside the circle. No wonder I didn't know him. Logically, who among the people in the circle shouldn't I know? Wang Sikong heard them say that Principal Wang must be a talent, and it was a pity that he didn't even know him. Diwu Chang used facial recognition to open the door, and several people officially entered the villa for a tour. The first floor of the villa is in Chinese style, even the furniture is in Chinese style. The second and third floors are European style. Wow, poverty really limits my imagination. Boss, your villa is amazing. You're truly the richest of the rich. Old Sijifeng screamed. Chapter 22 Rich and Inhumane. Wow. It's really shocking. Just after passing the 10-meter-long entrance hall, I began to feel the aura of this luxurious home. The third brother Lia Feng followed Yi Tian and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Third brother, you're such a loser. I'm only just beginning to be impressed by this living room. Look, this Chinese-style living room can accommodate over 20 people, enough for a party. Also, the decor here looks really classy. The second brother Chu Hong put his arm around the third brother inside. This entire floor is entirely Chinese style. The decoration and furniture utilize a large amount of mahogany, a rare wood. The curtains and fabrics for the sofas are all handmade by renowned Chinese artists. Therefore, every piece of furniture here is incredibly valuable, starting at least 1 million yuan. As Yi Tian's senior exclusive butler, Diwu Cheng naturally knew all of this. My god, poverty really limits my imagination. Wow, this kitchen feels twice as big as our living room. How many sets of kitchen utensils, knives, and appliances does it have? Can I choose from them all when I cook? Will I have trouble making choices? The third brother, Lia Feng, continued chattering. Oh, don't even mention the size of the kitchen. Even the bathroom here is bigger than my living room. It's so infuriating. The second son, Chu Hong, went to check out the bathroom space and came back feeling terrible. He was so envious. Ah, this restaurant is really high-end and luxurious. Even the porridge here must be delicious, right? The third brother, Lia Feng, saw that the dining room between the kitchen and the living room was also so high-end and luxurious. It felt so dreamy. Even farts smell really good, ha ha ha. The fourth brother laughed. The third brother, ugh. Everyone, ha ha. Yi Tian looked at the layout of this floor and thought it was indeed very good. Through the living room, there is a nanny room, a master bedroom and a guest room. It is spacious and bright enough. On the other side of the living room, there is a fairly large green lawn and an extra large swimming pool. That swimming pool over there is so huge. It would be so wonderful if I could invite 10 or 8 beautiful girls to have a party here someday. Old Sijifeng turned his gaze to the outdoor swimming pool with an intoxicated expression on his face. Lia Feng, who knew his character well, knew that Lao Si was starting to get mad. He must be imagining the hot beauties in bikinis competing for attention in the swimming pool. It's so pleasing to the eyes. Old Sijifeng couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Oh my god, the fourth brother must be thinking about beautiful women and sexy beauties swaying in front of him. The third brother turned around and teased the fourth brother towards Yi Tian. Old 3 is talking nonsense again. I mean, the scenery here is so beautiful. The lawn and the swimming pool, don't you think so? This time, the fourth brother is trying to hide his true intentions. It was so obvious just now, everyone knows it, men just like to look at beautiful women. What's there to be embarrassed about? Ha, come on, stop hiding it and go to the second floor. Yi Tian and the others went straight to the second floor without waiting for the fourth brother. Brother, I can take you to any style you like in the future. Ha ha. Wang Sikong also teased him. This statement is very meaningful. Hey, stop talking nonsense, I really didn't think anything of it. The fourth brother quickly caught up with the team and wanted to explain something, but no one believed him. Different from the classical style of the first floor, the second floor and above have a particularly fashionable European style. The curtains and sofas here are made of high-quality silk. These silks feel so smooth and as attractive as a woman's skin. Even Wang Sikong, who is rarely praised, said so. Wow, it's so smooth. Touching this silk is like touching a beautiful woman. Old Sijifeng touched it with his hands and it was indeed good. He couldn't wait to sit on it and sank into it. It was soft and comfortable. It was like sitting in the arms of a beautiful woman. Then the second and third children also sat there, and even rolled around on the sofa. The softness and comfort were so irresistible. This silk comes from Custom Silk, a famous American silk company. The quality is top-notch. Wang Sikong has already seen it. Yes, Master Song is right. Diwu Chang nodded. Yi Tian, the decoration here is even more high-end and luxurious than mine. I am so envious. I will come to your place often in the future. Wang Sikong said jokingly. Ha, we are all friends, you are most welcome. After all, we live so close to each other, so please come often in the future. Yi Tian smiled, leaning back on the sofa. Whether it's true friends or just idiots, emotional connections must be maintained at a certain level. Otherwise, socializing is ineffective. Okay, since you said that, I'm going to come here to eat every day in the future. Wang Sikong likes to mingle with his friends the most. After visiting the European style on the second and third floors, Diwu Chang reminded Yi Tian if he wanted to visit the basement. That's a 2-story basement, with 30 parking spaces and a huge wine cellar. After hearing the introduction from the fifth Chang, the second, third and fourth brothers couldn't wait to go and take a look. After all, men also have a special liking for luxury cars. What kind of luxury cars are parked in those dozens of parking spaces? Be sure to see it today. So they took the elevator directly down to the basement floor. Boss, you're truly inhumane. You have over a dozen luxury cars parked here and you don't even drive them. You're using them as decorations. That's outrageous. Seeing the luxury car, Lao Sijifeng rushed forward without caring about his image and shouted. There was no need to drive before. Yi Tian said lightly. The system didn't tell him, okay? The system only said that it would reward him with a villa in Repulse Bay. Who knew that this villa would also include so many luxury goods? Rolls-Royce, Bugatti Veyron, Lamborghini, Ferrari, Aston Martin, Pagani, Koenigsegg. Damn it! Every luxury car is a dream I can never achieve in my lifetime. Boss, you can actually own them all at once. Boss, don't tell me you are not interested in these luxury cars? Old Sijifeng asked Yi Tian in disbelief. How could that be? From now on these cars will not be gathered here for dust. This is also the first time Yi Tian meets them, okay? Just pick whichever one you like and take it for a spin. Yi Tian said very generously. Wow, did I hear it right? Boss, you're so generous that you just give us a luxury car? The third brother, Lia Feng, couldn't believe that such a good thing had fallen from the sky. But it turned out to be true. I didn't expect that thanks to the boss's help, we are so close to our 100 million goal. The second son, Chu Hong, was also very happy to receive the gift from the eldest son. He immediately sat in the Ferrari in front of him and tried the steering wheel. Wow, this sound is so addictive. The second brother Chu Hong screamed while driving. Chapter 21 Magical Organic Milk. Second brother, let go of that car and let me take it. The third brother, Lia Feng, was jealous when he saw the second brother test drive the luxury car first. He was so excited that he looked eager to try it out. Get lost. Third brother, why are you so mean? You have to snatch it from me? Didn't the eldest brother just promise that each of us can choose one? Wouldn't it be better if you could choose any other one? The second brother looked at it with dissatisfaction and contempt. Don't be too pushy. What the boss said just now was just a polite remark. Are you really that shameless? The three of us should be satisfied with just one car, thank God. Besides, the boss is so generous because he values us very much and treats us as brothers, but we can't take it for granted, said the third brother Lia Feng. That's right, don't be too greedy, second brother. It's a favor that the boss gave us this, but we must also fulfill our duty as friends and accept it in moderation. The fourth brother, Yi Tian, Wang Sikong and Diwu Chun came over together. Pick one each. I just said it sincerely. Hearing that they disagreed, Yi Tian walked over and said with a smile. See, I told you that the boss is really generous. You guys insisted on saying this and that to blackmail me. How boring. The second son, Chu Hong, curled his lips and said with some complaints. They had just called him greedy, and this had touched his heart. He was a bit carefree to begin with, but some words could inadvertently hurt someone's self-esteem. If we're brothers, don't hesitate. Just choose what Yi Tian asks you to choose. As a man, what's wrong with choosing a luxury car to satisfy your vanity? At this time Wang Xikong spoke. Okay, Song Song is straightforward. It's right to listen to you. Old Sijifeng suddenly figured it out and gladly accepted the luxury car given by Yi Tian, so he chose a Ferrari. The third brother, Li Feng, was even more excited and chose a Porsche. The second, third, and fourth brothers chose their favorite cars and test drove them a few laps in the villa. These bastards are getting more and more impatient. Ha ha ha. Yi Tian looked at them so excitedly as they went to test drive the car, and smiled at Wang Xikong beside him. How about it, Xiao Song? Do you have a car you like? Pick one too? Wow. You even gave me a gift. Wouldn't it hurt you? So many luxury cars at once. Wang Xikong asked in surprise with his eyes wide open. Since you want to give it to me, I won't feel bad about it. Yi Tian raised his eyebrows and said nonchalantly, since this was a gift from the system, why should he feel sad about it? The more gifts he gives, the more he is likely to benefit. People are often like this. If they don't have to spend money on something, they will be generous to give it to others. Then I won't hesitate. I have my eyes on this Pagani. Wang Xikong raised his eyebrows, pointed at the Pagani in the parking space in front, and spoke tentatively. Sure, here you go. Yi Tian agreed very readily, which surprised Wang Xikong a little. Because Yi Tian is the first person in his circle of friends who was so generous as to give away a luxury car. Yi Tian gifted so many luxury cars in just a few minutes without even frowning. This really made him admire him deeply. As everyone knows, he is a rich second generation who spends money like water, and he would not dare to be so extravagant in a short period of time. The most generous thing he did was to give luxury cars and houses to the girlfriends he had been dating for a few days or half a month. Now in front of Yi Tian, he is just a little brother. Thank you, brother Yi Tian. Wang Xikong clasped his fists to him with great satisfaction. This is the car he has been eyeing for months. Ever since he generously gifted each of his 10 ex-girlfriends a multi-million-dollar mansion and luxury car last month, his father had restricted his credit card, and now he dared not spend recklessly. Unexpectedly, Yi Tian finally got the car he had been longing for half a month. After they all came back from test driving, Wang Xikong suggested, how about we have a party now to celebrate Yi Tian moving into his new villa? Everyone agreed that this was a good idea. Such a significant day, of course, should be celebrated. Ding! The host who passed the test will be given a luxury car worth tens of millions of yuan, and 10,000 bottles of premium organic pure milk. They have been distributed to the storage room. Damn it! Why is this system rewarding milk? Yi Tian didn't he understand why the system suddenly changed its tone? Just as I was wondering, the familiar voice of the system sounded in my ears again. This Jingdian is not the same as the Jingdian. This bottle of Jingdian organic milk can increase the user's energy 100-fold. Yi Tian was about to give up the reward, but after hearing the system's analysis, he decided to give it a try and taste a bottle of Jingdian organic milk. It's no different from regular organic milk. As soon as Yi Tian finished drinking, his body changed instantly, and every cell in his body was happily active. Then he suddenly had an idea and felt refreshed. Suddenly, all the books I read an hour ago, all the mobile phone messages and short videos I browsed, etc. flashed through my mind. He remembered all these contents clearly in his mind. Oh, I see, so this is the effect of organic milk. A few points of refinement. Literally. Boss, why do you look more and more handsome now? The third brother Li Feng walked towards Yi Tian at this time and saw that he suddenly became much more handsome. Could it be that he went out for a few laps and then began hallucinating for a while after coming back? At this time, the third brother and the others all discovered this problem one after another. Why did they suddenly think that the eldest brother became handsome? They all spoke out in confusion. Really? Wang Xikong and Diwu Chang also discovered this feature. It took less than 10 seconds for Yi Tian to become handsome after drinking the bottle of milk. That's right, your boss has become more handsome because he drank this bottle of Jingdian organic milk. Moreover, my memory is now excellent. Everything I experienced an hour ago, including the people and things I saw with my eyes, has been accurately input into my brain. Seeing that no one seemed to understand, Yi Tian added, that is to say, this bottle of Jingdian organic milk can make us more handsome and smarter. After hearing that this organic milk had such miraculous effects, the second child and the others rushed to grab a bottle and gulped it down. Hey, why don't you become as handsome as the boss? But I feel really good overall. The third brother Li Feng observed and said after drinking it. I haven't become more handsome, but I feel more energetic and in better shape. While everyone was immersed in the doubts about this kind of fine organic milk, Wang Xikong was calmly making a video call with the beautiful woman on the spot. The video call showed a dozen beauties in bikinis walking in from outside Yi Tian's villa in a charming manner. Chapter 22 The Boss is a Gentleman. Li Feng heard Wang Xikong making a high-profile video call with beautiful women. He deliberately glanced at his phone screen, and this glance made his blood boil. The people in the phone were several beauties with internet celebrity faces. All of them have delicate oval faces. The pointed chin, like an awl, revealed obvious signs of surgery, and the lipstick was alluring and thick. The infinite beauty of the chest is displayed generously. Each of them had big white rabbits that seemed unrealistically plump, faintly jumping, and they were vying for the spotlight and appeared on Wang Xizong's mobile phone screen. Master Song, it's not nice for me to see such a stunning scene in broad daylight, right? The third brother, Li Feng, widened his eyes, unwilling to look away from the screen. What's wrong with that? At worst, you can go back and play Flying Strike tonight. When Wang Xikong was chatting with a beautiful woman, she suddenly turned around and said something to him that made him burst out laughing. Don't say such private thoughts out loud, okay? Song Xiao, you've made the third brother blush. Old Sijifeng also saw this scene and started a conversation with a smile. Wow, this is such a pleasing sight. The second brother Chu Hong also came over to look at the beauty on Wang Xikong's phone screen. I didn't lie to you, did I? All the guys here are handsome. The key is that there is a handsome guy who is richer than me. Wang Xikong said to the beautiful woman on the phone, then turned the camera to Yi Tian. Yi Tianzi was sitting on the sofa very calmly. These beauties were not in his eyes at all. When the beauties saw Yi Tian's handsome face, they immediately screamed and couldn't wait to agree to Xiao Wang's request. Soon, the fifth stage went to bring these beauties in. Song, I finally see you. I missed you so much. Mua. The beautiful lady walking in front couldn't wait to walk up to Wang Xikong and spoke coquettishly when she saw him. While speaking, she rubbed against Wang Xikong intentionally or unintentionally. Wang Xikong was already accustomed to such famous scenes. He put his arms around the woman's slender waist. Bao, I missed you too. Mua. The woman continued to act coquettishly and punched Wang Xikong with her fists. Everyone around got goosebumps after hearing this. Hey handsome guy, you're really handsome. I guess you're the Yi Tianyi that Master Song mentioned, right? Another internet celebrity who looked even more charming saw the handsome Yi Tian and took the initiative to walk up to him and strike up a conversation with him in a charming manner. The eyes are full of charm. From Wang Xizong's words, she guessed that Yi Tian was from a prominent background. Naturally, she would use her weapon and point that plump part directly at Yi Tian. She boldly held his neck and said in a coquettish voice, "Young Master Yi." Yi Tianxia subconsciously shrank back. He was just greeting the beautiful woman out of courtesy. Who knew this beauty could be so bold and uninhibited? Yi Tian felt uncomfortable when some soft parts of the woman were rubbed against him. The eyes simply dared not look directly in the direction of certain erotic things. Yi Tian's reaction made the beauty stick to him even more, sticking to him like a dogskin plaster. Yi Tian really couldn't stand his frivolous temptation. Then, he grasped the beautiful woman's snow-white arms with his hands and forcibly pried her away from him. Then, with a cold and handsome face, he said, "Miss, please respect yourself." "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so shy. Are you still a virgin?" Ha ha. The other beauties were naturally not stupid either. Their eyes lit up as if they had seen a gold mine. They also swarmed over him. Ding! Detected that the host is favored by a beautiful woman, rewarding the host with 1 billion pocket money. Deposit in 3 seconds. Ha! This system is too weird. Even something like this will be rewarded? Yi Tian said speechlessly. However, even with so much pocket money as a reward, he did mind it a little. Damn it! Are the boss the only handsome guy these beauties have eyes for? I'm not that either, so why is there such a big difference? Is it because of the boss's wealth? The second brother and the others could only envy him at this time. Cece, don't scare young Master Yi. He's still an innocent college student. Wang Xikong helped Yi Tian out of trouble. I told you, no man has ever escaped my grasp. You, Master Yi, are an exception. Only then did Lu Cece let go of Yi Tian. Yi Tian, take advantage of this great opportunity and let's go play in your swimming pool together. Wang Xikong, who was hugging the beautiful woman's waist, said to Yi Tian. Okay, boss, let's go. Before Yi Tian could answer yes, the second and third brothers beside him were already very excited. Yi Tian kept a cold face towards these beautiful women the whole time. So those beauties didn't dare to approach him easily, and instead turned to the arms of the second, third, fourth, and fifth Chang. Play in the super large swimming pool. They hugged each other. Mingle with the beautiful ladies. Yi Tian soaked in the water alone to calm down. He can't touch women anymore. Damn it! Almost embarrassed myself. When Lu Cece hugged him just now, Yi Tian's body was very honest and had already reacted. That's why he couldn't wait to push her away. Zhang Zifeng was so close to him yesterday and nothing happened. At this moment, Yi Tian subconsciously flashed Zhang Zifeng's beautiful face in his mind. It must be because of that glass of refined organic milk I just drank. Yi Tian thought so. The second brother and the others were having a great time, but Yi Tian walked back to the living room with a lack of interest. Soon Yi Tian asked Di Wucheng to take him back to school first. Di Wucheng was a little surprised that Yi Tian owned 10,000 bottles of Jingdian organic milk. As a housekeeper, how could he not know that there was so much milk in the storage room? However, he didn't see any flaws and was just a little confused. According to Yi Tian's instructions, Di Wucheng prepared a box of fine organic milk for each of Lao Er and the others. After flying back to the old football field of the school, Yi Tian walked back to the dormitory apartment building. He saw Zhang Zifeng waiting for him again. Yi Tian. Are you back? Zhang Zifeng waved to him excitedly and smiled brightly. Walked to Yi Tian. Zifeng, why are you here? Have you been waiting here for a long time? Yi Tian asked in confusion. Well, I've been waiting for you for almost the whole morning. Zhang Zifeng pouted. Ah. Yi Tian felt incredible and a little guilty at the same time. She, a girl, has been waiting here for so long. Why didn't you call me? Yi Tian said. I called you, but you didn't answer. Zhang Zifeng called his WeChat number. Since he didn't answer the phone, it meant that he had important things to do, so she didn't bother him anymore. Waiting here for him to come back. I turned it to muted. Yi Tian quickly took out his cell phone and saw that there was a missed call. By the way, what do you want from me? Yi Tian asked. Chapter 23. Yi Tian is being kept? We just separated last night, and today Zhang Zifeng came to see me. What on earth was going on? Yi Tian looked at her with some confusion. Look at you, you said that again. Can't I come to you if I'm fine? Zhang Zifeng was very dissatisfied with what Yi Tian said. The fact that Yi Tian said this proved that he had not thought about himself at all from last night until now. Zhang Zifeng was actually disappointed in his heart. Of course not. This might be my catchphrase. I'm used to asking this question when I see you. I really don't mean it that way. You can come to me anytime. Yi Tian hurriedly explained, fearing that she would misunderstand. In fact, he didn't mind Zhang Zifeng coming to see him. There were even times when he wished she would find him. Just like what happened at Repulse Bay just now. He was clearly with another woman, but he inexplicably thought of Zhang Zifeng. That feeling is very strange. It cannot be touched or explained. Hate it. Who's going to come to you anytime? Zhang Zifeng punched Yi Tian in the chest. Although he said this, he was very happy in his heart. Hee, that's what I said. Yi Tian said with a smile like a fool. Hey, Yi Tian, why are you wearing sunglasses and your hair like this? Where are you going dressed like this? Are you going on a blind date? After looking Yi Tian's clothes from head to toe, Zhang Zifeng joked. Stop teasing me. I've seen ghosts, but I'm not afraid of the dark. How could I dare to go on a blind date? To be honest, he had just broken up, and he was still a little sad and conflicted. I won't go on blind dates either. So, go fool around? Zhang Zifeng made another tentative guess. Tell me. Have you done anything to let me, your fiancé, down? Haha, how dare I? Even if I were given a water jar as my courage, I wouldn't dare betray you. Yi Tian knew that Zhang Zifeng was joking, so he followed her joke. In fact, Zhang Zifeng was half joking and half sincere. She was using their pretend boyfriend-girlfriend relationship to express her true feelings. However, Yi Tian couldn't tell whether Zhang Zifeng was speaking the truth or not, but took her words as a joke. Originally, Zhang Zifeng was the school belle, and her every word and action attracted excessive attention from others. Now he took the initiative to look for Yi Tian, but attracted the attention of many boys and girls. Watching their sweet interactions is like the daily life of a couple in love. This has caused a lot of speculation. Hey, isn't that school beauty Zhan? Why did she come here to look for that boy? Some boys couldn't help but ask curiously. That's right. That's right. School beauty Zhang actually took the initiative to come to Yi Tian. And she's been waiting for him here for a long time. Could it be that they are already in love? Another boy gossiped about this detail. Exactly, they're already together. What a pity. My school beauty goddess actually chose a guy like that. Some boys were indignant and beat their chests and sighed in pain. It's really a good cabbage that was eaten by a pig. Another boy said jealously after seeing it. Exactly. How could that guy catch the eye of my goddess? Some boys are jealous and can't stand Yi Tian, a poor boy. They think he is a toad eating swan meat. Zhang Zifeng is really good. Isn't that school beauty Zhang so self-righteous? And yet she chose a poor boy like this as her boyfriend. Some girls are jealous of Zhang the school beauty because she is too arrogant. Yeah, I heard this guy just got cheated on by his ex-girlfriend. This school beauty is just picking up someone else's worn-out shoes. Some girls were jealous and wanted to step on Zhang Zifeng. Seeing more and more people gathering around to watch and talk about it, they thought the two of them were in love. Yi Tian felt that it was not appropriate to stay here for long. Okay, let's get back to the topic. What exactly do you want to talk to me about? Yi Tian looked at her seriously. Well, I'm planning to move out. Can you accompany me to look at houses? Zhang Zifeng wanted to escape from her parents' excessive concern for her. Oh, that's fine. I'm free now, so I'll go with you to see it. Yi Tian didn't ask Zhang Zifeng why he moved out. I agreed to her request directly and readily. That's perfect. I know a nice house there. It's in a beautiful environment, very close to here, and very cost-effective. I'll take you there. As he said that, Yi Tian took Zhang Zifeng's hand and walked out quickly. If he stays here any longer, he will become the public enemy of all the men in the school tomorrow. It was this sudden action of grabbing Zhang Zifeng's hand that caused the surrounding onlookers to exclaim and make a fuss. The sudden action caught Zhang Zifeng off guard. She had no choice but to run according to Yi Tian's rhythm. But it feels so good. The warmth from his hand melted instantly. Very warm. Safety. Happiness. At that moment, Zhang Zifeng felt that she was in love with him. But this person's illusion only lasted for a moment. Soon she woke up. This was just my wishful thinking. Yi Tian didn't consider me as his lover at all. She also knew that Yi Tian had just broken up and would not treat her as his lover. However, there is still a long way to go. She has more patience to wait. Where exactly is it? Why haven't I heard of this place before? I'm very familiar with this area. How could there be such a great place? Zhang Zifeng asked as he ran after him and looked at his handsome back. Can't you imagine that a place like this actually exists nearby? Could it be that Yi Tian lied to her? Zhang Zifeng thought. Of course there is. You'll know when you get there. Trust me, I won't be wrong. Yi Tian said confidently, and after running for a distance, he stopped and let go of her hand. At this time, Yi Tiankai said with a little embarrassment, I'm sorry, the situation just now was special, and I got excited. Yi Tian wanted to explain something but was hesitant. He suddenly felt that the more he explained, the more he was covering up, and he didn't know if Miss Shang would believe him. Could it be that she thinks she's taking advantage of her on purpose? What's the big deal? We're friends, and we're in a fake marriage. Zhang Zifeng pretended to be calm and answered with a smile. Look, it's right here. Yi Tian pointed at the surrounding buildings. Well, the environment is really nice. The surrounding streets are clean and tidy, and the greenery is quite good. And it's very close to our school. Zhang Zifeng looked carefully in the direction he pointed and took a look at the surrounding environment. Then I'll choose this place. Zhang Zifeng immediately contacted the landlord of the house he liked. Soon, the landlord came over. It turns out that the landlord of this house is Yi Tian's former landlord's sister. Is it really such a coincidence? Girl, are you going to rent my house? The landlady looked at Yi Tian without saying anything, but asked Zhang Zifeng first. Yes, I want to rent the entire 10th floor for a year. Zhang Zifeng made the decision before even going in to take a closer look. Hearing Zhang Zifeng's words, the landlady turned to Yi Tian and said sarcastically, "No wonder you refuse to obey me. It turns out you're hooking up with that little girl." Humph. Ah. This. Yi Tian was confused. Did the landlady misunderstand him? Does he look like someone who was being kept by someone? Baffling. Chapter 24 Married to the School Beauty. Yi Tian blushed when he was looked at by the landlady in a strange way. After being judged by the auntie, how did he become a gigolo? Or has society gradually formed inertia, making handsome scholars suitable for living off women? Men's dignity is passively trampled upon. After the landlady leaves, Zhang Zifeng looked at Yi Tian with an unnatural expression and asked, "Yi Tian, what's wrong with you? What did the landlord say to you just now? Why did she look at you so strangely?" Really? No. She said I was handsome and looked like a male celebrity, so she took a few more glances. Everyone loves beauty, it's purely admiration. Why is it weird? Yi Tian smiled, with no sign of lying on his face. He tells lies without even thinking, and he's getting better and better at it. Oh. Zhang Zifeng nodded, thinking that what he said seemed to make sense. Indeed, she couldn't think of any strange reason. Yi Tian is quite handsome, and she can't help but take a few more glances at him. Yi Tian, you said you would help me, you won't forget it, right? Zhang Zifeng suddenly said to Yi Tian. Of course not. Yi Tian said without hesitation. Okay, let's go get the certificate this afternoon. Zhang Zifeng took the opportunity to make such a request, catching Yi Tian off guard. Good job. This girl is really good at setting traps for him. He was always smart, but he was easily tricked by her. Was it because I was careless or was I completely unprepared and defenseless against her? Ah, so urgent? When attending the banquet, he had already warned Lin Sen not to harass her again. Why is school beauty Zhang asking him to register immediately? Yi Tian obviously couldn't accept the fact that he had agreed to a fake marriage with her, and still wanted to make a final resistance. However, Zhang Xiaohua had already thought of a strategy to press the advantage. You don't know that Lin Sen came to my house again this morning. He didn't believe in our relationship at all and insisted on seeing proof that we were married. In order to drive him away, I said that the marriage certificate is with you and I will show it to him tomorrow. Now that I've said it, I should get some proof as soon as possible, right? I don't care. You promised me before. What's the difference between registering later and registering earlier? Why not register now and shut up that guy Lin Sen? Seeing that Yi Tian hesitated, Zhang Zifeng seized the opportunity and talked incessantly. Zhang Zifeng stared at him closely. What? You promised, but you want to deny it? Of course not. How could he be the kind of person who goes back on his word? Once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. Okay, let's go now. In this way, Yi Tian was forcibly dragged by Zhang Zifeng to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a certificate. Yi Tian. Is this kidnapping? It doesn't seem to count. Is this like forced marriage? He personally promised this. Arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. The lady who handled their documents looked at the newlyweds with great joy. The man is handsome and the woman is pretty. She had been working for more than 10 years, and this was the first time she had seen such a good-looking couple. I love it so much. There was no sign at all that Yi Tian was forced to do business. After stamping the seal, I also wished them a long and happy life together and a son soon. Good job. May you have a baby soon. The two could not tell the real reason for their marriage. If that old lady knew that their marriage was fake, it would be a disaster. So they could only bite the bullet and face the challenge head-on, pretending to be happy and smiling in thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God, Why are the staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau so enthusiastic nowadays? I also wish them a baby soon. I thought these blessings were the most exciting scene, but I didn't expect that even more exciting things were yet to come. Just when the two of them relaxed their guard, the old lady said to him happily, "Okay, now the groom can kiss the bride." Ah, this. Is there such a step in getting a certificate? Could it be that this old lady wanted to see this good-looking newlywed couple do something under the pretext of work, right? Isn't this old lady too enthusiastic? Oh no, this old lady's hobby is so fucking special. Hesitated for a moment. What should I do? I can't kiss that cherry mouth, right? Although those bright red cherries are indeed very tempting and make people want to taste them, but he was a gentleman and he would never take her kiss away when she was in danger. Of course, Zhang Zifeng was so happy to hear the aunt's request. She closed her eyes happily without hesitation and waited slowly for Yi Tian to kiss her. In this way, under the coercion of the old lady, Yi Tian had to kiss her. Just as he was about to approach the bride, he had an idea and chose to gently kiss her smooth forehead. Oh, you guys are so reserved. Young people nowadays are so reserved. You are not often seen. The old lady spoke happily, as if she had discovered a new world. 2. Young people nowadays, once they fall in love, can't wait to French kiss in a crowded street, even until they suffocate. Ahaha, we've always been so reserved. Yi Tian laughed awkwardly. Zhang Zifeng's face immediately turned red. Ah, that's great. It deserves praise. Keep it up. The auntie immediately received 10,086 likes. Yi Tian. Zhang Zifeng. Very good? Keep it up? Oh. So this auntie is a graceful and elegant person. Have you mastered all your lessons? The aunt asked them directly and to the point. Homework? Everyone who is married knows what aunt's homework means. However, Yi Tian was unable to react immediately. This was his first marriage and he didn't know this term. Maybe there is a sense of resonance among women. When asked this by the aunt, Zhang Zifeng understood immediately. Her face turned even redder, and she lowered her head shyly, not daring to answer the question. Yi Tian looked at the aunt's expectant and gossipy eyes, then looked at Zifeng's face which was as red as an apple, and finally reacted. I've got it all. Yi Tian answered embarrassedly. Oh, that's good. I wish you a happy sex life. May you have a baby soon. The old lady, with a responsible heart and gossipy eyes, patrolled back and forth between Yi Tian and Zhang Zifeng for several rounds before finally letting them go. Yi Tian finally let go of his worries. If the aunt continues to torment them like this, I'm afraid I'll have to teach them the detailed technical steps. Out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The two looked at each other slightly awkwardly. This lady is so kind. Talk about living together till old age and having a baby soon, that's just their occupational hazard. Don't take it to heart. In order to prevent Zhang Zifeng from feeling embarrassed, Yi Tian tried to explain. It would be fine if I didn't explain, but once I did it became really embarrassing. The old lady originally gave her sincere blessing because she thought they were a real couple. Now that Yi Tian explains all this, doesn't it seem like he is trying to cover up the truth? Unexpectedly, Zhang Zifeng said something earth-shattering. That lady's advice is quite good. Let's just use it as a practice session. Yi Tian also noticed the "we" in Zhang Zifeng's mouth, and it felt like what Zhang Zifeng said was true. After saying that, Zhang Zifeng lowered her head shyly, and her whole pretty face turned red again, which looked particularly beautiful. The bride's happiness is written all over her face. When Yi Tian looked down at the three eye-catching words "marriage certificate" written on the small notebook, he felt that the ritual of this fake marriage was so real. He got the certificate and kissed the bride. I was also asked how I was doing with my lessons. What they went through or what normal newlyweds go through. The only thing left is the most crucial step, the wedding night. Etc. What was he thinking about? Thinking about the wedding night? I must have been misled by what the aunt said. Yi Tian argued in his heart. Before I knew it, I discovered that my body had changed. His face flushed all the way to his ears. This time, he was the one who was shy. He shook his head, dismissing the shocking thought that he couldn't show to anyone else. Yi Tian quickly suppressed the thought and quickly caught up with Zhang Zifeng, who was walking shyly in front of him. This embarrassing scene continued all the way back to the school gate. Zheng Zifeng was very gentle, lowering her head shyly and said to him, "I'll go back to the dormitory first." But she didn't dare look him in the eye. Yi Tian stood there in a daze, watching Zheng Zifeng shyly run back to the dormitory, completely unaware of the second brother and the others coming back behind him. "Boss!" The third brother Li Yifeng suddenly shouted in his ear, bringing Yi Tian back to his senses. "Damn! What are you doing, kid? You showed up behind me unexpectedly. You scared me." Yi Tian kicked the third brother on the calf, but he dodged like a loach. "I didn't see you jump that high when you were scared," the second brother said jokingly. "Boss, which beauty are you so engrossed in? We stood behind you for several seconds and didn't even notice." Old Sijifeng couldn't help but come forward and tease. The boss was staring blankly at the front. Something must have happened. "Are you looking at the school beauty?" The third brother Li Yifeng looked at Yi Tian's face and guessed. "Is there any need to think about that?" "Of course. You can tell by the silly look on his face, as if he's completely lost in love." The second brother Chu Han looked at Yi Tian with cunning implication. "We didn't really guess it, did we? Tell us quickly, what exactly happened? You were having fun at the villa just now, why did you suddenly come back early? Could it really be related to school beauty Zhang?" The third brother, Li Yifeng, couldn't control his gossipy heart. "Go away! Stop talking nonsense!" Yi Tian gave him a look of disgust. This matter couldn't be known to these loudmouths, so he vehemently denied it. "TSK, are you trying to hide something? The words 'I like Zheng Zifeng' are clearly written on your face." Old Sijifeng said with a smile. "Get lost. If you guys keep making wild guesses, I won't let you drive luxury cars." Yi Tian threatened with gritted teeth. "No, no, no. That supercar is our lifeblood. Boss, you can't joke around like that." When the topic of luxury cars was mentioned, the third brother immediately became timid. Which man can resist the charm of a supercar? "Ha, third brother, can you be more promising?" Old Sijifeng joked. "If you can do it, go for it. You're so promising, why don't you just give up that supercar?" The third brother Li Yifeng retorted. "Then I'd better not make any progress. I'll just let the boss support me." Old Sijifeng also got scared. Little brat. Chapter 25 School Beauty's live broadcast room. Yi Tian and others returned to the dormitory talking and laughing. After the second brother and the others made fun of Yi Tian and Zhang Zifeng, they changed the topic to the scene of playing with those sexy girls in the villa today. But Yi Tian was not interested at all, he just opened Douyin silently and watched some videos casually. "Because I had always been Wu Tong's free meal ticket, apart from sleeping and accompanying her, I had no time for anything else. So I don't usually have the habit of watching live broadcasts. I don't have much in-depth knowledge about live streaming." But tonight he opened a live broadcast room on a whim. The anchor is an internet celebrity with a cone-shaped face. Through the filters and beauty functions of TikTok, the already sharp face has become even sharper. At first glance, the face shape was an unnatural V-shape, the mouth was so small that only 2 teeth could be seen when speaking, but the eyes were round and big. It looks disproportionate and a bit scary. It's impossible to tell what she looked like originally. If I hadn't seen her various expressions and actions in the live broadcast room, and her constant talking, I wouldn't have known that she was a real person. This is the deformed face shape that is popular among internet celebrities. I heard that when she is cheating people for money online, she is a completely different person offline and you can't recognize her at all. Internet celebrities can completely protect their privacy through this face-changing technology. For example, age and body shape. Xiao Biluo, who was once popular on the internet, is an example. It is through this special function that she is transformed into a super charming female internet celebrity. With this transformation, even if the internet celebrity lives next door to you, you won't recognize her if she stands in front of you in real life because she looks so different online and offline. In addition to age and body shape, these influencers can even change their gender. A boy with good facial features can be transformed into another beautiful woman by wearing a wig, putting on makeup, using filters to make his face slimmer, etc. So I heard that a lot of these male and female internet celebrities appeared a while ago. There are risks in watching female anchors, so be careful when entering the pit. Maybe the beautiful female internet celebrity you are obsessed with every day is actually a man. The female anchor that Yi Tian saw also had the same cone-shaped face. She was wearing sexy clothes and her movements were bold. The content of the anchor was not very nutritious, she was just there to attract attention with her body and show off her coquettishness. Yi Tian looked at the nicknames of the netizens who entered the live broadcast room, and basically judged that these were all male fans. To be honest, most men like to see this kind of sexy beauties, no matter when and where. Many poor losers are like this. They are introverted and shy in real life, and dare not express themselves. They can only seek comfort and satisfy their desires online. This internet celebrity probably turned on the beauty function to level 10, which has completely changed her original face. The outfit is fashionable and sexy, showing off her chest with a deep V-neck that is as deep as possible. You can clearly see two semicircles, which are very full. The tight silver suspender skirt makes her look even more charming and seductive. It is indeed eye-catching. It really makes women jealous and men bleed from their noses. I don't know why this kind of super-style live broadcast is so blatant. In the live broadcast room, a large number of male fans continue to pour in and gave her gifts. Soon she crushed Zhang Zifeng without makeup. I really don't understand. Zhang Zifeng, who is dressed conservatively, can obviously attract attention without makeup, but why are there so few of her fans willing to give her gifts in the live broadcast room? The internet celebrity sang while twisting her sexy body and calling on her male fans to give her gifts. She said frankly that if anyone could get her to the top of the list, she would give him a flying kiss, a twerking, and even some other ideas. For example, add friends, meet up, and have a meal together. As soon as the words fell, a small number of lewd men rushed to send gifts for impure purposes. Some rich second generations were also quite interested in this and kept sending gifts. After all, these benefits are quite attractive to men. After all, this internet celebrity is quite good looking and has a hot body. If the full score is 100, the comprehensive score can reach 90 points. The key point is her hot body. Bold, sexy, and charming. The technology in that area should be quite good. Many men appreciate this. So everyone is scrambling to give gifts, and everyone wants to be number one on the list. The competition is quite fierce. Seeing the gifts in the live broadcast room increasing in number and getting higher and higher, the internet celebrity is performing harder and harder, showing off her voluptuous figure more and more generously. He even half leaned down to get closer to the camera. The career line that was originally vague is now more clearly displayed in front of the men. It makes me bleed from the nose. The men in the live stream room became even more excited. Gifts flew everywhere, filling the entire screen. Yi Tian sighed. The world is really going downhill. This kind of live broadcast that shows off one's charm is really boring. Yi Tian only stayed there for a minute and quickly left and entered another live broadcast room. Yi Tian was about to quickly download a video, but after taking a closer look, he stopped. Isn't this Zhang Zifeng? That's right, this is Zhang Zifeng, who just registered his marriage with him. Unlike other female internet celebrities, Zhang Zifeng did not turn on the beauty function. She is naturally beautiful. So those functions seem to be completely redundant to her. The face is still the same oval face. Her skin color is still as smooth as cream. Big, bright black eyes. Cherry red lips. Even without makeup, she can make men's hearts flutter. Now she is singing the songs that are popular now. Zhang Zifeng's voice is melodious and sweet, like a voice kissed by an angel. It turns out that she is also so talented in music. Yi Tian remembered that she was not a professional singer, but she could sing the songs so well, which was really rare. With Zhang Zifeng's beautiful natural face and very talented singing voice, she has conquered many male and female fans. To be honest, Zhang Zifeng without makeup directly crushes the internet celebrity who just turned the beauty filter to the maximum. Yi Tian gave her a score of 98 for her bare face. And she has a very good temperament. A natural beauty indeed. After she finished singing The Wind Blows, many male losers started giving her gifts. Helicopter 29.99 Douyin 299 yuan. Unicorn 8888 Dobi 888 yuan 5. Douyin account number 10001 Douyin coin 1001 yuan 5. Heart of the Universe 18888 Douyin 1888 yuan 10. The brainless male fans in the live broadcast room kept increasing the stakes and refreshing the gifts. The live broadcast screen was constantly filled with various gifts. There are even female fans who send gifts. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became more and more lively. Suddenly, a male loser made an outrageous request. You just gave us so many gifts, shouldn't you meet our demands? Like, blow a kiss, change into a deep V skirt. Logically speaking, paying for services is reasonable, so the other losers also joined in the fun. I feel that it is not worthwhile to spend such an expensive gift just to listen to a song, so I have to satisfy my visual desire. Chapter 26: The Mysterious Tycoon on the top of the list. These men always make some very excessive demands. However, Zhang Zifeng pursed his lips slightly and smiled faintly, appearing very calm and elegant. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone who gave me gifts, especially I'm 007, who gave me the heart of the universe. Hey guys, please be patient. My livestream is just for listening to songs and requesting them. I hope your requests are related to song requests. Okay? So let me state my stance again. I welcome song requests. Any other requests are difficult to accommodate. I will ask the guy from number 1 to choose a song. Zhang Zifeng smiled sweetly after saying this. TSK. I'm number 1 on the list. Is this all I get? The netizen named I am 007 expressed great dissatisfaction. What he was attracted by was Zhang Zifeng's face and figure. Zhang Zifeng is dressed so conservatively. How can he satisfy his bestial desires? Just now he was so generous in brushing the heart of the universe. Just to see Zhang Zifeng put on clothes that showed off her sexy figure. Now Zhang Zifeng actually said that the only benefit he would get was a song. How could he accept that? Come on, give me a screen lick, maybe I'll let you go if I'm satisfied. This wretched man from I am 007 is unsatisfied and keeps going in excess. Don't even mention that, I am 007, who is currently number 1 on the list, is dissatisfied. Even the other male losers who had given gifts worth a relatively large amount were quite dissatisfied. They were trying to get Zhang Zifeng to wear sexy clothes or perform some revealing actions. For a while, the live broadcast room was noisy. These wretched male losers are just going too far. During their quarrel, Yi Tian also became anxious. You ugly men are way too lewd, aren't you? With just these little gifts, you think you're worthy of taking the top spot on the goddesses list? Ugh. Yi Tian couldn't help but send this text on the public screen. Fuck. Where did you come from, you newbie? How dare you yell at me? I am 007 checked Yi Tian's account, interesting soul, and found that he was actually a rookie, so he ridiculed and attacked him personally. If you know what's good for you, get out of here and don't bother me. If you have time, you might as well go back and take a piss and look at yourself. That's right. The rest of those wretched losers followed suit. Yi Tian felt too lazy to argue with him. Arguing with these hooligans would only lower his status. I would rather fight with a gentleman than talk to a villain. So the male losers in the live broadcast room started to fight with each other again. Everyone wants to be number 1 on the list, and everyone wants to ask Zhang Zifeng for more benefits. Come on, 3rd and 4th brothers, come quickly. Yi Tian quickly called them over to help. Yi Tian usually has no experience in live streaming and doesn't know how to operate it. What happened, boss? Then they hurried over and surrounded Yi Tian. Seeing Yi Tian in Zhang Zifeng's live broadcast room, he also recognized that the person in the live broadcast room was Zhang Zifeng's sister Zhang Xiaohua. Wow, boss, you're actually watching the Campus Beauties livestream. Weren't you not interested in live streams before? Stop talking nonsense and top up my account quickly. I want to give her a gift. Yi Tian stared at the messages that kept refreshing in the live broadcast room, and hurriedly asked them to teach him. Okay, it's easy. I'll teach you. Lao Sijifeng understood the boss's thoughts very well, so he quickly recharged his money. According to Yi Tian's request, he recharged 1 million at once. Just as those losers were arguing, suddenly a golden carnival appeared on the screen. Oh shit. Gold, carnival. Gold, carnival. Gold, carnival. The loser who was originally arguing non-stop was suddenly drowned out by these carnivals. By the time they reacted, it was impossible to make any presence felt on the screen. Any words they said were instantly drowned out by these carnivals, and it was impossible to tell what they were saying. Chapter 27: Kill all male losers instantly. When dealing with these wretched losers, Yi Tian didn't give them any chance to breathe. The golden carnival flying all over the screen. This carnival is the most expensive gift from Douyin. Each golden carnival requires 30,000 sound waves, which is equivalent to 3,000 renminbi. Someone roughly counted and found that the carnival just now lasted for about half an hour. What an inhumane operation. Just drown them. They were simply driven crazy, and could only feel 1,000 horses galloping through their hearts. The guy named I am 007 was so embarrassed. He was actually crushed by a rookie. He just cut his losses and farmed a few hearts of the universe, thinking he could take the top spot. Unexpectedly, everything was in vain. Wow! I really want to thank Funny Soul for giving me so many carnival items. I really appreciate your spending. Zhang Zifeng was very excited because it was the first time he received so many gifts. She smiled happily, with happiness between her eyebrows and eyes. She quickly picked up the microphone and expressed her gratitude to Yi Tian. At this time, Zhang Zifeng didn't know that this interesting soul was Yi Tian. Wow! So cool! If this amount of carnival doesn't cost $1 million, it's at least a few 100,000, right? I'm so jealous. A cute little girl who loves scrambled eggs with tomatoes said with envy. Judging from her username, this person should be a female fan of Zhang Zifeng. Judging from her tone, she suddenly wants to become a fan of Yi Tianlu. Hey little sister, your math was taught by your PE teacher, right? You've been grinding at the carnival for so long, how could you possibly have hundreds of thousands? It must be at least several million. A lonely ashtray corrected the judgment of those female fans. Bah! You're the one who was taught by the PE teacher. Your whole family was taught by the PE teacher. I just said that on purpose to test your eyesight. Don't think I really don't know. The cutie who loves scrambled eggs with tomatoes retorted, her tone a bit aggressive. Lonely ashtray. It's true that you can't discuss mathematics with a woman, a creature as special as her. Even more so, you can't argue with her about who's better. Whether she is right or wrong, she must win. Then, Lonely Ashtray silently accepted defeat, remained silent, and continued to watch the screen. Fuck, brother, do you have to be so cruel? Now the netizen named Quitting King of Glory was full of regrets about Yi Tian's extravagance and indifference. That's right, even Principal Wang isn't as willful as you. This is 5 million. A netizen named Microscope said that he was watching Yi Tian very clearly when he was giving gifts just now. For a moment, netizens who had just doubted Yi Tian became his fans and their favorability towards him changed 180 degrees. Generous men are the most attractive. It can be popular with both men and women. Yi Tian watched the super cool operation and smiled knowingly when he heard such high praise and heartfelt comments from netizens. Zhang Zifeng's welfare can only belong to him. Those wretched men are not worthy. Wow, boss, you're so handsome. After reading the comments all over the screen, the second brother and the others also praised Yi Tian highly. Ever since the boss revealed his identity as a rich second generation, he has been generous every time. She is truly a role model for men. This carnival has other colors, give me some too. Yi Tian was staring at the screen and just happened to notice this feature, and said to the second brother and the others. Boss, okay, I'll give Sister Zifeng another color of carnival right away. The second brother Chu Hon took the phone handed over by Yi Tian and said. Then, the third and fourth brothers also gathered around and stared at the phone screen, operating it like a tiger. The red carnival appears on the screen. Then another wave of blue carnival appeared. Chapter 28 Interesting Soul, Interesting and Great Love. After netizens had been commenting at high speed for a while, the speed of the comments slowed down a little on the phone screen, and Zhang Zifeng went on to thank the young man, Interesting Soul. I am very honored that Interesting Soul has given my live broadcast room such high attention and support. This time, the live broadcast room received gifts from the little brother worth about 1.6 million. It is a huge sum of money for my small live broadcast room, but I cannot fully accept such a high amount of gifts from the little brother. I just had a private conversation with the young man. I originally wanted to return most of the money for the gift, but he refused to accept it. So we both came up with a very good, meaningful, and mutually agreed upon solution: donate the entire 1.6 million yuan he gave me to children in mountainous areas. Since he didn't want to reveal his real name, I suggested using his online username. Zhang Zifeng said to the camera with emotion. My dear family, Funny Soul, is truly fascinating. He was so generous with so many gifts. He even agreed to join me in donating to children in the mountains. He's a truly caring young man. In this materialistic society, it's rare to find a man with such compassion who does good deeds without leaving his real name. I'd like to sing the song Thank You to him as a token of my gratitude. When the song sounded, many netizens discussed. Thank you, soul brother. It is your great love that has made us realize our own ignorance and insignificance. I will learn from you and improve my own moral cultivation. Do more good deeds. A netizen named Microscope sighed. Originally, most of these crazy fans had impure purposes for coming to the live broadcast room. They just wanted to see beautiful women. I just want to look at beautiful women without thinking about making any contribution to society. After the righteous action of Interesting Soul just now, the ideological awareness of most of the brain-dead fans has been greatly improved. They all expressed that they would learn more from him, do more good deeds and improve their self-cultivation in the future. Be a promising young man with quality and love. Wow! Boss, you're so great. After all these rewards, you've actually gained such a glorious image. Your image in the goddess's eyes has become even greater. Old Sijifang and the others were the ones who envied him. That's right. I, your boss, have always been so glorious. Yi Tian was full of pride. It feels so good to be praised. Especially Zhang Zifeng's evaluation of him. Yes, Sister Zifeng will fall in love with you from now on. The second brother Chu Hong joked with a smile. Ha, what are you talking about later? I'm already in love with her now. Look at her, there are stars in her eyes when she sings. The third brother, Li Feng, is really good at talking nonsense in a serious manner. Zhang Zifeng didn't he know that the netizen was himself? Could he fall in love with himself through the screen? Yi Tian was speechless. Even the third brother could make up such ridiculous words. After Yi Tian's unrestrained reward, the popularity of Zhang Zifeng's live broadcast room increased 10,000 times. As the live broadcast room becomes more and more people click in and don't want to leave, just watch the fun here. This made Yi Tian feel very accomplished. After the broadcast, Yi Tian looked at his friends on his phone and clicked on the message from Zhang Zifeng. Brother, on behalf of those children in the mountainous areas, I sincerely thank you again for your boundless love. Would it be convenient for you to come out for a meal? Depend on. He hadn't planned to let Zhang Zifeng know that he was an interesting soul and a rich second generation. He replied decisively, it's inconvenient. Chapter 29 Rejecting the School Beauty's Date. Although the meal was just a token of gratitude to Interesting Soul for sending so many gifts, Zhang Zifeng couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he saw him refuse so firmly. When she asked this question, she had already prepared herself mentally for how happy she would be if he agreed. If she is rejected, she is mentally prepared to deal with it and will not feel strange or lost. But when I actually received the news of his rejection, I felt an inexplicable sense of loss. I can't explain why, but I just feel unhappy. Girls' minds are so strange. Did she really look forward to meeting this interesting soul? No, Zhang Zifeng quickly rejected this idea. Oh, that's okay. There's still a long way to go. I'll thank you again when I have the chance. Zhang Zifeng sent this message. Then, Yi Tian read the message and did not reply to her. That's awesome, boss. Sister Zhang Zifeng asked you out, why didn't you go? The third sister didn't understand why Yi Tian rejected her. Isn't having dinner with a beautiful woman what every man dreams of doing? What's more, she's a top school beauty like Zhang Zifeng? You know nothing, boss, this is called playing hard to get. Old Sijifeng seems to know how to pursue girls. Oh, so that's why. You're deliberately trying to whet her appetite and make Sister Zifeng even more curious about you. As the saying goes, what you can't have is the best. The third brother Li Feng suddenly realized. There are so many people chasing after the campus beauty, and now there's suddenly someone who rejects her. This will definitely arouse her great interest. When did you have such a little idea, boss? Weren't you very proactive in pursuing girls before? The second brother Chu Hong only speaks the truth. Get lost. Why are you bringing up such a topic? Do you have any common sense? The boss has already broken up with that Wu Tong, why are you still bringing this up? The boss is about to start his new life. Old Sijifeng kicked old D from the side. I didn't say anything. Now you're pointing fingers at me. Isn't that even more tactless? The second oldest, Chu Hong, felt wronged and protested in dissatisfaction. All right, stop arguing. I'm no longer obsessed with the past. It doesn't matter to me whether it's mentioned or not. At this time Yi Tian suddenly spoke. The past events they were arguing about here had no effect on him at all. Ding, it's detected that the host has donated money and participated in charity today. The host will be rewarded with a supermarket. When the second brother and the others were talking about Yi Tian and Zhang Zifeng state, a familiar voice sounded in the system. Reward supermarket? He didn't want to open a supermarket. Well, since the system has rewarded him, he will accept it reluctantly. After a while, he heard a system prompt. The supermarket's business license and other documents were in his small cabinet. Yi Tian opened the cabinet and saw that there was a file bag containing the documents. He picked it up and saw that it was indeed it. So he picked up his phone and called Diwu Chang. Diwu Chang is his personal butler, a PhD from the top universities, Peking University and Tsinghua University. He is knowledgeable in many fields and is a versatile person. I feel relieved to let him handle these matters. Boss, what is this? Ever since Yi Tian revealed the fact that he was a rich second generation, the attention of several people in the dormitory was always on him. Soon, the second brother and his friends found Yi Tian's supermarket information. That's awesome, boss. You actually bought the Ruanfa supermarket in the best location. Is this the one in the International Trade Building on Xingfu Road? It's that Ruanfa supermarket. I've been there a few times before. The decoration there is very high-end, but the prices are super expensive. Even a bottle of ordinary mineral water costs 1,888 yuan. Every time I go there, I just browse and don't buy anything. Chapter 30, Reward your roommate for emptying their shopping cart. Old Sijifeng started out excited, but in the end he said rather embarrassedly, I just browsed, didn't buy anything. It's a shopping paradise for the rich. Even a bottle of water that costs $1 can be sold for 1 or 2,000. For ordinary consumers, who has the purchasing power? I'd heard things there were super expensive. I didn't expect it to be this expensive. I didn't even dare to ask Fish Leong to borrow some to go see it. I was afraid those rich people would look at me like a beggar, leaving me with no confidence and no self-respect. The second son Chu Hong sighed and said that this mall was not selling anything at all, it was simply robbing people. Boss, this mall is yours now, so can't we just go shopping there? The third brother, Li Feng, suddenly became excited. The boss naturally understands the meaning between the lines. Yeah, it's the boss's supermarket, so we have to contribute some popularity and satisfy our desire to work. I had been there so many times before, but I had to give it up reluctantly, and I couldn't bear to buy even a drop of water. Now that the boss owns the supermarket, we must seize this opportunity and take advantage of it. Besides, the boss is usually so generous, he definitely won't mind this small amount of money. If you don't take advantage of a good opportunity, you are a fool. Okay, I'll give you a shopping cart as a reward, and I'll help you empty it. Everything you can get on the cart is yours, take as much as you want. It's free. At this time, Yi Tian had just finished a phone call and heard them discussing this topic, so he readily let them enjoy the fun of crazy shopping. Wow, you're so handsome, boss. I love you. After hearing this, the second brother Chu Hong excitedly hugged Yi Tian's neck and was about to kiss his handsome face. Yi Tian reacted quickly and immediately used the tissue paper on the table to block someone's saliva-filled mouth. Then he kicked with his long legs. Disgusting. Get out. Yi Tian cursed. These brats are really a worry. He's not a beauty. What are you talking about? My handsome face can only accommodate the lip prints of a beauty. Men, change your gender in your next life. All right. I wish you great wealth. The second brother immediately changed his words and with a tearful face, he pulled away the tissue that Yi Tian had covered him with. Ha, this toilet paper smells good, doesn't it? Second brother, stop disgusting the eldest brother in the future. The eldest brother has been so good to us, is this how you repay him? The third and fourth brothers watched the fun from the side. Get lost. If you ever repay me this way again, I'll beat you up. Yi Tian joked with him with gritted teeth. I was wrong. From now on, I am not worthy of talking to the boss. I am only worthy of talking to this toilet paper. The second son, Chu Hong, cried pitifully in front of the toilet paper he had ruined. Ha, you still have self-awareness. The third and fourth brothers gloated over the misfortune. Boss, please clear out our shopping carts. Now we should figure out how to pack them to maximize our profits. Thinking of this benefit, the second child suddenly stopped being sad and said to them excitedly. It turns out that money is a good thing and can immediately cure all unhappiness. Old four, didn't you say you've been there a few times? You must be familiar with it. Tell me which place has the most expensive things there? I want the most expensive ones. Old Sijafeng. You're stupid. The most expensive thing there is the bed. It's so big, can you lift it? The third brother, Li Feng, slapped the second brother on the back of the head and said with a look of disappointment. This kid is so silly and cute. You're the idiot. I told you not to pat me on the back of the head. The second brother Chu Hong was very dissatisfied with his behavior. He had his own little calculations. When the time comes, we'll see who has the more valuable items in their shopping cart and then we'll know who is the fool. Chapter 31 Worrying. Floors 3 to 6 of Guamao belong to Ruanfa Supermarket. On the third floor, the east section mainly sells daily necessities, pots, pans, sauces, vinegar, etc., while the west section mainly sells fruits, vegetables, fish, shrimp, and meat. The fourth floor mainly sells products such as clothes, shoes, bags, etc. The fifth floor is where you can find all kinds of jewelry, coffee, tea, etc. The sixth floor is a high-end leisure place, with free premium desserts, coffee, and milk tea. The fourth brother introduced it in detail based on his memory. Great! Now that you've let me know, I'm going to fill my shopping cart up as much as I can tomorrow. The boss won't care about that little bit of money anyway. The second son Shu Hong was very excited after hearing this and already had a plan in mind. I say, fourth brother, you won't hold back, right? Don't let the two of us be unable to defeat you. The third brother Li Feng joked. What are you talking about? You're so heartless. I've told you everything I can from memory, so tomorrow we'll just have to rely on our own abilities. The fourth brother said very honestly. It's just a joke, don't take it seriously. We'll go to Ruanfa at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Interrupting their words, Yi Tian turned around and looked at their clothes. Let's go buy some nice clothes. My buddies were dressed too poorly. If they walked on the street, messed up their hair, or smeared some dirt on their faces, they would be automatically classified as homeless in minutes. I think my clothes are pretty good, but since you're so polite, I won't be polite. The third brother, Li Feng, looked at his clothes from top to bottom. Quite ordinary indeed. I've worn this outfit for over a year. You can tell it's quite worn, especially the trouser legs, which have become a bit pale from washing. And his pair of shoes, which hadn't been washed in a year, were covered in yellow mud over and over again, forming various layers of stains. Originally, this type of shoes was dirty, which was perfect for a lazy person like him. As a man, who doesn't have one or two dirty styles like this? You still feel good about yourself. Look at you. Oh, I don't want to say anything. The second brother Chu Hong looked at the third brother's clothes, then looked at his own. After comparing, he felt that his clothes were indeed a little better than the third brother's. It's those dirty shoes that I wash once a year. However, that incident happened half a year ago, and the stain was no less severe than his. Oh my god, how can yours be any better? You're just pot calling the kettle black. No way, I'm much better than you. Look. Even if it's only 50 steps, isn't that twice as good as your 100? Well, you're a PE teacher, right? The third child looked at the second child's outfit and was very dissatisfied with the second child's evaluation. When he couldn't win the argument, he kicked the second brother. Hey, a gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. I didn't move my hands, I just moved my feet. As he said that, the third brother caught up and kicked him again. He. Stop arguing, we're all the same, so don't look down on each other. At this time, the fourth brother kept laughing. He really didn't dare to laugh at anyone because he was the same. The shoes are also dirty. Otherwise, why are men always called stinky by women? Exactly. Look at the fourth one, he's much more honest. He dares to face his own shortcomings. Yeah, there's nothing to be afraid of. After all, we're all single. If we were all as clean and tidy as the eldest brother, we would have been single long ago. We wouldn't have barely held a girl's hand until now. The fourth brother shifted his gaze to Yi Tian inside. Stop being so frivolous. Why don't you catch up? Buy some nice clothes and dress up. Dress more respectably from now on. Yi Tian looked at these brats who were fighting non-stop and spoke earnestly. He was now like an old father, worrying about their clothes. Chapter 32 Rude Remarks. Di Wu Chang had already parked Yi Tian's Hongqi S9 downstairs of the dormitory building. Because this type of Hongqi supercar is extremely rare in China, Dai Wucheng's parking here is very conspicuous. It has attracted many men and women who came to watch the fun. Before Yi Tian came down, they were already discussing quietly there. They were all very curious about who such a nice car was picking up. When the students around saw Yi Tian and his friends getting into the supercar, they were all in an uproar. Hurry up and pinch me. Am I seeing things? Isn't that Yi Tian? The Yi Tian who was just cheated on by Wu Tong. Some people couldn't believe it and thought it was very dreamy. That guy was dumped because he was poor. How come he seems like a different person now and even rides in a rich man's car? Impossible? How did that kid get to know such a rich friend? This is the Hongqi S9 supercar. The landing price is over 20 million. How could that poor boy Yi Tian know such a wealthy friend? Could it be that he hooked up with another rich woman after being dumped? Some people even speculated that he was a gigolo. No way, doesn't that mean the car owners are just gigolos? What's so strange about that? Nowadays, there are many people who make a living by relying on their looks. Yi Tian and others disappeared into the distance amidst the discussions. Wow, that car is so cool, look at the sound, it's amazing. Many male losers looked at their car as it drove away, feeling quite envious. The fifth stage is a walking encyclopedia. If you're looking for luxury men's clothing, ask them. 10 minutes later, Di Wuchang brought Yi Tian to a developed financial business district. After getting off the car, Yi Tian and others walked into the Armani store. This is the world-renowned Italian luxury brand, most famous for its menswear. Men's clothing here starts at 5 figures. The clothes in specialty stores are extremely expensive and most people can't afford them. So usually not many people come to consume. In the store, apart from Yi Tian and the others, there were no other customers. There were more waiters than customers. However, this does not affect their survival. As the saying goes, this kind of store is the kind that doesn't open for 3 years and makes a profit for 3 years after it opens. Therefore, they are not afraid of not having customers. As long as there are customers, they will seize the opportunity. The waiters here are all tall, good-looking, and eloquent, but their service attitude is very flexible. It is easy to provide services through tinted glasses. It was obvious that Di Wuchang was dressed more appropriately and upscale than Yi Tian and the others. The sharp-eyed waitresses quickly surrounded him. Di Wuchang wanted to say that he was not here to buy clothes, but was just following his boss. The waiters were chattering around him like loudspeakers, constantly trying to get him to go shopping and introducing all kinds of high-end clothes, not listening to what he was saying at all. However, Yi Tian's side was very dull. Those waiters are so snobby. Beautiful lady, we are here to buy clothes too. Come over and show us some clothes. The second son Shu Hong couldn't stand that only the fifth Cheng could enjoy the treatment of being surrounded by people. They were the ones who really came to buy clothes, but they were treated so coldly. They felt very unbalanced. So he opened his mouth to call a waiter. Who knew that the waitress got a little impatient when she heard the second brother calling her over, but she still remained polite and said, "Sir, all the styles are here. Just tell me which one you like." "Ah, this? What kind of waiters are these? They say it's an international brand, but the service attitude is really too bad. Hey beauty, didn't you hear me asking you to come and help us?" The second oldest, Shu Hong, was angered by the waitress's behavior and said in a rather unpleasant tone, "Didn't I tell you to call me only if you like something?" The waitress lost all patience and started yelling at the top of her voice. She also wanted to hang around Di Wuchang. Seeing him dressed so brightly and handsomely, she thought he would definitely buy a lot of clothes. If she followed him, she could also get a share of the commission. "Hey, your service attitude is not good." The third brother couldn't bear it anymore. "What are you all doing following someone who isn't buying clothes? We're the ones buying the clothes. We're the boss who's paying." The second brother, Shu Hong, could no longer suppress his anger and pointed at Yi Tian, who was calmly looking at the clothes, and argued with the waiter. "You guys are buying clothes? He wants to pay? Just because of the way you're acting? Ugh. You guys are trying to cause trouble here, right? Get out of here right now. Otherwise, the security guards will beat you out." The waitress's attention was completely focused on the fifth step. He didn't even notice that Yi Tian and the others were dressed so shabbily. Now she finally saw clearly that the second brother and the others were dressed so shabbily that, to put it bluntly, they really looked like homeless people. Yi Tian was not much better. Although he was neat and clean, she had a sharp eye and quickly recognized that Yi Tian was wearing all cheap goods. How can anyone wearing this kind of clothing afford the luxury goods here? It's a waste of time and breath to serve such a poor guy. You're so damned contemptuous. How dare you, a mere waiter, disrespect our boss? Our boss can buy all the clothes you have here. The fourth brother simply couldn't swallow this anger. He ignored his gentlemanly manners and started arguing with him. I'm just a bit of a snob, so what? I'm just a waiter, but I make 6 figures a month. I'm so much better off than you poor bastards. The waiter was so unreasonable. He had no professional ethics at all. If he can buy all the clothes here, I can buy all the stores on this floor of Fat Ada Plaza. And his words became more and more arrogant. A good man doesn't fight a bad woman. Boss, take out your black card and blind his dog eyes. Once a woman becomes violent, she is simply unreasonable. Never try to reason with such people. The fourth brother didn't dare to waste words with her. He just asked Yi Tian to show his black card and shut her up. The fourth brother ran over and called Yi Tian, who was choosing clothes, but Yi Tian didn't know that he didn't have any black card at all. Humph. Stop pretending here. Who are you trying to fool? Get out of here right now. The waitress raised her hand, and immediately 2 security guards came over to chase them away. Welcome, Miss Muden. At this time, Mu Dan happened to walk into the store. The waiter bowed respectfully when he saw her. It was obvious that she was a distinguished old customer here. What happened? Mu Dan saw the security guards chasing someone away. He took a closer look and felt that one of the figures looked familiar. He couldn't help but ask a question. It's okay, just some poor losers here causing trouble. I've had them driven away. Miss Muden, what do you need? We will do our best to serve you. Wait. Stop it, all of you. When Yi Tian was fighting with the security guard, Mu Dan saw Yi Tian's handsome face this time and quickly stepped forward to ask them to let go. She bowed respectfully to Yi Tian and said, Mr. Yi. The security guard stopped immediately and dared not disrespect Yi Tian anymore. The rude waiter's eyes widened. He ran over in disbelief and stammered to ask Mu Dan what was going on. Chapter 33, Slapping the Waitress. Are you a regular here? Yi Tian did not respond to Mu Dan's greeting, but asked her directly. Yes. Mu Dan nodded very devoutly and respectfully. However, she immediately realized that this could easily lead to misunderstandings, and added, I often come here to buy clothes for my clients. The products here are luxury menswear, and it's easy to get the misunderstanding that Muden frequents here. So she was even more afraid that Yi Tian would misunderstand her, so she hurried to explain. Yi Tian responded indifferently. The waitress has been in the service industry for so long that she still has some basic inference skills. Watching the conversation between Mu Dan and Yi Tian, I felt something was amiss. Miss Mu Dan was a VIP customer here. Judging from her spending power, her social status was quite high. And yet, such a beautiful woman of high status was being so polite to this shabbily dressed man. It can be inferred that he must be a remarkable person. Hey, Miss Muden, who is this gentleman? So the waitress came forward and asked in a servile manner. Mu Dan and Yi Tian looked at each other for a moment before replying, This is my boss. Yi Tian had instructed her before not to reveal his identity easily, and she had obtained his permission to look into his eyes just now. Mu Dan then made his identity public. Boss. This word carries a lot of weight. The waitress was so scared that her legs began to tremble slightly. Ha? He's your boss? The waitress subconsciously thought that Yi Tian's identity was really quite unusual. It was as if his aura could instantly make her breathless and her speech stuttered. It was very incoherent. Then he remembered how rude he had been just now and how he had asked the security guard to drive him away. Barbecue. This time, there will definitely be no good consequences. Why are you scared? I told you my boss is rich and has the financial resources, but you, a bitch, didn't believe me and still boasted. What's most infuriating is that you're so reckless as to want to kick us out. When have we ever been insulted like this? We're so tired of living. Seeing that the female employee's face turned pale and her voice trembled, she must have realized that she had gotten into trouble. The second brother felt relieved at this moment and stepped forward to look down on her. Who made her bully them so brazenly just now? That's right. It's scum like you in the service industry that causes so many people to feel hurt. It's simply despicable. The third brother was also very angry. He couldn't stand this kind of arrogant villain the most. I am just a small employee. How can I have the confidence to look down on others? Don't you know that this society pursues equality for all? Exactly. I wonder how many customers you've used this brutal method to drive away. I also wonder how many ordinary dressed consumers have had their dignity trampled upon by you. The fourth brother also came over. Looking at the waiter, who was now a completely different person, he really didn't deserve any sympathy. He couldn't help but express his opinion. No, no, no. It's not like that, it's not like that. I was just in a bad mood today, and that's why I was blinded and did something so incompetent. I really have never bullied others before, really not. The waitress kept shaking her head in denial. He was able to find a trace of rationality in the panic, trying to grab the last straw to turn things around, and refused to admit his usual arrogance and domineering behavior. Who would still believe in the character of such a person? Boss Yi. Please forgive me. I was just in a bad mood just now. I did something so rude. Please, for Miss Newton's sake, forgive me this time. I will definitely reform and serve everyone well in the future. My daughter is just starting kindergarten, and my husband just lost his job. We rely on my salary to make ends meet. Please be kind and don't complain to me. According to regulations, if such a situation occurs, in addition to filing a complaint, the employee will also be fired. He couldn't appear to be fired anyway. As she was speaking, the waitress suddenly knelt down in front of Yi Tian, grabbed his trouser legs, and kept begging him with tears and snot. This woman is actually quite shameless. The waiters who had just surrounded Di Wu Chang also came over quickly. After roughly understanding what was going on, they were also afraid that they would lose their jobs. Although they did not do anything as outrageous as the waiter just now, their cold attitude towards customers was indeed unacceptable. If the store manager finds out, you will be severely punished. The situation became worse and worse, and finally their store manager was alarmed. Ms. Newton, sir, our staff did not do a good job and gave you a bad shopping experience. Please forgive us. At this time, the store manager hurried over after hearing the noise, and brought all the employees to sincerely apologize to Yi Tian. Yi Tian and Mu Dan nodded slightly, waiting to see how she would deal with it. To show our sincerity in our apology, we will give you a shopping voucher worth 100,000 yuan. Are you satisfied? The store manager bowed reverently and looked at Yi Tian with a smile. A 100,000 yuan coupon? Humph. Our boss doesn't care about this little money. The main thing is that our dignity has been trampled upon by others, and we feel very unhappy. Can this be measured by money? The second son, Xu Hong, was the first to express his dissatisfaction. For ordinary people, 100,000 yuan is indeed a large amount of compensation, but for Yi Tian, it is equivalent to zero. The second brother is right. Can trampled dignity be compensated with money? If I give you a slap and then a sweet date, you want it. Yi Tian curled the corners of his lips slightly and remained silent. The third and fourth brothers also expressed their dissatisfaction. Seeing Yi Tian was silent, the store manager smiled professionally and said to him politely, Mr. Yi, perhaps our coupons may not be worth much to you, but this is our small token of appreciation, please accept it. How about this? I'll have that employee make you some tea and sincerely apologize, and I promise I'll never hire her again. Are you satisfied? The store manager finally made this helpless decision. Cousin. I can't do without this job. You know my family's situation. All our financial resources depend on me alone. When the employee heard that his cousin, the store manager, had made such a heartless decision, he immediately panicked. How could she possibly accept such punishment? This completely cuts off her retreat. Although this respectable job was obtained through her cousin's backdoor, she couldn't be fired so easily. Shut up. Don't you think the trouble you've caused is bad enough? I sincerely repent and apologize to Boss Yi. Her cousin shouted. It's like a hopeless case of trying to fix a piece of rotten wood. If it weren't for her uncle, there would be no backdoor for her. She doesn't cherish the opportunity she has here, and always uses the fact that she is the store manager's cousin to bully others. If it were any other time, she would just turn a blind eye, but this time it was completely different. She was also extremely helpless, and this time she could only sacrifice her own family for the sake of justice. Chapter 34, Big Acquisition. The waitress was completely stunned. This female store manager cousin has never been mean to her. She was usually arrogant, and her cousin never interfered in her affairs. Even if she accidentally offended some business tycoons, her cousin was capable of helping her settle it. Why are you being so cruel to her now? Could it be that the person in front of me really has a very powerful background? If you offend him, even your cousin can't handle it? But isn't this big shot attire too bizarre? Is it like the nouveau riche in Guangdong province, where appearances are not to be judged? The kind that usually wears big shorts and flip-flops? Just as he was thinking about it, he accidentally met his cousin's terrifying eyes, and the waiter didn't dare to struggle anymore. I had no choice but to accept the defeat silently. Boss Yi, please take a seat, please take a seat. The store manager handled the situation very smoothly, with a smile on his face, and was very considerate and quickly invited Yi Tian and others to sit down. He turned to the waiter who was standing there in a daze, with a sullen face, and said coldly, "Why don't you quickly make tea for Boss Yi and these gentlemen and apologize?" The waiter woke up as if from a dream and immediately responded. He ran to brew a pot of the best Mingqian Longjing tea. "Boss Yi, please have some tea." The waiter bent down and respectfully handed the prepared Longjing tea to Yi Tian with both hands. "Boss Yi, please be magnanimous and forgive me, your ignorant cousin." The store manager quickly stepped aside to act as a peacemaker, speaking with a smile. "If my cousin doesn't get Yi Tian's forgiveness, it will be difficult for her to continue working as a store manager." Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Tian. He shouldn't have forgiven such an arrogant and conceited social scum. But he always kept a kind heart. Seeing the waiter humbly begging for forgiveness, I didn't feel any pleasure of revenge. He would never use his status and position to oppress anyone who was of lower status than himself, because he has personally experienced the despair and helplessness of being oppressed, and the pain of having no dignity. Now all we have to do is let her get the punishment she deserves. Please forgive me, Boss Yi, for my blindness. Seeing that Yi Tian had no intention of accepting the cup of tea, the waitress begged again. Yi Tian came back to his senses and took the cup of tea. "I'll drink this cup of tea. For the sake of the manager, I'll forgive what happened just now. I hope you won't be so arrogant in the future." Yi Tian took a sip of tea and said to the waiter, Yes, I will never do this again. Thank you, Boss Yi." The waiter smiled happily as if he had been pardoned, and then served the brewed tea to the second, third, and fourth brothers. Since the boss has forgiven her, they of course choose not to care about it. "Since our boss has forgiven you, I won't bother with it and will just let you go." The second brother took a sip of tea reluctantly and said unhappily. As soon as these words were spoken, the third and fourth brothers laughed out loud. "The second brother is right. For the sake of the eldest brother, I'll just let you go." The waiter looked unhappy, and he felt worse than if he had eaten a stinky fart. But at this point, the waiter could only let them laugh at him. He had to swallow his anger and smile. "Thank you, gentlemen, for your generosity." Mu Dan, who was present, was also amused by the misconduct of Lao Er and his friends. "That's great. Thank you, Boss Yi, and thank you to these gentlemen for your generosity." The store manager quickly struck while the iron was hot and brought out the best snacks to entertain customers. He also handed the coupon to each of Yi Tian and his group. "Boss Yi, then I." Seeing that Yi Tian was so naive and forgave her so easily, the waitress wanted to ask Yi Tian to keep her. "Just do as the store manager just said." Yi Tian knew what she was thinking before she finished speaking, so he immediately stopped her from getting any further. "Boss Yi, there's no order without rules. Since the store manager has just said that, let's do it. According to the rules, he should be fired. The punishment is not severe." Yi Tian said slowly. "Cousin, there is no room for redemption?" She looked at the store manager's cousin again, trying to help her, but the store manager's eyes were no longer on her. He shouted to the security guard, "Take her out. I have good news to announce. Mr. Yi has acquired the domestic Armani store. Specifically, the one in Fat Ada Plaza will be expanded to include Armani stores on the first, second, and third floors. Menswear on the first floor, women's wear on the second, and cosmetics, bags, and more on the third floor." After dealing with the waiter, Diwu Chang suddenly stood up and announced the news. As early as the day he left the Repulse Bay Villa, Yi Tian had already told Diwu Chang about the acquisition plan and asked him to follow up on the subsequent matters. The fifth Chang had just signed the contract that morning. It was because he had taken over this store that Yi Tian Kai wanted to investigate the store in advance in a secret visit manner. As expected, it was pretty much what Yi Tian had guessed. The waiter he had just dealt with was the biggest cancer in this restaurant. The service attitudes of the other waiters who stayed in the store were also quite poor. Wow, when did this happen? Boss, you're too low-key, aren't you? Diwu Chang is the same way, only bringing it up now. You guys are really patient. The second brother Chu Hong never expected that Yi Tian brought his friends here to buy clothes for this purpose. It will only have historical significance if you speak out about it after you've succeeded. Yi Tian took a leisurely sip of Longjing tea, then put down the teacup and continued, if you say it before you do it, wouldn't it seem too impetuous? How could that be? Boss, you've always been very measured and your abilities are there. These are 10 for 10. The second brother said. Chu Hong, stop flattering me. The boss won't fall for it. Old Sijafeng said. Our boss is capable, does he need flattery? The second in command, Chu Hong, was dissatisfied. Since everyone in this shop is in charge, do we need to change the waiters? The third brother, Lia Feng, suddenly brought up a topic that the other employees were afraid of. Boss, please don't fire us. We know we were wrong and we will definitely correct it. We will definitely uphold the principle that customers are God and do a good job in every reception. What's the point of knowing you're wrong? It's easy to change a country, but hard to change one's nature. If you continue to treat other customers poorly or speak rudely to them, wouldn't that ruin the store's reputation? And you still say the customer is God? In my opinion, you are God. The third brother, Lia Feng, didn't dare to believe them and criticized them mercilessly. Oh, I don't dare. I really don't dare. The mistakes made by those employees could be forgiven, so Yi Tian said, you can stay. But you will be fined 3 months' salary. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Thank you for your magnanimity. Finally, they could stay. The employees were filled with gratitude. They'd be perfectly happy to accept a 6-month salary deduction, let alone a 3-month salary deduction. Salaries here often reach 6 figures, and with generous tips from guests, they could easily make 200,000 or 300,000 a month. Who would be willing to give up such good fat? Chapter 35, Dinner with a Beautiful Girl and Meet the School Beauty. Don't keep waiters of this quality. I think this restaurant has received a lot of complaints because of them. Boss, you should think twice. Glancing at the waiters, the third brother Lia Feng said without hesitation. Then everyone's eyes swept from the waiters to the store manager. The store manager felt uncomfortable being stared at. She was embarrassed, but quickly calmed down and said calmly, we did receive some complaints, but I have dealt with them in a timely manner. He is indeed a veteran in the workplace. Be tactful. Obviously, the store manager spoke calmly and confidently, and most people could not see her flaws, but the slight flicker in her eyes revealed that she was not telling the truth. In view of Yi Tian's aura and pressure, the store manager spoke with reservations and did not dare to reveal the true situation. Otherwise, there is no way she can survive. However, Yi Tian already knew all these little tricks. But please rest assured, boss. Starting today, I will strengthen their on-the-job training, and similar situations will never happen again. Please give them one more chance to redeem themselves. The female store manager felt her scalp tingling under Yi Tian's stare, and soon made some promises and took the initiative to plead for them. In fact, this is also a plea for herself. I just took over the store. In order to establish myself as a good boss, I can't fire them right away. The firing of a veteran today has served as a warning to others. Let's let those who have committed minor offenses go for now. After today's lesson, I believe they will not make the same mistake again. Then I'll give them another chance. Remember, this is their only chance to stay. If they don't cherish it, no one will be able to plead for them again. Yi Tian went along with it, and the store manager's expression improved a little, and the other employees also breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, boss. The store manager and the employees immediately burst into tears of gratitude towards Yi Tian. That was a close call just now. After this lesson and this rare opportunity, they began to have a good impression of Yi Tian. At the same time, there is also a crisis of walking on thin ice. This young and handsome boss is charitable, courageous, and majestic. Afterwards, the second, third, and fourth brothers happily tried on more than a dozen sets of clothes. These are luxury items that they usually don't dare to buy. After Lao Er and the others got on the bus with their bags of clothes, Yi Tian said to Diwu Chang and Lao Er, you guys go ahead. I'll treat you, so help yourself to food. Okay, boss. The The third brother smiled mischievously at Yi Tian and Mu Dan. These people were very tactful and left Yi Tian some private space. Since they have a date with a beautiful lady, these high-powered light bulbs naturally cannot follow her. When they raised their tails, Yi Tian knew what they were thinking, and he was too lazy to pay attention to them. Yi Tian then got into Mu Dan's red Porsche. He is not very familiar with the terrain in the developed business district. Mu Dan, who came from a wealthy family, did not want to eat in these prosperous areas. Instead, she wanted to drive Yi Tian to a scenic resort outside the city to eat. The main purpose is to enjoy a romantic space with Yi Tian. But after listening to Mu Dan's suggestion, Yi Tian said that he was still quite busy these days, and he would invite her out for dinner alone when he had the chance after a while. Decided to eat here nearby. Mu Dan had no choice but to drive the car directly to the nearby restaurant opposite. But there are always such coincidences in the world. Yi Tian had just gotten out of Mu Dan's car when he was seen by Zhang Zifeng. Seeing this scene, Zhang Zifeng felt unhappy for no reason. No wonder Yi Tian hasn't given her any information until last night. It turned out that he was dating another beautiful woman. I saw Yi Tian talking and laughing with the beautiful woman. She felt upset. In a fit of anger, he couldn't help but call Yi Tian. Yi Tian's phone rang. He saw that it was Zhang Zifeng calling. He pressed the answer button directly. "Hello, what are you calling me about?" He always asked that question out of habit, and Zhang Zifeng was irritated again when he heard it again. This time, he seemed reluctant to talk too much on the phone. This made Zhang Zifeng even more sensitive. "What? Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? Am I disturbing your good time?" She was his newlywed wife, whom he had just married. This guy. Even though they were in a fake marriage, he couldn't just forget about her so quickly and start dating another woman, right? No, you see, I'm used to saying that again. Yeah. I have something to do right now. If there's nothing else, we can contact each other later. Yi Tian was afraid that if he talked on the phone for too long, Zhang Zifeng would find out that he was dating another girl, which would definitely cause unnecessary misunderstandings. It wasn't really a date, strictly speaking, it was just having dinner with a female subordinate. Women are sensitive creatures. I like to guess and then ask questions over and over again, which is very annoying. Especially with such a beautiful female subordinate. If she knew about it, it would easily arouse all kinds of suspicion. It's no wonder, because women all have this characteristic, they tend to regard beautiful women as imaginary enemies. When he was in love with Wu Tong, he had experienced this kind of poison 100 times stronger. At that time, I was willing to be poisoned and act as a bootlicker. It's so ridiculous to think about it now. So he wanted to hang up quickly. What? Aren't you free all day long? It's not like you have exams recently, what are you busy with? Zhang Zifeng saw him with another woman, but he told her that he was very busy. Isn't it obvious that he was disturbing his good thing? She felt very unhappy when she thought of this. There has to be a hint of vinegar in his words. Then she asked without hesitation, "You are so busy, so where are you busy? Are you alone or with someone? Are you with Lao Er and the others? Then I will bring you some food." Yeah, that's right. I'm just going to have dinner with the second brother and the others. No need to send me off. Yi Tian didn't know that Zhang Zifeng knew his whereabouts, so he lied to her. He didn't think much about it and thought that Zhang Zifeng was deliberately trying to trick him. Hearing Yi Tian's lie, Zhang Zifeng felt even more upset, and a surge of jealousy filled him. After all, he deceived her. Men should not be tempted. All right. Zhang Zifeng had no choice but to hang up the phone. Zifeng, what's wrong with Yi Tian? He's clearly dating a beautiful woman, but he lied to you. Tian, who was with Zhang Zifeng, couldn't bear it anymore. Tian, as expected, all men are bad. Not a single man is good. I had such a good impression of him last time. After hanging up the phone in a hurry, Yi Tian vaguely felt that Zhang Zifeng seemed to be a little upset. I must buy her some small gifts to comfort her later. After all, he has been in love before and he knows a little about women's reactions. I have been trained by Wu Tong's various little emotions countless times before. No wonder there is always a saying in the love field, good men are trained by many ex-girlfriends. Is it Miss Zhang Zifeng? Yi Tian's expression when he made the phone call just now was very special, revealing a very different kind of affection. At first glance, it looks like the way it would look when you're talking to someone you like. Mu Dan guessed that it was Zhang Zifeng. I had met her last time at a banquet, and I had a deep impression of the girl next to Yi Tian. She actually envied the girl on the phone. It's her. Yi Tian admitted it naturally and generously, without explaining too much or hiding anything. He was not afraid that Mu Dan would find out. Even Yi Tian himself didn't know that he would not avoid his relationship with Zhang Zifeng in front of his beautiful female employee. This is probably love. But he was completely unaware. The mother pill has already seen it. I also envy Zhang Zifeng. Went into a Chinese restaurant. It happened to be the restaurant where Zhang Zifeng was. Yi Tian chose a seat by the window, and Zhang Zifeng sat at the table behind him. Seeing Yi Tian walking towards her, Zhang Zifeng quickly picked up the menu to cover her face until Yi Tian sat opposite her. Fortunately, Yi Tian had his back to Zhang Zifeng and didn't notice her at all. During the meal, Yi Tian and Mu Dan didn't talk about too many personal matters. Apart from the polite words, they talked about the dishes and the differences between Chinese and Western food. They just had a meal like gentlemen. Chapter 36. Mu Dan was mistakenly believed to be Yi Tian's girlfriend. As for what Yi Tian and the others talked about, Zhang Zifeng didn't hear it clearly, but only vaguely heard part of the conversation. Then Zhang Zifeng immediately and secretly switched positions with Tian. Only then did I find out more clearly that what he talked about was almost not about personal issues. Zhang Zifeng's mood improved a little. When Yi Tian was about to pay the bill, Zhang Zifeng took out a few red gold bills and put them on the table, and left with Tian before Yi Tian noticed her. She covered her head with her bag and sneaked away like a duck. The meal was almost finished, and Yi Tian raised his hand to signal the waiter to come over for the bill. At this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a person with strange behavior moving towards the door. More importantly, the person's clothes seemed familiar, the bag he was holding seemed familiar, and his wavy hair also seemed familiar. Seeing this scene, Yi Tian was dazed for a moment, but he quickly denied his thoughts. This woman just called him, it's impossible for her to be here. I must be dazzled. After he paid the bill, he and Mu Dan went to the famous Zhou Youfu jewelry store nearby. I have to say that the service attitude of this Zhou Youfu is really good. Comparisons are always harmful. The service here is excellent, far inferior to Armani's. At least, they were warmly welcoming when Yi Tian walked in, giving the guests enough respect. It was this gap in service that prompted Yi Tian to acquire Armani immediately in anger. The waiter saw Yi Tian coming in with a very elegant beauty dressed in all branded clothes. He immediately came forward to greet me warmly. Welcome, how can I help you? They were so warm and considerate that they treated them like gods. Because she could infer from the mother pill that Yi Tian was very powerful. After all, it must be extraordinary for a woman to be so beautiful and wear designer clothes from head to toe. This gold medal salesperson summarized this rule: the man around an outstanding woman must have very strong purchasing power. Otherwise, how could he hold such a precious woman? Mr. Ma, a well-known figure in the business circle, is an example. Don't be fooled by his plain looks, the beauties around him are all outstanding. This is the law of sales. Under the sweet bombardment of the beautiful waitress, he was successfully bewitched and bought an agarwood bracelet worth 29.99 million. Oh my god. An apartment. Beautiful women are really good at deceiving people. Especially beautiful women who work in sales. They are trying their best to cheat the money out of your pocket every minute. But he really likes this bracelet. No matter the price, it's worth it to buy something you like. This gentleman has excellent taste and generously purchased our best bracelet. It's truly a treasure, the only one of its kind in the country. Your spouse will look elegant and noble wearing it. It's also a very valuable collectible. The waiter mistakenly thought Mu Dan was Yi Tian's girlfriend. Mu Dan didn't deny it, but just smiled faintly and continued to admire the bracelet. Yi Tian explained immediately. You misunderstood, this is my friend. Oh, sorry. This bracelet really suits your friend's temperament. The waiter understood immediately and quickly changed the lines. No matter how things change, the basic principle remains the same. Generally, situations like this mean that the relationship has not yet been confirmed. Anyway, I bought that gift for this beautiful girl. Same meaning. Just praise them all you want. This marketing method is applicable everywhere. Yi Tian was speechless. I looked at Mu Dan helplessly, which made him give up the opportunity to explain again. He knew that no matter how he explained, the waitress would still consider her as the object of his pursuit. If that's the case, why waste time explaining so much to a stranger? He would just have to explain it to Mu Dan later. I believe Mu Dan will not misunderstand this. After all, she was his boss, and she knew at that party that he had a girlfriend. Newton, to thank you for accompanying me to choose a gift, I'll pay for whatever you like. Yi Tian is still very gentlemanly. The waiter just misunderstood Mu Dan's identity, so I have to give her a gift to express my apology. Mu Dan was very happy to hear that Yi Tian decided to give her a gift. This was what she had been expecting. She was a little surprised when the waiter mistook her for Yi Tian's girlfriend just now, but Yi Tian explained it clearly in a hurry. She felt a little disappointed. Now, although she knew that he bought her a gift to take care of her mood, she was still very happy. Because she didn't know when she started to feel a little attracted to this young and handsome boss. Thank you, boss. I'll be more than welcome then. Mu Dan behaved very generously and appropriately, and even smiled playfully. She didn't show any sign of being upset when he clarified their relationship just now. You're welcome. You deserve it. Yi Tian said sincerely. When the waiter heard that Yi Tian wanted to choose another gift for the beautiful girl, he became even more attentive. Pretty lady, please follow me over here. I have a better introduction for you. The waiter took the mother pill to the jade bracelet area. Newton casually glanced at the jade bracelets in this area and found that they were all quite expensive. Starting from 10 million. This one is great. It suits your temperament very well. Look at your skin, it's delicate and white as snow. The color of this jade is excellent, and it makes your hands look very beautiful. You will also look more noble, elegant, and graceful. The waiter had a good command of Chinese, so he used all the nice and noble words to describe Mu Dan. He spoke more than 100 words in a torrent of words without repeating himself. Indeed, people like to hear nice words. Newton thinks this jade bracelet is really good. So she also looked at Yi Tian to see how he would express his opinion. Yi Tian was also very satisfied after seeing it. It is indeed beautiful. With Yi Tian's approval, Mu Dan immediately decided to buy it. Then I'll take this one. Okay, I'll wrap it up for you. The waiter was so happy because this jade bracelet cost 26.88 million. Together with the agarwood bracelet, it cost $500,000. This month, their commissions have already reached several million. They are so happy. Out of Zhou Youfu jewelry store. Boss, that agarwood bracelet you just bought is for Miss Zhang Zifeng, right? Mu Dan couldn't help but ask curiously. The bracelet I just saw was made of top-quality agarwood, which is hard to come by. Such a rare and valuable gift must be for her. Yes. For her. Yi Tian said directly, without any intention of hiding anything. Sister Zifeng is so lucky to have you care and love her so much. Mu Dan said with great envy. Indeed. Yi Tian showed his affection for Zhang Zifeng. Where can I find such a successful man who is rich, good-looking and loyal? Chapter 37. The school beauty acted like a spoiled child. Yi Tian and Mu Dan went straight back to school after dinner. At Yi Tian's request, Mu Dan sent him to a place 50 meters away from the school. He didn't want to get off the bus too close to the school for fear of being seen and gossiped about. As the saying goes, many mouths can melt gold, and 3 people can make a tiger. If it reaches Zhang Zifeng's ears, it may be a rumor with a distorted meaning. Mu Dan also knew that he did this to avoid suspicion, so she was a smart woman and would not ask too many questions, but just silently did what he asked. Sure enough, Yi Tian was feeling guilty just now, afraid that Zhang Zifeng would know that he was having dinner with another woman. As soon as I got back to the school gate, I ran into Zhang Zifeng and her best friend Tian there. Hey, Yi Tian is here. Seeing Yi Tian walking over, Tian whispered a reminder to Zhang Zifeng. Zhang Zifeng immediately turned around, with a stern face, and his back to Yi Tian. Yi Tian didn't know that Zhang Zifeng already knew everything. So he happily walked up to them and said hello, Zifeng, Tian, what a coincidence, did you two just get back from shopping? Unfortunately. Zhang Zifeng said in a somewhat angry tone. Without even looking at Yi Tian. She was very angry. Big liar. I don't want to give him a good face at all. Yeah, what a coincidence. Tian waved at him with a smile. Hearing Zhang Zifeng's cold reply to Yi Tian already felt that she was angry and her smile froze. Yi Tian thought that Zhang Zifeng was blaming him for hanging up her phone in such a hurry, so he was angry. I didn't know he was angry because he was having dinner with another woman. So he gave her the agarwood bracelet in his hand. Zifeng, I bought you a gift. Open it and see if you like it. Do men like to buy gifts as compensation when they lie? Zhang Zifeng was unhappy when he heard that he was going to give a gift. Zhang Zifeng stood there coldly, with no intention of accepting the gift. So Yi Tian opened the gift box himself and showed it to her. It is a white agarwood bracelet. Wow! This white bracelet looks so classy. Is it expensive? When Tian Tian saw the bracelet, she immediately widened her eyes and opened her mouth to scream. Yi Tian slightly curled the corners of his mouth and acted very normal. This was a white agarwood bracelet worth over 20 million yuan, a small price to him. What he really cared about was getting Zhang Zifeng back as soon as possible. So he paid more attention to every expression of Zhang Zifeng. Tian Tian couldn't resist the charm of the bracelet and picked it up immediately. Wow, it's really beautiful. Hey, it even has a faint fragrance. This fragrance is sweet. It smells so good. It must be very expensive, right? It's not expensive, it's just an ordinary bracelet, just over 1,000 yuan. Yi Tian was afraid that if he mentioned the price was too high, Zhang Zifeng would not dare to accept it, so he simply classified it as a street stall product. Oh my god, such a beautiful bracelet is only over 1,000 yuan? I thought it was tens of millions, it looks so high-end. Tian Tian really couldn't believe her eyes. How could this street stall item worth more than 1,000 yuan look so high-end? Nowadays, the technology of counterfeit and shoddy products is becoming more and more advanced, and it is really difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Zhang Zifeng thought the bracelet was indeed very beautiful. He was quite surprised that he could get it for just over 1,000 yuan. But his financial ability was only enough to buy something worth over 1,000 yuan, so she didn't suspect anything. You know, last week was my cousin's birthday, and when I accompanied her to Zhou I also fell in love with the same bracelet as this one. Unfortunately, the price was too high, over 20 million. In the end, I had to regretfully give up. Tian Tian not only praised the bracelet highly, but also loved it so much that she completely forgot that Zhang Zifeng was still angry. Seeing that her best friend was several times happier than her, the one receiving the gift, Zhang Zifeng couldn't help but feel upset. But she was angry at the beginning, and for the sake of face, she had to continue to be angry. Zifeng, this bracelet is so beautiful. Although I know nothing about these things, such a beautiful bracelet must have been carefully selected. Look how good Yi Tian is to you. He even chooses gifts so carefully. Zhang Zifeng glanced at it from the corner of his eye. The bracelet was indeed of very good quality. She was unhappy because Yi Tian had lied to her so blatantly just now. Now that I see that he is so sincere, I feel better. But she can't stop being angry so quickly. Shouldn't she pretend for a while longer? It's okay. Zhang Zifeng still replied in a very unfriendly manner. So he turned around and walked into the school. Yi Tian. Why are you still angry? Tian Tian quickly put the bracelet away and chased after Zhang Zifeng. Wait for me, Zifeng. Yi Tian, why don't you go and chase after him? Tian Tian shouted as she ran. She realized Yi Tian hadn't caught up yet, so she turned around and saw that he was still putting on his bracelet. What a big heart! So she urged Yi Tian loudly. Urged by Tian Tian, he didn't care whether the bracelet was packed or not, and hurried forward with the gift bag. He had just noticed that Zhang Zifeng was angry. I thought I could win her back with this gift. Unexpectedly, she didn't even look at me. He left him and ran away without looking back. This woman is really hard to coax once she gets angry. Doesn't she like this kind of bracelet? Why? It's really reckless to give her a gift without even finding out what she likes best. You should understand her preferences in advance and cater to them. What a mistake. Zhang Zifeng was already walking some distance ahead, but Yi Tian jogged over and quickly caught up with him. Zifeng, don't go. Don't be angry, okay? Listen to my explanation. Only after grabbing her hand did Zhang Zifeng stop. She tried to shake Yi Tian's hand off, but Yi Tian held it tightly and was unwilling to let go. Don't do this, don't leave, listen to my explanation first, okay? Zhang Zifeng couldn't break free from his hand and could only stand there. Let me go. I'm not angry. What do you need to explain to me? There's nothing to explain. I don't need your explanation. For Yi Tian, who already has experience in love, when a girl says this, it means she wants him to explain. You're saying the opposite of what you mean. He had long understood the girl's duplicity. Because that's what Wu Tong said the first time she got angry with him. He was too straightforward at that time and had no experience, so he thought that when a girl said no explanation needed, it meant no explanation needed. So I just listened and didn't explain. Who knows what will happen on day 2? Wu Tong passed the message to him through her best friend and found out that she was really angry. Then I ignored him for a whole week. After that, he remembered the law of girls being really angry. Whenever a girl says something like no explanation needed, you must explain and coax her. So he now held Zhang Zifeng's hand and apologized very seriously and sincerely. Zifeng, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hang up on you just now. I really didn't see the message you sent me yesterday. It's not intentional not to reply you. Really, I swear. As he said that, Yi Tian raised his hand and made a swearing gesture. Only then did Zhang Zifeng turn to look at him. At the same time, I am questioning the authenticity of his words. This guy never mentioned anything about him being with another woman. How long do you want to keep this secret from me? Zhang Zifeng thought to himself, waiting for him to confess. Would you please accept this gift first? I did something wrong, and I will correct it however you ask me to. Maybe I accidentally did something wrong without knowing it. You have to tell me so I can correct it. Okay? Yi Tian took out the bracelet very seriously and put it on Zhang Zifeng's delicate hand. I heard Yi Tian's serious and heartfelt words. Zhang Zifeng's heart began to soften. No matter how he looked at Yi Tian, he didn't seem to be a silver-tongued person, so he chose to believe him. She obediently let him put the bracelet on her. Then tell me, who were you with just now? Zhang Zifeng is still troubled by this matter. Girls are like this. When they see the boy they like with another girl of the opposite sex, they will feel jealous for no reason. What followed were all kinds of unhappy speculations. Ah. So that's what you're worried about? Okay, I'll be honest with you. I was having dinner with Mu Dan just now. He finally admitted it, but Zhang Zifeng's face didn't look good. We are just ordinary friends, please don't misunderstand. Knowing that Zhang Zifeng would misunderstand, Yi Tian hurriedly explained. Then you can tell me openly if you dine with her. I'm not such a stingy person. Zhang Zifeng was very unhappy with Yi Tian's words don't misunderstand. Is she someone who easily misunderstands others? Then you're willing to forgive me? I'm not mad at you. Zhang Zifeng smiled and said, she just cares about him. She just wants a sense of security. Very good. I thought she was angry, but I was just torturing myself with my own blind guessing. Yi Tian hugged Zhang Zifeng happily. A gentle embrace is so addictive. Chapter 38. Yi Tian was fascinated by the school beauty. You bad guy. This made her angry for several hours. I have to keep wondering if he is with another woman. What a torture that was. Zhang Zifeng gently patted Yi Tian's shoulders a few times with her tender little hands. She leaned in his arms, crying, laughing and scolding him. All the unhappiness, speculation, grievances, resentment and other emotions just now were vented out. Well, I was wrong. You're right. Yi Tian let her swing the hammer. But this strength is like giving him a massage. It is actually a kind of enjoyment. Do you really know you're wrong? Zhang Zifeng pouted and asked coquettishly. The soft voice, with a faint sweet scent, filled his nose. Especially that sweet voice, the airflow it brought brushed against his skin, giving him a subtle, soft feeling. It's wonderful. Very happy. While he was distracted, Yi Tian was immersed in this feeling. Like a spring breeze. I really know I was wrong. I will never do that again. Yi Tian still held her in his arms, touched her head and smiled with satisfaction. That's more like it. Zhang Zifeng was very satisfied with his sweet words. Ding. Detected that the host gave the school beauty an agarwood bracelet and actively hugged the school beauty. Reward the host for his performance talent and an additional pocket money of 10 billion yuan. Immersed in the arms of the beauty, Yi Tian was suddenly interrupted by the voice of the system. He reacted and immediately let go of the school beauty as if he had been electrocuted. His marriage with her was just a fake one, there was no way he had any feelings for her. He must have been possessed and lost his mind just now, which is why he did such a rude thing. He really had no intention of offending her. Is it too late to explain now? Will Zhang Zifeng misunderstand that I am deliberately trying to flirt with her? Sorry, I was so excited that I forgot my manners. Yi Tian apologized immediately. Oh. Zhang Zifeng lowered his head and blushed, and said oh softly. Yi Tian looked at her doubtfully. Zhang Zifeng's reaction was so calm. Yi Tian felt relieved when he heard that she did not blame him. When he looked up, Tian Tian, who was standing next to Zhang Zifeng, was looking at him and Zhang Zifeng with a smile but no word. How could this girl have the nerve to stare at the two of them so blatantly and closely? There were also a few groups of people around who were happily eating their melons. Oh my god. Aren't these students too idle and have nothing to do? Why are you staring at them so hungrily? There are so many people who are just curious about what is happening and are coming to eat their melons? Just because Zhang Zifeng is the school belle? Yi Tian and Zhang Zifeng noticed that the people around them were chattering non-stop. This scene has become commonplace. In order to protect her, Yi Tian immediately pulled her out of the crowd and fled madly. When Tian Tian saw them running, she ran after them, leaving a large number of onlookers there. Oh my god. What happened just now? Why were they hugging each other? Some boys were confused by this. What's going on? Can someone explain it to me? Another person who just discovered the new world asked. That guy kidnapped our goddess. The boy sighed. Is Zhang Xiaohua in a relationship? Another confused girl asked. Why? Why should this kid get away with it? One boy was very emotional and it seemed that he had been secretly in love with the school beauty for a long time. I knew it. They've been interacting a lot lately. There must be something big going on. I guessed right. Not necessarily. As long as there's no official announcement, I won't say anything. They're hugging each other, doesn't that explain the problem? Maybe this is just a friendly hug. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand the truth of the matter. The young man couldn't accept the news that the school beauty was in a relationship for a while, and he was still trying his best to defend her, trying to confuse others and numb himself. I just hope the school beauty remains single, they still have hope. Stop kidding yourself. Someone poured cold water on me. A warm hug is only for lovers. Are there any gods who would hug like this? A few people who were just there to watch the show ruthlessly exposed the young man's words. No. Don't talk nonsense. Just tell me what's wrong. I'm just talking about the facts. Why are you so excited? Ah. I won't let you say it. Then, a few boys lost their minds for a moment, and some even became angry and embarrassed after being exposed, so they started fighting with fists. This is going to be fun. The headline of tomorrow's school is, a group of losers got into a fight because of the school beauty's love affair. The incident quickly alerted the school security, who finally took measures to enforce quarantine before the beating stopped. Yi Tian pulled Zhang Zifeng and ran all the way to the artificial lake in the school before stopping. Well, I won't run away. This should be a safe place. They won't follow us and gossip. Yi Tian stopped and said breathlessly. Observing the surrounding environment, besides, there are only couples here, they probably don't have the time to pay attention to us. That is. They were all busy with love. Or when love was deep, they would forget everything around them and immerse themselves in the sweetness of the two of them. How can I have the time and energy to pay attention to the two of them? Zhang Zifeng was panting after running all the way, and his mouth was a little dry, so he couldn't help swallowing. He bit his pink lips lightly, and the freshly moisturized cherry looked very beautiful. This sexy and charming action happened to be seen by Yi Tian. At that moment, he was mesmerized. Or rather, he was mesmerized by Zhang Zifeng again. The city in my heart. It seems to have fallen too. I didn't expect them to be so crazy. Zhang Zifeng said to Yi Tian with a smile, the run just now was very exciting. Yi Tian came back to his senses and quickly retracted his gaze. Yeah, they are really crazy. However, he laughed at himself in his heart, I am crazy myself, and I actually have some crazy hallucinations about you. Tell me the truth, what's with the bracelet you gave me just now? Don't tell me this is a real luxury agarwood item. Zhang Zifeng was so moved just now that he only now remembered its origin. Yes, it's a real agarwood bracelet. It's not very expensive though. It's made of very ordinary material. Yi Tian spoke without frowning. Is this true? You didn't get it by living off your wife, did you? Zhang Zifeng tested it jokingly. How could she be a gigolo? I spent over 1,000 yuan on this with my own money. But I once owed her a big favor, and she really wanted to give me an extremely expensive bracelet as a reward. But I refused. Yi Tian said that he was very upright. But in order to make Zhang Zifeng believe him, he had to lie to her again. How could he let her know that he had a system? Even if she knew it, it would scare her. So ever since he told his first lie, he has been constantly using other lies to cover up the previous lie. It's tiring to lie all the time. And you have to worry about being caught all the time? If you are not careful, it may really cause people to be under a lot of pressure, or even suffer from neurasthenia. Really? Why do I feel like you're lying to me? Why does Zhang Zifeng sound a little unreal? How could I possibly lie to you? Didn't I just say I'd tell you everything? Yi Tian said to her seriously. Okay, I was overthinking it. Zhang Zifeng still chose to believe him. By the way, I sent you a message last night saying I was planning on going back tomorrow to have dinner with my dad and mom. Zhang Zifeng told him in person what he wanted to say yesterday. Okay. I'll go back with you to meet your parents tomorrow. This was their original agreement. Now that they had obtained their marriage certificate, meeting their parents was a perfectly normal thing. Chapter 39, Staying at father-in-law's house. I can't go to see your parents empty-handed this time. I must buy them gifts. Wait a moment, I'll make a phone call. Yi Tian walked aside and quietly called Diwu Chang, asking him to come and pick them up and telling him not to reveal his identity. Well, since you insist, it's up to you. Then the two of them went out from the north gate of the school. As I walked out the door, Dai Wuching had already parked the car there. Because Wu Diqing is so handsome, and driving a Hongqi S9 is so cool. There are already quite a few people gathered around to watch the show. Yi Tian didn't want them to see his true face. He quickly covered half of his face with his sleeve and got into the car. Having been surrounded by the crowd just now, Yi Tiankai had no choice but to resort to this last resort. He quickly covered half of his face with his sleeves and got into the car. After getting in the car, although Zhang Zifeng was not familiar with luxury cars, after all, her family was well off and she could still tell a good car. This car is obviously worth a lot of money. The driver is also very handsome and has a good temperament. So she was particularly curious and asked Yi Tian. This is my good friend Diwu Chang, who just came back from abroad. Now he is in a period of wandering around and has a lot of free time, so since he has a car, he took us to the specialty store to kill time. I think this is good, more convenient than taking a taxi. More importantly, it can make this idle handsome guy's life more meaningful. The more Yi Tian spoke, the less reliable he became. This lie is made up. Diwu Chang almost laughed out loud. He's a really weird boss. I am so rich but I can't just tell my girlfriend. He felt bad for him because he was hiding things from her all day, but it was a good thing after all. Yes, Miss Zhang Zifeng, my name is Diwu Chang, and I'm Yi Tian's good friend. From now on, I can take you wherever you want to go. Don't feel embarrassed to bother me. I was just about to thank you, and this is just the right time to kill my boring time. Well, hello, Diwu Chang. Nice to meet you, and thank you very much. Zhang Zifeng was not surprised that Yi Tian knew such a wealthy friend. Because some rich people also like talented friends. In his eyes, Yi Tian is a very talented and handsome man. It's no surprise that this wealthy young man likes to make friends with him. Many wealthy young men, like Principal Wang, like to associate with talented university students and talented people from all walks of life. Their primary criteria for making friends are talent and character. It doesn't matter what their background is. Whether they are rich or poor is irrelevant. Even their appearance is irrelevant. In fact, making friends with talented people is also a visionary long-term investment. After that, it can serve their business empire to a large extent. The fifth stage quickly brought them to the Jiao Winery. This is one of the most famous wineries in the country. There are many famous wines from China and even the world gathered here. Welcome. Happiness will be with you. The beautiful waitresses saluted and said in unison. It's truly the most famous winery. The waiters' slogans are all unique. Yi Tian nodded and said to Zhang Zifeng. Yes, a beautiful woman like a flower, and sweet words. It has already had the effect of relieving my worries. Zhang Zifeng expressed the thoughts of many men. Yi Tian, haha. Whatever the beauty said, he couldn't refute it. Sir, madam, how can I help you? Well, I want to choose a red wine that is suitable for the elderly and has a good value for money. Do you have any recommendations? When Yi Tian roughly described his request and the recipient of the gift to the waiter quickly understood. I see. Then I recommend this brandy. It's perfect as a gift for elders. Yi Tian and Zhang Zifeng looked at the red wine the waiter pointed to. This Changyu brandy is a very prestigious gift. This premium brandy, stored in a century-old cellar for over 30 years, has a high collector's value. You see, the wine is golden, clear, and transparent. It has a very mellow taste, elegant fruity aroma, full body, and long aftertaste. After drinking it, the cup still exudes a rich ester aroma, which makes people want to savor it more carefully. Sir, your father-in-law and mother-in-law will definitely praise you highly after drinking this drink, and their favorability towards you will increase dramatically. And the price is very affordable, only 688 per bottle. How come the waiter saw through that they bought this gift for their parents-in-law and said it out loud? Yi Tian and Zhang Zifeng looked at each other. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Both of them were like, strictly speaking, they are not his father-in-law and mother-in-law. That's very kind of you. Wrap up these 2 bottles of brandy for me. Yi Tian quickly responded. He doesn't care how much the wine costs, or what the quality or taste is like, as long as it is the best wine produced in China. This shows his sincerity. Because Zhang Zifeng was next to him, he didn't dare to give the most expensive one. Moreover, the 5th stage had already made advance notice of this wine, lowering the price to a level that ordinary people could afford. Once they leave the store, someone will naturally make up the difference. There are also fees for extras. After buying 2 bottles of brandy, Yi Tian took Zhang Zifeng to a supplement store. I carefully selected 2 bags of bird's nest and 1 bag of high-quality fish maw. I also bought a set of high-end cosmetics. Of course, this was also for Di Wucheng to greet the boss in advance. The best bird's nest that costs 210,000 yuan per lamp is said to cost only a few hundred yuan. The same goes for fish maw. It used to cost tens of thousands of yuan per kilogram, but now it's only a few hundred yuan per kilogram. Skincare products are also sold at around 1,000 yuan, while those that cost hundreds of thousands of yuan are also sold at around 1,000 yuan. Act out the whole play. The waiters in all the stores just said that these gifts are very cost-effective and give people face when giving them as gifts. Zhang Zifeng naturally wouldn't suspect anything. In her eyes, Yi Tian was just a child from an ordinary family. If those gifts were ridiculously expensive, she would definitely not let him buy them. If Yi Tian bought it, it would arouse Zhang Zifeng's suspicion. Arrived at Zhang's house. Upon hearing that his son-in-law was coming for dinner, Zhang's father invited a temporary senior chef to prepare a sumptuous meal. The more the old father looked at his son-in-law, the more satisfied he became. Dad, this is a little gift from us to you. As he spoke, Yi Tian handed 2 bottles of premium brandy to Zhang's father. At the last banquet, Yi Tian had already agreed with him not to let Zhang Zifeng know that he had given her a generous gift. This time was no exception. Yi Tian looked at his father and the latter knew. Just come, we're all family. Why are you being so polite? Father Zhang was very happy. He said polite words, but he was very interested in Yi Tian's gift. These are all his favorites. Have a drink every night. Wine is a man's second life, indispensable every day. We bought this for you, Mom. I hope you like it. Zhang Zifeng handed several large bags of nutritional supplements and cosmetics to his mother. Really, don't waste your money. Mommy, it's not much money. This is just a token of our filial piety. Yi Tian and Zhang Zifeng tried their best not to make mistakes and always remembered to play their roles well. After dinner, Zhang's parents didn't find any flaws and let them stay overnight. This action of the father-in-law and mother-in-law unexpectedly disrupted their plans. Yi Tian couldn't think of a solution for a moment. What should I do? Yi Tian communicated with Zhang Zifeng with a look of help. What else can I do? Just stay here and talk about it later. Zhang Zifeng was secretly very happy. Her parents were really a great help. Chapter 40 Living together in the school beauty's room. After dinner, Yi Tian was forced to go to work and play chess with his father-in-law. Zhang Zifeng was chatting with her mother. Fomer, I've always been open-minded. You choose your own marriage. Now that you're getting married, your dad and I are very happy, but also very reluctant to let you go. Zhang's mother held her hand and had a heartfelt talk with her. Her eyes were filled with love, reluctance, expectation, and blessings. Mommy, thank you and Daddy for supporting my decision. Even though we're married, it doesn't mean I'm separated from you. I'll come back often in the future. Deeply moved, Zhang Zifeng coquettishly leaned her head on her mother's shoulder. Zhang Zifeng's parents have always doted on him and are very open-minded. I never force my children to find a partner who is of equal social status. As long as they truly love each other and treat their daughter sincerely, that's enough. Ever since Lin Sin started to covet their daughter, they haven't had a single day of peace. Fortunately, after Yi Tian appeared, he easily solved the big problem of Lin Sin with his money ability. Therefore, they felt half fondness and half gratitude towards Yi Tian. Especially Zhang's father, he knew that his son-in-law was a very capable person and had the courage to do things. He admired him very much and really liked his daughter. This makes me even more joyful. Although Yi Tian's family conditions are not very good, I think he cares about you very much. I feel relieved. However, how to get along with each other as a couple is still a big learning. Speaking of this, Zhang Zifeng felt a little embarrassed and shy. Why is her mother going to give her an education lesson in person? This topic really makes young people feel shy. Especially in front of parents. A good marriage requires the careful cultivation of both parties. And it's important to strike the right balance. This balance is very important. Seeing Zhang Zifeng blushing with shame, her mother paused and continued. When talking about this degree, Zhang Zifeng felt shy again. She misunderstood. The topics my mother talks about are so high level, aren't they? What degree should we grasp? Isn't it just the two of you doing whatever makes you happy? Isn't it just like we usually get along? Zhang Zifeng couldn't help but think. If you get too close and cling too much, you'll easily get tired of it and it will also easily cause friction. If you are too far away, your relationship will become estranged. It is also not conducive to maintaining a good marriage relationship. Don't be so willful in the future. Although I think he is very considerate and tolerant towards you. But you can't always act like a spoiled brat in the future. Okay? Her mother patiently passed on her own experiences to her. Yeah, Mommy, I get it. Judging from my mother's attitude, I will definitely have to nag her for a long time. She was afraid that her mother would teach her some homework skills and precautions step by step. Wouldn't that be 360 degrees embarrassing? She had to get away quickly. Aw. Mommy, I'm a little sleepy. I'm tired from the car ride today. Let's go and rest. Zhang Zifeng stretched out his body in a very formal manner, opened his mouth wide and yawned continuously. She had to pretend to be sleepy at this time, otherwise her mother would catch her and lecture her non-stop. Since you're tired, go to bed early. I've asked Aunt Zhao to make the bed in your room. Be careful. I wanted to tell my daughter what she ordered, but she started yawning non-stop and it was already 10 o'clock. I won't say much else. There's still a long way to go, so I'll teach her slowly later. Okay, Mommy, you should rest early too. Mwah. After saying that, Zhang Zifeng playfully and cutely kissed his mother on the face. On Yi Tian's side. I played 10 games of chess with my father-in-law. He won only 3 games and lost 6 on purpose. Father Zhang won 6 games of chess with his son-in-law and was in a really good mood. But what he didn't know was that Yi Tian lost to him on purpose. He thought his chess skills had improved. What was clever was that Yi Tian deliberately lost the game so that his father-in-law wouldn't notice the flaw. He even tried to give in every step he took. Old man. You're addicted to chess, aren't you? It's already 10 o'clock and you're not going to let your son-in-law go? At this time, his mother-in-law came over and urged him, with a hint of blame in her tone. Chajochi, this is my only hobby, and you're jealous? Zhang's father complained proudly that he was usually a henpecked husband and only pretended to be so in front of Yi Tian. He said that his father-in-law must not lose his masculinity. He would have to kneel on the washboard when he returned to the room. Okay, it's already 10 o'clock, we can continue another day. Zhang's father happily changed his words to save face. This kind of male chauvinism cannot be displayed for too long, otherwise he will have to kneel on the washboard for even longer. He is still very tactful. He quickly packed up the chess pieces and said to Yi Tian. Okay, Dad, I'll fight you for 300 rounds some other day. I won't believe that I won't regain some confidence. Ha ha. Yi Tian stood up and prepared to rest. Well, you're ambitious. You're indomitable. You have the same demeanor as I did back then. Ha 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 ha. Hey, are you done yet, old man? The mother-in-law pretended to be angry and scolded him. Have you prepared a guest room for them? The father-in-law asked his woman. Zhang's mother, I've already asked Jama to prepare. They will stay in Fenger's old room tonight. Why would you ask? Father Zhang, okay, you can arrange it. Yi Tian, go. Okay, I'll go to rest now. Mom and Dad, you should also rest early. Yi Tian said good night to them very politely, then turned around and followed Jama upstairs. Arriving outside Zhang Zifeng's room, Yi Tian knocked on the door and waited for her to answer before going in. Is this your boudoir? After looking around, Yi Tian asked. The room is spacious and has lots of light. The floor-to-ceiling windows face an artificial lake. The room is mainly pink. Very girly. Particularly eye-catching is a round princess bed. There are also pink sheets and a pink silk quilt. There is a small bedside table next to it. Also in pink series. On the other side is a dressing table, followed by a wardrobe. Very romantic and dreamy. It turns out that the beautiful and proud school belle also likes this little girl style. How is it? Isn't it beautiful and romantic? Zhang Zifeng cared very much about Yi Tian's opinion. He looked at him expectantly, waiting for his answer. Yeah, it's beautiful and romantic. It suits your temperament very well. Yi Tian was not stingy with his praise at all. Of course. This girl has good taste. Zhang Zifeng smiled brightly. Then, how are we going to sleep tonight? This is a very serious issue. Yi Tian had noticed at this time that apart from a bed and a chair, there was no sofa or other sleeping props in the room. There was no way he could even sleep on the sofa. That quilt is just one set. Do you want him to sleep on the bed? Sleeping with me, of course. Zhang Zifeng blurted out. Yi Tian. Zifeng, you are not kidding, are you? The two of us are sleeping in the same bed? Chapter 41, The School Beauty is Too Proactive? Sleeping in the same bed? Yi Tian simply couldn't bear to imagine too many embarrassing and shy scenes. Besides, is there any girl in this world who is so proactive? No. Isn't that what happens in TV dramas? When a man and a woman who are in a fake marriage encounter the situation where there is only one bed and they have to sleep in the same bed, will the woman draw a line in the middle and warn the man repeatedly and sternly not to cross it? There was nothing on this big round bed except 2 pillows and a quilt. What about the legendary dividing line? Not only does that line not exist, there isn't even a tendency for there to be any distance between them. The 2 pillows were touching each other. There was only one quilt, so how could they be separated when they were sharing? Isn't the school beauty afraid that he will take advantage of her? After all, in the middle of the night, people's behavior is not controlled by their self-consciousness. Since he was a child, he has liked to sleep with a pillow or quilt in his arms. This is cool and comfortable enough. Therefore, it is common to hug a doll, pillow, or quilt when you are half asleep. What if he falls asleep in the middle of the night and mistakes her for a blanket? He couldn't guarantee that this kind of high-risk and high-frequency thing wouldn't happen to her. It's even harder to hold her without making a mess. If I do something wrong while sleeping, wouldn't my reputation be ruined in an instant? No. Yi Tian was unwilling to do so. Even if the school beauty was as beautiful as a flower, he would not be moved. What are you thinking about? Just when Yi Tian was daydreaming about the school beauty Zhang Zifeng, she had quietly walked up to him without him knowing. Pa slapped his arm. Then he looked at him with a half smile and asked. No, I was thinking it's only a little after 10 o'clock. Isn't it a bit early to go to bed now? Look, I'm not sleepy at all. I'm very energetic. I can still do something else. Yi Tian suddenly wanted to change the subject. He didn't want to get into bed so quickly. At least I have to find something else to do to delay the time. Of course, it's so early now. Who would go to bed before 12 o'clock? We have to do something else. Zhang Zifeng thought Yi Tian's words made sense and nodded. As she spoke, a blush suddenly appeared on her pretty face due to embarrassment. She said this to prevent her daddy and mommy from making surprise inspections. When Yi Tian heard this, he felt it was a huge misunderstanding. I don't think it's very suitable, is it? Yi Tian said embarrassedly. Suitable? What's wrong with that? Zhang Zifeng said this with certainty and determination. She didn't want her parents to know the truth, so she had to put on a show. Otherwise, how could he have hidden it from his extremely smart parents? A businessman like his father, who is usually cunning and treacherous, must have put in a lot of effort in this matter. Otherwise, she couldn't fool them with her little tricks. This is too great a sacrifice for you. Yi Tian always felt that girls always suffered more in love affairs between men and women. It's so unfair to her. I am too ungentlemanly. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. As long as my parents are at ease, that's all that matters. I'll make a sacrifice if I can. Zhang Zifeng looked righteous and didn't care about suffering any more losses. No. Didn't we agree on this before? The terms of the agreement cannot be broken. Yi Tian knew that he couldn't stop Zhang Zifeng, so he just revealed the previously negotiated rules. Ah? Zhang Zifeng stared at him in confusion. Didn't she follow the rules? Did I do something wrong? It was just a pretense, not a true physical intimacy. Why does he look like I did something to him and he's suffering? Ah, you stinky Yi Tian, what are you thinking? You wish. Soon, looking at Yi Tian's exaggerated expression of grievance, Zhang Zifeng finally knew what Yi Tian was thinking just now. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. He was dreaming. Although she loved him, she would not give away some of her most precious things easily. Seeing Zhang Zifeng burst into laughter, Yi Tiankai realized belatedly that he had misunderstood her previous meaning. Now he was really embarrassed and felt ashamed. Where can I dig a hole to hide that face? Yi Tian, dark face expression. This school beauty's thoughts are still very pure, but she herself is polluted. I'm sorry, What was Yi Tian trying to explain? He was incoherent and didn't know how to explain it. It was the first time he found himself so embarrassed. Zhang Zifeng immediately saw through his thoughts and said, Don't worry, the bed is so big, we can each sleep on one side. There's still plenty of space in the middle, and neither of us will intrude on the other. As she was speaking, she heard her mother knocking on the door. Fomer, are you still not lying down? I'm here to bring you some milk. Her mother's voice sounded outside the door at an inopportune moment. But it was like a charge horn. When Zhang Zifeng heard it, he immediately threw himself into his arms and was in emergency combat mode. It just so happened that Yi Tian was caught off guard by Zhang Zifeng's embrace and thrown onto the boat. Because the incident happened so suddenly and the speed was so fast, their lips collided when they fell. They all suffered minor injuries. Zhang's mother opened the door and came in, and happened to see a scene that made her both satisfied and excited. Zhang Zifeng was lying on a handsome man. This picture is really beautiful. Situations that are inappropriate for others. Zhang's mother immediately covered her eyes in pretended surprise. Oh, I came at the wrong time, but I didn't see anything. You can continue. Then he put 2 cups of hot milk on the table next to him and took a few glances at them before turning and leaving. He didn't forget to say, You guys continue. Ah, Mom, it's not what you see. Yi Tian was lying on the bed, turning his head to look at his mother-in-law who was adding fuel to the fire. He had 1,000 explanations in his mind but no words to say. This is a big misunderstanding. I know, no need to explain. I really didn't see anything. My mother-in-law is very open-minded. She doesn't want to interfere in young people's affairs at all. It's understandable that the 2 kids are impatient, but breaking their lips is too exciting and too ostentatious, isn't it? Going out will be the focus. Zhang's mother was very happy when she thought that the facts about the 2 of them had been confirmed. No. Really not. Yi Tian was anxious. Apart from the denial that meant there is no silver here, he could not think of any other explanation. Oh. My mother-in-law held back her laughter and said oh nonchalantly. This is the rhythm of completely not believing every word Yi Tian said. I just watched my mother-in-law leave helplessly without any explanation. Zifeng, why don't you explain? Suddenly Yi Tian looked at her like a resentful woman. Since you've seen it all, what's the point of explaining? Didn't you see mommy's tone and attitude? There's no point in explaining. She definitely won't believe it. Zhang Zifeng, who was still lying on it, analyzed calmly. It seems like she got something out of it. Was the explanation helpful? Chapter 42. Can you come down? Oh my god. What theory is this? I explained it, so why would it be in vain? If they don't explain, my mother-in-law might misunderstand that they are doing other exercises. Don't worry about this. Whether you explain or not, the misunderstanding will still be there. Mommy will think we're doing that. Zhang Zifeng seemed to have the ability to read minds, and he saw through what Yi Tian was worried about at the moment at a glance. Indeed. Anyone can misunderstand. Unless you're blind. The school beauty was lying on top of him, and the two of them were on the bed. These weird postures led to misunderstandings. When it came to that thing, the two of them suddenly became quiet and looked at each other. The tender watery eyes were looking at him lovingly, reaching deep into his heart. My heartbeat is accelerating. It's getting more and more obvious. Yi Tian's gaze couldn't help but move slowly downwards. The small red lips moved slightly, as if longing for the nourishment of the sweet spring water. Yi Tian actually developed an inexplicable affection for her again. As the two people's breathing became clearer and clearer, Yi Tian finally couldn't help but move his Adam's apple. Zhang Zifeng couldn't control his own actions and leaned down visibly. Can you come down now? Now that her mother-in-law has left, why hasn't she come down yet? If she continues like this, what can he guarantee will happen? Do you know that Zhang Zifeng is so beautiful and charming at this moment that it is easy for him to feel anything, okay? Especially the faint fragrance wafting from Zhang Zifeng's body, and the warm and soft touch. The colors in the room are so romantic. He almost lost control just now. Fortunately, he had good self-control and tried hard to stay calm. Don't misunderstand me. I was just testing you. In order to cover up the embarrassing scene that just happened, Zhang Zifeng hurriedly explained. Oh. Yi Tian could only reluctantly respond to her forced explanation with an oh. Oh what? My parents asked us to stay overnight tonight and they're sure to eavesdrop. We did that just now because it was necessary for the plot. If we didn't make it more realistic, they would easily see the flaws. Although Zhang Zifeng's words made sense, he still felt a little guilty. After all, she did want to kiss him just now. Oh. It really seemed to be the case. Yi Tian said oh again. Why are you saying oh again? Are you not trusting me? Zhang Zifeng was anxious. Even though Yi Tian saw through her thoughts, he shouldn't expose her. Girls are thin-skinned. I'm saying you're right. I agree with you. Yi Tian said with a smile. Zhang Zifeng is so cute like this. Go! You're being indecent. Zhang Zifeng rolled his eyes at him. Hiss. Zhang Zifeng touched the injured part of his lip and it hurt a little. Does it hurt? Yi Tian looked at her injuries and asked with concern. Nonsense. Of course it hurts. Zhang Zifeng also looked at Yi Tian's thin lips and immediately reached out to touch his lips. Hiss. Yi Tian couldn't help but let out a soft cry. It really hurts a bit. The impact between the two of them just now was quite powerful. If it had hit the teeth, wouldn't it have been shattered? I'll put some medicine on you. As he said that, Zhang Zifeng went to find his first aid kit. Hey, as a man, it's common to have bumps and bruises. This little injury is nothing. Although it still hurt a little, he was not that squeamish. Of course I have to apply it. Otherwise the wound won't heal quickly. If someone sees it at school, won't it cause more misunderstandings? Then I can wear a mask at school. You can wear a mask on campus and in the classroom, but do you wear it in the dormitory? Do you wear it when you sleep? If Chu Hong and the others saw it, how would you explain it? Zhang Zifeng immediately asked 3 questions in a row. Yi Tian admitted defeat and had no choice but to sit at the table obediently, waiting for Zhang Zifeng to apply ointment to him. It's just that Chu Hong and his group of loudmouths are always causing trouble. When it comes to gossip, money alone won't silence their mouths. What are you going to say to your parents when you see them tomorrow? Yi Tian got a headache when he thought about this problem. Just now, my mother-in-law saw them hugging each other without any scruples. Even if I jump into the Yellow River tomorrow, I won't know what will happen. Even if they did nothing and said nothing, the mark on their lips was telling them blatantly how thirsty they were and how fierce the battle was the night before. Just show it off openly. You can't escape this anyway. Zhang Zifeng didn't care. Yi Tian. Oh my god. Did I get the wrong script? I'm a man, so there's nothing wrong with me even if they find out. Why am I so afraid of them finding out, and why do I want to hide it so much? Well, he lost to the school beauty. I'm afraid that your parents will find out and worry that you'll suffer. Yi Tian blurted out. If you think about it carefully, this reason does not hold water. They have all received their licenses now. It is normal for couples to have some intimacy. Why would his parents be afraid that she would suffer a loss? Zhang Zifeng, you think too much. They can't wait for me to get married. They want you to take advantage of me as soon as possible. Oh, well, just pretend I never said that. The father-in-law and mother-in-law must be very satisfied with his handsomeness. That's why they let their daughter suffer for him? Why does this sound wrong? For a moment, I couldn't figure out what was wrong. Yi Tian didn't delve into it further. In fact, Yi Tian didn't know that this was a trap set for him. Apply ointment. Drink milk. Zhang Zifeng changed into a pink silk suspender nightgown. Oh my god. The weather is not hot. Why did the school beauty change into such a cool skirt? Isn't this a naked temptation? Having just experienced a wave of fresh and unworldly temptation, now comes another wave of sexy charm? Although he is a gentleman with his own principles, how could he withstand such a challenging temptation? Don't forget, he is also a normal man. A hot-blooded man. Is there any firewood in the world that can't be burned? Although Yi Tian was struggling in his heart, he couldn't take his eyes off it. He stood there uncontrollably, staring blankly at the incredibly beautiful person. Go change your clothes. Just as he was watching intently, Zhang Zifeng suddenly threw a set of pajamas over Yi Tian's head. Yi Tian took off his clothes and turned into the bathroom. At this moment, he realized that something was wrong with him. He quickly turned on the shower and poured cold water over his body. He suddenly felt a surge of energy running through his body, like he had a fever. My heart also became restless and uneasy. Only this cold water can calm this restless heart. Crazy. He must be crazy. I actually have a tendency to admire the school beauty. I shook my head vigorously, trying to get rid of the chaotic and inappropriate thoughts in my mind, but it was difficult. After rushing for half an hour, Yi Tiankai finally stopped. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Tiankai calmed down and came out in pajamas. Chapter 43. She wants a sincere commitment. Is it because I'm not attractive enough? I'm dressed so coolly, but Yi Tian didn't seem interested in me just now. Zhang Zifeng looked at his graceful figure with a little annoyance. He didn't feel that there was anything missing. Instead, he felt that he was already perfect. Then he looked at himself in the mirror again. The chestnut-colored shawl and medium-wave curly hair exude a sense of maturity, boldness, and elegance. The graceful figure, exquisite curves, exudes softness, perseverance, and charm. Exquisite facial features, bright eyes, and white teeth. Her snow-white skin, set against the pink nightgown, is rosy and even more breathtakingly beautiful. Where can we find such a natural beauty? Why wasn't Yi Tian's heart touched? I am a real male god harvester. No, it should be popular with both men and women. Alas, even such beauty has its troubles. It still hasn't captured his body. Not to mention his heart. I sighed at the beauty in the mirror. Was I too impatient? Or was I dressed too conservatively, not seductive enough? She shook her head. He must have been too impatient. He still hadn't figured it out. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 15 minutes. It's okay if Yi Tian isn't interested in me, but there's no need to hide in the bathroom for so long, right? Zhang Zifeng complained a little. But from what I observed, he seemed to be moved just now, so why was he hiding from me? Oh, I really don't understand men's hearts, they are unfathomable. Feeling sad, she took a deep breath and told herself to take it slow. Then she turned around, picked up her phone and started playing games to forget her troubles. What's taking so long? Hearing Yi Tian's footsteps, Zhang Zifeng asked without raising his head. At this moment, she was staring at her mobile phone screen. I haven't washed my hair for 2 or 3 days, so I washed it on purpose. She must not be allowed to know about this embarrassing thing. Yi Tiankai made up this reason. Only then did Zhang Zifeng look up at him, feeling very surprised. Why did it take so long to wash his hair? Longer than women. Oh, I usually give my scalp a massage, so I did it while washing my hair. It only took this long. Since Yi Tian explained it this way, Zhang Zifeng didn't suspect anything. She continued to play with her phone with her head down. I'll go. This woman must not know that men are most prone to getting angry, and they must be cooled down with cold water. It usually takes more than half an hour to put out the fire. What are you playing at? Pesticides? Yi Tian leaned closer and asked. This woman is very calm. He was constantly lighting fires just now, but now he is very calm. He even has the leisure to play games seriously? Yi Tian couldn't help but secretly glance at this woman who exuded charm. It's obvious. Do you want to come? Oh, my God. I lose as soon as you come. It's all your fault. Zhang Zifeng was just about to invite him to play together, but he lost without realizing it. She was actually still a rookie and was new to glory. Put all the blame on Yi Tian, it was because he happened to be caught in the crossfire. Hearing Zhang Zifeng scream, Yi Tian immediately looked away guiltily. Ha, you can blame me for this? It's obviously your own poor skills. Pretending that nothing had happened, Yi Tian said with a smile. He sat down next to her and took her phone to take a look. Really a rookie. What's wrong with my skills? I was playing well just now, but your proximity affected my operation. Humph. Zhang Zifeng hummed cutely. Seeing how bad my luck is today, they won't dare to play with me anymore. Staring at the phone screen, Zhang Zifeng said with a pout. That's easy. I'll help you save face. Next, Yi Tian played a few games in the name of Zhang Zifeng. Double kill. Triple kill. The skills are very good. The opponent gave away many heads. They were miserable. How come Zhang Zifeng suddenly became so much more powerful like a koi fish? But Zhang Zifeng refused to admit that it was Yi Tian who helped him. They are usually arrogant, so let's teach them a lesson now. It feels pretty good too. Later, Yi Tian taught Zhang Zifeng how to play. In this way, the two of them played until late at night, talking and laughing, without any awkwardness or emotional ties from before. The two were very relaxed. Pure gaming. Until the two of them were so sleepy and tired, they fell asleep in their sleepiness without knowing when. The next morning. A ray of warm sunlight shines through the floor-length curtains onto Zhang Zifeng's face. In her sleepy eyes, she saw Yi Tian's enlarged face. Yi Tian is so handsome right next to me. Zhang Zifeng did not scream, but suppressed the joy in her heart and secretly admired the handsome man who was sleeping. Thick black eyebrows. A straight nose. Sexy thin lips. Light copper skin. It's obvious. He exercises regularly and enjoys the sun. A true fitness hunk. While Zhang Zifeng was admiring it, Yi Tian also woke up. He opened his sleepy eyes. A very delicate and familiar face appeared before her eyes. Seeing that he was awake, she smiled at him. Boom! What is going on? Yi Tian jumped up in fright. Ah! You, why am I here? What happened? He clearly remembered playing games with her last night, so how come he woke up on her boat? I'm sorry, I didn't do anything out of line, did I? Why are you scared? Zhang Zifeng stared at him with a half-smile. Ah, what did I do? Seeing Zhang Zifeng's half-smile, I felt a chill down my spine. It feels like something is seriously wrong. What does her expression mean? Did I really do something to offend her yesterday? Yi Tian was completely confused and couldn't answer for a moment. Why weren't you afraid when you did it last night? Zhang Zifeng deliberately scared him. It seems that he didn't remember what happened last night after waking up. I didn't drink, and I wouldn't do anything crazy after drinking. Did I sleepwalk and be rude to her? The more Yi Tian thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Ha, look how scared you are. At this point, Zhang Zifeng couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. We were so tired from playing games last night that we ended up lying down. Ah? Yi Tian was stunned. Don't worry, nothing happened between us. Look how scared you are. Just before waking up, Yi Tian vaguely felt that he was resting his head on a jade arm. Now Zhang Zifeng acted as if nothing had happened. He got up quickly and went to the bathroom to change clothes. If I do something, I will definitely take responsibility for it. When Zhang Zifeng came out after changing her clothes, Yi Tian made a promise to her. Although both of them were dressed neatly and nothing happened, sleeping together would have an impact on her after all. After all, he was a grown man and had to make some commitment. Even if Zhang Zifeng didn't hold him accountable, he would still take responsibility, or at least make a commitment to do so. Otherwise, he would be very ungentlemanly and unmanly. I don't want a promise that's forced upon you. I want a promise that you make willingly. If it's a promise that's made out of helplessness, I'd rather not have it. Zhang Zifeng looked at him, pursed his lips but said nothing. Zhang Zifeng, did I do something wrong? No reply from her. Yi Tian was a little panicked. Chapter 44, Taking a Lifetime of Happiness as Punishment. Zhang Zifeng had already changed his clothes and came out. Seeing Yi Tian standing there in a daze, he smiled and urged him, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and change your clothes. My parents are waiting for us to go downstairs for breakfast." Yi Tian. I feel like I'm just performing a one-man show. The school beauty doesn't even need me to take responsibility? Is he being disliked? Or does she not need him to be responsible at all? Well, he almost forgot the original intention of the school beauty to ask him to fake marriage. All she needs is to be a shield for her marriage and she doesn't need to take any responsibility at all. Yi Tian changed his clothes with a sense of melancholy before going downstairs with the school beauty. "Good morning, Mom and Dad." Yi Tian held the school beauty's hand and walked over slowly, pretending to be in love. "Fenger, Xiaotian, come and have breakfast. These are your favorite foods." When Zhang's mother saw the two of them coming down, she immediately waved to them with a smile. "Are these their favorite foods?" Yi Tian looked at the breakfast spread on the table. There were more than a dozen different types. It was very rich, with both Chinese and Western styles. His eyes fell on his favorite fried dough sticks and soy milk. With the Zhang family's living standard, they probably don't have common snacks like soy milk and fried dough sticks. The school beauty must have specially told her parents to prepare them for him. Thinking of this, Yi Tian looked at the school beauty beside him and felt quite moved. Originally, yesterday's meal had several of his favorite dishes, so he thought it was a coincidence. It turned out that she arranged it. The school beauty really put her heart into it. When I was chatting with her before, I thought she was just asking about my hobbies, but I didn't expect that she still remembered my hobbies. Zhang Zifeng, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He ate his breakfast naturally, forgetting everything that happened last night and the details of what he had done for him as if nothing had happened. "You need to eat more and nourish your bodies. That way I can have a big, fat grandson soon." Suddenly, the mother-in-law looked at them with a smile on her face and urged them to eat more. Ahem. Zhang Zifeng, who was drinking milk, was choked by his mother's words and complained in a coquettish way, "Mommy, why are you saying these things here?" She looked a little complaining, but she was still happy in her heart. She also hoped that this day would come soon, but this matter could not be rushed. At the moment, it seemed like Yi Tian was still treating her like a friend. She had to work hard and quickly take him down. Yi Tian, on the contrary, appeared very calm, because before coming, he had considered all aspects of the questions his parents might ask. This is what parents expect from their newlywed children. So he looked at Zhang Zifeng lovingly, nodded sincerely, and promised his parents-in-law, "Mom and Dad, we will work hard. We will try to have 2 children in 3 years." Ding, it's detected that the host has promised to have a child with the schoolmate. If the promise is fulfilled within 3 years, the host will be rewarded with 100 billion milk powder money. If the promise is not fulfilled, the host will be punished with a lifetime of humiliation. Damn it! This system is too unreliable, isn't it? The rewards are pretty good. But isn't this punishment too cruel? Are you actually going to bet his life's happiness on it? It's too unsportsmanlike. There is no sexual happiness if you can't hold your head up. It seems like his sex change is forcing him to have a child with the schoolmate. Yi Tian felt miserable. But since everyone was here, he could only pretend to be himself and act calm, happy, and content. Zhang Zifeng's face flushed red immediately after hearing Yi Tian's words. She smiled shyly and said angrily, "Who wants to have 2 children in 3 years? Do you think you are my sow? How could that be? A sow will give birth to 3 babies in 1 litter. I will spoil you like a princess, so having 2 babies in 3 years is reasonable." When my parents-in-law heard this, they laughed out loud with satisfaction. Zhang Zifeng immediately rolled his eyes at him and quietly stepped on him hard under the table. Even though she really liked him and wanted to have a baby with him, she couldn't make such a promise in front of her parents, right? That would be so embarrassing. Girls are so willful. If their words don't work, they'll resort to their feet. Yi Tian suddenly frowned in pain, but quickly held it back and maintained an impeccable smile. This was the consequence of him joking too much and offending the school beauty. I can only bear it silently and face it with a smile. Then Yi Tian lovingly peeled an egg for the school beauty and handed it to her. Eggs are very nutritious. Eating more eggs is not only good for your body, but also for your skin. You're too thin. You need to eat more. Seeing Yi Tian's behavior of doting on his wife, the mother-in-law nodded with satisfaction and said in agreement, yes, Xiaotian said it very well. Fonger needs to eat more. Don't think about losing weight. That's right. Girls nowadays often only eat a little bit to look beautiful or go hungry. It's so painful. Father Zhang also said seriously. Daddy, you bullied me together with Mommy, Yi Tian and others. Zhang Zifeng complained coquettishly. They are usually very supportive of me. Ever since they had this son-in-law, his parents began to favor him over their daughter. I'm not bullying you. We love you so much. Be good and eat more. Don't waste it. His mother also peeled an egg and handed it over. Zhang Zifeng's face was filled with black lines. Then she ate 2 eggs silently under the coercion and inducement of her parents. Also, young people have stronger needs, but please be careful and don't leak the battle situation. Father Zhang glanced at the scars on the corners of their mouths and gave them a kind reminder. Zhang Zifeng choked on his milk again, cough cough cough. At the same time, Yi Tian also choked on the milk, cough cough cough. Aren't these parents-in-law too unsubtle? Why do you like to speak so directly? Yi Tian felt bitter. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, are you overthinking it? Why does it sound like Xiang is saying that he's a hungry wolf pouncing on his prey? Daddy and Mommy, we're full. Let's go back to school first. Bye. This time, Zhang Zifeng pretended not to hear. Just escape. If we continue talking, they will probably ask us about the details of last night. Yi Tian greeted them a little awkwardly and immediately chased after them. Old man, look, you've scared your son-in-law away. You're so direct. The mother-in-law couldn't bear to see her daughter leave so soon. She was upset and blamed everyone around her. She started to act like a tigress. How am I being direct? You're the one who's being direct. And you're still blaming me. What do you mean by hold your grandchild soon? That's not direct. Neither of them could stand the other, so they had a few arguments. Zifeng, how was it? Did I act well? Yi Tian followed her with big strides. Well, it's not bad, but my mom just said that, just treat it as a joke. Why say something like having 2 children in 3 years? Aren't you afraid that they might actually ask us to complete that mission? Zhang Zifeng said as he looked at Yi Tian with his eyes slightly narrowed. I just want to know what he thinks. Since your mom asked, I have no choice but to follow her lead. Otherwise, she will definitely keep asking me questions until she gets a result. For parents, wanting to have grandchildren soon is natural and reasonable. If you don't satisfy their wishes, they will definitely keep asking, even until you get pregnant. Yi Tian said frankly. Okay, so you really were just acting to cooperate with me. I was overthinking it. Zhang Zifeng thought a little disappointedly. Also, your father thought we had that. Running away like this is not an option. Yi Tian pointed to the corner of his mouth awkwardly. Zhang Zifeng knew what he was going to say. Her face flushed, but she kept a straight face. Let's take it one step at a time. Daddy only knows how to stir up trouble, so just pretend you didn't hear anything. He is not deaf, so why would he pretend not to hear? Chapter 45 Who Bit the Boss's Mouth? Fonger, Xiaotian. I have something to tell you later. Zhang Zifeng's mother caught up with them, as if she had something important to tell them. Yi Tian and the others stopped and turned to look at his mother-in-law. She came over and said solemnly, Fonger, Xiaotian, since you're married, you shouldn't live outside anymore. From tomorrow on, you'll both live at home so I can take care of you. Eat well, drink well, and take good care of your health so I can rest assured. Zhang Zifeng immediately became unhappy when she heard this. Mommy, I'm used to school now. It's so inconvenient to live at home. It's far from school. After she finished speaking, she secretly tugged at Yi Tian's clothes. Yi Tian immediately understood what she meant and said to his mother-in-law with a smile, Mom, it's really not very convenient for us to go back to school when we live at home. Please rest assured, I will take good care of Zifeng outside. My mother-in-law immediately retorted, "How can that be? How can the food outside compare to what we have at home? As we all know, the food at school is low in oil and water, the portions are small, and it's not nutritious enough. Be good and move back home. I'll ask the driver to take you there. It won't take long." After hearing this, how could Zhang Zifeng be willing to move back home? If that happens, their fake marriage will be exposed sooner or later. Zhang Zifeng had an idea and came up with a way to temporarily deal with her mother. "Mommy, to be honest with you, Yi Tian and I have already rented a house outside, so please let us enjoy our own world. I made sure to eat well 3 times a day. Within a week, I was fat and plump. You don't know, Yi Tian's cooking skills are really good. The dishes he makes are comparable to those of a master chef." Zhang Zifeng just made up an excuse. In fact, she didn't know whether Yi Tian could cook or not. She just wanted to fool her mother. Of course, the mother-in-law didn't believe her words. She turned her eyes to look at Yi Tian to confirm, "Xiao Tian, is this true?" Yi Tian immediately smiled and nodded seriously, "Mom, it's true. We have already rented a house outside. I can cook and will definitely take good care of Zifeng. 3 meals a day are not repeated. There are 15 kinds of ingredients every day, a combination of meat and vegetables, to ensure comprehensive nutrition." Seeing that Yi Tian was speaking sincerely and did not seem to be lying, the mother-in-law reluctantly agreed to his request. "Okay then. It's okay for you to live outside for a while, but I will buy you an apartment. Our family situation will not be reduced to renting a house. Wouldn't that make people laugh at us? Also, you have to come home once a week so that I can see if you are really eating well and living well outside." Zhang Zifeng immediately explained, "Mommy, I know you love me, but I don't want to spend the family's money. Let us decide on this matter." "Yes, Mom, there aren't many good houses near the school, so renting here is okay. I will definitely buy Zifeng a high-end and luxurious villa in the future. Don't worry." In this matter, the mother-in-law knew that Zhang Zifeng always had his own opinions. Now that her son-in-law said so, she didn't say anything more. Zhang Zifeng acted coquettishly and cutely and soon coaxed her mother into submission. Yi Tian was silent and helpless. "Zifeng, you really screwed me this time. You even let your parents know that we are living together. Do we have to face surprise inspections from my mother-in-law in the future and pretend to be in love?" Back to school. Yi Tian asked Xu Hong to bring the textbook to the classroom. He went straight to the classroom. When his classmates saw Yi Tian wearing a mask for no reason and returned to the classroom, they looked at him as if he were an alien. "Oh my god, boss, how can I wear a mask back to the classroom? Is there a viral cold now?" The third brother Li Yifeng, who was sitting with Yi Tian, was very curious about what medicine the eldest brother had taken today. It's not a good idea to treat him specially because he's the only one wearing a mask, right? Yi Tian concentrated on reading his textbook and replied nonchalantly, "Go away. Don't bother me." The third brother, Li Yifeng, said, "Has the eldest brother changed? Biology class is so dull and boring. The professor's lectures are so long and boring, and the students don't want to listen. And you're still so serious. TSK, 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 TSK. Yi Tian still ignored him and just stared at the textbook. The third brother secretly winked at the third and fourth brothers next to him. They understood and quickly took off Yi Tian's mask while he was not paying attention. "Oh my god. Boss, which beauty bit you?" The wound at the corner of Yi Tian's mouth was exposed, and the third brother Li Yifeng joked when he saw it. Unexpectedly, his joke was the closest to the truth. The injury from Zhang Zifeng was not much different from the one from her bite. All the damage was caused by the close contact of her mouth. Yi Tian ignored his nonsense, quickly put on his mask again, and cursed with gritted teeth, "Good fellow, let's see how I'm going to deal with you later." In fact, as a grown man, he doesn't want to wear a mask. This little injury is nothing. It's too pretentious. But considering that Zhang Zifeng was also injured, and worried that some people with ulterior motives would use a microscope to magnify the issue and stir up trouble, he chose to wear a mask. TSK, 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 the boss is going to get mad and kill people to silence them after being told the truth? Wow, the wound is so deep, how intense must this be to achieve such a result? Yi Tian's threat had no lethality, but the third brother Li Yifeng still whispered happily. "What the best of friends." The fourth and second children agreed, using their textbooks to block the professor's view and chuckling in the background. "Boss, you're not being righteous. Why don't you tell us about the good news you've got? so we can be happy for you too. Exactly. Which young lady did you spend the night with? Shut up. What are you talking about? If you keep saying these things, I'll tear your mouths apart. Unable to bear it any longer, Yi scolded with a stern face. After all, they were in the classroom. The sound had already reached the ears of the students around them. Several students turned around several times after hearing their movements. If these gossipy mouths continue to talk nonsense, Zhang Zifeng's reputation may be ruined by them. It seemed that Yi Tian was serious, so the third brother and the others kept their mouths shut. It would not be too late to question him after class. Okay, let's not talk about this in class. But don't run away after class, boss. After Yi Tian finished the first and second classes of microbiology, he had no other classes and prepared to go back to the dormitory. As soon as I left the classroom, I met Zhang Zifeng, who was rushing to the same teaching building to attend a theory class. Hi, Sister Zhang Zifeng. What a coincidence. The third brother waved to Zhang Zifeng enthusiastically. Zhang Zifeng paused and greeted Yi Tian and the others. Yeah, what a coincidence, you were also having class here just now? Yi Tian remained calm and responded lightly. Yeah, I just finished 2 classes. I'm so tired. The third brother, Li Feng, answered enthusiastically. He then noticed that Zhang Zifeng's lipstick was very unique today, so he asked curiously, hey, why is Sister Zhang Zifeng so interested in wearing black lipstick today? Most beauties like to use queen lipstick, the bright red color is particularly charming and sexy. There are also many girls who like to use pink or other popular and common colors. However, it is extremely rare to see someone like Zhang Xiao Beauty using such a special lipstick color. Most people can't pull off this lipstick color. No wonder classmates say Zhang Zifeng is the top 10 campus beauties. Even her lipstick is so unique and elegant. She is really a unique woman. What do you know? Only black can cover up the scar on our Zifeng's mouth. Tian, who was standing next to him, blurted out the truth without hesitation. Ah! Everyone suddenly realized. The second brother and the others looked at each other and immediately understood. No wonder the boss's mouth corner was injured today and he still had to wear a mask. It turned out to be because of the school beauty Zhang. Zhang Zifeng immediately signaled Tian to be quiet, then pulled her away quickly. Class is about to start, we're in a hurry. Bye. After saying this, before the third brother and the others could react, he pulled Tian away. Looking at Zhang Zifeng's leaving figure, Yi Tian curled his lips slightly. This woman is smart. The black lipstick not only perfectly covers the scars at the corners of her mouth, but also perfectly captures her temperament. What a cool and aloof school beauty. Chapter 46, No Gossip About Zhang Zifeng. Unable to bear the curious looks from everyone because of wearing a mask, Yi Tian rushed back to the dormitory with Lao Er and the others immediately after class. Along the way, they kept discussing the romantic gossip of other school beauties. Just now, under Yi Tian's stern warning, they did not dare to discuss the gossip about school beauty Zhang easily. Yi Tian was not interested in these things at all. He remained silent all the way and strode back to the dormitory. Then the first thing to do is take off the mask. Yi Tian casually threw the mask into the trash can and tossed the textbooks and materials in his hands onto the desk. He immediately picked up a mirror and looked at the wound at the corner of his mouth. There are already signs of scabs. However, it will probably take 2 or 3 days to fully recover. Oh my god, my legs are so long. I walked twice as fast today as usual. A minute later, Lao Er and the others returned and surrounded Yi Tian. Their gossipy little hearts were excited again. As the saying goes, a black bird hangs around a black bird, and a red bird hangs around a red bird. They are all a bunch of gossipy guys. The third brother, the gossipy little loudspeaker, looked at the wound at the corner of Yi Tian's mouth curiously and laughed. He was the first to speak and ask, "What's the big deal, boss? Tell us quickly so we can see it. Why does the wound on the corner of the mouth look like it was bitten by teeth?" Yes. As the saying goes, leniency to those who confess and severity to those who resist. Which young lady did the boss spend a good time with? It would be nice if you could tell us brothers a little bit so we can eat some dog food. Yi Tian put down the mirror, glanced at them, and raised his thin lips slightly. Are you guys being single dog shameless? Being single dogs is not enough, you still want to eat dog food every day? Aren't you afraid of being stuffed? Boss's dog food is so delicious. We love eating boss's dog food, even if it means we die of it, it's worth it. The second one is too shameless. Don't hide it, boss. Come clean. The fourth brother took a step closer and put an arm on Yi Tian's shoulder, trying to make some indirect comments to him. Yi Tian is no longer an ordinary person, so how could he be cheated by these brothers? So Yi Tianyun smiled calmly, no way. He immediately broke free from Lao Si's arm, walked to the water dispenser, got a glass of warm water, and drank it in big gulps. Oh my god. Boss, please stop being so stingy. The third brother was unhappy. When did the boss become so stingy that he won't even share it with them to let them experience the joy of eating melons? The boss must be in love with Zhang Zifeng. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept silent about her. This is the only possible explanation. Yes. You are absolutely right. Once a man falls in love, he will have a strong possessiveness. He didn't want others to know anything about his woman. You can't even look at his woman for a second. The second brother slapped his thigh and said excitedly after suddenly realizing it. Yi Tian was also impressed by these bad friends. He smiled helplessly and said, I'm warning you. Don't gossip about what happened between me and Zhang Zifeng. Especially outside. If I ever find out that her reputation has been damaged by your gossip, I will not forgive you. Oh, how dare we? The second brother and the others said in unison. But boss, you have to empty your shopping cart twice. He. The third brother laughed so obnoxiously, this guy was really taking advantage of the situation. This hush money is really unscrupulous. But Yi Tian was very generous and agreed readily, deal. Then he checked the time on his phone. He had agreed to go shopping at Ruanfa supermarket at 10 o'clock. It's already 10 o'clock, let's get changed and go. After Yi Tian, the financial sponsor, gave the order, they moved quickly and changed their clothes on the spot in the dormitory in no time. In less than 2 minutes, they had already put on Armani's luxurious clothing. It turns out that big brands are big brands. The guys who were dressed in ordinary clothes just now looked just like that, ordinary. Now they have changed into branded clothes. It is like a magic trick, making them look very handsome and more elegant. Wow! It's great to be rich. Second brother, look at my clothes. Wow, the effect is really extraordinary. No wonder celebrities use makeup to package their image and ordinary people become handsome men and beautiful women. The third brother, Li Feng, changed his clothes the fastest. He looked at the designer brands worth hundreds of thousands of dollars on his body with great satisfaction. The comfort is overwhelming. Vanity is also overflowing. A famous brand worth hundreds of thousands. It was like a luxurious outfit made of several layers of $100 bills covering the whole body. What a shame. My running shoes are only 9,999 yuan, too cheap. They don't match my clothes that cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. Old Sijifeng said this in a rather Versailles way. He was quite satisfied with his appearance, which had doubled. Don't be so Versailles, kid. If you continue like this, it will be too much. Our boss is not as Versailles as you. The second brother interrupted. Ha, you all can show off all you want. When you go grab something good dressed like this, don't scratch it or I won't be able to reimburse you. Absolutely nothing will happen. As long as you don't feel bad and empty our shopping carts twice, we'll just wait and see. Arrived at Ruanfa supermarket. Ruanfa supermarket has become more and more popular in the past 2 days, simply because the supermarket is now under Yi Tian's name. He specifically asked Diwu Cheng to be responsible for the management of the shopping mall. The fifth stage quickly came up with a perfect promotional plan and officially launched the event today. In person, the traffic was quite good. Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that he had chosen the right person. The fifth Chang is truly an all-rounder. Wow, there are so many people. The second one exclaimed. They filled their shopping carts frantically with goods as if all the merchandise in the mall were free. This kind of customer flow can be described as following the crowd. I've never heard Ruanfa supermarket is so popular before. Now the revenue is probably pouring in like water. It's like picking up money with a sack. No need to say more. The things I like are all on the 5th floor. I'll go up first. The third brother was very purposeful. After seeing such a shocking scene, he did not linger for too long and headed straight for his destination. He had it all planned out, how to maximize his shopping spree. Go directly to the floor you want the most and take photos of all the most expensive items with your mobile phone. The second and fourth brothers were not willing to be left behind and immediately ran to the floor they had chosen. Yi Tian leisurely started to look around from the third floor. Daily necessities area. Various high-end daily necessities are placed very tastefully and stylishly. Every daily necessity is arranged like a work of art by the skillful hands of the beautiful waitress. It makes people want to buy it after seeing it. These items are displayed at a mix of high and low prices, which will make some customers with medium purchasing power feel that they have bought good quality and low prices, thus increasing their pleasant shopping experience. Ultimately, maximize the customer return rate and praise rate. Of course, it does not rule out promoting sales of high-priced goods. Many people carelessly buy high-priced goods when they want to buy good quality and low-priced goods. Of course, this will reduce the shopping experience of this part of customers, but it will give them some additional discounts at the final checkout, such as rounding off, giving coupons, lucky draws, etc. Ultimately, it will enhance their shopping experience. Chapter 47, Crazy Shopping, Good Marketing Method. The second child already had his own plan. He rushed directly to the fourth floor where the clothes and luggage were stored. Although this is just a big supermarket, the various luxury goods here are no worse than those in specialty stores. There are also many world-class brands. The second brother happily took out his mobile phone, selected a few world-renowned brands, and started taking pictures crazily. I photographed more than a dozen sets of clothes, including Canali, Brioni, Prada, and Gucci, with a total value of more than 1.7 million. There is also a Grand Vinci luxury bed worth more than 1.6 million. A piano worth more than 1.3 million yuan. And a mesh belt worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. A Correo watch worth 580,000. The third child went to the fifth floor and took some inhumane photos. The fourth one went straight to the top level. 15 minutes later, they stopped shopping. Yi Tian and Diwu Chang were leisurely drinking coffee and waiting for them in the dining area on the third floor. Have you chosen everything? Yi Tian raised his eyes, curled the corners of his mouth slightly, looked at the people walking over and asked. Hey, boss, you said you'd help us empty our shopping carts. You won't feel bad, will you? The second brother smiled brightly and walked over and said. At the same time, the second brother handed the picture in his mobile phone to Yi Tian. Good boss. Once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back. I have treasures waiting for you to pay for them. Then the third brother also opened his photo album with a smile and handed it to Yi Tian. Old Sijifeng was not far behind and handed him the luxury item he had just purchased. Yi Tian and Diwu Chang both took a look at the pictures in their mobile phones. Good job. These are all smart people. That's great. You guys all agreed on this, right? Okay, I'll clear out your shopping carts. Are you satisfied now? Yi Tian didn't even frown and immediately agreed. As a top student, Diwu Chang had to admire these three guys. In order to get his boss to help empty the shopping cart, they worked very hard. I actually thought of using this method. Take pictures of all the items you like, save them in an album, and then name this album, Shopping Cart. Talents will emerge when there is a lot of money. Yi Tian is also very generous. Such shopping carts will be emptied for them. The fifth Cheng smiled and said, the boss is really generous. Of course, our boss is very loyal and generous. We brothers rely on him for everything we want. We live a happy life like this. It's so wonderful. It's our boss YYDS. Boss, I really envy you. With so much customer traffic in the supermarket, you must be picking up money with a sack every day, right? If my brothers and I start our own business in the future, we must learn from you. Old Sijifeng couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the long queue of people at the checkout counter. Actually, you don't have to envy me too much. My business is so booming, not because I'm so capable, but because of my personal butler, Brother Diwu Chang. He has a great business acumen. If you need any advice, just ask him. Yi Tian also expressed his sincere admiration for Diwu Chang's abilities. Wow, so these marketing methods all come from Brother Chang? Old Sijifeng asked in surprise. It's nothing, actually. I just applied what I learned a little bit. The fifth Cheng said very modestly. Brother, since I call you brother, we are brothers. Don't be so modest, just tell me about it. Let's learn from you first, so that we can have some ideas for starting a business in the future. The third brother, Li Feng, was also quite interested in these. Seeing that they wanted to know so much, Diwu Chang started to tell them. It turns out that they are taking advantage of the majority of customers' desire to get a bargain by running popular activities like giving out coupons, giving away prizes, and rounding off prices. Even if there are some unpleasant incidents during the process, these promotions will make their experience feel good when they check out, and their return rate will be greatly improved. This is also the application of the so-called peak end rule. The second son Shu Hong sighed after hearing this. Moreover, the fifth stage has also used blind box marketing to the extreme. When checking out, customers can also choose to add 1 yuan to unlock the blind box. There are many kinds of gifts in the blind box. The most attractive one is the valuable, full refund. This is like free shopping, but it's better than free shopping. Because the full refund is a full coupon, it successfully triggers the customer's strong desire to shop next time. However, you cannot get a full refund by simply unlocking this blind box. It is also a variation of a lottery. Anyone who has studied probability knows how high the chances of winning are for this kind of low probability event. Brother, you're truly a business genius. No. You're an all-rounder. Not only are you a great pilot, but you're also an excellent housekeeper. You're also excellent in other areas. Wow, I admire you so much. The second oldest, Shu Hong, bowed to the fifth Chang and instantly turned into a little fanboy. Me too. I admire you, Brother Chang, and the boss so much. You're my role models. They're my goals for the future. The third and fourth brothers also bowed to Diwu Chang and Yi Tian to express their admiration. Ha, don't worship me. If you want to worship someone, worship my boss, your boss. Diwu Chang waved his hands quickly. Compared with Yi Tian Kai is a more powerful character. However, Yi Tian instructed that Diwu Chang not to reveal his true identity. If they knew Yi Tian's true identity, that he was the most powerful character, they would definitely be shocked to the point of doubting their lives. However, these are just follow-up words. Yi Tian's true identity is not so easy to reveal. Come on, I know you guys are such a bunch of idiots. You're always grateful for what you've done, and you're always soft-hearted. Now that I've cleared out your shopping carts, you're just saying nice things. I'm tired of hearing that. I'm just a legend, you can worship me all you want. Whatever you want. Yi Tian stirred the coffee gracefully. Boss, I'm speaking from the heart. Besides gratitude, I also admire you. The third brother Li Feng said with a serious expression. So do we. The second and fourth brothers also nodded, and the second brother continued, the eldest brother has achieved complete financial freedom at a young age. He owns a 9-star hotel, luxury stores in a supermarket, a mansion in Repulse Bay, and so on. There may be many assets that we don't know about. No matter which business tycoon you pick, they can't compare to these. How can we not admire such a great person? How can we not regard him as a role model? Yi Tianzi didn't care about these things. Now these huge sums of money have become the norm in his life. That's right. Boss, just by adding up this part of your assets, is miles ahead of Lao Su. The fourth brother became more and more excited as he talked. What assets? Which Lao Su? Tian, who accompanied Zhang Zifeng out to the mall, asked. That's Su Hong, the real estate guy. The fourth brother blurted out. He didn't notice that the person asking this question was Zhang Zifeng's best friend Tian. He also didn't notice Yi Tian's eyes that asked him to be quiet. Wow, what did you say? Yi Tian's assets are much more than Su Heng's? Tian couldn't believe it, and confirmed it again in disbelief. The fourth one nodded. He then recognized the female voice and turned to look at the person asking the question, somewhat bewildered. Chapter 48 School Beauty skips class and meets Yi Tian. Cough. Yi Tian coughed lightly a few times, obviously hinting that they should be more careful with their words. The fourth brother knew that he had let something slip in his haste. He was looking at Tian awkwardly, trying to figure out how to dodge the topic. So he looked at Yi Tian for help. Ha. Monsoon, are you kidding me? How could Yi Tian be a rich second generation? He's almost a negative second generation. Ha. Tian suddenly thought that this was just a joke they were telling her, so she burst into laughter. Her best friend Zhang Zifeng had told her before that Yi Tian's family background was just average. I heard that when he was still with his ex-girlfriend, he often had to work several jobs to make a living. Now they are making fun of this rich second-generation girl. Do they think she is a fool? She doesn't believe this kind of nonsense. Yi Tian, tell me. Was he joking just now? Tian immediately turned his gaze to Yi Tian and pointed at Ji Feng, wanting to get a positive answer from Yi Tian. When Ji Feng heard that Tian took what he had just said as a joke, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in response. Yeah, what I said just now was just a joke, you don't have to take it seriously. It's not against the law for us to brag when we have nothing to do. Ji Feng said this deliberately, and then smiled playfully, not serious at all. The other brothers also quickly said they were helping to cover up the matter. Tian felt like she was being teased and was so angry that she wanted to stamp her feet. But she was still obsessed with Yi Tian's answer and stared at him intently. Seeing that her eyes were fixed on him, Yi Tian Kai said slowly, "That's right. We were just too bored. He was just joking for fun. If I had that much money, I wouldn't have been so miserable. My ex-girlfriend won't leave me for money." When answering these words, Yi Tian shook his head and sighed, appearing somewhat helpless. Tian immediately felt a little embarrassed because these mentioned Yi Tian's sad past. So she apologized guiltily, "I'm sorry, Yi Tian. I didn't mean to make you bring up these sad things." The sadness and helplessness that Yi Tian just showed were all deliberately pretended. Seeing Tian feeling a little guilty, Yi Tian smiled calmly, waved his hand and said, "It's okay. These are all in the past. As a man, you should be able to take it and let it go. Life is so beautiful, and we have to look forward to everything." After saying this, Yi Tian was no longer depressed. It seemed that Yi Tian was no longer sad about the unfaithful girl, so Tian smiled awkwardly and said, "Okay, you guys chat. I'll leave first." These days, Tian and Zhang Zifeng have been in a very close relationship. Now that I see Tian, I guess Zhang Zifeng is also nearby. Soon, Yi Tian followed Tian's direction and saw Zhang Zifeng, who was particularly outstanding in the crowd. Yi Tian silently glanced at the electronic clock in the mall. "We just finished our third class. Zhang Zifeng was rushing to attend class just now. Now she's here." It turns out the school beauty also skipped class to go shopping in the mall. Thinking of this, Yi Tian couldn't help but curl his thin lips slightly. Skipping classes is not a gender-specific thing. College life is incomplete without skipping classes. "Oh, boss, what are you looking at?" They were chatting happily when the third brother Li Feng noticed that Yi Tian was staring intently at the cashier counter. A smile appeared on his thin lips involuntarily, and he couldn't help but become curious. He also followed Yi Tian's gaze and discovered the boss's secret, so he shouted with a smile, "Oh, so the boss is looking at the school beauties. Hey, shouldn't they be in the classroom at this time? Why are they here at this time?" Zhang Zifeng appeared in the dense crowd. Hearing the third brother's cry, the second brother and the others also looked in that direction curiously. "You're so stupid. You must be here because of Ruinfa's reputation." With Brother Cheng's marketing plan, coupled with Ruinfa Supermarket's reputation and our boss's financial resources, it will definitely attract many beautiful women, even our school belle. Hey! Now that you mention it, I did notice there were a lot of beautiful women in the supermarket today. Of course. When a mall has an event, how could the beauties miss such a good opportunity? Wow, Sister Zifeng is worthy of being the top of the top 10 campus beauties. This fairy sister's beauty is simply a beautiful scenery wherever she goes. Have you noticed that Sister Zifeng looks very fairy-like in her white chiffon dress today? She's like a fairy descending to earth. With her dark lip color, she looks even more ethereal, and also a bit arrogant and cold. Most people would think she's the kind of sacred goddess who can only be admired from afar but not violated. When several people were praising Yi Tian, the second one saw that Yi Tian was silent and didn't know what he was thinking. "Hey, boss, why don't you say hello to the beautiful schoolgirl Zhang and ask them to come over for coffee?" The third brother Li Feng proposed. The third brother just said this and turned his head to see why Yi Tian didn't respond. Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, Yi Tian had already stood up and strode towards Zhang Zifeng. Yi Tian walked straight to Zhang Zifeng through the dense crowd, patted her shoulder to get her attention, picked up her shopping bag without saying a word, and walked out holding her hand. "Yi Tian, where are you taking me? I haven't paid the bill yet." By the time Zhang Zifeng reacted, Yi Tian had already taken her out. I don't understand what's wrong with Yi Tian. Not only does he not pay the bill, but he also drags her away. What's his intention? She won't run away without paying. But Yi Tian was holding her hand tightly, so she couldn't stop at all. She had no choice but to follow him forward. Tian Tian noticed that Yi Tian was pulling her best friend out, so she didn't pay and followed Yi Tian with the shopping bags. Yi Tian had a management card in his hand, so the waiter didn't dare to stop him and he had a smooth journey. Everyone queuing around turned their eyes to this golden boy and girl. Because they are both so good looking, everyone can't help but marvel, admire, and envy them. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Yi Tian said nothing, walked to his previous seat and asked Zhang Zifeng to sit down. Then he explained, no need to pay the bill. I'll ask Diwu Chang to do it for you. He's the manager here. Huh? Oh. Since Yi Tian said so, she stopped being pretentious. Hey, Sister Zifeng, don't worry, just leave it to our boss. The third brother Li Yifeng said enthusiastically. Afterwards, the second brother and others also extended a warm welcome to Zhang Zifeng. Zhang Zifeng smiled and nodded in greeting. Thank you. Diwu Chang immediately took the shopping bags from Zhang Zifeng and Tian Tian behind him and went to check out from another aisle nearby. Soon the fifth stage came out. He also brought 2 coupons, one of which was a full refund coupon. Of course, in order to relieve Zhang Zifeng and the others of their psychological burden, these coupons were given by Yi Tian personally. Wow. I didn't expect to win the full refund draw, Zifeng. I'm so lucky today. The benefits at Ruanfa Supermarket are much better than before. Wow. This was the first time Tian Tian had won such a great prize. She was instantly immersed in joy. I've been having a lot of good luck lately with Zhang Zifeng. Zhang Zifeng was also very happy for her. I heard that the supermarket changed its owner, so the benefits are so good. Yeah, I heard about it too. This boss is so generous. It's a good exchange. Tian Tian praised. Weren't you in class just now? It's rare for you to skip class. Yi Tian looked at Zhang Zifeng and said, what she bought looked like a gift. It's all Tian Tian's fault. She was the one who insisted on dragging me out, saying she was buying a birthday present for my cousin. If I hadn't mastered the lessons of this class, I wouldn't have skipped class without permission. Zhang Zifeng did not hide the facts and spoke very frankly. Actually, skipping classes in college is pretty fun. You don't usually skip classes, do you? No, this is the first time I skipped class. Zhang Zifeng smiled shyly, and her pink little face suddenly turned red. For Yi Tian, who often skipped classes to work, he really didn't expect that this was Zhang Zifeng's first time skipping classes. Chapter 49. The school beauty wants to attend someone else's birthday party. A hint of surprise flashed across Yi Tian's deep eyes. For a campus beauty like Zhang Zifeng, there must be countless people chasing her, and countless people who want to ask her out. She actually cherishes class time so much and can control herself and not be dazzled by all the handsome men. It's really rare. Yi Tian's liking for her increased a lot. If it were any other beauty, she would have skipped classes 800 times, not to mention the time for after-school dates. Give me another Americano, beauty. Yi Tian called the waiter and gave instructions. It was a rare opportunity for him to be with Zhang Zifeng now, and he wanted to stay a little longer. By the way, I just heard you say that Tian Tian's cousin's birthday is coming soon. Are you going to the party too? When he heard Tian Tian say that just now, he paid special attention to it. Could the gift Zhang Zifeng bought be for that man? He was also curious about what the relationship was between Zhang Zifeng and her best friend's cousin. Zhang Zifeng, who was drinking coffee, looked at Yi Tian, but he didn't know what Yi Tian's curious expression meant. Did he want to know because he was curious, or because he was jealous? Yeah, I'll go too. Zhang Zifeng nodded and said. She noticed that Yi Tian looked calm and there was no change at all. Then he smiled and said, very good. Zhang Zifeng quickly explained, I agreed because I couldn't stand Tian Tian's persistence. I went there just to make up the numbers and be her tool. I don't know his cousin very well. To be exact, I didn't know anyone at the party except Tian Tian. Oh yeah. I see. Yi Tian smiled. It seemed that he was overthinking it. But there was still a vague sense of unhappiness. Why don't you come along? That way I'll have company and it won't be too awkward. Zhang Zifeng looked at him with longing eyes. Firstly, she really wanted to go out with him and spend more time together. Secondly, I can kill time with him and won't feel lonely or bored. What day of the week was it? He has been busy with the hotel and supermarket business lately, and he also has to do an experiment with a professor at school. He must find out the time to see if there is any conflict so that he can adjust his schedule in advance. Friday morning, that's tomorrow. Zhang Zifeng said. Tomorrow so soon? Yi Tian was in a dilemma. He had an experiment to do with the professor tomorrow morning and he couldn't ask for leave. If he didn't go, he would be worried about Zhang Zifeng accompanying her best friend to a strange man's birthday party. A school beauty as beautiful and elegant as her will definitely attract boys like bees wherever she goes. Yi Tianjun frowned slightly. Zhang Zifeng had already noticed this micro-expression and knew that he had classes tomorrow, and he felt a little disappointed. But he smiled understandingly and said, "You have classes tomorrow, right? It's okay. Classes are more important. It's fine if I don't know anyone there. At worst, I can just hide in a corner and eat and drink to my heart's content, which is also quite nice." Yi Tian felt that Zhang Zifeng said this for his own sake. If it was any other subject, he could ask for leave, but this was an experimental class and he couldn't be absent. Well, I have to conduct an experiment with the professor tomorrow morning. I really can't go with you, so just have fun. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Yi Tian said apologetically. After drinking coffee, Yi Tian asked Di Wuchang to drive Zhang Zifeng and the others back to school. They stayed in the supermarket because they still had to carry the items in the shopping cart. Yi Tian was preparing to help Chu Heng and the others empty their shopping carts. He logged into his mobile banking app and immediately transferred 100 million yuan to the supermarket, including the cost of their shopping cart. Ding! Detected that the host emptied the shopping cart for his roommate, rewarding the host 999.9 billion. In addition, the host will receive an enhanced performance talent. Yi Tian looked puzzled. Hearing this voice reminds me of the rewards for performing talent. He couldn't help but smile. The rewards in this system are really wide-ranging. As a college student, why would he need to show his talent? Should he enter the entertainment industry? He has no such plan. Since he had this system, he no longer had any plans in that regard. Forget it, whatever reward it is, it won't have any effect on him anyway. Yi Tian thought so and didn't pay much attention to this matter. But he is very concerned about the 999.9 billion, as the rewards from this system are increasing. Starting from 1 billion to 999.9 billion. Maybe even more in the future. In the future, hundreds of billions and trillions will definitely be commonplace. Boss, we have so many things. These clothes and other items have been sent back to the dormitory by a special car, but these piano and bed are not for my own use. I want to give them to my sister. Do we have to send them back to my hometown by a special car? The second brother asked, pointing at the high-end luxury piano and imported brand name Grand Vinci bed that they had stolen. Of course, all items in Ruanfa supermarket are delivered free of charge. Yi Tian nodded and said that he wanted to make this business model different from previous supermarkets. From now on, we will provide free delivery with the order number, including delivery within the city and the province. Yi Tian continued to add. The boss is the boss, and the young master who is generous in spending is also generous in doing business. Back to school. Hey, boss. When we were drinking coffee at the mall today, I saw you having a great time chatting with the school beauty. What did you talk about? The third child can't suppress his gossipy heart. Why are you thinking about gossip again? Yi Tian was very happy to tell him this time. Of course, our boss is our role model. We are very interested in everything about you, especially the gossip. The third brother suddenly became serious and said. I'm not Sitsong, what's there to gossip about my every move? Yi Tian chuckled. He didn't want to be as high profile as Wang Sikong, with so many romantic rumors. How can he compare to our boss? I'm more interested in the boss's gossip. This is really flattery without thinking. This guy's mouth is turning quickly. Before his identity as a rich second generation was exposed, I remember that the third brother and the others were very interested in the rumors about Wang Sitsong's romantic affairs. Yi Tian crumpled the manuscript paper in his hand into a ball, threw it at his head, and said, I don't believe you. But it doesn't hurt to tell you. Didn't Tian just say her cousin's birthday was coming up? They were going to attend Tian's cousin's birthday party tomorrow. Then she asked me if I wanted to go. Go, you must. The third and fourth brothers said in unison. But I refused. Yi Tian said. Boss, are you stupid? Why don't you take advantage of this great opportunity to be alone with her? The third brother and the others asked in confusion. How many people have wanted to date the campus beauty but failed, and now the campus beauty takes the initiative to ask him out, but he refuses to go? I'm really disappointed with him. The boss is usually a very smart person. Why did he get so confused about this? You guys are stupid. Have you forgotten what day it is tomorrow when you talk about playing? I have a lab class tomorrow. It's Professor Huang's class, so I can't take a day off. I'm too busy to handle it. Yi Tian was also a little helpless. Doesn't he want to seize this opportunity? Chapter 50. The school beauty was spotted by the director to film a kissing scene. Oh, yes. The boss just cleared out our shopping carts. I was so happy that I completely forgot about class. The third brother only remembered it this time and patted his forehead and said, "Boss, we really can't help you. I can still take your other classes. But we really can't help with the lab classes." Chu Hung spread his hands helplessly and said, "That's right. We can't help with this kind of thing, unless the professor suddenly catches a cold and can't come tomorrow. Or he's delayed by something more important. Then you might have to suspend the experiment." The fourth brother said jokingly. "How is that possible? That professor is a notorious workaholic. Don't you remember that time when he was vomiting and having diarrhea but still insisted on coming to the lab to torture us?" The third brother rolled his eyes at the fourth brother. "What I mean by these words is that it's impossible." The fourth brother argued, how could he not remember? He was tortured terribly that day. It might have been the darkest day of his life. Okay, stop arguing. I'm going to review the lab lesson again. Yi Tian picked up the experiment textbook and began to study it carefully. He planned to digest all the experiments thoroughly tonight so that he could do them with ease tomorrow. If the experimental results are satisfactory, he can leave the laboratory early. Maybe that way I can make it to the birthday party. Yi Tian didn't realize why he was working so hard. He wanted to go and accompany Zhang Zifeng earlier. Maybe it was because he found out that she skipped class for the first time to attend this strange man's birthday party. Thinking of this, he felt inexplicably jealous. The mischievous second child, Chu Hung, and the others immediately quieted down. Seeing Yi Tian studying so seriously, they were unwilling to fall behind and also reviewed seriously. 1 hour later. Yi Tian has already mastered every detail of the experiment. He skillfully formed an operating procedure in his mind. The main reason why he had such a quick memory and strong learning ability was that he drank a lot of the organic milk that the system rewarded him. It turns out that the biggest feature of these milks is not that they make people who drink them more handsome, but that they become smarter and their memory improves amazingly. Even up to 10,000 times the original. Even some extremely difficult knowledge can be memorized at a glance. The next day, Zhang Zifeng and Tian Tian took leave early and attended the party with gifts. Tian Tian's cousin is the popular young actor Wang Jun. Because he is currently filming the TV series Legend. Because the schedule was very tight, the party was arranged on the set. When Zhang Zifeng and her bestie went to visit the crew with gifts, her cousin Wang Jun was still filming and couldn't get away to pick them up. Wang Jun's assistant knew that Tian Tian was coming, so he was on standby at the film and television city early to take them to the crew. Zhang Zifeng wore a lavender chiffon shirt with a white miniskirt. The white skirt makes her slender and straight long legs look even more beautiful. Coupled with her own super high looks, she attracted a lot of people's attention as soon as she appeared, especially the male actors and male staff. Wow, this girl is so hot. Many male actors praised her generously. Wow, is this girl a newcomer? Why haven't I seen her before? Her looks are even better than the leading actress. Wherever Zhang Zifeng went, she heard men praising her crazily. Some men even looked at her with greedy and lingering eyes, from top to bottom and from bottom to top. Tian Tian whispered to Zhang Zifeng, "Wow, you're the center of attention here today. Look at those wretched men. They're just staring at you. The women here are really jealous of you. You better be careful later." For Zhang Zifeng, who has been beautiful since childhood, these scenes have become commonplace. So she replied arrogantly, "The eyes are on their bodies, so let them look. The mouths are also theirs, so I can't control what they say. Let them do it." Tian Tian rolled her eyes. "Okay, I'm being nosy, but aren't you afraid that some of these perverts might not follow the rules? What are you afraid of? I'll just ignore them for a while." Zhang Zifeng is still very arrogant. "Hey, which crew is this girl from? Are you interested in playing a guest role in our crew? Zhang Zifeng was chatting when she suddenly heard a director coming over and saying to her. This director is none other than the director of Wang Jun's crew. When Zhang Zifeng first came in, he noticed her beauty. He immediately took a fancy to Zhang Zifeng and wanted to recruit her to play a guest role in the crew. Sir, are you talking to me? Zhang Zifeng asked lightly. The director nodded with a smile. Yes, sister, I'm the director of the drama Legend. Are you interested in joining us? Oh, let me introduce myself first. My name is Yunyan. Yunyan handed her a business card as he spoke, and then gave one to Tian Tian as well. Zhang Zifeng politely took the business card, but refused it without thinking. Sorry, not interested. Tian Tian excitedly took Zhang Zifeng's hand and walked aside, whispering, Oh my god, this is such a great opportunity. Why don't you want it? This director is very famous and has a very good eye. All the actors he took a fancy to became famous. Now that I've taken a fancy to you, I'll let you act and you'll become a huge star in no time. Zhang Zifeng was still not interested at all. I have no interest in the entertainment industry. The director still didn't give up, and he persuaded Zhang Zifeng again, Sister, you have such good conditions, you are so beautiful, very photogenic, and very suitable for a role in our drama. If you play this role, I guarantee you will have a bright future. Zhang Zifeng politely curled his lips, Thank you for your kindness, I really am not interested in acting. The director was confused, because no one in the world had ever rejected him. This girl is really special. It was the first time the director saw such a beautiful natural beauty, how could he give up so easily? If asking her directly doesn't work, then try asking the people around her. So he said to Tian Tian in a very serious and pleading tone, Sister, I beg you, just do me a favor, okay? You are Wang Jun's cousin Tian Tian, right? Tian Tian nodded and said yes. You're her best friend, and you hope she'll have a bright future, right? Could you please help me persuade her? This is truly a great opportunity to showcase her talent. My crew is just missing an actor like this right now. Please help me. You can set any conditions you want, or you can join the entertainment industry and keep her company. Tian Tian was a little moved by what the director said. But then she thought, but that scene has a kissing scene. My Zifeng is pure and innocent, there's no way she can do a kissing scene. Besides, even if I agree, Zifeng won't agree. The director was so anxious that she was jumping up and down. She was almost willing to help just now, so why did she feel like she was going to regret it now? How can an actor not shoot kissing scenes? This is the basic daily life of an actor. These two girls are both smart. Chapter 51 Filming begins. It would be unjust if he gave up on such a good seedling so easily. There was no other way, so the director finally compromised, My dear aunt, there will be kissing scenes, but they will be shot with a stand-in. You know what stand-in means? The actors won't actually kiss. The director decided to confuse the girl first to persuade Zhang Zifeng to sign the contract. Everything else will be solved. Is this really a borrowed position? Tian Tian looked at the director in confusion and asked again. She had heard of using a stand-in for scenes, but nowadays actors usually kiss for real. Really? I'm not lying. The director said seriously. Okay, I'll try. Tian Tian was already tempted, and now that she heard it was a borrowed shot, she decided to give it a try. So she shook Zhang Zifeng's hand and begged coquettishly. My dear sister, since the director invites you so sincerely, you should just agree reluctantly. The director said that when there are kissing scenes, we can use a substitute, so you can really give it a try. If you participate, I will have a chance to participate too. Acting has been a dream of mine since I was a kid. Now a director has invited me. I'm different from you, I don't have your good conditions. Once you miss this opportunity, you will miss it forever. I don't want to give up this opportunity. Can you just help me out, please? It's not difficult to make a cameo appearance, as long as there are no kissing scenes. Always save your kiss for the one you love. And the person who was willing to let her give him a kiss was Yi Tian. So even if she is filming, she will not do a kissing scene. In this life, her kiss can only be given to Yi Tian. Zhang Zifeng was in a real headache. He couldn't stand her persistent begging. After hearing her say that the kissing scene was a borrowed scene, she reluctantly said, Okay, I'll try. Just to help her realize her dream. The director invited her to play a cameo role. After reading the script, Zhang Zifeng found that there was a kissing scene with the male lead, so using a substitute for the scene was barely acceptable. When the director heard that Zhang Zifeng agreed, he was as happy as if he had won a 100 million lottery prize. He immediately asked someone to bring the contract and asked Zhang Zifeng to sign it and join the team immediately. Immediately have someone do the makeup. Then shoot. He was afraid that Zhang Zifeng would change his mind at the last minute, so he had to strike while the iron was hot. Zhang Zifeng finished her makeup quickly and followed the director's instructions to act opposite Wang Jun. Zhang Zifeng has a very good memory and quickly memorized the lines and understood the storyline. The director was instructing Zhang Zifeng on how to act, and sometimes he would demonstrate it himself. Although Zhang Zifeng has a high talent for acting, since this is her first time acting, her acting skills still need some polishing. Yi Tian's experiment went smoothly, and the data from the control group and the experimental group were almost perfect. Professor Huan was quite shocked after seeing his experimental data, but he was also full of praise. Yi Tianjin is a rare learning genius. Even the professor himself would find it difficult to achieve such experimental data in one go. After receiving the professor's praise, Yi Tian hurriedly submitted the report, changed out of his lab coat and rushed to the crew. When he learned that Zhang Zifeng was going to celebrate her cousin's birthday with her best friend, he asked Di Wuchang to check the cousin's information. It turns out that his cousin is the popular young actor Wang Jun. The company he works for happens to be Lychee Film and Television Media Company, Limited, which was founded by Wang Sikong. It's easier to get things done if you have acquaintances. Yi Tian called Di Wuchang and asked him to drive over and take him directly to the legend crew. The crew here. During the break, Tian's cousin heard from his assistant that the next scene would be a collaboration with his cousin's classmate. For actors like this who have relatively few roles, it doesn't matter who the actor is. He just needs to play his role well. But when he heard the assistant mention Zhang Zifeng's name, he suddenly became alert. Because Zhang Zifeng was also present at his sister's birthday party. Unfortunately, he had a lot of announcements that time and only appeared at the birthday party for 10 minutes. It was during those 10 minutes that I met Zhang Zifeng by chance. The most abundant thing in the acting industry is handsome men and beautiful women. Therefore, Wang Jun is not interested in all kinds of beautiful actresses. Their beauty has made him physically tired and aesthetically fatigued of beautiful women. But the school beauty that day was so beautiful that his heart was beating fast. Her every frown and smile made him fall in love at first sight, and he was willing to spend his life with her again. It was that time that he developed a one-sided love for Zhang Zifeng. He couldn't sleep because of her. He asked his assistant to inquire about Zhang Zifeng's news every day. If he wasn't an actor, and if his agency wasn't so strict, he would have wanted to confess his feelings to Zhang Zifeng every day. After waiting for so long for his birthday, he finally had an excuse to trick his cousin and Zhang Zifeng over to celebrate his birthday. This way I can get along with her openly and honestly. Now that he heard that he was actually acting opposite the person he had been thinking about, he didn't know how excited he was. So when he heard the name, he ran to find her. Sister Zifeng, it really is you. I'm so happy to be able to act opposite you. Wang Jun ignored his celebrity image and ran to Zhang Zifeng, holding her hand and saying. Wang Jun's action scared Zhang Zifeng. This guy ran over and actually touched her. Zhang Zifeng tried to pull his hand back with some resistance, but the guy held it tightly. Wang Jun was so happy that he was like a kid chasing a star and he refused to let go. Brother, pay attention to your image. We are on the set. Seeing that he had been holding the girl's hand for a long time and refused to let go, Wang Jun's assistant immediately walked over to him and reminded him in a low voice. After all, he is a popular young actor with a lot of traffic. If his action just now was secretly photographed by some people with ulterior motives, it would be troublesome. I don't know why my brother acted abnormally today. He was so excited about a newcomer that he didn't care about his image. His assistant was confused and thought, he's a popular young actor, shouldn't this newcomer be the one chasing after him? How come it's the other way around? Cousin, you are so biased. I'm right next to you, but you ignore me. Humph. Tian said coquettishly. Ha, what are you talking about, cousin? How could I ignore you? I'm so happy that you guys can come and celebrate my birthday today. Wang Jun couldn't stop laughing. He felt that he had lost his composure just now, so he apologized to Zhang Zifeng. Sister Zhang Zifeng, I was rude just now. Zhang Zifeng said to him awkwardly, it's okay. At this time, a staff member came to inform us to start shooting the next scene. Zhang Zifeng is ready for everything. The director held a loudspeaker and said, "Lighting technicians, get ready. Cameraman, get ready. 321, start." At the command, staff at all positions were in a state of high concentration. Zhang Zifeng followed the director's explanation and demonstration, integrated his own understanding, and slowly immersed himself in the role, expressing his emotions. This scene is about reuniting after a long separation, hugging and crying, and finally kissing passionately. When the two met again after a long separation and slowly walked towards each other, Zhang Zifeng's eye acting was particularly brilliant. He is indeed a good actor. Chapter 52. Yi Tian stopped the school beauty from filming. The director had just demonstrated it himself, and Zhang Zifeng had already shown about 60% of the essence of it. However, Wang Jun is a traffic star who relies on his good looks. His acting skills are still immature. He only has about 60% to 70% acting skills. Somehow, this time he didn't perform to his usual standard and his performance was not satisfactory. Card. The director was very dissatisfied and called a stop immediately. The director was helpless. He took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and said angrily, "Wang Jun, what happened to you just now? Why are you not in the mood at all?" If the boss behind Wang Jun wasn't very powerful and supporting him, this famous director wouldn't have given him any face. Now capitalists are the bosses. No one dared to offend the big money behind the scenes, not even the young actors or actresses they wanted to promote. Even he, a famous director, was no exception. This is how it is in today's society, and it is even more so in the entertainment industry. The more money one has, the more weight his words carry. Wang Jun still felt somewhat innocent. This line is a bit awkward. It affects my performance. Oh my god, what kind of reason is this? Would a truly talented and dedicated actor use his lines as an excuse for a bad performance? Everyone was speechless, and the director was even more speechless. But he can't lose his temper, because Wang Jun is the most popular and awesome star now. The director took a deep breath and reluctantly stepped forward to teach him step by step. After being taught once, Wang Jun tried it and it was barely passable. Teach it again for the second time. Wang Jun's performance is a bit interesting. So the director asked them to start over again. After all, what a popular actor needs is his traffic, not his acting skills, so the director's requirements will not be too high. Lighting technicians, get ready. Photographers, get ready. 321 begins. Wang Jun's condition was slightly better this time, but his line delivery skills were indeed poor. The director decided to have someone do the dubbing in post-production. There's no way. He's the most popular now and has received so many scripts. How can he have the time to memorize his lines? However, Zhang Zifeng performed very well. The lines are delivered with solid foundation, the expressions, movements and mental state are on point. The director was very satisfied with the performance and smiled unconsciously. Director, okay, continue. Slowly move forward, maintain this position, and prepare to hug. Just when they were about to hug, Yi Tian appeared. Kakaka. Yi Tian took out a big loudspeaker from somewhere and disrupted the filming activities. He was walking towards this side. Everyone else's eyes were on him. The director thought the performance was wonderful. He didn't even bother to call for a stop. Who was so bold as to mess things up here? The director suddenly turned around and saw a strange young man with a loudspeaker appearing out of nowhere, ruining his plan. Then the director got angry. Who are you? Who told you to call cut? As he gritted his teeth, he grabbed Yi Tian. The director is like someone who has eaten gunpowder and is ready to explode at any time. Who the hell told you to call cut? Zhang Zifeng's performance just now was so wonderful. He was looking forward to it. Who knew that I would be harmed by this kid? Like a troublemaker, so annoying. Everyone also focused their attention on Yi Tian and the director. The director was about to punch Yi Tian in the face. But no one dared to stop it. Zhang Zifeng was also confused at the time. Then she saw that it was Yi Tian's face, and immediately ran over to stop the director from being violent towards Yi Tian. Director! Stop! Stop! This is a misunderstanding. Don't hit him. It's a complete misunderstanding. The director stopped punching when he saw Zhang Zifeng anxiously running over to plead for the boy. Do you know each other? Zhang Zifeng nodded in agreement, fearing that the director would hit Yi Tian with a punch if he was late. Director, please let him go for my sake. He's ignorant. Don't bother with him. Zhang Zifeng, regardless of his aloof image, quickly apologized to the director on behalf of Yi Tian and pleaded for him. Since he's your friend, I'll let him go for your sake. For the sake of the beauty, the director gradually calmed down. Yi Tian, are you okay? Zhang Zifeng quickly looked at his face and asked. Yi Tian curled his lips slightly. I'm fine. Zhang Zifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief before asking, aren't you supposed to be in class today? Why are you here? Didn't you say you were afraid of being bored here? I came here specially to keep you company. Yi Tian smiled brightly. Fortunately, he came here earlier. Otherwise, if the school beauty finished filming that scene with Wang Jun, he would feel very regretful and uncomfortable. Maybe it's the feeling of being afraid of having good cabbages eaten by pigs. You're not suitable for this scene, tell the director to cancel it. Yi Tian didn't want Zhang Zifeng to act out this scene, probably because of his male chauvinism. He started to get jealous. Why? Are you jealous because you saw me filming intimate scenes with other boys? Zhang Zifeng looked at him with a smile and joked with the truth in his heart. I'm just worried that you, a girl, will suffer. Yi Tian did not directly answer whether he was jealous or not, but said that he was worried that she would suffer. But I've already signed the contract and can't cancel it, so I have no choice but to continue acting. Zhang Zifeng deliberately said that the cancellation could not be made. In fact, if she insisted on canceling, the worst that could happen was that she would have to pay a high penalty for breach of contract. For her, the 30 million yuan penalty is not a small amount, but she can afford it. Don't worry about the penalty. I'll find a way for you. Yi Tian thought she was worried about the penalty. If that was the case, he would definitely help her solve it. However, Zhang Zifeng said seriously, it's not a question of liquidated damages, but a question of human relations. It really can't be cancelled. Seeing that Zhang Zifeng had said this, Yi Tian had no choice but to give up. He walked straight up to the director and said, hello, director. Can I play Zhang Zifeng's next scene with him? When Yi Tian said this, everyone around was extremely surprised. Where did this guy come from? He actually asked the director to replace the popular actor Wang Jun? Did Fish Liang give him the courage? Wasn't he overestimating his own abilities? It's not just others who are like this. Even the director thought so. Are you kidding me? Who are you? Why should I listen to you? Don't think that just because I'm giving Zhang Zifeng a favor and letting him off the hook, you can do whatever you want. He was already very angry just now, and this kid came to cause trouble again, and now he was even more angry. Director you, I really can do it. Please believe me. How about I perform for you? Of course the director didn't believe him, so Yi Tian wanted to gain his approval through acting. But the director was in a bad mood today and he had no patience. Go away. Don't bother me anymore. The director is not an idiot. Why would he choose a newbie who has not debuted yet instead of a popular young actor? Zhang Zifeng is different, she is a natural beauty. This alone can bring in huge traffic. Chapter 53, I'm willing to offend the director again for the sake of the school beauty. Any fool would choose the most beautiful woman. Besides, he is not a fool. After being rejected by the director, Yi Tian still stood there, his thin lips slightly curled up, and he said to the director slowly, Director you, I have the looks, I have the acting skills, I have the acting skills. I didn't expect that a big director like you doesn't have the heart to cherish talent. If you don't choose me, it will be a huge loss for you. Oh, you're really shameless, kid. Aren't you ashamed of overestimating yourself like this? As for your looks, I think your appearance is passable. As for the acting, forgive my poor eyesight, I really didn't see it. Hearing Yi Tian's arrogant and conceited words, the director turned around impatiently, glanced at Yi Tian from top to bottom, and said with disdain. To be honest, he did think Yi Tian looked pretty good, no less than Wang Jun. If he was given a better look, his appearance would even be better than Wang Jun's. But he was very irritable now. I had no mood to watch his audition. When he thought about Yi Tian's arrogance just now, he became angry. What do you mean it's your own loss if you don't use him? These arrogant words made him very unhappy. This is a direct criticism of him for being blind. As a well-known director, how could he tolerate such slander? Seeing how young Yi Tian is, he should still be in college. Looking at Yi Tian's expression, he must be trying to shock people with his words to attract attention. This way, he can rely on his fame to get promoted. Thinking of this, he wanted to laugh. Young people nowadays always want to step on the shoulders of others to get to the top. Although there are many unspoken rules in the entertainment industry. He is so angry now. What if he doesn't give this kid a chance? Director, you haven't even seen me perform yet. How do you know I don't have acting talent? Isn't this too arbitrary? Yi Tian continued, speaking neither humbly nor arrogantly. It seems that this director is not as good as rumored. Of course, Yi Tian's words completely angered the director. The director lost patience to listen to Yi Tian and became increasingly displeased with him. I said you have no acting talent, you don't. My eyes are the ruler. After saying that, the director angrily walked away, feeling a little angry and embarrassed. He immediately gathered the actors and prepared to start filming. Yi Tian, what's going on? What have you been talking to the director about for so long? Zhang Zifeng walked to Yi Tian anxiously and asked. I told the director to replace the actor you're acting opposite. I don't want you to do a kissing scene with him. Yi Tian spoke to Zhang Zifeng very seriously. Zhang Zifeng was surprised after hearing this, but she also said that she was very happy to hear Yi Tian say that he didn't want to shoot a kissing scene with her. I thought that Yi Tian must be jealous and didn't want to see me having close contact with other men. It turns out that he has always cared about himself. The more Zhang Zifeng thought about it, the happier he felt, and his heart was filled with joy. But how can we allow the crew's affairs to be changed according to his subjective will? Is Yi Tian here to cause trouble? How could this be a role change? Yi Tian, don't make trouble here. Don't worry, it's okay. That kiss scene was shot with a borrowed position. Zhang Zifeng immediately explained to him. Even borrowing a position is not allowed. Yi Tian said domineeringly. Wow, this domineering tone is very manly. At that moment, I really had the illusion of being a domineering president. Zhang Zifeng actually became infatuated with him for a moment. The man in front of me is becoming more and more charming. I am falling deeper and deeper into despair. Zifeng, don't you believe me? Yi Tian found that Zhang Zifeng was staring at him with a smile, and thought she was questioning him. Think you're talking nonsense? Ah. Zhang Zifeng didn't know what to say for a moment. How does this relate to the question of whether to believe him or not? For Yi Tian, it is impossible to change roles in any production crew, unless he is an investor. Otherwise, don't even think about having a say. As far as she knew, the investor behind the show was the famous second-generation rich man Wang Xikong. Even if she knew Wang Xikong, she wouldn't rashly replace the male lead just because of this relationship. This isn't a question of belief or not. It's a question of whether it's realistic or not. Zhang Zifeng said seriously. I know you care about me and don't want me to suffer any loss, but the director has already told me that these are just borrowed shots, there will be no contact at all, and I've already promised others. It's okay. Zhang Zifeng was very touched to see that he cared about her. Zhang Zifeng, everyone is in their seats. We're waiting for you. What are you still hesitating about? Come here. At this time, the director urged with that annoying loudspeaker. This caused everyone in the audience to look over here with gossipy eyes. Not much more to say. I'll be on my way. It's okay. Zhang Zifeng patted Yi Tian's arm and turned to leave. It's a critical moment. Why hasn't Wang Xikong come over yet? Yi Tian hurriedly took out his cell phone and made a call. The phone was connected as soon as it rang. It was obvious that the other party did not dare to neglect it for a moment. Hey, Mr. Yi, I'm already on set. I'll be there soon. Yi Tian heard the person on the other end of the phone say that they had arrived at the set, and he hung up immediately before the other party could finish speaking. He is now going to go over and stop the live rehearsal. After all, Zhang Zifeng is now his wife in name only. How could he allow others to take advantage of his wife? So, Yi Tian took 2 steps at a time with his long legs and quickly walked to the director's side. Kakaka. I said no filming. If it were 2 seconds later, Wang Jun would be hugging his woman. Yi Tian lost his good temper and immediately snatched the loudspeaker from the director's hand and shouted to stop. Zhang Zifeng and the others were forced to stop performing again. Now everyone suddenly stopped, and all their eyes were focused on Yi Tian in shock. Now the director couldn't believe that Yi Tian was actually acting like a hooligan and snatching his loudspeaker again. It's really outrageous. Someone, get him out. Where are the security guards? Where are they? Get him out now. The director roared. There has never been such a shameless situation before, where someone makes trouble on his set. Hearing the director's rage, the security guards immediately rushed over, grabbed Yi Tian, and were about to drag him out. Stop! Stop! Everyone, stop it! At the critical moment, Wang Sikong finally appeared. He rushed over in a hurry, breathlessly trying to stop the security guard from doing something that would cause him the greatest loss. Wang Sikong is the big boss behind this drama. When the director saw him, he immediately nodded and greeted him in a fawning manner. Boss Song, why are you bothering me to come and visit the set in person? When Yunyan saw Wang Sikong, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Shouldn't Wang Sikong be on vacation in Shanghai right now? Without any warning, he rushed back so quickly. Something big must have happened. I began to have a bad feeling about this. Chapter 54. Why did you lie to her? Faced with Director Yu's concern and care, Wang Sikong had no intention of listening at all. He walked past him as if he were air and went straight to Yi Tian. Everyone's eyes also followed Wang Sikong's movements. The director immediately followed Wang Sikong, pointed at Yi Tian in front of him, and said angrily, Boss Song, you came back to deal with this person's trouble, right? This guy is so abominable. He just made trouble here. I am having someone clear him out. Who the hell let you act so smart? You're trash. You should be kicked out. This is Mr. Yi. He is the largest investor in the drama legend. He is also the largest shareholder of our Lizzie Media. Wang Sikong slapped the director hard in the face, and all his temper came out. He would not be able to get Yi Tian's forgiveness unless he taught this stinky director a lesson. If Yi Tian gets angry, his Lychee Media will be finished. Mr. Song. I didn't. The director felt extremely aggrieved. He had wanted to curry favor with him and take credit for it, but he ended up making things worse. Wang Sikong's heavy slap made his head buzz. He was beaten dizzy and his eyes were black. Afterwards, he realized that the boss Wang Sikong had just mentioned was the brat in front of him. So the director looked at Yi Tian with a horrified expression, like a fool for a moment, not knowing what to do. The security guards heard someone shouting stop. And upon closer inspection, they saw it was their boss, Wang Sikong, and they immediately stopped. Looking at the director again, who was beaten so badly for trying to please the boss with a frivolous smile, they understood instantly. Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry. I've wronged you. Wang Sikong bowed to Yi Tian and apologized with the most pious and respectful attitude. Boss Song, I should be the one saying sorry. I asked you to end your vacation early. Yi Tian said with a straight face. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yi Tian's attitude and tone were not an apology. It's clearly a blame. He is the boss. Wang Sikong had to be extremely respectful in front of him. The director was beaten and Mr. Song bowed and scraped to the young man? Seeing this situation, everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Passerby A is confused. Many people were so surprised that their mouths opened wide. Is it my 2G network? When did Lizzie Film and Television change its boss? Passerby B asked in disbelief, and looked around to see if the people around him had the same expression as him. This whole situation means a change of boss. Didn't you hear Mr. Song just mention Mr. Yi or the boss? Everyone began to talk in low voices. Oh, no. What's the point of going on vacation? It's more meaningful to be with Mr. Yi and visit the set with you. Wang Sikong quickly smiled and tried to smooth things over. In front of Yi Tian, his problems were all trivial. Now Yi Tian is his ancestor and the largest shareholder of Lizzie Film and Television Media, holding 75% of the shares. How dare he ask him to apologize to him? Mr. Song, you've arrived just in time. I just told you about the role change. What do you think? Knowing that Wang Sikong's words were just polite talk, Yi Tian didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. Boss Yi, whatever you think is fine. You have the final say. Wang Sikong immediately said with a smile. How could he dare to refuse? Yi Tian just invested 500 million yuan in this crew. Even if the entire script needs to be revised and the actors replaced, he has no say and will just happily cooperate throughout the process. Well, then, let's make it a deal. Yi Tian felt that he was also a man who knew how to adapt to the times. Wang Xikong nodded in agreement and turned to the director, saying, "Let's perform this scene according to Mr. Ye's wishes. For the rest, have the screenwriter revise the script immediately." "Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Tsong." The director nodded in agreement obediently. "Also, you just made Mr. Yi very unhappy. You must apologize to Mr. Yi immediately," Wang Si ordered. "If they don't strike while the iron is hot and deal with the offense against Yi Tian just now, they will be in trouble if Yi Tian gets upset." "Yes, yes, yes." How dare the director disobey? Now his status has been reduced to dust. Wang Jun didn't dare to offend him. Wang Xikong didn't dare to offend him. This Yi Tian, even more so, couldn't be offended. But he was offended. Now, while Wang Xikong was speaking well of him, he had to apologize to Yi Tian sincerely and respectfully. At this time, Yi Tian glanced at the director whose half-face was deformed by the beating. Such a director does not deserve sympathy, it would be good to teach him a lesson. The director immediately brought a chair and asked Yi Tian to sit down. He immediately brewed a pot of good tea and respectfully handed it to Yi Tian. "Mr. Yi, I was blind just now and shouldn't have denied you the audition." "Oh no. I shouldn't have denied you this role. Please be magnanimous and let me atone for my mistake." The director's attitude was quite sincere. It seemed that he was truly apologizing. "My words were a little inappropriate just now. I said something that exacerbated the conflict. Besides, Zhang Zifeng was also present, so he couldn't act too stingy. A real man shouldn't be petty." Sure enough, Yi Tian happened to meet Zhang Zifeng's complicated gaze inadvertently. By this time his identity had been exposed. When Zhang Zifeng knows his identity, he will definitely have many questions and may even be angry. So he can't spend too much time on directing. He is not a stingy person. As long as the director is willing to apologize for this matter, he will definitely forgive him. "Well, this isn't your fault. I drank your tea. Let's put this matter behind us." Yi Tian said this and drank the tea offered by the director. "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your magnanimity. I didn't expect Yi Tian to forgive him so easily. He's really generous. He has a great charm. If it were someone else, they would definitely crush him to death, or even ban him." Yi Tian's action made Director Yu look at him with new eyes and feel grateful to him. After drinking the tea, Yi Tian stood up and walked towards Zhang Zifeng. "Zifeng, please listen to my explanation." Yi Tian held Zhang Zifeng's hand and said with a little nervousness in his heart, "Okay, I'm listening." Zhang Zifeng's eyes were a little evasive, and he immediately withdrew his hand and spoke in a calm tone. "You heard what Wang Xikong said just now. I didn't mean to hide it from you." Yi Tian explained carefully in front of her like a child who had done something wrong. "Why? Why did you lie to me?" Zhang Zifeng shook his head, tears in his eyes. She didn't want to believe this was true, didn't want to believe that the man in front of her would lie to her like that. She is in a complicated mood now. Chapter 55. The School Beauty Leaves Crying. When Zhang Zifeng just learned that Yi Tian was the major shareholder of Lychee Film and Television, he was in disbelief, shock, and anger. What exactly did Yi Tian mean by deliberately deceiving her? "I feel like I'm being teased." He admitted in front of me that he was an ordinary person and pretended to be poor. Was he afraid that I would approach him for his money? Why can't people be more honest with each other? How is this any different from outright shaming her? If Wang Xikong hadn't been so respectful and bowed to him, exposing his true identity, would he still be deceiving himself? I really can't believe what I'm seeing. No wonder she was envied and hated again when she went to the cafeteria for breakfast this morning. Another girl in the class was not as pretty as her, but she was always arrogant and thought that she was using tricks to suppress that woman. So the woman was always jealous of her. After seeing the agarwood bracelet, she started to mock her, thinking that she had hooked up with some rich man. She was wearing a bracelet worth tens of millions of dollars, which was a fart of a show of wealth. She didn't even realize she had climbed onto that ugly old man's boat. At that time, I didn't believe the value of the bracelet and didn't argue with it. But at that time, Zhang Zifeng already felt very strange. Why was an ordinary bracelet considered such a valuable bracelet? She wasn't interested in these luxury goods in the first place and couldn't tell the real from the fake. In addition, since Yi Tian said it was a street stall product, she believed it. Now it seems that the bracelet Yi Tian gave her was a real one. But Yi Tian lied to her. Seeing Zhang Zifeng blaming him with tears in her eyes, Yi Tian knew that he really shouldn't have lied to her from the beginning. In fact, he was also very tired during this period. Every time he faced her, he had to remember that he must not reveal his true identity. Always remember not to let her expose your lies. Always remember to use one lie after another to cover up the first lie so that it will not be exposed. Well, now that I can no longer hide it, I'll let her know her worth completely. Lying is too tiring. Zifeng, I'm wrong. You can punish me however you want, and I have no complaints, but please don't ignore me. Yi Tian saw that Zifeng's eyes were full of complaints, sadness, shock, and disbelief. I really feel bad. But none of this matters, and it doesn't matter if she blames herself. What I fear most is that she ignores me. I am most afraid that we will become strangers in the future. I'm so sad. I don't know whether to blame you, but I can't get over it. You big liar. Why did you lie to me? At this moment, tears kept flowing from Zhang Zifeng's watery eyes like a faucet was turned on. She cried as she spoke. After that, she just wanted to escape from here. She looked down at the agarwood bracelet on her wrist. This was the first gift Yi Tian gave her, a gift she treasured. She was so happy and blessed when she received it. But now she had to take it off and return it to him. Yi Tian looked at Zhang Zifeng's eyes filled with tears, and she was about to reach out to take off her bracelet. He guessed what she was going to do. So Yi Tian immediately begged her, no. Although Yi Tian begged her not to take it off, Zhang Zifeng still took it off resolutely. Without any reluctance, he stuffed it to Yi Tian and turned away heartbroken. Zifeng. Zifeng. What's going on with Yi Tian? Why did she leave? Why aren't you going to chase her? Tian was also shocked by what happened just now. The amount of information was too much and she had not yet fully digested it. Didn't Yi Tian want to change the role? How did this shocking news come out? How did the ordinary Yi Tian become the biggest investor of this crew? How did you become the largest shareholder of Lychee Media? The market value of Lizzie Film and Television is around 10 billion yuan. If he is a major shareholder here, wouldn't he be worth tens of billions of dollars? Thinking about this, Tian felt more and more that this was a typical plot from an idol drama where a domineering CEO conceals his rich identity and pursues Cinderella. These plots are so exciting and shocking, too addictive, right? Tian found this quite interesting. But why was Zhang Zifeng crying so sadly? Why did he run away? Yi Tian stood there without saying a word, just watching Zhang Zifeng's back as he walked away. Tian looked at him anxiously, urging him to chase but to no avail. I'm so disappointed in you. She had no choice but to run by herself and catch up with Zhang Zifeng first. All the onlookers present were silent and didn't dare to say a word. Young Master Yi, Zifeng has gone far away. Don't you plan to chase her? It's normal for girls to get angry. As long as you try to comfort her, she will come back soon. At this time, Wang Xikong said to Yi Tian. As a brother, Wang Xikong was very happy to teach him his techniques of coaxing girls. Yi Tian smiled bitterly. I was wrong first, I lied to her, let her calm down for a while. What Mr. Yi said makes sense. Let's go over there for tea. Wang Xikong wanted Yi Tian to sign the contract first. Yi Tian also knew what Wang Xikong was thinking, so he signaled to Diwu Chang, and then signed the contract smoothly. Thank you Mr. Yi for your strong support. Wang Xikong was relieved now. His Lychee Film and Television has been in serious losses in recent years. If it continues like this, it will soon go bankrupt. Fortunately, he met Yi Tian, a great Buddha, who immediately saved his life. Happy cooperation. Let us make money together. After shaking hands, Yi Tian planned to go back to school first. Yu Nian was waiting for Yi Tian's instructions. Now that Zhang Zifeng, who was just signed, is gone, how are we going to shoot the next scene? Do we need to change roles again? These questions bothered him. Hey, Mr. Yi, Mr. Tsong, what about the next scene? The director asked stubbornly. Knowing what Yi Tian had just experienced, he must be in a bad mood. As a director, he is just a small role in front of Yi Tian. If he runs into trouble, he will lose his job in minutes. But the progress of this TV series is already very rushed, and now there is talk of changing the script and changing the cast. What should we do? The boss didn't give a clear decision. He had no choice but to take a gamble and go to ask Yi Tian. Do you have the foresight to see that Mr. Yi doesn't have time to answer your nonsense questions right now? Wang Xikong glared at the director, scaring him so much that he shuddered. Let's put this scene aside for now and talk about it tomorrow. Let's continue filming the others. Yi Tian put aside all his bad mood and said to the director. Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Yi. I'll arrange it right away. Seeing that Yi Tian was not angry and was very easy to talk to, he immediately bowed respectfully and left. Then Yi Tian left the set. The filming of the crew started, but all the actors started talking about the gossip just now. Tian kept chasing him back to the place. Zifeng, open the door. It's me, Tian. You can be angry, but you can't be angry with me too. Open the door first, okay? Tian took pictures outside the door for more than 10 minutes before Zhang Zifeng calmed down and opened the door to let her in. Tian, I feel so uncomfortable. Zhang Zifeng hugged Tian and started crying again. Chapter 56, The School Beauty Refuses to Eat or Drink. Yi Tian is very worried. Oh, don't cry anymore. It's all that damn Yi Tian's fault. He made our precious Zhang Zifeng cry like this. I won't let him off tomorrow. Tian deliberately gritted her teeth and cursed fiercely. Zhang Zifeng felt distressed after hearing her bestie scold Yi Tian like this, and immediately stopped her. Don't scold him like this, in fact, it's not entirely his fault. Tian knew that Zhang Zifeng still cared about him, so when she heard him being scolded, she immediately felt soft-hearted and reluctant. But Tian deliberately added, I just blame him. Who else can I blame? He's such a big liar. He deceived our Zhang Zifeng so badly. He should lie to me. If he does, I won't be sad. Instead, I'll be very happy. Tian spoke too quickly and immediately changed her words embarrassedly. Oh, what I meant is that he should lie to me instead of you. It would be cruel to make you sad. Letting him lie to me is all for your own good. Tian explained immediately. In fact, she really hoped that there would be a rich second-generation man who would pretend to be a poor boy to trick her into falling in love. What a romantic thing that is. But she was unlucky and never encountered such a good thing. But Zhang Zifeng was sad and cried like this when he encountered such a good thing. Oh, I really don't understand. Actually, I can't really blame him entirely. He had hinted to me before. It was just that I didn't trust him enough. Zhang Zifeng stopped crying and defended Yi Tian. But at my dad's birthday party, Yi Tian said that the antique brand name watch he bought was really bought by him. I thought he was joking and thought he rented it to make things look better. Now I think I was so ridiculous. Oh, I see. It's a shame I didn't go to the banquet and see it with my own eyes. Tian sighed. In that case, you really can't blame him. But why didn't he explain it to me? Zhang Zifeng was still very angry. He had plenty of opportunities to explain it to her, but he didn't. You always cheat on her. It's fun to cheat like that. You're addicted, right? It was wrong for him to deceive you, but I think he actually treated you well. I think he must have his reasons for not telling you. Maybe he's doing this for your own good and doesn't want to burden you. Tian counseled her seriously. What could be his motive? Is he afraid that I'll do it for his money? Zhang Zifeng was a little out of control at this moment. If Yi Tian was really like that, should he become a tool for him to test his money? Oh, how is that possible? If he thought that way, he wouldn't have given expensive gifts to your family and you every time. I think he didn't want to tell you that those gifts were expensive because he just wanted you to accept them without feeling burdened. Imagine if he bought gifts worth tens or even hundreds of millions for your father and you. Would you accept them? Even if you did, would you feel burdened? Tian's brain suddenly became sharp when she was comforting people. Zhang Zifeng shook his head and said with certainty, no. If I knew those things were so valuable, I would never accept them. Even if I accepted them, I would still feel burdened. Tian clapped her hands and shouted excitedly, that's it, isn't it? He doesn't have any impure motives, he just wants to give you a gift. So you can accept it easily. Really? Don't lie to me. Of course, Zhang Zifeng hopes that the truth of the matter is like this. Of course, why would I lie to you? Okay, don't think too much now, just have a good rest. Have a good chat with him tomorrow. Maybe he really has his reasons and doesn't want any misunderstandings to arise between you. You must have a serious chat and clear up the misunderstanding. Never miss some very important opportunities because of misunderstandings. Because sometimes missing out could mean a lifetime, Tian said earnestly. After listening to her words, Zhang Zifeng felt much more relieved. So he nodded obediently. It's already past 1 p.m. Are you hungry? I want to make something for you. Do you have any ingredients? Tian saw that her emotions had stabilized a lot and she was now sitting on the sofa in a daze. Although she was calm, Tian was still worried and stayed with her. It's so late now. I decided to cook something myself. But Zhang Zifeng didn't feel hungry at all. I'm not hungry. If you are hungry, just cook something for yourself. There should be some ingredients in the refrigerator. Zhang Zifeng answered listlessly. After eating 3 bowls of egg noodles, Tian secretly sent a message to Yi Tian, telling him that Zifeng was fine now. 1336. Tian, Zifeng is fine now. She's just sitting on the sofa in a daze. Yi Tian, thank you, beautiful Tian. Please take good care of her for me. Tian, okay, no problem. I'll keep an eye on her. Yi Tian sent Zhang Zifeng more than a dozen WeChat messages, but she didn't reply. I called more than 20 times but no one answered. He was so anxious. Finally, he received a message from Tian saying she was safe. Yi Tian felt relieved. Because it was 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon and Zhang Zifeng hadn't eaten anything. Yi Tian was extremely worried again. 1453. Tian, Zhang Zifeng hasn't eaten anything yet. Looking at this message, Yi Tian felt guilty. He actually refused to eat. This made him very anxious. So Yi Tian immediately sent another message. 1454. Yi Tian, beautiful Tian, please find a way to coax her into eating or drinking something. Please. Yi Tian regretted it now. Why did he hide his identity in the first place? Why not just tell her that you are rich? She must be feeling resentful towards herself now. Boss, stop walking around here. You've made me dizzy. I think you should take the initiative and go find her. This matter should be done sooner rather than later. If you had told her your identity earlier, she wouldn't be angry and sad. So it's the same now that she is ignoring you. You should be more proactive and go over to coax him or her earlier. If you coax her too late, she will feel that you don't care about her. It will be even harder to appease her then. Although the third brother is not in a relationship, he always likes to watch romantic TV shows and movies and read various romance novels. She also has a good understanding of various little tricks in the love affairs between men and women. She can definitely be his emotional strategist. Third brother is right, come on, boss. The second brother Chu Hong also supported the third brother's statement. Maybe she was only a little angry originally. If you delay in coaxing her, her anger will only grow bigger and bigger, like a snowball. If you wait too long, it will be really hard to coax her. Lao Sijifeng also stands on the same front. That's right, boss. Even though the school beauty is a bit aloof, she's still a woman. A woman. You have to take the initiative to coax her. Okay, I'll go right away. Yi Tian immediately rushed out of the dormitory and ran to the apartment rented by Zhang Zifeng. Chapter 57. Yi Tian and the school beauty resolved the misunderstanding. Zifeng baby, are you really not hungry? It's already past 3 in the afternoon, and you haven't eaten a single grain of rice. You'll hurt yourself if you do this. Tian walked up to Zhang Zifeng and showed concern for her. Zhang Zifeng was still in the same posture as before, leaning against the sofa with his knees hugged and his eyes empty in meditation. It seemed that Zhang Zifeng shook his head numbly after hearing Tian's concern. Inability to eat anything. At this time, Tian also became anxious. It was already past 3 o'clock and she didn't feel hungry at all. Thinking of Yi Tian's entrustment just now, she had to take good care of her. But what should we do about this? Zhang Zifeng sat there motionless, neither eating nor drinking. Isn't this tantamount to self-harm? Why do you act like you've been heartbroken? Tian felt distressed when she saw her best friend looking so listless. So she went to search the refrigerator again, looking for something she could coax into eating. I scanned the refrigerator twice and finally came up with a solution. Fortunately, there was still pure milk in the refrigerator. She immediately took a bottle, warmed it up, and poured half of it into a cup to try. She handed it to Zhang Zifeng and said, "Since you don't want to eat, drink some water." But Zhang Zifeng still didn't move. So, Tian Tian inserted the straw into the cup, handed it to her, and encouraged her to open her mouth and take a sip. Finally, it worked. Zhang Zifeng was like a puppet, taking a breath when he heard the command. She didn't realize that the water she drank was actually milk until she finished half the cup of milk. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and Tian Tian hurried to open it. She guessed that it must be Yi Tian. When she opened the door, it was indeed him. "Yi Tian, you are finally here. Come on and try to persuade her. She looks listless." It was like seeing a savior. Tian Tian said immediately with helplessness. Yi Tian nodded to Tian Tian and walked straight to Zhang Zifeng. "Zifeng, I'm sorry, I'm late." Hearing the familiar voice, Zhang Zifeng finally raised his head slowly and looked at Yi Tian with a complicated expression. At this time, Yi Tian's hair was messy, and it was obvious that he had come here exhausted. Zhang Zifeng stared at Yi Tian for a long time, and finally couldn't hold back his sad tears. "Throw herself into Yi Tian's arms." Yi Tian was quite surprised by Zhang Zifeng's sudden embrace. But he didn't think too much about it and slowly hugged her. "Hold her tightly in your arms." Feeling Yi Tian holding her tightly in his arms, the strong back and arms made her completely collapse internally. Then he burst into tears. At this moment, in this situation, the painting style is so touching and romantic. Tian Tian tactfully withdrew, leaving the two of them together. Because she felt that the whole space was getting smaller and smaller. The hall was filled with the scent of love. There was no more room for her. Yes, at this time, Zhang Zifeng's eyes were full of Yi Tian. Yi Tian's eyes were all on Zhang Zifeng. The two of them hugged each other tightly. It was as if everything around me froze in an instant. It was unknown how long it took before Zhang Zifeng slowly stopped crying. "I'm sorry. I never thought those lies would hurt you. The lies accumulate, and the more they hurt you, the more serious it becomes. I feel so guilty. I blame myself so much. Later I wanted to reveal my identity, but I cared about what you thought, so I didn't admit my lie rashly. But I never expected that this would hurt you even more. I don't ask you to forgive me, but please don't ignore me. Consider this a chance for me to make amends." Yi Tian apologized again seriously and solemnly. Zhang Zifeng raised his head from his arms and looked at Yi Tian with a complicated expression. "You didn't hide this from me on purpose, did you?" Zhang Zifeng looked at him steadily, hoping to get the most truthful answer. "Yes, I really didn't mean to hide it from you. I wanted to tell you at your father's birthday party, but..." Before Yi Tian could finish his words, Zhang Zifeng covered his mouth to stop him from saying anymore. "It's not entirely your fault. She was also responsible for this because she didn't believe him at the beginning. He had originally said that those antique watches were bought by himself, but she thought that Yi Tian rented them to show off. This matter was indeed arbitrary on my part. However, she had checked Yi Tian's situation and found that he was indeed a child from an ordinary family. Who knew that children from ordinary families could possess the ability to buy antiques? Zhang Zifeng is still confused about this matter. Yi Tian reached out and gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with his fingertips. "Be gentle. Eyes full of doting. Then tell me, why do you want to hide your identity?" "Actually, I don't have any particular purpose, except that my family is nouveau riche. I was afraid that others would say that nouveau riche had no cultural background, so I didn't dare to show off. And in front of you, I didn't have enough confidence at that time." Yi Tian could only reveal his wealthy status. But he couldn't tell anyone about the system, so he had to make up this excuse. A nouveau riche is a nouveau riche, he doesn't steal or rob. It's not something to be ashamed of, on the contrary, everyone wants to be a nouveau riche. Zhang Zifeng does not agree with the view that nouveau riche are uneducated. Nouveau riche are not dominated by subjective consciousness. It is more due to objective factors. How can we look at the cultural level of these nouveau riche through tinted glasses? If we look at them through tinted glasses like that, doesn't that mean we ourselves are not culturally sophisticated enough? If that's the case, then what qualifications do we have to talk about them? Yi Tianjin didn't expect that Zhang Zifeng was such a girl with excellent qualities. No wonder she was so nice to him when he was down and out, unlike some other people who looked down on him, slandered him, and laughed at him. "Thank you. Zifeng, you are so nice. Yi Tian smiled and thanked from the bottom of his heart. Then you can't lie to me anymore. If you lie to me again, I will ignore you, Zhang Zifeng said with a serious face. But she was sure that Yi Tian would never lie to her like that again from now on. Yes. Definitely not. Yi Tian nodded heavily and promised. Only then did Zhang Zifeng smile with satisfaction. Gurgle gurgle. My stomach started to growl at this time. It looks particularly out of place in this quiet living room. Suddenly the two of them became quiet. Yi Tian then smiled and said distressfully, "Are you hungry? Who told you not to eat?" Zhang Zifeng's face turned red with embarrassment. The little hand hit Yi Tian's shoulder with a hammer and scolded him, "It's all your fault. You just said you would compensate me well, now I give you a chance, hurry up and cook something for me." At this moment, Zhang Zifeng has returned to her happy little princess appearance. Yi Tian said happily, "Yes, sir." Then Zhang Zifeng chuckled and looked at Yi Tian busying around in the kitchen very sweetly. "Do you want me to help you?" Zhang Zifeng looked at him and asked. "No, just wait for me." Yi Tian turned around and smiled at her again, "I'm afraid you're too beautiful and will affect my performance." Chapter 58. The cherries are so beautiful, I really want to taste them. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Zifeng picked up the small pillow on the sofa and threw it at Yi Tian. Then her little face turned red like a peach. When this person saw her, he couldn't help but want to have a kiss with her. Yi Tian caught the small pillow accurately and laughed. He simply wanted to express that the presence of the school beauty would affect his cooking speed. I didn't expect that the school beauty would think of it in another way. He looked at the school beauty's rosy little face and realized why she was blushing. When he thought about this, he felt a little embarrassed. I quickly turned around and went to cook. Because the floor where the school beauty lives was recently rented. There's not much food in the refrigerator. It can be seen that Zhang Zifeng doesn't cook very often. No wonder. Not many rich girls can cook. Yi Tian saw that the refrigerator was filled with half mineral water, 3 bottles of pure milk, a bowl of pickled cabbage beef noodles, and half a pound of flour. There were no other ingredients. Although these ingredients were very monotonous and in very small quantities, they were not difficult for Yi Tian. As the saying goes, children from poor families grow up early. Yi Tian has been able to cook simple meals since elementary school and continued until college. He basically cooks every time he goes home, so his cooking skills are getting better and better. Ding! The host under test cooks for the school beauty. Reward the host for superb cooking skills. What a timely relief. At this moment, he suddenly heard the system sound this way. The system actually gave him a reward at this time? This is really great. You don't usually cook here, do you? Why don't you have any ingredients? Yi Tian asked casually. Where do I have time to cook? I always eat in the cafeteria. Zhang Zifeng shook her head and said that she actually didn't know how to cook very well. Then you just have to make do with it. I'll let you eat my bottom, okay? Yi Tianxia said subconsciously. Zhang Zifeng was half shy and half angry. You are disgusting. What kind of vicious words is Yi Tian saying? Why didn't I realize before that Yi Tian was so fond of speaking such lewd words? Zhang Zifeng was embarrassed again. He cursed him and turned away. How could she have the nerve to stay here any longer? Yi Tian. He looked at Zhang Zifeng's back with a confused look on his face. Yi Tian also realized that he had said something he shouldn't have said. I was so embarrassed that I wanted to bite my tongue off. Obviously, I don't mean anything, but what I say has so much connotation. It's all because of that third brother who often watches those erotic movies in the dormitory and always says those obscene words. He was poisoned intentionally or unintentionally. Alas! As the saying goes, he who keeps company with vermilion becomes redder, and he who keeps company with ink becomes blacker. From now on, we must strictly prohibit the third brother and his friends from talking nonsense. We must also prohibit the dormitory from watching such embarrassing movies. Yi Tian no longer dared to speak carelessly. He had to think twice before saying the next sentence. 15 minutes passed. Yi Tian used the remaining half a pound of flour, a bottle of milk, and some seasonings to knead into very chewy handmade noodles. Yi Tian brought the noodles and placed them in front of Zhang Zifeng. Zhang Zifeng looked at the watery noodles and couldn't help but frown. These noodles are no different from the noodles in the cafeteria, and are even simpler. There are no vegetables or eggs at all, how can she eat? But her stomach was not cooperating and started to growl again. Then she had no choice but to pick up the bowl of noodles and try a sip of the soup. Then he started eating voraciously. Yi Tian watched her eating so anxiously, afraid that she would choke. He watched from the side and supervised, slow down. Don't choke. No one is competing with you. How could Zhang Zifeng, who was starving, listen to him? Plus, the noodles he makes are really delicious. I can't stop at all. He didn't stop until he finished the bowl of noodles and even drank up the soup without leaving a drop of water. The noodles were so delicious that she had no desire to talk while eating them. After finishing it, I licked my lips and took a deep breath. It was so sour and refreshing. How is it? Is it delicious? Yi Tian looked at Zhang Zifeng eating happily and knew that the noodles tasted good. He has the blessing of a system, so he can definitely turn decayed things into magical things, and ordinary ingredients can become high-end delicacies. Very delicious. It's worthy of a 5-star chef's cooking, isn't it? Oh no. It's much better than their craftsmanship. Zhang Zifeng commented sincerely, not feeling it was an exaggeration at all. I can't say it's much better, but it's probably comparable. Yi Tian said quite modestly. Don't be too proud. Pride is the easiest way to fall behind. Ha? Where did Tian go? Why can't I see her? After eating and drinking, Zhang Zifeng discovered that her best friend Tian was missing. She should have left. She left when we were chatting in the living room just now. Yi Tian and the others also knew that this girlfriend was very sensible. Naturally, they wanted to give them both some space. I've finished all the noodles. Are you hungry? Zhang Zifeng asked as he looked at Yi Yetian with satisfaction after eating. Zhang Zifeng, who had just finished eating noodles, had a rosy cherry mouth that was particularly attractive. Asking him if he's hungry at this time is very electrifying, okay? Yi Tian's gaze involuntarily lingered there. This little cherry seemed to have a magical power that made him unable to take his eyes off it. He was willing to stay there for a long time. Somehow, his mouth became dry and he couldn't help swallowing. The sexy Adam's apple moved. Zhang Zifeng was also watching him quietly. In fact, he also noticed Yi Tian's Adam's apple moving up and down slightly. This action is so sexy. The air around was filled with a sweet smell. The two of them stared at each other quietly. No one dares to take a small step forward easily. After a long period of mutual gaze, Yi Tian finally took a small step forward. He slowly leaned towards her. Somehow, his behavior was no longer under his control. I really want to taste the flavor of this cherry. Zhang Zifeng saw Yi Tian slowly leaning towards him, and he understood what was going to happen. Then, Zhang Zifeng was also extremely nervous. When he approached, he suddenly closed his eyes. Then I dared not move, waiting for the spring rain to come. To be honest, Yi Tian was also very nervous at this time. Seeing Zhang Zifeng suddenly close her eyes without dodging, I thought she was shy. He was about to taste the cherry, but he hesitated. Now is not the best time. So I moved closer to her smooth forehead. The distance between the two is getting closer. Just 1 centimeter away. The door suddenly opened. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see anything. You guys, do whatever you want. Tian didn't expect to encounter such a sexy and exciting scene. At the critical moment, they were illuminated by a light bulb. They were so embarrassed that they immediately dodged as if they were electrocuted. Chapter 59, Embarrassment after being caught by my best friend. Tian, you are so annoying. Zhang Zifeng scolded angrily. This guy didn't come earlier or later, but just barged in when Yi Tian was about to kiss her nervous face. It ruined her good thing and made her embarrassed and shy. After seeing this scene, I felt too embarrassed to face my roommates. Tian is not only a delicious guy but also a gossipy guy. I will definitely tell my roommates in the dormitory about this embarrassing incident and make it a topic of conversation after dinner. Yes, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have interrupted you guys from kissing. He. Tian's smile was so annoying that it made Yi Tian and Zhang Zifeng embarrassed. How could we? I was so hungry just now, so he made me a bowl of noodles. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Zifeng wanted to argue again. Ah, you're too hungry? He's hungry too? What a coincidence. I'm afraid eating noodles won't solve your hunger, hee hee. Tian Tian pointed at Zhang Zifeng and Yi Tian, looking completely disbelieving yet eager to gossip. Tian Tian. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't play with you anymore. Zhang Zifeng pretended to be really angry, as this was the only way to make Tian Tian stop making fun of them. She was rather thin-skinned, and felt really embarrassed when Tian Tian continued to talk like that. But this guy still wants to talk endlessly. Okay, I won't say anymore. I won't say anymore. Hee hee. Tian Tian immediately covered her mouth, otherwise she would not be able to control herself from laughing. She originally wanted Zhang Zifeng to give her a great assist, but she was too thin-skinned and stopped her from speaking. Ahem. Since Tian Tian is here to accompany you, I'll go back first. Yi Tian felt extremely embarrassed as he listened to the two of them talking about this. Besides, he almost lost control just now. No, don't leave. I should go. Tian Tian hurriedly stopped Yi Tian and said. You stay, she needs you. Yi Tian looked at Zhang Zifeng and asked her for help. Zhang Zifeng quickly came to the rescue. Tian Tian, stop making trouble. Let him go back first. If I stay, it's not a good idea for the two of us to be alone in the same room. The air is too dry and could easily catch fire. Yi Tian thought so. After Yi Tian left, Tian Tian couldn't suppress her curiosity and ran to Zhang Zifeng. Zifeng, tell me quickly, how did you guys get on? When Zhang Zifeng was asked this, her pink little face immediately turned red again. He scolded her, what do you mean by progress? You saw everything just now, didn't you? Nothing happened between us. Tian Tian obviously didn't believe it and continued to joke. Weren't you two kissing at that time? How dare you say that? Zhang Zifeng rolled his eyes at her. Oh, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have shown up so early. Tian Tian then realized how regrettable it was that she had interrupted their good time. She added, if I could turn back time, I would have secretly hidden under the sofa and eavesdropped. Hee hee. Zhang Zifeng was speechless. Alas, what kind of bad friends have I made? Still eavesdropping? Can you hide under the sofa with your big body? Tian Tian, Zifeng, you were so mean, are you saying I'm fat in disguise? Humph. Next time I will definitely be your light bulb and not let Yi Tian take advantage of me. Zhang Zifeng corrected her and said, please, it's me who wants to pursue him now. He was quite calm with me. It hasn't reached the level of being so moved, let alone the level of being unable to help but confessing to me. You're still talking about preventing him from taking advantage of the situation, but now I'm the one who's trying to take advantage of the situation first. As Zhang Zifeng spoke, she began to feel a little disappointed. She didn't know whether Yi Tian was a pure and innocent man or he was not interested in her at all. From the beginning till now, she has found many opportunities to flirt with him, but why is he not attracted to her? Isn't my charm enough? Every time I encounter this situation, I always comfort myself by saying that more haste makes waste. This is a long-term plan. Spend more time with him and you'll develop feelings for him. Tian Tian, accompany me to the supermarket right now. Zhang Zifeng suddenly came up with a good idea, and immediately became energized and took action. Tian Tian didn't understand why Zhang Zifeng wanted to go to the supermarket now. What? What are you going to buy at the supermarket? Tian Tian reacted and followed Zhang Zifeng and asked. I'm going to buy some ingredients for cooking. Zhang Zifeng changed her clothes, touched up her makeup, and went out. What do you mean by buying all kinds of ingredients? Do you want to cook here? Don't you usually eat in the cafeteria? Did the sun rise from the west? Tian Tian was very confused. Why did Zhang Zifeng suddenly change his personality? A woman who has never done housework actually wants to cook? That's strange. Well, it's not entirely my cooking. Zhang Zifeng smiled sweetly after saying this. All he wanted to do was buy more ingredients and prepare them. When Yi Tian came over, he asked him to cook for himself. Enjoying the wonderful time of cooking and eating together, it was really sweet and happy. You're not planning to ask him to come over and cook for you? Tian Tian looked at Zhang Zifeng's sweet and happy face and guessed about 80% of what was going on. Zhang Zifeng said nothing, but just smiled and acknowledged the fact. Wow, this is such a lot of dog food. As a single guy, I finally got to see it today. This seems like they are going to live together. Later, Tian Tian went to Ruinfa supermarket and bought 5 big bags full of ingredients. This includes seasonings, hoju sauce, oyster sauce, wei jisian, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, aged vinegar, broad bean paste, spare rib sauce, barbecued pork sauce, Sichuan peppercorns, iodized salt, cornstarch, and more. There are also a dozen seasonal vegetables and fruits, as well as various seafood, meat, poultry, and other ingredients. Wow! 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 My dear lady, are you planning a banquet? Why are you buying so many ingredients? Store extra food in case of emergency. Zhang Zifeng said calmly. I don't think these ingredients are too much at all. Trust me. You really don't need to buy so much. If you buy so much, it won't taste good if you keep it for too long. Maybe you have never cooked before, so you don't know that this amount has exceeded the standard by more than 10 times. Besides, 2 refrigerators in your house won't be able to accommodate it. Tian Tian found it unbelievable. She felt that Zhang Zifeng was like someone who was stimulated and was shopping like crazy. She kept trying to persuade him, but to no avail. Zhang Zifeng immediately said, I've already bought 2 more refrigerators. Tian Tian. This prodigal daughter. The price to pay for chasing a handsome guy is quite high. After having the food and refrigerator delivered to his apartment, Zhang Zifeng was filled with enthusiasm. He immediately opened Douyin and searched for short videos about cooking, and followed them to learn how to cook. My dear lady. You are serious. Aren't you tired? After shopping, Tian Tian curled up on the sofa, eating melon seeds and didn't want to move. I'm not tired. I'm full of energy now. I really want to learn how to cook a dish quickly. Come on, help me watch the steps on Douyin and give me some pointers. Zhang Zifeng asked Tian Tian to take his mobile phone and watch the cooking video repeatedly. Tian Tian put down the melon seeds, played a video for her, and when she felt bored, she casually clicked on Zhang Zifeng's live broadcast room. Chapter 60, Tian entered the school beauty's live broadcast room and the excitement. Zhang Zifeng has never cooked a decent meal at home. The most he did in the kitchen was cook noodles on his parents' birthdays. There was also Nanny Zhaoma there to assist and give advice on the timing. But she was a bit clumsy, and the noodles ended up being cooked into a clumping mass. Fortunately, she didn't blow up the kitchen. This time, Zhang Zifeng had clearly memorized all the content of the video, so why was it still so difficult? It took her half an hour to finally wash and cut the broccoli, chicken, and other ingredients. Now it comes to the step of blanching the broccoli. She strictly follows the instructions in the video and controls the time. So she kept an eye on the timer on the induction cooker. When it was up, she fished it out. But when it came time to move on, she was a little flustered. Tian Tian, come over here and help me. What are you doing there? Ah, I accidentally clicked on your live broadcast room. It's live now. Ah. Tian Tian suddenly found herself in Zhang Zifeng's live broadcast room. I just took Zhang Zifeng's phone and thought it was my own phone. That's why I did this. What? Why did you open the live broadcast room? Quick, quick, quick. Close it. Close it quickly. She is cooking. How can this be seen by others? Zhang Zifeng was startled and quickly turned his back to avoid facing the camera. If I make a fool of myself while cooking, it will seriously affect my popularity. Zhang Zifeng wore an apron with her hair slightly loose. This outfit formed a sharp contrast with her extremely high appearance, but it made people extremely curious. The people in the live broadcast room saw this scene, and the screen exploded in just 5 seconds. Realizing that she had entered the wrong live broadcast room, Tian Tian quickly turned the camera to another place before exiting the room. However, the netizens in the live broadcast room were too crazy, too cute, and too incredible. Just 5 seconds after she entered the live broadcast room and faced Zhang Zifeng, they saw her and recognized that it was Zhang Zifeng who was cooking. That was close. Wow, I was shocked. Your live broadcast room is so popular. Wow. Already over 10 million followers. It seems like you've only been broadcasting for less than a month. And when you first started broadcasting a few days ago, weren't you only over a few 100,000 followers? How come he has tens of millions of fans after just a few days? Isn't this crazy? I'm just being a little careless and there are so many people watching my every move. Tian Tian clicked on her account and saw, wow, she has over 10 million followers. How amazing. What? Over 10 million followers? I didn't know. I haven't live streamed in the past 2 days. How come I gained so many followers overnight? Is there something wrong with the system? Zhang Zifeng ran over with a spatula and also checked the number of fans on his phone. She was surprised and excited at the same time. A possibility occurred to her. Could it be because that interesting soul gave me so many gifts? The night he sent me to the carnival, my popularity was extremely high. My followers increased by 300,000 that very night. Tian also suddenly realized. Oh, that's the interesting soul, brother? Yes, that's him. He seems quite mysterious though. I invited him to dinner to thank him before, but he refused to reveal his name. Zhang Zifeng thought about what happened that night and couldn't help but be filled with doubts again. There are a lot of wealthy people these days, and many of them are generous with their gifts to streamers. But it's really rare to see someone giving away millions at once. You could say he was the first one. According to my gossip, the only person who could give a reward of over 1 million to the anchor was Mr. Tsong a month ago. But Mr. Tsong was generous and only gave about 1 million. Compared to this soul brother, there is still a little distance. Tian analyzed with envy. Well, that should be the case. I was already shocked when I encountered this situation. Hey, do you think that mysterious soul brother is Yi Tian? Didn't he admit he's a second-generation rich kid? It's very likely he was the one who gave those carnivals away. Zhang Zifeng suddenly thought of this possibility. Tian had just been thinking in this direction when analyzing the situation, and now that Zhang Zifeng had reminded her, she felt the explanation made sense. She also agreed with this view. Since he's decided to reveal his identity, why not just ask him directly? As Tian spoke, she took out her phone and wanted to send a message to Yi Tian asking if it was the carnival he had sent. No. Don't ask him directly. Zhang Zifeng stops Tian. If it was really Yi Tian, then he would not have told anyone when he gave the gift, and he might not tell anyone if asked now. So I decided to open the live broadcast room after dinner tonight. After Yi Tian returned to school, the second brother and the others came to ask about his love affairs again. Boss, how's it going? Did you get the campus beauty? The third brother came over and asked with a smile. Yi Tian didn't answer him, but directly clamped his neck with his elbow. You are always gossiping about this. You've caused me so much trouble today. I won't let you watch those embarrassing movies anymore. I've been watching those romantic movies all the time, and it made me say the wrong thing today and I'm so embarrassed. Yi Tian recalled the details of his time with Zhang Zifeng. He felt embarrassed, speechless, and helpless. His glorious image as a gentleman was ruined by those unintentional vicious words. Boss, you're too new, aren't you? What's the point of those words? I tell you, when pursuing a girl, you have to say some sassy words at the right time. Sexy words are the best way to test whether a girl likes you. The third brother struggled hard to free himself from Yi Tian's elbow, and analyzed the situation for him while laughing at him. Third brother, stop talking nonsense and give the eldest brother some science. At this time, the second brother also looked over, and seeing that the eldest brother was confused, he asked the third brother to tell him the reason. Yi Tian. He really doesn't understand this. When he was with Wu Tong before, he had never said these shy love words. He has always been very dutiful and well behaved with Wu Tong. He was really innocent at that time and thought that being in love was just about eating together and shopping together. This is not simple. If you say something like this in front of a girl and she doesn't get angry or dislike you, it means she likes you. The third brother smiled and said, don't say these things carelessly. If you're not careful, girls will dislike you and think you're a pervert. The fourth brother disagreed. This was a high-risk behavior. Of course you can't just say that. First, you have to feel if the girl has some affection for you before you test it. The third brother said very experiencedly. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Nonsense. Yi Tian cursed fiercely and then picked up the textbook to study. At night, Yi Tian logged into Douyin to watch short videos. He noticed that Zhang Zifeng was live streaming again. So I went into her live broadcast room and gave her some gifts. Not bad. The fan base has skyrocketed. Yi Tian saw that Zhang Zifeng's number of followers had increased a lot. His own account also gained more than 13 million followers. This platform is so powerful. He gave gifts to Zhang Zifeng. He didn't have any works, and it was easy to see the gift increase. Welcome, interesting soul, to the live broadcast room, Zhang Zifeng said immediately. The live broadcast room was boiling. Chapter 61 Yi Tian appears in the live broadcast room again, and gifts fly all over the screen. Interesting soul, hello host. Hello everyone. Yi Tian, a guy with his own traffic. As soon as he entered the live broadcast room, netizens immediately called him. His popularity increased very quickly. Everyone was extremely excited when they saw him come in. The fans in the live broadcast room had three main purposes. One was to see the school beauty, the second was to see Yi Tian, and the third was to see the school beauty chatting and interacting with Yi Tian. Polymer, holy crap. I finally met the funny guy I've been hearing about. Ever since Interesting Soul gave away many carnivals and dominated the screen and charts, Yi Tian became an instant hit in the entire live broadcast world. Since then, his legend has been circulating on the internet. Netizens began to search for his information extensively. However, no matter how hard netizens dug, they were never able to uncover his true situation. All of this was due to Yi Tian's ability to make money. He had already asked someone to hide his identity. Therefore, the more mysterious and confusing his identity is, the more curious netizens are about this wealthy man who suddenly emerged. Every day, netizens wait in the live broadcast room, hoping for his next appearance. After the live broadcast room gave out the carnival, Yi Tian's fans also exploded. Now it has reached 27 million. It is much more than Zhang Zifeng's. Microscope, so excited. I really want to see the interesting soul brother. How many carnivals will he give out this time? Will he break the record again? The internet is toxic, the legend of Soul Brother. I've heard of it, so I searched for his account and followed him. Quitting King of Glory, I've been watching for a few days but haven't seen any updates from Soul Brother. Yi Tian does not broadcast live or release any works, so it is difficult for netizens to follow his updates. Ultraman fights monsters. I'm afraid this Soul Brother just watches videos and live broadcasts usually. But apart from Zhang Zifeng's live broadcast room, netizens have not heard of any trace of him appearing in any other live broadcast room. So they spontaneously set up a special account on Weibo to discuss Soul Brother's latest developments. As long as he has new developments, netizens will take the initiative to update on Weibo, so that fans across the internet can get the latest news about Soul Song from that Weibo as soon as possible. So in this way, many people finally saw him enter the live broadcast room this time. Microscope, I really want to experience the famous scene of rich people giving gifts again. It's exciting just thinking about it. Lonely Ashtray, oh, it would be great if Interesting Souls could also start live streaming. I really want to see him. Ultraman fights monsters. Legend has it that he's a wealthy and handsome old man. Laughing sideways. Microscope, you're an uncle, but I think the Interesting Soul must be a handsome, energetic young man. Otherwise, why would he be named Interesting Soul? Would you name an uncle like that? 3i, oh my god, is this beautiful woman's livestream? Why are you all discussing Interesting Souls? Did we come to the wrong place? Microscope, what went wrong? Here you should not only see the beautiful anchors, but also the interesting souls interacting with the anchors. Zhang Zifeng didn't have to do anything in the live broadcast room, they were already discussing very intensely. Comments are flying all over the screen. Sometimes it's so fast that you can't even read what the comments say. At this time, Zhang Zifeng said with a smile, "Welcome everyone to my live broadcast room, and I am very honored that such an interesting soul has come to the live broadcast room. It seems that the popularity of my live broadcast room is all thanks to this soul brother. Are you interested in seeing his handsome appearance?" At this time, Zhang Zifeng began to fan the flames. She hoped to force Yi Tian out with the help of netizens. After Zhang Zifeng's encouragement, netizens started to comment again. Okay, everyone seems very enthusiastic and looking forward to seeing this soul guy show up. Everyone please be quiet for a moment and let our soul brother come out and take a few steps and say a few words, okay? Suddenly everyone fell silent, waiting for Yi Tian to speak. At this time, Yi Tian raised his mouth slightly and typed. Why do we need to show our faces when we meet? We are all destined to meet here. It is enough to feel happy. You don't need to see my face. After Yi Tian said this, everyone was dissatisfied. They all expressed their desire to meet him and see him in person. Comments started flying across the screens again. But the speed was too fast. I couldn't understand what was said. In Yi Tian's dormitory. Boss, I didn't expect you to be so popular. The second brother and the others surrounding Yi Tian were also extremely excited. They didn't expect Yi Tian to be so popular on the internet. They were really envious. If you have money, you can be willful, and if you have money, you will be popular. Damn. You gave Sister Zifeng a carnival, and she still doesn't know you're the soul brother, right? It seems that Sister Zhang Zifeng really wants to know who you are? If she wants to know who you are, just tell her directly. Anyway, your identity has been exposed today. The third brother Li Yifeng also said it casually. But Yi Tian said nothing, just staring at the screen. Old Sijifeng said at this time. What do you know? Of course the boss won't release his detailed information in the live broadcast room. Don't you see how many fans he has now? If it were announced, with the abilities of these netizens, wouldn't they blow up the boss's phone every day? The online comments are so overwhelming that they might even exceed your imagination. The second oldest, Xu Hong, exactly. Now the eldest brother's fans should be much higher than Zhang Zifeng's sisters. Do you think which internet celebrity can compare to his popularity? Even top stars can't compare to this. At this time, Zhang Zifeng still wanted to force Yi Tian to connect to the microphone in the same way as before. Yi Tian had already seen through her thoughts. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He said calmly, "There's no need to show up or anything like that, but I will be in this live broadcast room from time to time. Well, I also want to thank all my fans for their love. As for everyone urging me to start a live broadcast, I don't have any plans to do so for the time being. Now that everyone is in this live broadcast room, let us watch our beautiful anchoress' other talents." Since Yi Tian repeatedly refused, Zhang Zifeng no longer forced him. Then she sang a pop song. Then Yi Tian started a wave of inhumane gifts. A wave of magical castles worth 28,888 funny things. Then another wave of 30,000 carnivals flew by. Every color has it. Finally, I'll give you another wave of 66,666 Supreme Salute. The gifts that dominate the live broadcast room are so enviable. Netizens were amazed by this visual feast. Super cool. Zhang Zifeng looked at the gifts that kept dominating the screen and she was smiling happily. This divine beauty and these tycoon gifts are equally eye-catching. Waves of gifts continued to be sent out for an hour. The value has doubled compared to the previous live broadcast. Polymer interesting soul YYDS. Microscope interesting soul YYDS. Netizens in the live broadcast room shouted interesting soul YYDS. Such comments quickly flew up again. Undoubtedly, Yi Tian became the most popular person. Chapter 62, Meeting the Enemy. After exiting the live broadcast room, Yi Tian silently sent a WeChat message to Zhang Zifeng. Do you know who the interesting soul is now? A minute later, Zhang Zifeng exited the live streaming room. She opened WeChat and saw Yi Tian's message. A happy smile appeared on her face, and she replied directly. I don't know. When Yi Tian saw this message, he immediately wanted to say, wow. The school beauty had clearly guessed who he was, but she pretended not to know. It seems he still needs to try harder. Ding. Detected that the host gave the anchor a generous gift, rewarding the host with 20,000 billion in Grand Group. 20 additional luxury cars. Good job. Yi Tian was also shocked. The rewards of this system were getting higher and higher. A group with a market capitalization of 200 billion is a legendary entity. But to manage such a large group, would he go to the Mediterranean ahead of time? Thinking of this, he subconsciously touched his head. The hair volume is pretty good, quite lush. Although modern people can improve their appearance through hair transplantation if they suffer from hair loss. The same is true for Mars, the former richest man on Earth. But Yi Tian felt that the appearance saved by hair transplantation was not better than the original one. After all, the original is the best. With such a large group, I definitely can't do everything myself. You must find a professional manager. We need the help of the fifth stage for this matter. The next morning. It is Saturday. He turned down some club activities at school. After Yi Tian went to the cafeteria to have breakfast, he called Dai Wuching to drive over to pick him up and prepare to go to Dihao Group. According to the system prompts, the 20 rewarded luxury cars are all in the parking garage of the Repulse Bay Villa. Let Dai Wuching immediately call and select 20 experienced drivers to drive the 20 luxury cars rewarded by the system. A fleet of luxury cars stopped in front of the gate of Xiamen University. Strong lineup. The campus was instantly in an uproar. Yi Tian and his 3 roommates got into the luxury car. Yi Tian sat in the middle. This is the first time that everyone has seen such a powerful lineup of luxury cars. So there were a lot of people gathered on both sides of the road. The convoy moved forward slowly until it arrived in front of the Imgrand Group. Dihao Group is the most luxurious and spectacular commercial building in the country. There are 66 floors in total. The president of Dihao Group led a group of employees and lined up in the lobby on the first floor early in the morning waiting for Yi Tian's arrival. This scene is comparable to the spectacular scene of a domineering CEO going to work in an idol drama. Yi Tian walked in front, followed closely by Di Wuchang. The second, third, and fourth brothers walked behind, all of them dressed in suits and looked very heroic. Especially Yi Tian, besides being handsome and elegant, he also has the demeanor of a king. All employees, welcome back Chairman Yi. 2 long lines of employees enthusiastically welcomed Yi Tian back. Yi Tian, okay, thank you all for your hard work. The employee stood solemnly and said in a loud voice, it's not hard. This is our duty and responsibility. Yi Tian was very satisfied, the future glory of Dihao Group depends on you. Yi Tian greeted all the employees. From now on, he has to be a good boss, not only strict with his employees but also clear about rewards and punishments. Employee, yes. We will do our best. All the employees answered with great confidence. Okay, everyone go back to your posts. After the welcome ceremony, President Li told all employees to return to their work posts. Mr. Yi, I'll take you to the office. President Li smiled and bowed to Yi Tian, making a gesture of invitation, being very respectful throughout. Yi Tian's office is on the top floor, the 66th floor. There is his own elevator next to it. Yi Tian and his companions took the exclusive elevator and went directly to the 66th floor. As President Li led Yi Tian into his office, Lao Er and the others were stunned again. Wow, boss, oh no, Mr. Yi, your office is so huge and so classy. The second son, Chu Hong, had indeed never seen such a scene before. He sighed at the luxurious office. The entire 66th floor is Chairman Ye's office area. The East Office area includes the reception room, secretary's office, and the president's office. It is divided into a tea room, a rest area, a fitness area, a dining area, and an office area. Wow, boss, this isn't just an office area, it's an office, entertainment, residence, and fitness all in one. The third brother Li Yifeng couldn't help but sigh after seeing this. I'd be happy if I had an office that's 1/3 as spacious as this one. Lao Sijifeng expressed his envy. 1/3 of this place is pretty cool, okay? 1/3 is over 100 square meters. The second brother Chu Hong said. No, we are not as good as the boss. What he has now is simply beyond our reach. The second brother Chu Hong said. Ha, you gentlemen have unlimited futures. No need to be so modest. President Li is also very smooth and his words are naturally pleasant. Knowing that these people have an unusual relationship with Yi Tian, he naturally wants to please them. This is how it is in the workplace. Employees who are good at talking and pleasing their superiors always get promoted faster and have better prospects than those who are capable. In fact, being able to get along well with your superiors and the people around them is also an important manifestation of workplace ability. Thank you, Mr. Li, for your kind words. I will definitely work hard in the future. The third brother, Li Yifeng, naturally would not underestimate himself, as he now has Yi Tian as his life goal. He will naturally work harder. Although he does not have as high a starting point or as high an achievement as Yi Tian, he must have that ambition and determination. Mr. Yi, please rest here for a while. I'll make you some good tea. President Li said this with a smile. After getting Yi Tian's response, he left the office. Then they visited Yi Tian's office area very excitedly. Yi Tian also looked around casually and then went straight to the gym. At this time, Lin Sun suddenly appeared at the Imgrand Group. Of course he came for a project. He walked arrogantly into the exclusive elevator and went to the 66th floor. Coincidentally, he recognized Yi Tian at once. Since the last banquet, he has been unable to suppress Yi Tian. The thugs he sent out were of no use to him. Later, Zhang Zifeng and Yi Tian got married. He sent people to try to get rid of him many times but returned empty-handed. I checked his background and found nothing worth mentioning, but for some reason I just couldn't do anything to him. He wanted to use his power to control the Zhang family group, but in the end he was unable to do so. Ever since then he has been harboring a bad temper in his heart. He swore that he would never be reconciled with Yi Tian in this life. Now when enemies meet, they are especially jealous of each other. So Lin Sun deliberately walked to Yi Tian's side, wanting to take the opportunity to insult him. What a narrow road for enemies. Isn't this the useless son-in-law of the Zhang family who's trying to be rich but still boasts about his wealth? Lin Sun smiled sinisterly, his face was covered with fat, his smile was obscene, and his twitching was disgusting. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian turned his head calmly and saw Lin Sun, who was smiling triumphantly. Chapter 63, Rude Remarks and Overestimating One's Own Abilities. Yi Tian, who was about 190 centimeters tall, curled his lips indifferently, took a step forward and looked down at Lin Sun, who was only about 1.65 meters tall. A look of disgust as if looking at garbage. Maybe it's the pressure of height, or maybe it's the strong aura. Lin Sun suddenly felt a surge of pressure, and couldn't help but shudder. He had to take a deep breath to find the courage to speak. Looking up at Yi Tian, who was so tall and handsome, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel jealous. Seeing his high-end custom-made suit, Lin Sun was slightly stunned and continued to sneer. What? He's dressed like a gentleman. Is he a gigolo who's come here to eat? Lin Sun thought that Yi Tian relied on women to get to the top and came here to find a job. Oh. Yi Tian sneered and said dimly, there is nothing I can do. I'm naturally handsome and have the capital to be a gigolo. Yi Tian was too lazy to argue with him. He now felt that being with Zhang Zifeng was pretty good. Even if he had to eat gigolo, it was still delicious. Thinking of Zhang Zifeng, he felt warm in his heart. Our boss has the capital to live off his wife. Besides, our boss doesn't need to live off his wife at all. Unlike some old men who are big and strong, fat and bloated, and look like a piece of fat meat, which is disgusting to look at, naturally no one dares to touch them. Even if you want to eat free rice, you are not qualified. At this time, Lao San and the others heard the noise and immediately rushed over to confront Lin Sun. Lin Sun hated most in his life when others talked about his height and appearance. Ever since he became rich, no one dared to mention these things in front of him. He was surrounded by people who flattered and fawned over him. Now these brats were actually hitting his sore spot right in front of him. He felt extremely insulted and was furious. Shameless loser. What's so arrogant about a gigolo like you who relies on women to get ahead? And you? Where did you come from, you stinky brat? How dare you talk to me? Lin Sun pointed at Yi Tian and the third brother angrily and kept cursing them. His face was ferocious and his cheeks were covered with flesh. Bah! What are you pointing at? Be careful or our boss will chop off your fingers. Don't think you're superior just because you have a few bucks. I'm not worthy of talking to you. I tell you, you are nothing in front of our boss. The third brother quickly recognized that Lin Sun was a well-known local gangster. Don't think that he can change his original nature just because he made a fortune in some shady businesses in recent years. Lin Sun's assets only add up to 5 billion, which is nothing compared to the boss's group. So now he has Yi Tian's support and is not afraid of Lin Sun at all. Just because he's a gigolo? Ah, I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha. Lin Sun thought it was ridiculous. A coward who relied on women to get to the top. How could someone defend him so much? You're a coward, an old, ugly coward. The third brother, Li Feng, was extremely annoyed when he heard this and cursed him loudly. You're the one who's living off her. Our boss is the major shareholder of the Brand Group. He's the chairman. Does he need to be living off her? The second brother Chu Hong also joined the attack. Are you scared? Our boss can turn you into a beggar with just a flick of his finger. Why don't you kowtow and apologize to our boss? I can't stand this stinky man, his arrogant and contemptuous attitude, and I can't stand him continuing to insult our boss. Old Sijifeng looked at Lin Sun with disdain and said bluntly. I didn't expect that these followers around Yi Tian would be so sharp-tongued. Several of them took turns to criticize him non-stop. How dare he fabricate something in front of him and even made up the story that he was the president of Dihao Group. In this area, Lin Sun has been a tyrant for so many years. What big shot doesn't he know? Who in the world doesn't respect him and act according to his wishes? Except for the mysterious boss of the Dihao Group. But the Brand Group is a massive conglomerate with a market capitalization of 200 billion. To achieve such a large group, one must have spent decades in the business world to achieve this position. How could a brat like him do that? Who would believe it if I told them that? Even a lie couldn't be so outrageous. If it were more realistic, maybe they would believe it a little. Ha 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 ha. It's really ridiculous to make up such a lie. Yi Tian, you must find it so ridiculous that you dare not say a word. Lin Sin thought that Yi Tian, who was standing aside watching the fun, must be feeling guilty and did not dare to defend himself. Oh, you don't even believe us when we tell you the truth. I'm truly impressed by you. Our boss is a natural-born king. He's the authentic chairman of the Embrand Group. The third brother Li Yifeng reiterated. Bah! If Yi Tian, you gigolo, were the chairman of this place, I would be the richest man in the world. Lin Sin scorned Yi Tian fiercely, then added, I wonder how many women you must have slept with to get this expensive suit. Now Lin Sin has completely touched Yi Tian's bottom line. I have been enduring this old man for a long time, and now he wants to humiliate him unscrupulously. He doesn't need to tolerate this reckless behavior any longer. Didn't you teach Lin Sin a lesson last time? Did you really think he was a sick cat? How dare you show off in front of him? Bang! Yi Tian angrily punched Lin Sin in the face. Shut your damn mouth. If you keep talking nonsense and speaking rudely, I'll make sure you can't speak for the rest of your life. Yi Tian warned him. Lin Sin didn't even react. One side of his fat face was deformed from the blow. Blood continued to flow from the corner of his mouth. He never expected Yi Tian to hit him, and he did it so quickly and accurately. At that moment he was shocked by Yi Tian's domineering behavior. A severe pain came over him, and he cried out in pain before he came to his senses. At this time, he covered his face and shouted loudly, asking his bodyguards to beat Yi Tian. They're rebelling. Beat them all. Beat them hard. After the words were spoken, Lin Sin's bodyguards rushed up and beat Yi Tian. Lao Er and the others saw that Lin Sin was beaten into a pig's head and looked ugly. I was so happy that I couldn't help laughing. But Lin Sin's bodyguards are tall and strong, and they are not to be trifled with. The two bodyguards attacked Yi Tian together, be careful. They shouted together at the critical moment. They were very worried. Fortunately, Yi Tian nimbly dodged the attack and cleverly avoided it. Then, with a powerful backhand and a fierce kick, he easily knocked the two bodyguards to the ground. Lin Sin was so scared that he took a few steps back, his face pale. Ever since he'd witnessed his true kung fu skills at the banquet, he'd hired several top-tier bodyguards. Still no match for him? Good. Ha ha. Boss is awesome. Lin Sin was so frightened after knocking out the two burly bodyguards. This scene was so satisfying. They applauded. What happened? Mr. Yi, are you okay? Not long after President Li left, why did Director Yi start fighting with two bodyguards? Chapter 64, The Evil Ones Suffer the Sin. Ever since the system rewarded him with fighting skills, fighting became as easy for Yi Tian as eating. He can easily deal with more than 10 people by himself, let alone two bodyguards. Oh, Mr. Li, I'm here. Come and give me a hand. Lin Sin screamed in pain, completely lacking in manliness. He saw President Li coming but ignoring him, and instead hurried to Yi Tian to ask about his well-being. He wanted to ask Mr. Li to come over and help him, but he ignored him. Is President Li blind? I'm falling down here, but instead of coming to help, he goes to ask that brat. Thinking of this, Lin Sin was furious, but the other party was Lin Shang, the president of Dihao Group after all, so he had to consider his face and did not dare to confront him head-on. Lin Sin could only speak to him in a friendly manner, even groveling. I'm fine. Yi Tian put his hands in his pockets, looked at Lin Sin on the ground and said proudly, he should be the one in trouble. After hearing this, President Li turned around and looked at Lin Sin, who was lying on the ground and was badly beaten. After observing for a few seconds, President Li recognized that it was Lin Sin. Ouch! Boss Lin? President Li walked over and shouted in disbelief, why are you here? How did you get beaten like this? Ouch! Mr. Li! You came just in time. The person who hit me was that brat. I came here to discuss a project with you, but who knew that this brat would mess up here and even punch me? Look! You better teach him a lesson. When Lin Sin heard that CEO Li was concerned about him, he immediately complained and said he would give Yi Tiankai a good beating. He turned his swollen face to show CEO Li. He thought that with President Li's strength, he would be able to get rid of Yi Tian anyway. Boss Lin. It's a good thing you didn't hurt him, otherwise you would be in big trouble. He's the chairman of our group, President Lee said thankfully. What? Are you kidding? He's your chairman? He's the major shareholder of the Imgrand Group? That brat? Linson widened his eyes in disbelief and pointed at Yi Tian in front of him. How is that possible? He is so young, how can he be qualified to be the chairman of the Didiheo Group? I'm not kidding, he is indeed our chairman, Yi Tian. Seeing that Linson still looked incredulous, President Lee nodded heavily and said with certainty. Linson froze in place, his face as pale as death. What's going on? Doesn't that mean his project is doomed? Sure enough, Yi Tian then said to President Lee, you are not allowed to cooperate with this person. Stop all cooperation with him. Mr. Lee said to Yi Tian respectfully, yes. Mr. Yi. Then he turned to Linson and said, Boss Lin, you just heard it, right? Our chairman Yi has issued an order that all cooperation projects with the Lin Group, including those currently underway, must be halted. That's all. Lin Sen's mind was blank and he was so sad that he couldn't even cry. This was a major project he had been preparing for 2 years. And it was all wasted at this very moment? 2 projects we were collaborating on have also fallen through. He never imagined that the friction he had just had with this brat would cause the 2 projects he had already collaborated on to fail. How come the cooked duck flew away? Boss Lee. Did you accept his favors and conspire to cheat me? He is obviously a coward who lives off women, how could he be the chairman of the Imgrand Group? If you don't believe me, you can call Zhang Group to check. At this moment, Linson suddenly thought of the fact that Yi Tian was already married to Zhang Zifeng, and he spoke without thinking. Boss Lin. Don't speak carelessly, please respect yourself. How can you slander the chairman of our Dihao Group at will? I am already giving you face by respectfully calling you Boss Lin. Don't be so shameless as to say that. Hearing Lin Sen's insults, President Lee was already angry. He immediately warned him not to talk nonsense, let alone try to slander the chairman of the Imgrand Group. Ah, Mr. Lee, I'm not talking about you. That's not what I meant. I mean him. Linson realized that he had spoken too hastily and said the wrong thing, offending President Lee. He immediately changed his words and pointed at Yi Tian. Unexpectedly, before he could finish, President Lee shouted, Linson! Are you crazy? Who do you think you are? You said our chairman is even worse. President Lee no longer had the patience to be polite with him and started to curse him by name. Mr. Lee, there's no need to waste time talking to him. Tell the security to chase him away. Yi Tian didn't want to see this person again. That's right. Our boss doesn't want to see you anymore, yet you're still here talking nonsense. Get out of here. Get out right now. The second brother and the others didn't want to see this ugly man for even a second longer. At President Lee's command, a group of security guards rushed in. Several of them dragged Linson, whose face was bruised and swollen, towards the elevator. After losing several major projects and being ordered to leave, Linson seemed to have suffered unprecedented humiliation. He became mad and threw everything into disarray. He couldn't get the Imgrand Group project anyway. He didn't care about that anymore and just started cursing. Yi Tian, you shameless, cowardly bastard. Despicable villain. I don't know what dirty tricks you used to get this position. What are you so proud of? Isn't it just a few projects? I don't want them anymore. You bastard, I can't stand with you. Just wait for me, I will definitely avenge this. I'm waiting here. I'm just worried you don't have the strength. Yi Tian curled the corners of his mouth and snorted coldly. Shut his mouth. Throw him out. Linson was so angry that he didn't know what obscene words he would utter next. President Lee quickly ordered the security guards to throw him out of the group building. If Linsen's harsh words affected Yi Tian's mood, the entire company would suffer. He was the one who bore the brunt of it. So President Lee was sweating all the time. Mr. Lee, go and take care of it. A cold light flashed in Yi Tian's deep eyes, and President Lee couldn't help but be frightened. He knew that Lin Sen had touched Yi Tian's bottom line. Lin Sen's company bankruptcy is inevitable. Yes, Mr. Yi. Then, Mr. Lee withdrew after receiving the order. Boss, does this Lin Sen have a grudge against you? The second brother couldn't help but ask doubtfully. Judging from Lin San's attitude towards Yi Tian just now, something must have happened between them, otherwise Lin San wouldn't be so bitter and resentful towards the eldest brother. Yeah. This guy has bad intentions. Last time, I only taught him a lesson because he didn't hurt anyone I cared about, and then I let him go. Who knew this guy couldn't change his bad habits and still act evilly? Yi Tian said slowly that he had already regarded Zhang Zifeng as someone he cared about. I began to feel like I had no idea where the emotions came from. Chapter 65. Yi Tian was photographed and became famous. Boss, why isn't your secretary here? When they went to Yi Tian's office just now, they found that the secretary's desk was empty. Yi Tian frowned slightly and looked at Mr. Li. This was his first time at work, wasn't it? He didn't know the specific situation. When the very perceptive President Li heard the second son's question, he immediately replied with a smile, "To Mr. Yi, your secretary has taken leave today and will be back to work tomorrow." Yi Tian listened and nodded, turned and walked into the office, and said, "Mr. Li, please bring all the company's financial statements for this year to my office." "Yes, Mr. Yi." President Li then returned to the office without stopping. "Boss, your secretary is really awesome. The boss has come to work, but he actually asked for leave. He didn't even come to greet you on your first day at work. How tactless. Fire him." The third brother Li Yifeng said half-jokingly. "Exactly. That's so rude. There's not even anyone to serve tea." The second one also joined in the fun. "If it's a beautiful secretary, I'll forgive it, but if it's a man, I really want to fire him, ha." What Lao Sijifeng said is really double standard. Hearing such double standards, the second brother couldn't help but agree, yes, if it's a girl, she can stay. Then since we're not women, can we just leave? The third brother said this in a very self-deprecating manner. These guys are never serious all day long. Just kidding, just kidding. The second brother stopped immediately. If they keep joking around, the boss will have them thrown out. Yi Tian sat in the office chair, enjoying the feeling of being a domineering president. On the highest floor of the Grand Group, the 66th floor. There is a feeling of a king who looks down on his peers. It is easier to arouse the ambition to succeed in the business world. After enjoying a moment of refreshment, Yi Tian quickly prepared to enter work mode. "We are all brothers, no need to be polite, just sit down," Yi Tian said to the second brother and the others. Then, he said to fifth Chang, "Brother Chang, you have an MBA. All future affairs of the group will depend on your assistance." Diwu Chang is originally an all-round talent. He is the exclusive butler and pilot matched to him by the system after testing. Therefore, he has enough ability to assist Yi Tian in all his activities, life, work, etc. So he nodded to Yi Tian and said seriously, "Boss, you are too polite. This is also my job. I will definitely assist you with all my strength." "Brother Chang, didn't I tell you? From now on, you can just call me Yi Tian, not boss. We can just call each other brothers. Especially now that there are no outsiders around." Yi Tian has always admired Diwu Cheng's character and has long regarded him as an older brother. Diwu Cheng smiled and nodded, "Yes, boss." "Ha, you still can't change your words." Yi Tian couldn't help laughing when he saw his silly look. The second brother and the others who were sitting next to them drinking tea also laughed. "That's right, Brother Chang, our boss is very nice. There's no need to be so serious in this kind of situation. Just be more casual." Yi Tian, Lao Er and the others were so enthusiastic and had already regarded themselves as brothers. Diwu Chang was very moved when he heard this. He must work harder and complete every task well, so that Yi Tian can feel more at ease and have no worries. Yi Tian chatted with them about company matters while drinking tea in the office. Ding! Detected that the host has taken over the Grand Group. Rewarding the host's corporate management skills with an additional 10 billion employee reward reserve. At this time, the system's voice sounded. Yi Tian listened to the system's reward, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. This system is too humane. He was worried about how he would manage such a huge group. After all, he was not a professional, and he was still a college student, so his experience and energy in managing a business were very limited. The system rewarded him with this set of business management skills. It should allow him to navigate the business world with ease. Managing such a large group would also be a breeze. In addition, he also has a capable subordinate, Diwu Chang. It is even more powerful. 15 minutes later. President Lee has sorted out all the group's reports for the past year and sent them to the chairman's office. Wow, boss, how are we going to read all these reports? He looked at the 5 large stacks of reports President Lee had handed over, each half a meter high. The third brother couldn't help but stare in amazement. The reports are piled up so high, comparable to the test papers on my desk in my senior year of high school. He got a headache seeing so many reports. Depend on. Seeing so many reports piled up on my desk reminds me of the hard times I went through in my senior year of high school. It was so dark and gloomy. The third child still has some aftereffects from this. Faced with so many reports, Di Wucheng frowned slightly, but 3 days would still be enough for him to handle them. Yi Tian's lips curled up slightly. He said calmly, "It doesn't matter. Just read them one by one." Apparently no pressure. Of course, with the help of the system, he already had an exceptional memory, and now with this business management skill, he can read 10 lines at a glance. After reading the report, you can quickly react and figure out how to deal with these problems. You guys go over there and have some tea and wait. Brother Chang and I will screen these reports first. Yi Tian said to the second brother and the others. He planned to review these reports with Di Wucheng and fully grasp the entire situation of the Embrand Group before leaving get off work today. Lunchtime. Yi Tian asked President Lee to order lunch and have it delivered directly to his office. After lunch, they continued working until 3:30 p.m., having reviewed all the reports and listed the key ones. They also summarized some of the company's problems and prepared to discuss and find solutions at the company's top management meeting. Second brother, help us make some coffee. After finishing the work at hand, Yi Tian stretched out his body and then called the second brother. While Yi Tian was working, Lao Er and his friends were bored, so they went to the gym on the same floor to have some fun. After receiving Yi Tian's call, Lao Er and the others came over immediately. Boss, Brother Chang. You guys are really amazing for finishing it so quickly. The second brother came in quickly with coffee. Needless to say, our boss's work ability is top-notch. The third brother, Lia Feng, was not flattering him. He knew that Yi Tian could read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything he read. In addition, he had a strong learning ability. He believed that it would be very easy for Yi Tian to take over the group this time. You're the only one who can flatter. Old Sijifeng threw a ball of paper at the third brother's face. The third brother is really not flattering, look. I just saw a video about the eldest brother. Take a look. At this time, the second brother showed them the video on Douyin. The domineering CEO angrily slaps the director in the face for his beloved. The domineering CEO in this video is the boss. The third brother exclaimed. Chapter 66 should be more enthusiastic towards him. Let me see it too. Hearing this title makes my blood boil. And it was about the boss. They couldn't wait to gather around and watch. The content of the video mainly shows the famous scene where Yi Tian conflicts with the director on the set and then slaps the director in the face. I didn't expect that I was secretly photographed on the set that day. Oh my god, boss, the video of you going to the set to look for Zhang Zifeng's sister went viral. It got over 1 million likes alone. Look at those comments. They all say you're so handsome and cool. You've nailed the domineering CEO vibe. The paparazzi are really good. It's not enough to dig up your information, but they also deliberately fabricate and distort the facts in order to attract attention and gain more traffic. The mysterious CEO paved the way for his beloved and invested in Lizzie Film and Television Media Company, Limited, becoming its largest shareholder. Here's an even more outrageous story. It says that the mysterious CEO was jealous of the male lead on the set and almost replaced him. The mysterious CEO asked his girlfriend to bring in money to join the crew. She crushes the heroine with her financial ability. A domineering CEO suppresses the popular young actor Wang Jun for his beloved. Oh my god. These paparazzi are so unprofessional. The more they write, the more outrageous it gets. Xiamen University students suspected to be the mysterious chairman of Dihao Group. Oh my god, this paparazzi is really good at digging up information. He got here so quickly. The fourth child saw another popular video. This video shows Yi Tian coming out of a fleet of luxury cars and walking into the Embrand Group like a star surrounded by stars. But this title is poorly written. This paparazzi is too unsure. He should change suspected to be too exactly. Then they kept picking out some key comments and reading them out. Yi Tian remained calm after hearing this and was not angry at all. He also watched the contents of those videos. There was a video that showed him and Zhang Zifeng standing together from the side. This side shot is really beautiful. He wants to thank the person who took the photo secretly. Some netizens also commented, they really look like a couple, a match made in heaven. This comment really touched his heart. After reading it, Yi Tian smiled with satisfaction. Boss, they say that to you, and you can still laugh? Aren't you angry? Old Sijifeng looked at Yi Tian's puzzled behavior and couldn't help asking. Shouldn't he be very angry? Being written about like this by paparazzi. He definitely turned a domineering president into a vicious president. Those who don't know would really think that Yi Tian is a bad person. It is true that the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Yi Tian remains indifferent. The fifth Chan watched the videos carefully and then looked at Yi Tian's reaction. He seemed to understand something. Yi Tian had always been very low-key before this incident was exposed, but this time he chose to reveal his identity on the crew and was no longer low-key. He had only one purpose, and that was for Zhang Zifeng. It seems that the relationship between Yi Tian and the school bell is not just ordinary alumni affection. These are just random postings by marketing accounts at the end of the month to boost sales. They're not worth taking seriously. Just when everyone was extremely anxious, Yi Tian Kai said this lightly. It seems that the comments in the video that slander him have nothing to do with him. The boss is too careless. Shouldn't he use his financial resources to suppress these paparazzi and gossip magazines? The second brother and the others all looked at Yi Tian in amazement. They're just trying to make a living. As long as it's not too extreme, let them write whatever they want. Besides, they didn't take any pictures of us from the front. It won't cause much trouble to our lives. There are so many marketing accounts and gossip that they can't manage it all. As long as it doesn't affect the fundamental interests of the group. Those are just floating clouds. Yi Tiankai explained, making them all look at him in confusion. This time, he didn't want to use his wealth to suppress the matter. Even if we take a step back, since he chose to expose his identity, he doesn't care about the trouble it causes to his life. Sitsong's high profile usually doesn't cause any trouble, not to mention that he only has this little bit of gossip. Zhang Zifeng sighed. Zifeng, have you seen this video? You and Yi Tian are on the headlines. Even though it's only your profile, and the edges are a little blurry, it's easy for people around you who are familiar to recognize it as you. Tian also saw the video, and she quickly showed it to Zhang Zifeng. I see. It's good. Zhang Zifeng was also satisfied. She had also seen comments that suggested they looked like a good couple. Thinking back to everything that happened on the set at that time, I was angry, resentful, and indignant. But after Yi Tian explained it clearly, she was no longer angry. She understood that everything Yi Tian did had his reasons. So I should look at things from his perspective. Seriously, do you two have feelings for each other? No lying. Tian looked at Zhang Zifeng curiously and asked. Tian and the others had never formally asked such questions face to face. Zhang Zifeng was now a little embarrassed by the questioning. Maybe, I don't know him. Maybe, don't you know him? You mean all along that you have a crush on him? And you're not sure whether he has a crush on you? When Tian saw Zhang Zifeng being shy and silent, she should have guessed this. It's bad. Why don't we create opportunities and take the initiative? We should try to take him down as soon as possible. Yi Tian is handsome and now he is so rich. He will definitely be stared at by other girls, you have to hurry up. Tian, this single guy, is not good at dating, but he is still very good as a military strategist. You think I don't want to? More haste makes waste. What if I scare him away? Zhang Zifeng recalled the night they went back to her mother's house together a few days ago. She originally wanted to take the initiative, but who knew that Yi Tian was not interested in her at all? You have to know that she mustered up her courage that day and went far beyond her own limits to tease him. And he still avoided her without any regrets. You should have used your beauty. A pretty girl like you needs to use some skills and dress more openly. Even a monk can be conquered. Who told you to be so reserved normally? Tian offered some advice and said with a bit of regret. So many boys usually write love letters to her and even take the initiative to ask her out. Zhang Zifeng remained unmoved and always looked like a cool goddess. This definitely won tea work for Yi Tian. Yi Tian is a bit of a fool to begin with. How could he possibly have those thoughts about you when you look so serious and aloof? He doesn't dare. Tian continued to nag. Tian just doesn't know that she has already used the beauty trap, okay? Yesterday in the apartment, Tian got so close to me but didn't cross the line, and he didn't even kiss me. You saw it all. Zhang Zifeng said a little disappointedly. Oh, yes, I remember now. With a beautiful woman in his arms, he sits like Tang Monk. Oh, it's your fault that he's not that attractive to you. You need to change your strategy. Force yourself. Zhang Zifeng. She is not a man. What does it mean to force someone to do something? Can Tian, this lunatic, come up with some practical solutions? Tian suddenly said excitedly, I have an idea. You will do as I say tomorrow night. Chapter 67 Moving in with me. Zhang Zifeng felt a little embarrassed when she heard Tian's funny idea, and her delicate little face turned red instantly. Then he asked shyly, isn't this a bad idea? Tian, however, felt good about herself and puffed out her chest assuring, believe me. A good sister will definitely not cheat you. This is a lifelong event. It's an old-fashioned idea, but it works. Especially to a simple and honest person like Tian. Tian smiled and emphasized again. Based on her experience of watching so many idol dramas, this method always works if a girl is chasing a boy. And the hit rate is high and the effect is fast. Zhang Zifeng glanced sideways at her best friend who had never been on a date before and was very skeptical about her idea. Tian seemed to see through Zhang Zifeng's thoughts. Then she continued nagging, let me tell you, the love between men and women is nothing more than love at first sight and love that grows over time. Since he doesn't fall in love with you at first sight, you must hold on to this love that grows over time. As the saying goes, love grows with time. It takes a long time to get along with each other. You have so few opportunities to interact with him now, how can you fall in love with him? As the saying goes, those who are close to the water get the moon first. So you have to take the initiative and create a pattern of seeing him every morning and every night. From morning to night and then back to morning. This way, you have more opportunities to interact with each other. It is possible that some physical contact or even more intimate skin-to-skin contact may occur. Doesn't this make it easier to be affectionate? Tian spoke excitedly and incessantly. It was as if she had experienced this kind of scene before. Zhang Zifeng watched her vivid description and felt that it was indeed the case. What she said made sense. So I decided to give it a try. When it comes to relationships, you should listen to your bestie's opinions. Because those involved are often confused, while those who are on the sidelines can see things more clearly. Many times when I am in the deep of this kind of emotion, I am most likely to worry about gains and losses, lose track of the direction of things, and be irrational. Otherwise, why do so many people say that a woman's IQ drops rapidly when she is in love? Yeah, I'll listen to you. Yes. Seeing that Zhang Zifeng agreed with her, Tian was happier than Zhang Zifeng. But if Tian wants to move in with me, I can't ask him to do it myself. How can I give him a proper hint about this? Zhang Zifeng felt a little embarrassed when he thought about this problem. After all, she is a girl, and it is too embarrassing to say this. Look at you, you've become stupid again. Why don't you just ask your parents to come forward? Tian said immediately. Such a simple thing. I'm afraid they'll worry about me. The reason why Zhang Zifeng moved out was that he didn't want his parents to know that his marriage was fake, and he didn't want them to worry about him. If I tell them about my own affairs now, wouldn't that just make them worry again? Tian saw her concerns and immediately said, don't worry, I will help you explain it tactfully and will never make them worry. But they don't know that Tian and I are in a fake marriage. Zhang Zifeng said weakly. What? You and Tian are in a fake marriage? Oh my god. Do you still want to turn this fake marriage into a real one? After being surprised, Tian suddenly asked Zhang Zifeng very seriously. Zhang Zifeng nodded heavily to show his agreement. That's it. Since you really like him and want to marry him, you should ask your parents for help. Zhang Zifeng was silent. Tian immediately understood and called Zhang's mother. Hello, auntie, it's Tian. Zifeng is fine. She told me that she missed the taste of her mother's food and hadn't eaten the glutinous rice chicken made by her mother for a long time. Ah, yes, she was embarrassed to tell you. Oh, you have to come over and make some glutinous rice chicken for her, that would be great. Okay, auntie, I will tell Zifeng, bye. After hanging up the phone, Tian Tian immediately said excitedly, yes, it's done. Your mother will come over tomorrow morning to make glutinous rice chicken for you. So now you should quickly inform Yi Tian and ask him to move in with you immediately. Okay, I'll send him a message right now. Zhang Zifeng was excited and nervous, and a little bit at a loss. He immediately followed Tian Tian's reminder and edited a WeChat message to Yi Tian. My mom is coming to see us tomorrow morning. You have to move in quickly. We can't let them see that this is a fake marriage. Yi Tian, who was chatting and drinking coffee with Lao Er and the others, was slightly surprised when he saw the message sent by Zhang Zifeng. Then he said to Lao Er and the others, Lao Er, you guys go back first. Brother Chang and I are going out to do something. Okay, boss, let's go first. The second brother and the others didn't ask Yi Tian what he was going out to do. Now he is the chairman of the Dihao group and has just taken over the group. He must have a lot of things to do. Brother Chang is his right-hand man and must stay with him, so they can only go back to school first and stop interfering with their work. Yi Tian, wait a moment. I'll drive the car over. Diwu Chang and Yi Tian took the exclusive elevator directly to the parking garage on the -2 floor. Ding! Detected that the host will be living with the school beauty. Reward the host with a pigeon egg diamond ring, placed in the Hongqi S9. In addition, a reward of 10 billion for living expenses. Hearing the system's reward, Yi Tian was slightly stunned. Is the system rewarding him with a diamond ring as a hint to give it to the school belle? That's right. Since they're married, they should have a diamond ring, otherwise it would be easy to expose their affair. And since I have made my identity public, living together will definitely cost a lot of money, so I don't want my parents-in-law to think I am shabby. Brother Chang, we don't need to drive the Hongqi S9 today. Let's drive a Lamborghini instead. Diwu Chang didn't ask anything and walked towards the Lamborghini silently. Today, Yi Tian drove all 20 luxury cars rewarded by the system to the parking garage of the Imran Group. From now on, he can take whichever bus he wants. Don't worry too much. Yi Tian went to Hongqi to pick up a gift and then went to ride in a Lamborghini. Soon, Yi Tian parked his car downstairs of the apartment building where he lived. He instructed Fifth Chang, Brother Chang, call the landlord immediately. I want to buy this building. She can name the price. As long as it's fast enough. Residents on other floors, please do not touch them for now, everything remains as usual. Receive. Diwu Chang immediately contacted the landlord to handle all the procedures. Yi Tian went straight to the top floor. Zhang Zifeng immediately ran to open the door after hearing the knock. After seeing Yi Tian, he said to him helplessly, my mommy said she wanted to come over to see me. I have no choice but to let you go for a while. It's okay, I'll move in right away. Yi Tian smiled and said, his answer was very straightforward, without any hesitation. Zhang Zifeng was slightly stunned. Why did Yi Tian answer so readily and look so happy? Chapter 68, Renovating the Campus Beauty's apartment. Why are you still standing here and not letting me in? Zhang Zifeng looked at Yi Tian in a daze. After hearing Yi Tian's teasing, he came back to his senses and immediately said, come in quickly. I only have one pair of slippers here, and your slippers are not ready yet. Zhang Zifeng explained awkwardly, I originally planned to live alone. I didn't buy any men's slippers. Yi Tian hummed lightly and walked in directly. He didn't even plan to look around to familiarize himself with the environment. You don't need to look to know that Zhang Zifeng must have bought the furniture and daily necessities according to her preferred style of living alone. This place is simply arranged according to the girl's lifestyle. All daily necessities are also for girls. I thought my mom was just casually saying she would come over to see us, but I didn't expect she was serious. Since she is coming, we have to do everything in advance and buy all the other daily necessities as soon as possible. After Zhang Zifeng finished speaking, Yi Tiankai said, since your mother won't be here until tomorrow morning, we still have one night to prepare, which is more than enough time. Now you should check all the rooms including the kitchen, living room, study, gym, etc. Use your phone to take a picture of the list of daily necessities and other supplies that need to be purchased and send it to me. I'll have them all delivered over later. Yi Tian said calmly, his thoughts were very clear. Oh, let's start in the living room. We need to buy slippers and drinking cups. Zhang Zifeng took photos while checking. All the way to the bedroom. There's no need to buy anything else for the bedroom except pillows. Zhang Zifeng glanced around the bedroom and showed the photo to Yi Tian, saying somewhat embarrassedly. After seeing it, Yi Tian said something shocking. How can this be a room for a newlywed couple? The large round bed didn't need to be changed, but the bedding had to be replaced. The quilt had to be replaced with a dragon and phoenix quilt with double happiness characters. The pillows also had to be replaced with a set of dragon and phoenix pillows with the character for happiness. Keep your old pillow. Yi Tian's eyes fell on Zhang Zifeng's original pillow, and he pondered for a moment before speaking. This school beauty actually likes sleeping on a round bed. He clearly remembered that Zhang Zifeng's house also had a pink round bed. Zhang Zifeng's face flushed red after hearing this. She didn't know whether Yi Tian did it intentionally or not. He actually wanted to keep the original pillow. He also thought of this kind of detail, which was really embarrassing. After taking the photos, Yi Tian contacted the manager of Ruanfa supermarket directly and asked her to send a copy of all the items in the photos. In addition, send 10 packages of all the high-end fruits from Ruanfa supermarket, including durian, strawberries, cherries, etc. It's great to have your own supermarket. It's very convenient and efficient to buy whatever you want. After buying these daily necessities, you will also receive a high-end piano, 20 sets of jewelry, 20 sets of high-end skincare products, and some high-end tea and coffee. Yi Tian called the Armani store again and asked the manager to send 50 sets of men's and women's clothing according to the sizes and requirements he reported, as well as 10 sets of men's and women's pajamas, and indicate that they were couple styles. Yi Tian was quite generous. He did not hesitate at all when he went through the list. It seems like these things are given away for free. Zhang Zifeng, who had lived in privileged conditions since childhood, was shocked when he heard this. Did this money come from the wind? He actually bought and bought without hesitation. Too extravagant and inhumane. Now he just agreed to help him deal with his mother's surprise inspection, but he actually did it to the extreme. This undoubtedly touched Zhang Zifeng deeply. He couldn't help but think, it would be great if all this was done sincerely and carefully for her. However, what Zhang Zifeng didn't know was that Yi Tian didn't treat this as acting at all, but really wanted to be good to her. Purchase daily necessities and furnishings according to wedding specifications. All the gifts given to her were given according to the standards for a newlywed wife. Although it is all very romantic, romance is also a waste, buying so many things at once, especially fruits. How can I finish it all in one go? It would be such a waste. So Zhang Zifeng said, Yi Tian, there's no need to buy so much. Putting everything else aside, there are over 100 kinds of fruit in Ruanfa supermarket. If I buy 2 of each, won't my place turn into a small supermarket? Yi Tian looked at Zhang Zifeng lovingly and smiled, since it's a wedding, I must give you such a grand ceremony. The romance I give you is not a waste. It is a reflection of my care for you. Having said this, Yi Tian looked at her with deep affection. At this moment, Zhang Zifeng suddenly felt that Yi Tian was not acting, but was expressing his true feelings from the bottom of his heart. Seeing Zhang Zifeng's moved face, Yi Tian realized that he was too involved. After revealing his true feelings, he suddenly changed his words and said, otherwise, your parents wouldn't believe it. Yi Tian's sudden change of words poured a bucket of cold water on Zhang Zifeng's head. She thought that Yi Tian was about to fall in love with her. Oh. You're right. I didn't think it through. Zhang Zifeng smiled awkwardly. Under the personal instructions of the boss Yi Tian, the 2 store managers are very efficient. Within half an hour, they had delivered everything Yi Tian wanted. There was a long queue of delivery guys and girls. About half an hour passed. All the furniture is put in place and the daily necessities are neatly arranged. The piano has been tuned. This apartment has been completely renovated. From the inside to the outside, there are high-end items and decorations. Then we have time to start grinding things out now. Without waiting for Zhang Zifeng to speak, Yi Tian walked into the kitchen. It was almost dinner time, and he was going to cook himself, with Zhang Zifeng helping him, to create a loving scene of husband and wife following each other's lead. Zhang Zifeng followed Yi Tian into the kitchen obediently like a little wife, wearing an apron and following Yi Tian. What do you like to eat? And what do I like to eat? Let's remember each other's wishes. While cutting potatoes into shreds, Yi Tian said to Zhang Zifeng beside him. Okay, I like scrambled eggs with tomatoes and shredded potatoes with vinegar. They were conversing happily while preparing dinner seriously. The 2 chatted and laughed, becoming more and more relaxed. Yi Tian, with the cooking skills rewarded by the system, soon mastered the art of cooking 12 dishes. The atmosphere was like that of a newlywed couple, and their cooperation became increasingly harmonious and enjoyable. Wow, Yi Tian, I really admire you more and more. I didn't expect your craftsmanship to get better and better. I ate the noodles you made last time and I still miss them. I am so lucky to have so many dishes tonight, I can feast on them to my heart's content. Zhang Zifeng looked at the table full of delicious dishes and felt very happy. Chapter 69 Dinner for Two. Come and try this bowl of chicken soup first. Yi Tian served Zhang Zifeng a small bowl of chicken soup. Wow, it smells so good. The choisem is so green, and has the freshness of chicken, the deliciousness of quinoa ham, and the umami of bamboo shoots. I didn't expect you to be so talented in cooking. Zhang Zifeng picked up a piece of rapeseed heart and tasted it. It was really delicious. He took another sip of the soup and it was simply delicious. Not only is the soup delicious, but the meat is also tender. The heat is controlled very well. Zhang Zifeng ate while praising the food. Yi Tian looked at Zhang Zifeng, who looked as hungry as if she hadn't eaten for a few days. He quickly advised her, eat slowly. I'm not trying to steal it from you. Zhang Zifeng still had food in his mouth. He spoke a little vaguely, it's really delicious. This tea shrimp is also good. In addition to the delicious shrimp meat, there is also a hint of tea aroma blended together. The feeling of filling your taste buds is a real enjoyment. Yi Tian smiled and looked at the plate of Longjing shrimp that Zhang Zifeng pointed at and said, this is Longjing shrimp. Well, no matter what kind of shrimp it is, it tastes good. Try this sweet and sour fish. Seeing that Zhang Zifeng liked eating so much, Yi Tian was also very happy. So he picked up another piece of fish and gave it to her. Wow, sweet, delicious, delicate and smooth. Although Zhang Zifeng can't cook, she is a foodie and has a certain appreciation for these delicacies. Try another piece of crispy duck with sesame seeds. Does it suit your taste? Yi Tian picked up another piece of duck meat and gave it to Zhang Zifeng. I also took a bite of it. It's crispy and the meat is tender. How did you do it? Zhang Zifeng asked while eating. It's mainly made by deep frying the clean duck until it's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, then stir frying it with seasonings like Sichuan peppercorns, chili peppers, and sesame oil. If you want to eat it, I can teach you another day. Yi Tian was very happy to teach her these kitchen skills. Okay. When you have time, teach me all these dishes. If I want to eat them again in the future, I can make them myself anytime. Zhang Zifeng said excitedly that if he learned it, he would definitely cook for him. Next, Yi Tian kept putting the delicacies on the table into Zhang Zifeng's bowl, almost feeding it into her mouth. Zhang Zifeng ate happily and contentedly. Suddenly I longed for this kind of life. For a moment, it seemed that they were living the daily life of an ordinary couple. Don't just give me food, eat some yourself. If you keep eating so much, I'll get fat, and then I'll have to lose weight. Zhang Zifeng joked that she just wanted Yi Tian to eat more. Why do you need to lose weight? It would be better if you were a little fatter. It would be warm and comfortable to hug someone with more flesh. Yi Tian blurted out these words. But to Zhang Zifeng, it had another meaning. So you like hugs like this? Zhang Zifeng was thinking this in his heart. At this time, Zhang Zifeng's face was as red as a peach, which was very tempting. Yi Tian saw Zhang Zifeng blushing as he lowered his head to eat shrimp. He then realized that he had been too direct in his words. How can I say that I like girls with voluptuous figures? I mean, you should eat more and gain some weight, so you'll be healthier. Oh. Then you eat it too. Zhang Zifeng wanted to laugh when he saw his silly look. Come, try these dishes again. They're quite good. This is a dish I once had at a classmate's house in Guangdong province. I looked up information about it and tried making it myself a few times. I thought it was pretty good. Wow, you can cook Cantonese food too. I've heard Cantonese food is pretty good. Zhang Zifeng also tried the baby cabbage and soup, honey-glazed barbecued pork, and boiled chicken. These dishes are all delicious. Especially the white-cut chicken. What do you think? It's very delicious when dipped in the sauce. Zhang Zifeng said. Of course, the sauce is the soul. Yi Tian said with a smile. It was the first time that Yi Tian saw a girl eating without caring about her ladylike image. Unlike some girls who are just pretentious. In fact, he felt that girls like this were the most down-to-earth and would be more comfortable to interact with. Wait, sit still. Zhang Zifeng accidentally got some sauce on the corner of his mouth while he was eating and drinking. He looked like a harlequin cat. Yi Tian picked up the napkin and stood up to wipe Zhang Zifeng's mouth. What's wrong? Zhang Zifeng heard him tell him not to move all day, so he sat there quietly. Two lively watery eyes followed Yi Tian's movements, watching Yi Tian's increasingly handsome face getting closer. Zhang Zifeng's heartbeat gradually accelerated. As her heart beat faster, she suddenly wanted to turn around and kiss him. But she had the desire but not the courage to do it, and she became confused when she saw his enlarged face so close to her. Just staring at his handsome face. You're such a grown-up, yet you're still so careless while eating. Okay. Yi Tian gently wiped the stains from the corners of Zhang Zifeng's mouth. Then he turned his head to look at her. Just happened to meet Zhang Zifeng's dazed gaze. Watery eyes. Bright pink cherries. So tempting. Yi Tian was moved again. But he immediately ran away. He quickly sat back in his seat, not daring to look at her so closely anymore. Eat quickly, or the food will get cold soon. Yi Tian wanted to ease the awkwardness by eating. Zhang Zifeng was also a little annoyed. Why was he so cowardly now? Didn't he say he would take the initiative? They both finished their meal with their own thoughts. Afterwards, Yi Tian put the remaining food in the refrigerator. Although he now lives a wealthy life, food cannot be wasted. Let me help you wash the dishes. Zhang Zifeng also took the initiative to come over to help. Oh, no, don't touch it. You'll get your hands dirty. Just eat and look beautiful. I'll just put it in the dishwasher. Yi Tian put on gloves and simply cleaned the pots and pans, rinsed them with water, and put them in the dishwasher. Zhang Zifeng's hands were white, delicate, and extremely tender without any contact with water. He didn't want the detergent to hurt her hands. Then I'll cut some fruit. Zhang Zifeng said enthusiastically. She didn't want Yi Tian to work too hard. Oh, no need to reserve my share. I have something to take care of tonight. I'll come over tomorrow morning. Yi Tian said to Zhang Zifeng after finishing his housework. He couldn't stay here tonight because sleeping in the guest room would easily expose his flaws. He was even more forbidden from staying in the host's bedroom, because he and Zhang Zifeng were not a real couple. Leaving so soon? It's only 9 o'clock. Zhang Zifeng was obviously a little disappointed. She wanted to keep Yi Tian here longer. It is even possible for Yi Tian to stay tonight, as the guest room has already been tidied up. Chapter 70, Slap the Landlady. I will definitely be here tomorrow morning before your mother comes over, don't worry. Yi Tian promised Zhang Zifeng. Okay then, keep in touch anytime. Zhang Zifeng couldn't ask for too much. After all, he just agreed to a fake marriage with her. Now that I have asked for so much, it is reasonable for Yi Tian to refuse me. I've already contracted this floor downstairs. I'll be downstairs tonight. If you have any urgent matters, you can call me anytime. My phone is on 24 hours a day. When Yi Tian was about to leave, he was afraid that Zhang Zifeng would come to him for something urgent. Yeah, okay, there is a good chance my mom will be here early. She usually wakes up at 6 o'clock, leaves home at 7 o'clock, and should be here by 7:30. You must answer my call. Zhang Zifeng was most afraid that Yi Tian would not come back until his mother arrived. Wouldn't that be a mistake? Yi Tian turned around and got off the elevator. Diwu Chang has already arranged everything on this floor according to Yi Tian's instructions. Various household items were replaced according to Zhang Zifeng's general style. Mr. Diwu Chang, if you need anything in the future, just come to me. I will definitely give you the best package. This is the landlady discussing the transfer of the house with Diwu Chang. The landlord was very enthusiastic and spoke excitedly, but the fifth stage had a cold face throughout. Yi Tian. Why are you here again? When Yi Tian just came out of the elevator, he was seen by his former landlady, who asked him in confusion. Seeing him here wearing all the famous brands, I thought Yi Tian was a gigolo. You can be here, but I can't be here? Yi Tian spread his hands nonchalantly and asked instead of answering. Wow, what a big change. From cheap clothes to designer clothes. That's pretty fast. Could it be that he's got another rich woman? The landlady looked at Yi Tian's clothes with unbridled contempt. He said it sarcastically again. These are my personal affairs, it's none of your business. Yi Tian was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. In the past, when he was down and out and couldn't pay the rent, the old lady made things difficult for him. He was almost touched by her once. I feel sick when I see her charming, fat face. It's so unlucky that I meet her face to face again. Yi Tian didn't want to pay attention to her and wanted to go straight into the house, but the aunt called him in a high decibel voice, "Yi Tian, why are you going in? That's this gentleman's house. It doesn't matter whose house it is. What matters is that this house is no longer yours." Yi Tian said very domineeringly. "You damn bastard, you're too arrogant. I haven't seen you for a while, so maybe I didn't scold you enough, and now you're rebelling. Come out to me quickly." The landlady immediately rushed forward, grabbed Yi Tian's hand, and pulled him out of the house with force. "Hey, can you please stop meddling in other people's business? This is my room." Yi Tian got angry at this time. He was speechless. The landlady touched him without understanding the situation. "Your house? You must be joking. Don't even think about lying to me again." The landlady obviously didn't believe him. When he lived here before, Yi Tian had told many lies. Now she didn't believe Yi Tian anymore. "Auntie, what are you doing?" Di Wu Chang looked at the two people who were pulling each other with a puzzled look on his face. The aunt paused at this moment, and when she saw Di Wu Chang coming, she smiled and said to him, "Mr. Di Wu Chang, you're glad you came. I don't know what means he used to steal your room password." Di Wu Chang immediately said, "Please let me go. This is my boss. This building was bought by my boss." "What? Your boss? This gigolo is your boss?" The aunt obviously didn't believe what he said, because she knew Yi Tian. Yi Tian was her former tenant, extremely poor and often owed rent. It was because of his arrears that she evicted Yi Tian. Now you tell her that this building was bought by Yi Tian? Who is this sucker? There's no way he has so much money. Mr. Di Wu Chang, you are kidding me, right? He has been wearing underwear for 3 years and has no money to buy new ones. How is that possible? Having said that, the landlady not only laughed out loud, but also glared at Yi Tian with contempt. Yi Tian. Yi Tian was speechless. When did he have the same underwear that he had worn for 3 years? He didn't know about it, but the landlady knew it so clearly? This landlady is so despicable. She fabricated facts to smear his image. "I'm talking to your landlord, please stop talking nonsense." Yi Tian wanted to find the landlord to argue with her. "Hey, why do you feel embarrassed? Why don't you feel embarrassed when you hook up with that rich woman? Young people nowadays just want to find shortcuts." The landlady was a little angry when she thought about this. She had also taken a fancy to Yi Tian at first, but this guy refused to give in. Now she refused to give up even a single day and was determined to vent her anger. "If you can't get it, you have to destroy him. Do you have any misunderstanding with our boss? He is indeed my boss." Di Wu Chang came over at this time to persuade the landlady, hoping that she would stop speaking rudely. "If he insults his boss again, he will be rude. Mr. Di Wu Chang, don't joke with me." The landlady still didn't believe it at this time. "Brother Chang, give him proof. Prove that I am the new owner of this place. I don't want to see her anymore. Tell her to tell me immediately and get out." Yi Tian was already impatient at this time. This landlady is a crazy woman. Don't try to reason with a woman. Especially one like this crazy woman. One who's in menopause. Talking to her is as stupid as talking to the air. Yes. Di Wu Chang showed the relevant certificates to the landlady, who was stunned for a moment. "Yi Tian, you are really the owner of this place. And you are also the chairman of the Dihao Group. My God, you really blinded my dog eyes. I was just joking with you. We used to be so familiar with each other, so you don't mind a joke, right?" At this time, the aunt couldn't believe it, but the evidence was in front of her, so she had to believe it. So she was like a shameless fence-sitter, and smiled and talked to Yi Tian. Knowing Yi Tian's noble status, he almost knelt down to him on the spot. "Are you kidding? Do you think I know you? I don't know you. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll be rude to you. Get out of here right now. I don't want to see you again." Whenever Yi Tian sees this landlady, nothing good happens. He recalled the shame he had experienced during his housing years and the pain of being abandoned. "Okay, boss Yi Tian. I'll disappear from your sight right now." The landlady was so scared that she quickly got out of Yi Tian's sight, fearing that if she stayed any longer and annoyed Yi Tian, she would be in big trouble.